They do. They have a magic number. Absolutely right.
It might be 149, but
good joke. I appreciate that one. Look, I mean, Houston is they're still the team to beat, and I have no doubt that they will be there right at the end with 94 wins or whatever, fighting for the overall 1 seed in the American League, or fighting for first in the AL West. They're going to be there all year. Get them when you can, and without Altuve, you get a little bit banged up. They don't have Verlander anymore. He's gone to New York. Their staff is still very good. It's young. Valdez is tremendous, and they got to him. They had a little bit of help with an error that allowed the inning to prolong because, if you look at his stat line, he only gave up 1 earned run. So that was a really good weekend for this team.
They sold me on Heaney last night. I started off watching the K-Rod. Man, Michael K. He is insufferable. He is so grouchy. He's so serious on there. Look, I'm gonna cede to you because you've hung out with him multiple times and had fun with him with the jokes and the Bat Boy last week. I'm going to say that was joking. I'm going to take your word for it because he texted you that it was a joke. Man, he just sitting there like an old
he's
geezer.
He's got a scorebook out.
He's got a scorebook out.
He's got a scorebook out. That's old baseball right there.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Smart for him to get in with A-Rod because that's why he's on there.
Oh, 100%.
Obviously, Alex likes him.
100%. Which is ironic because Michael killed A-Rod on the broadcast. Alex obviously didn't watch him. Didn't watch the broadcast. But,
he did?
Oh, he'll murder the team. Like, that's the thing. He'll murder the team in the middle of a game. But, like, I do think that works better than the Manning cast does because baseball allows it. Like, the sport of baseball is just
Except
background.
you don't have time anymore.
I know.
They're like, all right, Michael Young, sorry, innings are short. I'm like, you can bring him back. Peyton and Eli are terrified to let any guest go.
I know.
They're like, oh, you stay with us through the quarter.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere, please.
Don't go anywhere. We got a timeout here.
We don't have to talk to each other.
But, like, football moves so fast, you're really into the game. Every game is of utmost importance. And I agree. At first, I wanted to watch the Manning cast, and I'm like, okay, I think, tuning into the game, I want to watch the game. In baseball, it's like, I could sit back and watch this. Like, it's background noise anyway.
Yeah.
But,
I totally got lost, though, with the game. I wasn't even really paying attention whatsoever. Plus, it was scoreless through like 5 innings.
Yeah.
But they had Michael Young on. He was telling tremendous stories of how he and A-Rod were best friends as teammates while Michael was breaking into the Rangers here. And then they brought on an astronaut for Houston.
I know.
And, so maybe that's where Sandler got his call from. But I was like, okay, let me switch back to David Cohn and Carl Ravitch, our buddies from a few weeks ago. And they were just breaking down how rare Andrew Heaney's release point is and how it's very, very difficult to go ahead and pick up. And I was like, okay, maybe that's why he's in the rotation. He's unique.
Yeah, he's definitely unique. He breaks his hands early, and then he puts them like he does have a very unique delivery. Cohn's not bad, I don't think. He doesn't have the juice of a Smoltz, but I don't think his analyst is that bad at all. Haney was good. I mean, you give up, you pitch 5 innings against that that lineup, who is going to have at the end of the day, for the next several years, a couple of guys who are going to be Silver Slugger candidates, MVP candidates in that lineup, like obviously Jordan and Kyle Tucker's going to be in that mix too. We'll see if Pena's career continues to go, to blossom like it did last year. Not so much this year yet. It's a good lineup.
Rangers score 6 in the 7th to break it open, 3 in the 8th, and they end up winning 9-1. They won the opener on Friday. They lost on Saturday with John Gray getting beamed. And then yesterday, the 9-1 win right here on DFW Sports Station. And they will continue tonight right here on The Fan. 9-6, first place in the American League West. And we'll play the Royals again in Kansas City. They're 4-12. So early schedule setting up for the Rangers.
Absolutely.
Take advantage.
Take advantage. And, Junior and Senior were on last night. Bobby Jr., Bobby Sr. They were on that K-Rod cast last night. And then they'll see them in Kansas City this week.
Truckwreck.com text line is wide open, y'all. 877-881-1053. You will need to memorize that number for the Expressway. We're giving away Snoop tickets starting at 7:20. Bobby, got sweet tickets, got a suite for the Stars game tonight. He did not realize it starts at 8:30 for game one. No respect for the Central Time Zone.
None. Okay, so.
And last night, Charles Barkley went off on TNT. He started off the broadcast destroying his own network, which everybody loves. I didn't even realize till halftime there was another game on.
Okay, so we're sitting there.
Another game on after Clippers Suns.
Yeah, so after the Ranger game, when it was like 8-1, we flipped over to the Clippers Suns game. And actually may have waited till the game was over. I can't remember. Anyway, we flip over, see the end of that, and it's 10 o'clock at night. It's 9:54. I look at the clock. It was 9:54. And all of a sudden, this other game comes on. I was like, oh, cool, a replay. What happened here? I went to the phone to see what had happened. I had no idea. It was 10 o'clock at night, and they were starting a game.
Ridiculous.
That is absurd. I'm sorry.
10:30. No respect for the East Coast.
No.
10:30 start on the East Coast for Denver versus Minnesota.
I'm flabbergasted. That is insane.
Because I had nothing to do yesterday. That's why I'm sitting there just cooking nonstop in my house. I had nothing to do till 2 p.m. I'm like, start this at 12.
Yep.
Then let's go 2:30. Then let's go 5. You had to wait for Lakers Memphis at 2 o'clock. Nothing beforehand.
Yeah. I mean, and
Except Peyton's XFL.
2 o'clock is always like, that's the primetime game on a Sunday, right? That was always the Jordan game. They always put the Bulls on 2 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon or 3 o'clock East Coast time, whatever. And you're right. It's just too late. You could have put the worst game of the day, whatever the worst game of the day is, put that as the noon game.
What did happen late last night in the association? How long is Ja Morant out for? Hopefully you caught the electricity of this fan base as well. They are back. NBA playoff recap, and RJ destroys Peyton's hometown. It's a Monday edition. Glad you're waking up with us. Hopefully you had a fantastic weekend. Let's get it going right here on The Fan.
Coming up on the next
night game on ESPN and ABC. This is Sean and RJ, Monday edition here on 105.3 The Fan. Look, I know that this is probably how RJ felt over the past few years, talking about baseball. It's like you feel like you have to recruit people to it. That's how I feel like I'm going to be today when discussing the NBA playoffs, especially without the Mavs in it. Mike Bassick said he was out. He was going to try to watch more Stars hockey. Yesterday, I texted him. I said, you got to be watching this.
It was good. It was a good day yesterday.
And he goes, watching what? He responded like an hour later, and I just didn't even respond. I'm like, screw it. I'm not even going to waste my time. And then he goes, what, basketball? He goes, baseball. They're not taking any plays off. And I go, just for your own enjoyment, watch some good basketball. These are the things I wrote down from the NBA playoffs. Giannis, hurt. Westbrook, fighting fans at halftime. Ja Morant, hurt and probably out for game 2. Anthony Davis, paralyzed, and the Sacramento Kings crowd. Those are all the storylines from weekend number 1 of the NBA playoffs. It was really, really entertaining. Kings Golden State was the number 1 game for me on Friday night. Absolutely lived up to it. Lighting the beam with De'Aaron Fox. And then yesterday, the Lakers take game 1.
That's right. That's right. America's team, baby.
Man, I was starting to hate Ja Morant yesterday. I was starting to be a Laker fan after I've been rooting for Memphis the entire season.
Did you see the best?
Ja and his dad. His dad wore some type of sweatshirt. Dang it, I thought I wrote it down. It was basically saying, be who you are and make them adjust.
Oh, that's
and I was
okay.
Like, you dumbass.
Yeah.
You're going to sit there and wear that.
Boy, read the room there, T.
Read the room.
Read the room.
Yeah.
We were at baseball during this game. I was following this because, man, best player on the floor, baby. Austin Reeves. No, it's probably Ryu Hachimura yesterday. But
one of the two.
They're good. They're both very good. Hachimura was a good player at Gonzaga. Listen.
Yeah, because there was a lot of hype. There was a couple of guys I was wrong about Josh Hart. There was a lot of hoopla about a couple of guys who got dealt during the trade deadline, and Jalen Brunson was going nuts playing with Josh Hart again back from the Villanova days. He's made a big impact, and I got to write down Brunson.
Yeah,
I got to write down that as a storyline, and then people are going crazy over this Hachimura guy, and I'm like, I have no idea who this is.
Yeah, I mean, he was on the Zags. He probably played there about 4 or 5 years ago, something like that. He's a good player. He was a really good player in college. But nobody knew how his game was going to translate to the NBA. I'm trying to think. He was the 9th pick. I thought he was more like 15, but he was the 9th pick in the draft. Well, he's a good player. Like he's good. He's not going to put up 29 a night. I'll tell you that. But if the Lakers get that kind of performance where LeBron's the 4th leading scorer on the team, they are going to be dangerous. They're going to make themselves a run.
A 15-0 run in order to win game 1 on the road. Anthony Davis. Stephen A. Smith, in my opinion, was trying to do... You got to be careful with injuries, right? Because we've all done this on Twitter. You say something, you're like, oh my gosh, they're hurt from that. Are you kidding? And then they come back, they're getting taken out on a stretcher. And I'm like, delete. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be insensitive. Stephen A. was trying to do everything that he could not to call Anthony Davis soft at halftime of the ESPN coverage. He was trying to, he's like, he better come back and play. I know the injury's legit. You have to say that. You have to throw that in, the caveat. He better come back and play, though. Anthony Davis looking to the Lakers bench. I can't move my arm. And then there he is to start the third quarter. He was trending quickly. I hope Anthony Davis stays off social media. Street clothes, damn AD. He was getting mocked and made fun of. He comes back out. But then Ja Morant goes up high on a charge versus Anthony Davis, comes down hard on the right hand. That looked scary. That looked bad. Ja rushes to the locker room. He does not return. What's your status?
Tough, man, especially, with everything I've been through pretty much, this season. My main focus was to, be out there for my guys. Another, incident where, that's pretty much in, jeopardy. I'm going to do anything to, try to be out there for my team, be out there on the floor. It's pretty much, how much, I can tolerate. I feel like, I can go out there and, be somewhat myself. I'll probably play, but if not, I don't want to do anything to, hurt the team.
He didn't say pop and play, did he? I didn't hear that. Did he?
Yeah, I think he said a pop and play.
He didn't say pop and play.
He would probably be more of the inject and play, right? They would just shoot you up with something.
Let's hear that one more time, Peyton, at the very end.
It's pretty much, how much, I can tolerate. I feel like, I can go out there and, be somewhat myself. I'll probably play, but if not,
Probably
I
play.
don't want to
Probably play.
Probably.
hurt the team.
Probably play.
Probably play.
Probably.
Just take Zion's advice, bro.
Yeah.
Pack it up.
Uh-huh.
Be done.
They just have the team come out like 2 days later and just tell you that you were never cleared.
Head to the beach. X-rays were negative, so that is good with the wrist/hand sprain for John Morant. Giannis.
Yep, back.
I'm surprised that took him out. With the back injury against Chicago, the Bulls go on to win Game 1 against Milwaukee.
You could go and you could...
and Tyler Hero breaks his hand in that game.
Yeah, bro. So 4 to 6 weeks for him. So Miami, not Chicago. Miami. You could ask any professional athlete, what injury do you not want? And obviously, a broken neck is the number one, right? 'Cause you can't. But like, what injury do you not? And they would all say back. You cannot play with a back injury.
Tyron.
Ask any player, they will tell you a back is the worst one, and they're right because you have no idea. When something happened to my back a couple weeks ago, a couple months ago actually, and I went to the chiropractor, and he's like, "Yep, it's just locked up on you." He goes, "Back injuries, just always figure 7 to 10 days." And now, if you're a professional athlete and you can get rubbed down every day for 3-4 times a day, you get treatment, it'll be less than that. But like for a normal person, 7 to 10 days. Just be prepared. So that sucks. Like that sucks for Giannis and for Milwaukee.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. What a game 1 for the Clippers. Without Paul George probably for the series, according to Woj. It is nice. He's got no personality.
We forgot, man.
It's nice to enjoy Kawhi Leonard.
He has made us, because he refused to play in the regular season, he has made us forget how awesome he is. And it's his own damn fault. He has made us forget how good he is. And he is good. And he was, and I'll tell you.
That's the first loss, I think, for the Suns with Durant. They were 8-0.
Yeah, Durant's lost 6 straight playoff games now. Russ was really good down the stretch, like defensively.
Yes. He was harassing. People were putting out highlight packages of him harassing Kevin Durant throughout the game, and then he had that amazing defensive play at the very end.
Yeah, he was all over the floor. He really was. He was showing the energy that he could bring to a team.
It was Kawhi's first playoff game in 671 days. 671 days since Kawhi was in a playoff game. He was awesome last night. Westbrook strolls into the arena wearing the jacket with no shirt. Barkley was he was salivating. It was like we may as well throw Choppy on set there with the 8-pack that Russ had. And then Bobby sent us this video of Russ following or stalking out a Suns fan at halftime.
Yeah.
Like in a little lounge area. Russ is like, watch your damn mouth. There's a little kid there who's not putting down his steak or whatever he was eating. He's like, I'm eating this free food. And Westbrook is trying to stand over this fan before he's escorted out. He's a lunatic.
He is a lunatic, man. I want to know. I would like to know more about the backstory of what happened. Or why it happened and everything.
I'm sure we'll find out. I'm sure he'll tell us today.
I'm sure he will. But that was a weird area, too. It's like right next to outside the locker room, it looked like almost.
In the Mavs, there's like a little lounge area where, Follow may walk by sometimes. I've only been lucky enough to be in there once, but like a little lounge area before you can go into the arena. That's where it looked like fans were sitting. And then after this game, I'm like, I'm not watching this. Are you kidding me? After this game, would Denver struggle in Game 1 against the Wolves?
Denver wins Game 1, Round 1 in blowout fashion. They spank Minnesota by a final of 109-80.
Yeah, no problem with that. 19-point win on Denver radio. It's Sean RJ and now Bobby Belt, who had the draft show yesterday with Brian Broaddus. Vegas with the Cowboys odds on who they're going to take at number 26. NFL draft coverage on this station. We blanket you with everything you need to know. And Bobby gets you set for Stars Game 1 tonight and tomorrow morning as Bobby's attending in the suite. But it's going to be a late night. He'll tell us all about it next.
Always
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Monday to you. Part of the 6 a.m. club with Sean, RJ, and tonight's number one hockey fan heading to the AAC for Game 1, Stars Wild, Roberto Bobby Belt.
I'm pumped, baby. Actually, I'm very excited.
Take us to the emotional roller coaster of this, starting on Friday when you were searching for tickets.
So it's funny, actually. I had already been thinking like, oh, it'd be kind of fun to go to the game, and then as we're sitting there talking to Jim Nill on Friday.
Wow,
he was getting like, he got me excited about Stars hockey. So like while we're sitting there, I was like, I am gonna buy tickets, and so I went and like searched them out, and we obviously didn't have a start time at that point. I knew it was Monday.
Now, was this to try to reconnect a little bit? Did you have some nostalgia kick in? Because this was you and your wife's first date ever, a Stars game?
No, I don't think it was that. I love, like, every time I've gone to watch it. No, every time I've gone to watch hockey, I do love it. Like, the whole issue the whole time has been, how much time do I have? How much bandwidth do I have to, like, devote to following that sport the way I'd want to? Just with the way you follow baseball, basketball, football, like, it's just, I feel like I'll never have time. But, again, talking to Jim Nill, is like, I think that's going to be my off-season mission. Reload, educate myself about the game, and be ready for next season to actually follow it the way I want to. But, my kids may suffer in the process. They may not see dad as much anymore if I'm going to devote that much time to hockey. But
because you were throwing away their future money on sweet tickets.
You know what? The sweet
anyway.
Sweet tickets. To be fair, like it sounds like I just dropped $3,000 something like that. It's really not that bad.
I didn't know you could just buy random sweet tickets.
Exactly. I didn't either.
I thought you had to like get the suite.
Yeah.
No,
is the food with it, or is it no food sweet?
No, I think there's food in it. It's just, but it's cheap. It was like, relatively cheap. It was like $200 a ticket, and then with fees on top of it, it ended up being a lot. But I got 2 tickets, and so it's not. It really wasn't that bad. It was cheaper than some of the other seats in the arena.
So then you told her, and then you found out game time, or game time then told her.
I told her, then I found out game time, which
Was she happy, excited, or ticked that you spent the money?
No, she doesn't know how much it was, but she was excited about going. She was feeling under the weather on Friday, and that's the thing. She's still feeling under the weather, and so she's not even going tonight. So
who's going?
A buddy of mine. No.
Oh, did you get the invite?
I did not. I guess I'm not the buddy.
Must not be a buddy then.
Taking a Stars friend of mine who is going through a divorce right now. So
be careful. My friend has suckered me into 2 steak dinners, telling me he was getting divorced twice, and he keeps going back.
Tyron's agent?
Oh, he's back now?
The guy who looks like Tyron's agent?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Tyron Smith's agent?
Yes.
Is that?
How drunk were you that night?
Not.
Then you should remember, I showed you a picture of Tyron's agent, and they look like twins.
Yeah, he's told me twice, and I'm like, all right, come on out. Let's celebrate. I've hit up RJ multiple times for the divorce number, for the attorney's reference number, and bam, he goes right back. Understand? To each their own.
Absolutely.
Got to do your own situation. But maybe he's just using you for Stars tickets.
Could be.
Making up a divorce.
He had no idea.
That's a good life hack.
He was telling me, and then I said, by the way, it looks like I'm going to need a sub. Do you want to go? And he's like, oh, yeah, hell yeah, let's go.
That's what I'm going to do before like the next Game 7 around here. I'm going to go on Facebook and just write.
We're splitting up.
No, be like, life.
RJ knows your friend, right?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Yes. Not even close.
I'm just going to go on Facebook and do one of those.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about it, but I do want you to ask me about it, of just turmoil.
He doesn't like his. Hey,
man, I got an extra ticket to the game.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't even have his social media accounts. This is something that's been building. Like I've known this was coming.
Is he going to buy? You pay charge for the ticket at least?
No.
So then 8:30, you find out the start time.
Yeah, and Peyton had already been like, how hilarious will it be when this puck drop ends up being 8:30, and then you got to turn around and come into work. And it's like, well, I got to be on the air at 6, not 5:30, so it's okay. We may have a Super Bowl Radio Row experience I may be going to the bathroom to throw up every break tomorrow morning, but we'll just have to see.
So the hustle that these professional sports leagues have, convincing themselves that Texas is in the Pacific time zone, will never cease to amaze me.
So you're not going to back off the drinking, even with a radio
I doubt that I'm going to drink at all tonight, but if I do, it'll be like a drink.
Yeah, so
that's still probably the next day sickest I've ever been in my life.
Probably.
Yeah, I think it might be.
But what else would be up there in contention?
I mean, I don't know. I drank a lot about 12 years ago, Sean. So
4 games today. 6 o'clock, Islanders, Carolina. 6:30, Florida, Boston. 8:30, us hosting the Wild. 9 o'clock, LA, Edmonton.
Yeah, like LA, Edmonton, I get it. Right? I get LA, Edmonton.
Yeah.
They're in, I think Edmonton's in the mountain time zone. But still, like, I get it. We are not a West Coast team. Like, we're just not. Stop with this nonsense that we think we are.
You had the draft show yesterday, a special Sunday presentation with Brian Broaddus. We'll hear from Dane Brugler during the Expressway when we give away Snoop Dogg tickets. Biggest takeaway from Dane? Biggest surprise or, okay.
It was the interesting point he made was talking about Jackson Smith and Jigba, the receiver from Ohio State, that, a lot of people have talked about the Cowboys could use a receiver in this draft and, maybe they could get the top one and fall to them there. He said that if Jackson Smith and Jigba, who is his top receiver, was in last year's draft class, he'd be his 7th receiver.
Wow.
And so he was, making the point that, look, if you really want the value at receiver, you probably want to wait a little bit. So for everybody who would like to see a receiver at 26, a Quentin Johnston, a Jackson Smith and Jigba, whoever that is, he said that receiver would be slotted behind Jahan Dotson, who was his 6th receiver last year out of Penn State.
Ugh, that doesn't make me as excited to get a receiver.
Well, that's why you go tight end, Sean. As he said that if you want to just talk about, he said there may be 2 tight ends in this draft that you could say legitimately are better pass catchers than any of the receivers.
Pat Doney posted the odds from Vegas. RJ Choppy, the number 1 most likely player for the Cowboys to select at 26. Dalton Kincaid, Utah tight end, plus 425. Then Darnell Washington, Georgia tight end.
Okay, now real quick on that. Wasn't he the backup to Bowers?
Yes.
He's going to be. That's what George is. That's what good George is.
Say this again.
So that tight end, Darnell Washington.
Yeah,
he was. Is it Brock
or he
Bowers?
Split time.
So him and Bowers the other day, they were the ones they were splitting time. Like that guy's still in college.
Bowers will be a top 10 pick next year.
Yeah, but like that's A, how loaded Georgia is, but B, like, is that who you're drafting in the first round? A guy who couldn't even win the starting job?
Not. I really hope not. Look, if the Cowboys at this point, I think, have won the benefit of the doubt when it comes to how we feel about certain draft picks. So there were a lot of people who didn't like Micah. That one worked out. There were a lot of people who didn't like the Tyler Smith pick. That one worked out. So like if they've evaluated it and say, no, this guy's going to be a stud, then I'm going to go, okay, I probably saw this one wrong then. But when I look at it, it's like, that's a 4th round player to me. I don't think Darnell Washington is very good at all. And people are in love with him right now because he's big and he tested well. And so now you've got this bandwagon that's just freaking out. No, it's got to be Darnell Washington. Take Darnell Washington at 26. Like, please, God, no. That guy's future is at tackle in the NFL.
So Dalton Kincaid 1, Darnell Washington 2, Drew Sanders, Denton Ryan High School. Pat Doney had to throw that in. He's the Arkansas linebacker.
Very Van Der Esch-like.
White?
No, in terms of similar, he is white, but similar athlete, similar build. Van Der Esch is better in coverage when he was coming out, but this guy's better at getting off of blocks.
And then Bijan Robinson, plus 550 for the Cowboys to take, and had to wake up this morning to a message from our old buddy Landry Locker, diehard Longhorn, in the armpit for Sports Radio 610. And it appeared like Peter King was doing a little draft homework and study like we did a few weeks ago, talking about the second contract that players get.
Yeah, and I know, Choppy, you've said before you don't want to draft somebody at 26 if they're not gonna get a second contract. So that's why you don't want to do the running back. This is the note from Peter King. Per Over the Cap, 31% of first round picks from 2011 to 2014 signed second contracts with teams, and well under half the players from 2011 to 2019.
Well, it doesn't mean that the goal should change.
No, but I'm just saying that when you look at it as these are the odds, then I think you can discount that as your biggest concern. If you're talking about the third best player, like Broadus has Bijan Robinson as the third best player in the draft. If the third best player in the draft is sitting there at 26, I don't think saying typically these guys haven't gotten contracts at this position, second contracts at this position is enough to blow off the value of how good he is at that spot.
No, I understand that. My philosophy on this though is like this. What's the ceiling, right? The ceiling of drafting.
It's the roof.
It's the roof. Yeah, but like history shows us that running backs generally are not that different from each other. Your Saquon Barkleys to your David Montgomerys to your Isaiah Pacheco's, whatever, the difference is not worth the first round pick.
By the way, Jalen Carter's attending. So Drew Rosenhaus either knows something that we don't, or we're going to get an Aaron Rodgers green room situation of just sitting there and waiting.
Could be.
After Rosenhaus said, we're not talking to any teams outside of the top 10. Jalen Carter's going to the draft.
He's going. I saw, was it McShay's draft that had him going like 5 or 6? Everybody's Kuiper's had him going 5 or 6 to Detroit, maybe
6.
And I mean, look, that would be a position of need for them, obviously.
It's usually a pretty good indication. Whenever they invite you to the draft, they always invite 17 to 20 guys. It's a pretty good indication that the league knows you're going in the first round. And they invited 17 guys this year. And so the fact that he's on there,
well, how does that
all
work?
that means
Does someone
the first
in the league
round.
office talk to the GM and be like, all right, now tell us really.
You want to know how it used to work? I don't know how it works today, but how it used to work was they just asked Gil Brandt who to invite because Gil talked to everybody around the league. And so Gil would create the list.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Michael Lombardi with a little insight on the Ravens situation. They went out and got, of course, Odell Beckham. And Lombardi said that was a directive from the Ravens quarterback for now. And he also wanted somebody else.
I was told reliably by somebody who's involved that Lamar told them in a conversation, get Hopkins and get Beckham, and then we can talk. And the club went back to them and said, look, we can't get Hopkins and Beckham. We just can't get both. We can't afford both, but we'll get one of them. And they got Beckham. So they can't. DeAndre Hopkins is an interesting story, right? So DeAndre Hopkins is available. But the problem with DeAndre Hopkins is he would be great with Lamar, not because he's got great speed, because he's exactly what Lamar needs. Someone, you throw the ball anywhere in his area, he's going to catch
reliable safety blanket.
And he can run with it after the catch. He's always covered. He is always covered, but he always catches it. And so, but he wants to raise. He wants more money. And so I think what the Ravens decided was, okay, we can get Beckham. And I think that's why you see the overpayment for Beckham, because they felt like, okay, this is our way to kind of bridge ourselves to Lamar.
D-Hop tweeted yesterday in third person, Hopkins doesn't want a raise. And that means he'll accept the 19.5 he's due to make this year and the 15 he's due to make next year. Both years are not guaranteed. Florio says possible he's looking for a 23 or 24 salaries to be guaranteed. Also possible that he's looking to have the 2024 season torn up to be a free agent down the line. So they got Odell.
Yeah.
And Lamar said, go get me both. Then we can talk.
Yeah. I mean, look, that he wanted that one player. He wanted one of those two guys. He wanted both of them, really. But you do what you can. They're in the position of they're actually kind of having to recruit him in a sense. He obviously wants the money, but they're trying, it seems, to recruit Lamar to stay. This is kind of what you have to do.
You end up acquiring everybody. You let him build the team, then he just signs somewhere else anyway. And he's like, no, I'll go somewhere else. That'd be a quick way to ruin your team. I think it's very dangerous to let somebody build your team who's and somebody who they have not seemed totally committed to. They haven't seemed like gung-ho about signing him. And so, at least on the terms that he wants. So I just think it's interesting that you're not wanting to meet him to this point, X point, based off of the contract demands, but then at the same time, you'd let him dictate your personnel.
Are the Texas Rangers becoming a national story, and how the Dallas Mavericks took a big fat L even though they didn't even play over the weekend? That's next. And a Dallas Stars dark roast for Game 1 tonight. All part of the 6 a.m. club with Sean, RJ, and Bobby next. But look.
offseason segment here brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
And swings and drives one deep into left. Alvarez going back. It's over his head, off the track and off the garage door. Young has scored. Grossman flying around third. He's in as well. It's a 2-run double for Leody Taveras and a 9-1 Texas lead.
Pixie with the call here on your home for Rangers baseball. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being part of the 6 a.m. club. Be part of the Expressway starting at 7:20. We're going to give away Snoop Dogg tickets today and throughout the entire week, and a Dallas Stars dark roast at 6:40. Had to do this hopefully before the boss wakes up. You'll find out why to get you set for Game 1 tonight against Minnesota. Last time that the Rangers won a series in Houston, Ralph, was what year?
I feel like Yu Darvish was a part of that team, so I will say 2016.
2015.
2018.
Okay.
July 2018, the Rangers swept the armpits. Since that series, we had lost 10 straight series in Houston. The Astros 29-5 at home against the Rangers since 2019. 29-5. Martin Perez helped stop that with a solid start on Friday. Then they lost on Saturday. By the way, Bruce Bochy said they don't expect John Gray to miss a start after he had to leave the game, getting hit on the forearm/elbow area. 109 off the right arm of John Gray.
Yeah, that'll hurt. That'll put you out. And
it was the right arm, right? Did he get hit? Right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was right. So he threw a couple of warm-ups and then was like, "Yeah, I'm out. No more of this."
And then last night, you get the Marcus Semien Grand Slam. How did you take this game in? Did you watch Alex Rodriguez or our steakhouse buddies?
I started with the K-Rod cast and was so beaten down by it after really about 4 pitches that before the end of the bottom of the first, I was watching David Cohn and Carl Ravitch.
Why were you beaten down?
It's just in general, the whole... I'll tell you what, I was already annoyed with the Alex Rodriguez demeanor and just the Michael K bit. I didn't like they're got the little chyron or whatever underneath them that says K and A-Rod, and like their names are displayed at all times. It's like, we don't need this with Peyton and Eli. Like Peyton and Eli don't have their
still, right?
They don't have their names displayed the entire broadcast.
Okay, I can't remember.
And so I was already a little annoyed with it. Then when they throw it to the awkward delay between them and Michael Young and what's up, Al? How's it going, Al? Then I was like, okay, I'm out. I'm sorry. And I just had to bail on it. Did they get into Michael Young being the only teammate invited to Alex Rodriguez's wedding?
They got into how they were so close. He said that, I'm trying to look up something on my phone. They said that A-Rod on the team plane, he'd like draw out these baseball scenarios for Michael to quiz him. Like, all right, first and third, ball to the outfield. What do you do? And Michael Young's trying to concentrate and answer the question. And Alex just has chips and cheese all over him. Like A-Rod apparently just devours chips. Mike Fisher. So he was just saying, no, Alex, I was tight with him. And Alex said, I have favorite teammates in every city. And Michael Young was my guy in Texas.
Makes sense. I mean, now Alex was around a lot of young players here.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Michael Young was just breaking in.
He was just breaking in, and it makes sense that he was the only one because like
a lot of young players,
revolving door.
A lot of young players by years 2 and 3. Year 1, they threw a ton of resources at veterans because that was Andres Galarraga, that was Ken Caminiti, Kenny Rogers was here. Man. There were a lot of veterans here with them at first. But you got to remember, A-Rod was young. A-Rod was 25 when he got here, and so. I mean, it was kind of a beat down, and then so I went over to the Carl Ravitch, David Cohn broadcast, and kind of felt like there was zero chance they were going to score any runs on Valdez through about 6 innings because they had like a walk and a hit through the first 6.
He's good.
And so, but you know what? That third time through the order
got him.
Bites you every time.
Yeah, it got him. I do find like in terms of that K-Rod cast, I do think it's easier to watch that than it is the Manning one from the standpoint that I could watch baseball in a different way. Football, you've got to be on every play. And baseball, it's like, you're kind of more chill, laid back. And they're in the same place. Like, I wish Peyton and Eli were in the same place.
The Rays lost their first game of the season to Toronto. The 13-game winning streak tied for second most to start the season in baseball history. And they not only lost one, they lost two. So there is overrated Tampa Bay at 14-2 after they beat Toronto 8-1 yesterday.
I think we can safely say Rangers are better at this point. I mean, they've won 2 out of their last 3. Yeah. Tampa's lost 2 out of their last 3.
Yeah. All you care about is the last 24 hours. So there you go.
You know it, baby.
So that is a recap. The Rangers take 2 of 3 in the armpit with no Seager and no Jacob deGrom starting. And it'll be more Rangers baseball. Let's see which radio show is not going to have to work today. Okay, it looks like it's going to be G-Bag.
Yeah, KNC's out there.
KNC's out there for... Man, they're building up this jersey release. The
City Connect. Every team's doing this. Baseball does this every single year. I think it's they do like they have Players Weekend too, right? You remember that? That's where the players could put their own names, unique names on the back of their jersey for a series. I don't think that's what this is. This is more like what the NBA does with the City Connect jersey.
And DeGrom's going to go tonight, right here on your home for Rangers baseball. Meanwhile, we got to sit back and deal with this former Maverick in the playoffs.
Jumps, fires a 3 at the buzzer. Banker missed, and it's over. The Knicks with the KO in Game 1. Final score in Cleveland, the Knickerbockers 101, the Cavs 97, and the Knicks still went on the road. They lead the best-of-7 series here in Cleveland, Ohio.
NBA playoffs were good, y'all. I'm telling you, check it out. You may want to avoid the New York series because of some Dallas bitterness, but they go into Cleveland and win Game 1. Of course, Bobby sent us the Russell Westbrook antics. Ja Morant and Giannis hurt. Anthony Davis thought that he broke his arm. But we start off with Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks, who obviously have had a fantastic year. And after this game, Michael Wilbon on ESPN had to throw us into the crossfire.
Jalen Brunson's still, after this whole season, underrated. And if you are the Dallas Mavericks front office and you're watching any of this, you have to just feel stupid. I mean, to let that kid go, I mean, he's just entering the prime of his career, just ramping up. It's amazing.
Does Jalen Brunson make players better than Luka Doncic?
Jalen Brunson averaged 28 points per game over the last 3 months of the season.
I'm happy here.
Shot like 53%. He's just... And that one's going to hurt for a long time. That one will hurt worse, I think, than the Nash thing did.
Ooh.
Because the Nash one was one where I think a lot of people felt
I thought you were going to say it's going to hurt worse than Amari.
No, I think it'll hurt worse than the Nash one because the Nash issue was about... First off, you ended up winning a title Nash never did. Like, the Nash issue was he was, 31 when he got that deal? He was older.
Yeah, he was older.
And he played such a, reckless style that a lot of people felt like Dallas was not the only ones who thought his body wasn't going to hold up. A lot of people criticized Phoenix when they signed the deal, and then they switched up when he won MVP back-to-back years, which I know RJ Chapia said were bogus MVPs.
Shaq.
But when you look at...
30. He was 30.
Yeah, and so he was older, and the Mavericks still to this day, and I think Steve Nash has confirmed this, they didn't even get a chance to... He went to Phoenix, got the contract offer, and they said, if you take it back, we're pulling it off the table. So we're not offering you this deal if you take it back to Dallas. And so there were a lot of different factors there that went into play. Nelly, I remember listening to the great Randy Galloway, Chop. And Galloway talking about Don Nelson, talking about it at a summer league game when they found the news, and Nelly looking like, as Galloway said, he's like, it looked like Nelly had his dog shot. He was so sad. And he was depressed. They wanted to keep Nash. It was just there were a lot of different factors there. Brunson, they just flat out screwed it up. And so I think that's one where people are going to be harsher to them over time.
I think that was the first stop or first step in Nelly being like, I'm out.
Absolutely.
Was Nash a better player here than Brunson was while wearing this uniform?
Yes. Not even close. Absolutely.
Yes.
And, and now they both.
That's my excuse to give them for Brunson. I still try not to kill them too much for Brunson. It's easy to look back now. How many people thought he was going to have this year in New York? I did not. I was wrong.
Also remember real quick.
No one thought he was capable of this before Luka got hurt round 1 against Utah? Nobody.
Nobody.
No
that
one.
was his coming out party because it was the first time he was really given an opportunity to lead a team. But remember, when Nash got here, this was already his second stop.
That's was what I was just saying.
Not 4 years in the league. We're talking, 8 years in the league?
Brunson's first 4 years in the league was better than Nash's first 4 years in the league. And so while Nash was better here, it was like year 8 when Nash left here.
Yeah, so Nash's first 4 years, these are his points and assists. 3, 9, 8, 9 in points. Assists 2, 3, 6, 5. He didn't average more than double digits until he was 26 years old and his 5th year in the NBA. When he went to 15, 18, and then 15, and then he bolts for Phoenix. And that first year in Phoenix, man, he only averaged 15 and a half.
I mean, Jalen Brunson's 26 now.
Do you blame them now for Brunson? Do you laugh at them, or do you remember how we were talking?
I'm not going to laugh at them. No, I mean, look, you make the decision based on the information you have at the time of the decision. I only worry about whether the decision was right or not made at the time of the decision.
Yeah,
you can't go back and say, well, he turned into this player. Well, I mean, that's not how it works. You can only worry about evaluating it.
The counter argument would be Jared Sandler would say, why? They couldn't tell with every single practice that he had more in him. They didn't see anything behind the scenes. He'd be like, maybe this guy should get some more playing time.
They had the overlord of Doncic holding him down. Luka was just holding him down the entire time.
Yeah, Luka has made it quite clear he never wanted Brunson here or on the floor.
Carlisle liked him. I mean, we saw it. We kept saying, why they give Jalen Brunson so much, like his first 2 years. Yep. So obviously Rick saw something.
Yes.
Now then,
he felt like that old Derek Fisher, veteran,
and then
presence.
You get Kid in there, and
floor manager,
he's Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, Kid's in there. Well, he's Hooker's, I think, older than Jalen Brunson. You get Kid in there, and it's a new regime, and I thought Kid would love Jalen Brunson. Smart, point guard, tough kid, could play. I guess not. I mean, who knows?
No, Frank Ntilikina's got to get his minutes,
Let's not forget about Frank.
Frankie Smokes. So there you go. New York winning game 1. You entertained? Were you entertained by week 1 of the playoffs or not?
Yeah, I mean, I was entertained by that Clippers-Suns game. I was entertained by the Lakers game. Those were all entertaining. I swear we are going to get a Dylan Brooks blowing in LeBron's ear moment. It, like you can just tell every layup, every shot Dylan Brooks puts up, you see him kind of, sorry, LeBron accidentally bumped into you there. LeBron, by the way, was like, I don't know what was it. There was a stretch yesterday where he was just he was bad.
Dylan Brooks will be out of our lives by the end of the weekend.
Just like Lance Stevenson was.
He will be out of our lives in 6 days, and I can't wait.
Rangers NBA playoffs, and tonight, game 1. Stars, Minnesota. Boss, stay asleep. Keep the radio down.
And remember, Bobby wrote this.
The Dark Roast for Stars Wild next on The Fan. But first, let me talk to you about the
One of the Draft the Fan will be at all 8 DFW Pluckers locations. They have some cool specials and prizes all night long. Come see us Thursday, April 27th.
Headlines at 7, Expressway, commercial free at 7:20, where we are sending you to Snoop Dogg. Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's 105.3 The Fan. Dane Brugler will get you set for the Cowboys draft during the Expressway here. And a playoff stars spelling bee at 8 o'clock. Dark roast to get you ready for Minnesota coming up momentarily.
Which Chop wrote.
I did not write this. This was sent to me blind moments ago. I have not read it.
The Texas Longhorns have their quarterback.
Yes, they do. Whether this is the right decision or not, it's the right decision. Having someone named as early as possible, I think, is the best thing you can do. Just get it. Stop enough with the questions. Let Quinn go. Let him know that he's going to walk into the summer as the quarterback.
Let Quinn cook.
And I see we're going to do this in other places around the country. There's going to be transfer guys coming in. There's going to be 5-star quarterbacks coming in, and a lot of them are going to sit for a year. Like Arch is going to sit. My guy at Tennessee, Nico's going to sit. Not Al Bundy, the other one. So you're going to have guys that are going to these big 5-star recruits that are going to sit for a year, or for as long as it takes until the main guy stumbles. I don't suspect Quinn's going to stumble. I do think that making the decision.
He cut his hair. He shaved his face. He's taking it for real now.
Yeah, he's no more of the mullet. No more hockey hair.
No more Morgan Wallen look.
No more Morgan Wallen look. But I think making the decision early is good.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Quinn was good last. I still think the shoulder hobbled him a lot more than gets discussed. And I think that Quinn
felt like his breakout was robbed for him against Alabama with the
because
injury.
the way he started that game, it looked like he was going to throw for 400 yards against them. And so that one got screwed up. Hey, look, I mean, Alabama's got a history of taking out Texas quarterbacks with injuries, playing dirty, ruining our chances of beating the Crimson Tide. So this is nothing new. But Quinn is a guy who, I mean, everybody's always talked about how advanced he is at the position, and go ahead, let him play this year. Let Arch sit, let Arch develop for a year, figure things out, and then when Quinn jumps off to the NFL, you'll be ready.
Saturday, he was 16 of 23 for 195 and a touchdown. Arch Manning was 5 of 13 for 30 yards. Apparently didn't have much time to throw. Peyton was keeping us updated, saying Arch is not looking good in this spring game.
Yeah,
so
you can shut up there.
Well,
neither one of them looked like the best quarterback in the spring game, though. It was Malik Murphy, who was a former top recruit, that looked the best of them all.
it almost does Sark a favor if Arch starts off a little slow.
Oh, yeah, easy. Absolutely.
So let's just go ahead. All right, you're ready to the spring game. All right, you're the starter.
If Arch was 11 of 13 for 190 and 2 TDs, like he ain't gonna be named today.
No, it's like the old Dak effect. How you kept Romo on the bench with the way you played.
That's right. That's right.
What happened with Netflix yesterday?
I didn't see this.
I wasn't trying to access it because I was doing my job watching sports, but
I haven't been able to access it because my payment lapsed because I had to get a new debit card recently, and I've not updated the debit card on the Netflix account. So Kristen was complaining.
Choppy always he showed us last week. I always get it too. Your Netflix, your Amazon has expired. You have not paid.
Yeah, all these texts, these spam texts.
Yeah.
I never click on because I don't think you're supposed to click on them.
No. But it wasn't that then. You didn't fall for a fake Netflix. Apparently this show Love is Blind took over. I don't even know what it is. I think it's a dating show. And look, I'm into reality garbage, but I think Nick Lachey may host it. But everyone's waiting for this Love is Blind either show or reunion. And Netflix had to issue a statement. But apparently Netflix was out last night, or the Love is Blind show didn't come up. I don't know what happened.
So Netflix just tweeted this about midnight.
I was too busy at 11 p.m. watching the second NBA game of the day.
Yeah, right. Love is Blind, the reunion, will be available globally at noon Pacific. It's weird they would put noon Pacific. Nobody ever says Pacific first.
No.
We don't operate like that in this country.
The power ranking of time zones is East,
Central, Pacific, Mountain.
You think Pacific gets third over?
Mountain is a rumor. Nobody actually lives in Mountain.
Yeah, no
time.
one cares about Mountain.
It's not even a real thing.
Where does Arizona time fit into that?
It's a good question.
Depends on the time of year.
Depends on the time of year.
Well, they're Pacific right now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
During daylight savings time, they're Pacific. But yeah, that's the ranking. But it'll be available noon Pacific on April 17th. Promise.
I don't know what happened. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line is you were not worried about Nick Lachey's dating show. You're trying to do some Yellowstone investigation?
I'm investigating this Yellowstone drama. That's what I'm doing right now. Kevin Costner is John Dutton. He is the patriarch of the dad show Netflix. Or Yellowstone, huh? He's the Bochy, right?
He's not Bochy. No, Bochy is the guy with the mustache.
Well, Bochy is
that guy in it?
He's very John Dutton. He's also a little bit of Lloyd.
Okay.
Who's got Lloyd's
Christmas?
Lloyd's got the handlebar mustache as well.
Costner's name is what?
John Dutton.
Okay, that's not Bochy.
All right, Bochy's Lloyd then.
The guy with the white hair,
the old
mustache,
guy with the handlebar mustache,
classic voice.
Yeah.
You're
thinking of Sam Elliott, who's that?
Yes,
he's in,
that's it.
He's in 1883, which is a spinoff of Yellowstone.
Oh, sorry.
Which I thought moved a little bit too slow for
Way to
my
go,
liking.
Sean.
Good beer. Or is that 1918? What was it?
805. I think 805. It's an area code in California. We're all over the map here. So I got to investigate this because back in February, I had heard these rumors that they are considering just ending the show without Costner, or just ending it in general, or killing him off. And now reports are coming out that like Taylor Sheridan, who lives here in Texas, who is the creator of the show, the writer of the show, is creating season 5, the end of season 5, I guess, because they did like a half season, and we don't know if he's writing out Kevin Costner or not. So I'm going to go today. I'm going to go into a deep rabbit hole and figure out exactly why. A rumor has it that Costner wants to shoot all of his scenes in 1 week. Wow. Like, that's the rumor, right? He wants to shoot it all in 1 week. And like, bro, we can't do that.
Man, he's not a good enough actor to demand that. He's very mid.
He rebounded after Waterworld.
He did. He rebounded nicely.
Well, people try to say that was the worst movie of all time.
Pretty bad.
And then he was draft day.
Yes, he was.
I still haven't seen that. I need to see that with the NFL draft coming up here on the Fan to get my mindset correct.
I just always think whenever I think of Costner, I think of the opening scene that he's in JFK, where they come in and he Ranch Wilder from Angels in the Outfield comes in and goes, the president's been shot. And then Kevin Costner goes, oh, no. And it's like, what kind of delivery is that?
He didn't have a worse fall than Mel Gibson, though.
No, but Mel Gibson was
there were other reasons for that.
Other reasons, not acting.
Him and Kramer.
Or Kramer.
Yeah.
There's no. I don't think there's any issues with Costner on that front. But remember, just Vontae Matt, no matter what.
How's the show been?
The show's terrific. I love the show. Is it as good as it was maybe in season 1 or 2 or 3? They've gone more mainstream, where they'll have like in season 1, there was none of this. But as the season's gone on, they'll bring on cameos like. What's that girl, the country singer with the
Lainey Wilson?
Lainey. She was in this season, and like her career took off, and it's already taken up, but she was in this season. So they have like cameos now that they never had in the beginning. They would do a lot of rodeo stuff as well, like in season 2 or 3, and I was like, okay, that's cool, but let's get back to the story here. I want to see more people go to the train station.
What's another show? If Costner were to get written off, what's another like major show that pushed somebody off like that?
Because
you think about The Office and stuff. That's like Michael Scott. That's Steve Carell wanted to go.
Yeah.
The end.
I stopped after that.
Fresh Prince.
Oh, Aunt Viv.
Yeah.
That was a pretty big one.
And they apparently nobody liked her, and they kicked her off. But it's not often that this happens. But he is perfect for that role. Like, there's nobody you could get. I mean, he is so perfect for that role.
Weren't you talking about a possible replacement?
Well, they're talking about, so McConaughey is
Charlie Sheen, 2.5 Men.
2.5 Men, Charlie Sheen.
Yeah.
So they're talking about
never the same.
McConaughey doing some kind of Yellowstone family type show, but they don't know if it's, again, everything's so tight-lipped. They don't know if McConaughey's going to do it on his own with the Yellowstone family or what, or is he just going to take over Costner's role?
Stars, Wild, tonight, game 1. Bobby Belt is going to be there. 8:30 puck drop at the AAC. Stars are minus 140 to win this evening, and we get you set for round 1 of the playoffs with a Dallas Stars, Minnesota Wild dark roast.
Is there a barista here? Because this roast just got dark.
Little red Corvette, baby.
Yes.
2-drink minimum you have to buy in order to come in here for this improv performance.
Yeah, this is definitely. Put your phones away, please.
Yeah.
We're not videotaping this one. Okay.
Can't believe you wrote this.
I did not write this, Bobby. You did. Jeez, stop here trying to get me in trouble.
Turn off the radio, Spittle. Purdy, please, you too. Congrats on the lifetime achievement.
Oh, the Minnesota Wild come to the AAC tonight for their first game of their playoff series against your Dallas Stars. Hey, all right. Applause. A lot of Wild fans understandably nervous about this one, as their hockey teams haven't always come home when they go to Dallas. Oh, that's a movie joke. The North Stars, their move to Dallas left Minnesota fans with hearts as broken as Jaden McDaniel's hands. Oh, my God, the Timberwolves player who punched a wall. But for being a historically pathetic professional sports state known for routinely choking, there are some pretty notable people from Minnesota.
There are.
Bob Dylan's from there. His gravelly, off-key, alcoholic vocalizations perfectly represent this dreary Southern Canada hellhole. I always think it is on loan. Like, Minnesota's just
It's basically Canada.
We're just renting it. We're just leasing Minnesota. I think 50% of Canada's population lives south of Minnesota.
Really?
I think geographically they do.
Really?
Yeah, it's wild, right? The Minnesota Wild. See that?
I got you.
All right, let's see. Minnesota's a pretty boring state. In fact, the only time things get wild in Minnesota is when Prince's doctor gives him a bad match. Bobby, no.
Wow, no.
I'm not reading that.
Cause of death.
No.
Dang it.
No. You think you can catch me on that
I
one?
did.
Good self-edit.
I can't believe you wrote that, Sean.
They call themselves a land of 10,000 lakes. Nothing says a good time like, hey, look how little of our land is actually land. Water isn't the flex you think it is when it doesn't come with a beach. It's just as frozen as Ted Williams' head or Walt Disney's. No.
Speaking of Mel Gibson.
Did Walt Disney's head get frozen too?
Yeah, Walt
frozen?
Disney wanted to get frozen and thawed out.
Okay.
Did he ever get thawed out?
No, the results of World War II were never reversed.
What?
I like that you didn't go full fake laugh there. You tried to start with a fake laugh, and then you're like, I don't get it.
I don't get it.
Anti-Semite. Old Walt Disney.
Walt Disney was?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I didn't know that. You have no idea. Speaking of Land O'Lakes, do you remember the Land O'Lakes butter? They decided to change its Native American logo a few years ago. There's no joke or anything for that. Just a reminder that Minnesota companies are as soft as anything that cartoon butter made never churned.
Margarine comedy.
It's also unseasonably and unreasonably cold in Minnesota. It's the middle of April, for God's sake, and it's still 30 degrees. The only thing chillier than that in St. Paul is Brian Broaddus' relationship with Mike Fisher. Item. Fun fact about Minnesota, it's very liberal. Oh, politics, Bobby, very good.
It's just a fact.
Yeah, they are fans of Trump up there. I can assure you that. I guess the state that elected Jesse Ventura and Stuart Smalley thought Home Alone 2 was just a step too far. Did they really? They wrote him out. They wrote him out of the show, right? Is that what they did?
Who?
They don't air it in Minnesota. They don't air the Trump part of Home Alone 2.
They're very scared of it.
Really?
I've seen, I've heard
TV
that.
edits.
TV edits. They edit them out. It's funny, though, the most popular party in the state of Minnesota is not the Democratic Party. It's the Democratic Farmer Labor Party is the most popular one.
DFL.
True story. Now, in reality, that basically means Democrat and just calling yourself something else to pretend you're different. Sort of like someone claiming they're on a sports station and then talking about sports for 12 hours and whining about opening day coverage. All right. Stars are Wild face off at 8:30 tonight.
There it is, the dark roast.
This
here
is not the script you sent, Chop. You edited out 5 things.
On Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Find out how you can watch the Rangers and chill with the KMC Masterpiece today, a recap of the NBA playoffs, and we're going to send you to Snoop Dogg, headlines, and the Expressway next. But first, oh man, I got a brand new partner I'm excited to tell you about. We're going to talk about
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Inbounds pass to Curry. He turns, he wheels, he fires, he misses. Barnes with a rebound, and Sacramento has won game number 1. After 17 years without a playoff experience, they have risen to the occasion.
Best atmosphere in the NBA playoffs, probably the best matchup in round 1, Kings Radio, and that was the call of Sacramento's first playoff win in 16 years as they beat the Golden State Warriors. Good morning, Metroplex. Headlines here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Hopefully you had a fantastic weekend. Thanks for being a Tolo. And in order for us to really thank you, we're going to hook you up with Snoop Dogg tickets during the Expressway today and throughout the entire week, starting at 7:20 on 105.3 The Fan. So Kings over Warriors. Jalen Brunson and the Knicks got their first win. Russell Westbrook with the best 3 of 19 performance you'll ever see.
Oh, it really was.
You had injuries to Giannis, Anthony Davis, and Ja Morant as the Lakers go into Memphis and take game 1.
America's team!
With Austin Reeves, undrafted, mic'd up.
Can we retire him?
I'm trying to think who it was. I think it was Mark Jackson who goes, with LeBron James and Anthony Davis on the floor, Austin Reeves is screaming, I am him. I'm him. Gave me some Dallas Mavericks hope. I was like, man, if the Mavs could just find, an Austin Reeves type, undrafted.
Or yeah, maybe like a guy at a second-round pick, maybe from a school with good pedigree like Villanova. Maybe one day you can hope they find somebody like that.
Lakers get huge bench contributions as Ja Morant hurts his hand/wrist. He's probably out for game 2. And now the Lakers, man, they are in a golden position.
We are going to be rid. We are going to be rid of the most hated sports team on the planet. The team that has gotten credit for doing absolutely nothing in their unstoried history, the Memphis Grizzlies. Thank God we are going to get rid of this team. And look, that was Austin Reeves, OU, shout out. He was never nobody saw this.
Do you remember him there?
Sure. He was a good player, but nobody saw this. Nobody saw this in the NBA.
Or what Rui Hachimura was doing yesterday. My gosh,
yeah.
The Hachimura and Reeves combined, those two.
I was like, is that the role player who killed the Mavericks at the AAC? And I was like, no, that was Vanderbilt. They had Vanderbilt grabbing
Shout out to your godson.
Oh, yes. We'll get to that in best and worst of the weekend. Screw you, Texas Tech. I'm out. I'm getting ready to sharpen the knife.
Guns down, huh?
Guns down, huh?
They didn't even make a call to him, did they?
Yeah, we'll get to that a little bit later on. Sonny Dykes, not pleased with you either, Coach. Come on now.
Damn.
Meanwhile, the other LA team, without Paul George, finally give KD and the Suns their first loss.
Man gets behind the defense, and Man will slam it down with 2. The exclamation point from Terrence Mann, and the Clippers are going to win game 1. 115-110. LA comes into Phoenix and stuns the Suns here in game 1.
Man, you had a portion of this game where KD and Kawhi were going at each other, and it was like, this is what it's supposed to be. I hate when pick and rolls get guys switched off. I'm like, just go ahead and guard each other straight up. But Kawhi Leonard was the best player on the floor last night as he scores 38. And the Clippers win game 1 in Phoenix. They were 8-0 previously since KD joined them.
And look, you mentioned Russ had the best 3 of 19 game in history. That defensive play he made, the block and then the save off Booker's leg, if that was in the NBA Finals, that is one of the all-time great plays you will ever see.
Yeah.
You will continue to see that, like LeBron, like the Havlicek steals the ball or whatever the hell it was.
That was it. Havlicek stealing the ball.
It would be like that. That was a amazing play. And by the way, does Noah not sound just like his old man?
Who?
Noah Eagle, the clip he played.
Let me hear it again.
The clip. Just tell me this isn't Ian. It doesn't sound just like Ian Eagle.
Man gets behind the defense, and Man will slam it down with 2. The exclamation point from Terrence Mann.
Yep. Little broadcasting insight right there. So the Clippers win game 1.
It's because they didn't have Pleasure P to throw things off for him, ruin it.
What is this Westbrook clip at halftime?
So Westbrook, this is funny. This was just some guy started randomly tweeting it in response to anything about Westbrook, like big posts about Westbrook. And when people were like, what is this clip? And he's like, it's halftime. Them coming out for halftime. And Westbrook just started trying to fight some Suns fan in like this lobby area in the suites.
Watch him out. Take it like a man. Watch him out. Watch him out. Straight like that. Watch him out. Talk about it. Be about it. Westbrook. Woo.
Talk about it. Be about it, Westbrook.
Don't talk about it. Be about it has not been said since 1996.
Be a man.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
Yeah, that's been a while.
Westbrook is a lunatic.
Westbrook is, look, that dude is so easily triggered by anything anybody says around him. And
Westbrook, he wants to fight.
Well, that's the thing. Do we know he actually wants to fight? He doesn't ever seem to actually want to fight. He just wants to. Westbrook is the king of hold me back, I feel like.
Yeah. I mean, look, but I want to see. Obviously, I want to know exactly what happened, and I'm sure we'll find out exactly what happened. But
I'll find out.
Some of these fans just get like a little comfortable.
Yep. And they were still comfortable with him in there.
Uh-huh.
Still talking smack.
There's some 10-year-old kid sitting right in front of Westbrook too, just like eating meat the way I would imagine Choppy ate it as a 10-year-old. He's not even using a fork. He's got steak that he's biting off of his plate. I'm
not a wedding photographer.
Meanwhile, the Texas Rangers are a national headline. Rangers slam Astros in Houston.
0-2, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ball, hit in the air to left field. That one's back. Alvarez turns, looks, out of here! A grand slam for Marcus Semien. And the Rangers have opened this one up. Houston, we have liftoff. And the Rangers lead 6-0.
Oh, Jared. Houston, we have liftoff. Come on, buddy.
Oh, man.
What about, at least it wasn't we have a problem.
Houston, you have a problem.
Well, that's the headline ESPN went with today was Houston, we have a problem. But, yeah, beat them like trash cans.
He should have said, did you bet on that, Mac? Just Mac?
Bet on that. I didn't hear no trash can on that one.
Like a more recent reference. So the Rangers are in first place in the AL West. Marcus Semien, some notes from the Sandman. Grand Slam was the 7th of his career. That's tied for 5th most in baseball since 2013. Wow. His Minute Maid Park hitting streak extended to 16 games. That's the longest active Minute Maid hitting streak in Major League Baseball. Nathaniel Lowe extended his hitting streak to 11 games. Grossman snapped a hitless streak yesterday. And Andrew Heaney, Bobby, has allowed one unearned run over his last 2 outings with the national start last night on Sunday Night Baseball.
I'll take it. Look, I think that would be a day that the advanced analytics people would say Heaney was not as good as his final stat line said he was. He got hit for a couple hard balls. He didn't have a lot of strikeouts, but he got the job done. And one of the things that I think is really important to mention when we're talking about the Rangers and how they're performing is how Josh Young keeps stepping up. 2 more hits yesterday. His defense has been so good. I know that was something that Conan Ravitch talked about yesterday, was just what a vacuum he's been at third base. But, man, if they can get Josh Young to be the player that they've always thought he could be, like if he can stay healthy and perform at that level, that's going to be a huge boost to this team.
Jalen Carter is going to attend the NFL draft, despite some concern that he drops on Thursday night with the draft coverage right here on 105.3 The Fan. So maybe some team is told he and his agent, you're going to be a top 10 pick after people said he is the best talent amongst all the college football players. And the Commander sale is not final.
No, it's not. There is a $7 billion. So
such a weasel.
What?
Snyder.
Oh, I thought you said Sandler. I was like, did he text us?
I think Peter King was talking about this in his column or over the weekend. He said something about he is going to delay the sale of this for as long as he possibly because he has no friends. He has no friends in his real life. Like the only friends he has, he's got all this money and nobody to spend it on. He has literally nothing in his life. This is all he has. So he's going to delay the sale of this.
Poor
as long
Scrooge
as he possibly
McDuck.
He's a big red wine guy, though.
Is he?
Sure,
How do you know that?
On that?
How do you know that?
Yeah,
Did you share a few drinks with him?
Yeah.
Do you guys use the same sommelier? Soulmanier or whatever it is.
No.
Was he there at your commencement?
Yeah, you're testing him. You're gonna.
Sean's about to kill me.
He's got a bomb he can drop.
Does he?
Which one? The picture or the story?
The story.
Yeah.
Both.
Oh, the story.
Both.
That's not a bomb.
But-
That's more a bang.
Back to the back to the Commanders. So Josh Harris is the owner of the Sixers and the Devils, who has this $6 billion bid that apparently was accepted, but it's not finalized. Well, now there's a $7 billion bid. So like they didn't.
We're not going 6.3.
Yeah, what happened to negotiating the 6.25?
Yeah.
But he just goes right from 6 to 7.
There was a report that the other owners were disappointed that they went for 6.
Right.
The other owners, their value
is thought that, look, the Commanders are a charter franchise of this league. They are a mega franchise for this league.
They're like the 5th or 6th most valuable still, based off of Forbes valuation.
Giants, Cowboys,
probably
Patriots, Rams.
So they've got a great market. They've got a big fan base. They're a legendary franchise. And they went from 6 to 6. So I think what happened is somebody saw this and they're like, "Ooh, you can get this team for $6 billion, really? I've got that money. Let me throw 7 out there." And now you might have a bidding war, and that'd be good. But it's a $7 billion bid, and they've received it and the financials. And Bank of America is the one that's doing the vetting of this, and they're taking the offers. And now they're going to see where he's getting this cash from. See if he actually has this Brian Davis character.
All right, and then the Dallas Stars tonight. Bobby will be there in a suite, so don't even try bothering coming and having a drink with him or taking
Not
pictures.
true.
Not with you. He's going to be like Pat Mahomes' wife sitting in the suite, spraying champagne on you lowly Stars fans.
Tweet me that you're there. I'll come out. I'll have a beer with you. Or I'll buy you a beer. I won't be drinking beer.
8:30, Stars Wild, and we'll get you set for a little Stars spelling bee at 8 this morning on the Fan.
You think Holland's going to be there?
I don't know.
I'll actually take a shot with him.
You've taken 2 shots at me so far in headlines.
It's Monday. I haven't gotten it refilled, Sean.
Best and worst of the weekend. He's making fun of me because of a little Hall of Fame news here on the morning show. RJ finally beats Uncle Sam while destroying Peyton's hometown. Who had the best and worst weekend? Hit us up, y'all. 877-881-1053. Best and worst of the weekend. Dane Brugler on the Cowboys draft. And a brand new giveaway. Snoop Dogg tickets. Next.
But let's get you over to...
Expressway every day, commercial free, 7:20 to 8 o'clock here on 105.3 The Fan with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Our giveaway this week to thank you for being a Tolo, Snoop Dogg tickets. So you're going to win those at 877-881-1053. When you hear PayPay, give you the cue to call. Snoop Dogg ticket giveaway here on DFW Sports Station. Best and worst of the weekend. Let us know what y'all did. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. The truckwreck.com text line. I'll start off as I tried to be poor this weekend. That's the new strategy.
So no Nick and Sam's.
No Nick and Sam.
The new strategy is to be poor.
Yes.
Okay, let's hear this one.
I got there too with my Stars tickets.
What's that?
I got there too being poor with my Stars tickets.
Yeah. I'm like, look, we need to afford this next house that we're getting. So I was like, we need to see if we can, because we calculated what I probably spend on Uber, Lyft, babysitting.
Hell, you're going to start drunk driving a lot, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I learned my lesson. If only the rest of you morons would learn like me. I guess you need a DUI like I got 15 years ago to learn your lesson.
Didn't you do the thing?
That's a weird superiority complex.
Drive through your thumbs.
Huh?
Just drive. Put your hands on the whip. Just drive through your thumbs.
Stop telling people.
Isn't that what you're supposed to do?
Stop telling people.
Hey, save
really
that for
smart.
Thursday. Save that for Thursday.
Stop. Don't drink and drive. Stop. So I was like, staying in. All right. Love time at home. Learned that during the pandemic. So I cooked a good amount. And the reason Bobby's making fun of me throughout the whole show is because yesterday I was inducted into my high school's Hall of Fame for my tennis career.
Yes.
That is well done.
I video recorded a message. I was not going to go back home after my commencement speech. I flew home. They asked me to
By the way,
speak.
Sean's commencement speech was either 2 years ago or in 2013. We don't know which one it is.
This is really bad. Bobby said I should be terrified. So my high school years ago, I thought it was like 3 years ago, asked me to go and be the speaker for graduation.
That's 10.
And Bobby's like sending me pictures of it and making fun of me and pulling quotes. And he's like, wow, this is from...
They were good quotes. I didn't make fun of you.
This is from 2013. I was like, it wasn't from 2013, Bobby. It was like 3 or 4 years ago. 2013, I was like basically just starting here. And I guess it ended up Bobby was right. And he thinks, see, this is a perfect Bobby problem because he thinks like I should go get evaluated, that my mind messed up 2 years versus 10 years.
No, I would be, not that you need to get evaluated. It would terrify me if my sense of time was that bad because it's like, oh my gosh, then however many, you're like 40? So no, average life expectancy is like 78. So if you're only going to get a third of that, that means these next 38 years are going to feel like 10. Yeah. And that would be terrifying if you told me I only had 10 years left.
A lot of people like that. Like if you say someone like, oh, that was like 10, 15 years ago, you think like 9/11 was like 22 years ago. It's like, oh, it's like 10 years ago.
Yeah. So I went home for the commencement speech. Basically, the principal told me my speech was too long. I cursed in it, and I told the kids not to go to college. So it did not go over well. And so
they wrote a whole article about it.
Yeah, they did.
And they were good. Now I got a question about your video. Your message here. So Ryan, if you can get on the fan cam, here's Sean's video.
Yeah.
Who is this gentleman who looks like he just wants your 3-minute video to be over as quick as possible?
I know. So yesterday was the Hall of Fame ceremony, and they're like, well, you're not going to come home, so can you video record a message? So I video recorded a message, sent it. My parents went in place of me, so thank you, Mom and Dad. And I got put into the High School Hall of Fame. Good. We're done with that. I was waiting for your insult.
I clapped already.
It's very nice.
No, look, it's genuinely a great achievement.
Yeah.
And it's something that's good. Congratulations.
I want to say congratulations. My godson made his commitment to the Vanderbilt Commodores.
Oh man, I absolutely will hate him now.
SEC football.
SEC. I would root for him in a bowl game if they ever make it.
Yeah. So what do I have to get now in order to watch him? Do I have to buy some package?
They'll be on SEC Network.
Yeah, they're almost always on. If they were
SEC Network is free.
You should have it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's whatever your cable package is.
It's 6 something.
ESPN Plus has always been really good. ESPN Plus, you can basically stream any college football game pretty much.
Okay. And So he's going into his senior year. I was like, can you still bail? Like, what if you get some Texas offers?
He'll probably early enroll.
He get some NIL.
Wait, so he's committed. So his signing day is not till December.
Yes.
So his senior year is going to be next year. So he's a junior now.
He's a junior now.
So yeah, December is signing day, December 15th or something like that, 14th.
I think
I feel like I've let him down though. You know, I thought I could get a call from Joey McGuire at Tech. I thought Sonny Dykes would at least look at the tape at TCU, but I let him down as his godfather.
Did you even try getting Sonny and Joey the Nick and Sam's hookup? Because it got McMahon to call us back. And so if you would have tried that, then that would have worked. Now
I'm not going to.
When you've shared stuff before, I think they've listed him at like 3 different positions. So what's he supposed to be playing?
Receiver.
So he's going to be a receiver at college, not quarterback or whatever he's done as well?
Not quarterback. He's playing quarterback because his dad's is, selfish head coach, wants to win. I said, just keep playing a receiver. Get the tape out there.
Nepotism.
So receiver, maybe tight end because he's like 6'4". He's a monster.
Yeah.
But not quarterback. So he's supposedly going to play for Vanderbilt. I said, all you got to do is put up 2 or 3 games. Dane Brugger's about to tell us about the draft. Put up 2 or 3 games against, and forget about y'all's record.
Yeah.
Go out there and get yours and get drafted.
That's it.
2 or 3 games against a top corner, baby.
Have just when you go play Alabama, just have a selfish game.
Yeah. You'll lose 63-7, but you make sure you were that 7.
Yeah.
You scored that touchdown.
Exactly. And then the only time I went out during the weekend, I took Ollie to Mario Kart.
Oh.
At your local AMC. And
it's called the Super Mario Brothers movie, not Mario.
Oh, yeah,
Kart.
Mario. Well, you know what? I'm glad I made that mistake. First off, the movie I thought was fantastic.
It was good.
The brilliance,
what I was awake for.
The brilliance of it is it gets young kids who have no idea about Mario and us, the old fogies. Because you're sitting there going, oh, yeah, that music, that theme is familiar. Oh, get the star. Oh, you're reliving Mario Kart. You're reliving Super Mario, all the bad guys, all the characters. So you get the old fogies like me, and then you get the new kids who are trying to figure out what this is all about. I thought it was really, really good.
Now, how did you feel? Because there were a lot of people that were critical when they saw the trailer of Chris Pratt's voice, that he didn't do Mario voice. How did you feel about the decision?
Hey, it's a Mario. It's a me. It's a Mario.
He didn't do that. How did you feel
Mario.
about the decision to make it out like it's a me Mario is just a like commercial character that they play?
They would have had to have an Italian. You can't have anybody.
Well, that's a joke. Is that the joke is that they're trying to be plumbers, and so for their plumbing ads, they really lean into the Italian bit. So they go, "It's a me" in their commercials, but then in reality, they just talk normal.
I didn't even notice it, so I can't comment.
Well, I mean, that was like the whole there was a discussion about it in the first 5 minutes of the movie. That's why I thought you would have.
I went and stood in line. It was like a 20-minute popcorn line. I went in.
You don't have the fast pass thing?
No, man. I don't go to the movies once a year.
But you're invested in them. You get a membership thing. They have a separate line for you where you don't wait in line. You just walk right up to the snack counter.
Wow. Well, I don't care for that. Everybody should wait in line.
Kristen invested in it.
I thought it was everyone should wait in line. You are Mr. Anti-line.
I know. So I just bring stuff in. My own stuff.
Oh, with your flask.
Wow, he's the one killing AMC. It's him. you know the majority. You know the majority of movie theater revenue is not like they barely see anything off of ticket sales.
Oh yeah, it's all food.
So
I thought it was really good.
You're trying to kill Sean's 401k.
I thought it was really good.
Good,
really good movie. So that was my weekend with Hall of Fame and Super Mario and a little bit of cooking. Let's go on over to you destroying Peyton's hometown. Or do you want to celebrate your beating Uncle Sam first?
You know what? Let's do a win for single dads out there. Okay, we lose often. Very rarely do we catch a win in the post-divorce world. But I got mine. Okay, I got mine this weekend, boys and girls. Since my divorce, which was like, I don't know, 7 or so years ago, 6 years ago, 5, who knows?
According to me, it was last month.
According to you, it was last month. I have owed money on my taxes every single year. Sometimes it was $6,000, sometimes $2,000. Last year was like $800. I was creeping back. Well, finally, I stuck it to the man this year. Stuck it. And I got a call. Now, this is on the heels of somebody stealing my identity about a month and a half ago.
That's right. Maybe that thief knows how to file better than you.
Maybe that thief files better than I do. But I was told, hey, someone already filed a tax return in your name. Okay, bet. Let's go. You want some of this smoke? I'll give you some of this smoke. And my accountant calls me yesterday. boy, nothing quite like getting it in under the last minute. And he said, hey, I got good news. I'm like, what? He goes, you're going to get money back. I'm like, really? Well, shoot, yeah, Gavin Dawson. And he sent me a text of how much. And I was like, yeah. It had a comma in it. It had a comma. That's what I was looking for. That was the goal. It had a comma.
Let me hold $1. Come on, buddy.
I'll give you $1.
Just rich now.
I got $1 in my
yeah,
pocket.
you can just make it rain on
There
people
we go,
now.
baby. I was make this. I got 10.
That's Mexico money right there.
Look at that
Mexico
charity.
money. I got money on my taxes back.
Now, do you actually get the money back, or is that just going to be applied to your previous balance with the IRS?
I don't know.
Do you know why you got the money back? Like why this year was different? Really?
So yeah, I did.
Because my dad is cheating me as we speak. Like we got in a fight yesterday.
Oh really?
Yeah, I'm like I let him borrow a significant amount of money, and I was like, well, I'm factoring in I'm going to get my tax return, which has been a lot over the past 2 years, and I figured since I had Oliver dependents, and he's like, well, I don't know if you're going to get it, and I was like, can you explain to me? We're in like a family limited partnership.
Yeah.
So I think I'm benefiting down the line, but I don't know year to year what determines whether I'm getting my money or not. And I think he's cheating me.
Yeah, so
my own blood.
I helped out a guy do like camera work one day, and I made
all your little side hustles we've discovered in the last 6 months.
Derek Collin of AC HVAC camera work.
Yeah, this is like the fourth job you've told us you do on the side.
Yeah, so like I did like a little bit of it, a little bit of camera work, right? And
what does that mean?
Like I literally like helped him. I videoed something for him.
Was this filmed on a bus or a couch?
This is not filmed. Well done. I helped him set up, and I helped him film him. I voiced something for him, and he gave me like a $10.99 or something.
Yeah,
like a $10.99. And then I had a few expenses that I was able to write off.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I thought that normally screws people when they get 1099s. I feel like they got owing more.
It screws you. You have to claim the money, right? You claim the money. But if you have enough deductions, that you can really kind of take advantage of.
I owe so much this year. Chris Beam over at the Cowboys, he was talking to me. He's like, dude, his wife, I guess, is a CPA or something. He's like, you are missing out on so many tax deductions, dude, that you need to start. Because I've always just done the general deduction. He's like, you've got to start itemizing.
It's amazing how detailed you are about work and what we do, and how lazy you are about everything else.
Because all my energy goes to that. If I start devoting it to tax deductions, I'm going to start sending awful prep.
You have 3 jobs, right? You have 3 jobs?
Technically. Well, I mean, yeah, 3.
Okay, so you have a main job. That's your W-2. And everything else after that is, like, it could be falling under a 1099.
I get W-2s for all 3.
All right, you need to find one to get you a 1099 because that's going to give you a license to write off everything. And you also need to get a house. Yeah. If you get a house, so the standard deduction was raised to like $12,000, so everybody gets like $12,000 standard deduction. But if you have a house and then you keep all your receipts, you have expenses. So like I do a podcast for BetQL, my computer was a write-off.
Just waiting for that bubble to burst.
Yeah, so like you have everything that you could do once you get that 1099 because you're making money off it. It's a job. You're making money off it. It's a business. You're an LLC. So I have that LLC, and that's I can. Deduct a lot of my expenses.
817 owed $33,000 this year.
Yikes! What? Yeah. Best and worst of the weekend. Hit us up 877-881-1053 truckwreck.com text line. And then why are you torturing poor Peyton Russell based upon where he lives?
Yeah, come on, man.
Because I was thinking about moving out here. Then I remember
I never would have gone to your
listen to RJ.
Then I remember Troy lived there, and I was like, no. Yeah. I'll maybe go to Heath, not Rockwall.
It's a producer thing,
It's a producer.
Listen. I'm sorry. Rockwall sucks, man.
Whoa!
All right, it sucks.
Tolos.
First of all.
Disagree. Shout out Rockwall Ford.
First of all. It's an hour and 10 minutes to get there for me, from where I live.
Did you drive slow?
I was doing literally 95.
Yeah, that's a Friday and Saturday night for Peyton, that drive.
I know. And then the traffic when you get there. My gosh, we were trying to go to a Torchy's between baseball games.
We got to drive through all the rallies.
You had to drive. I mean, there's
all the boat fires are set in December.
There's this one road, this one turn, the U-turn under the highway, and it's just backed up. Everyone's trying to get over to the side. It's like, guys, just get on the highway and just make a U-turn, and then just go down an extra street and come back around. And we turn into the Costco parking lot, shifted away through the Christian Brothers Automotive store. Finding our way down there. Oh, awful.
But didn't the water and the lake some tranquility, and
Ray Hubbard looked gorgeous. What's that? Gorgeous. But once you get over that bridge, man,
no.
You're just not built different, RJ. You're not built like us.
I know. I'm a Fort Worth kid, man.
But home of the young Tolos.
Yes. Played the Texas Alpha baseball team. All Tolos.
Their name is the Alphas?
Texas Alpha.
The Texas
So y'all
Betas.
are the Texas Betas?
They made us.
That's a great name.
They did make us their bees. They used to be. I'll tell you that. They kicked our tail. They're a good team, man. They were a good team. A lot of Tolo. Little Spencer, little Tolo.
He said, "What's up?"
Yep.
All right.
Did he just recognize your voice, or how did he know about you?
So I think my kid. Yeah. So my kid has his name on the back of the jersey, like that jersey they wore that day. And then he recognized it, and like between games, his dad like brought him over and wanted to say hi.
Oh, that's
Cool
so
little
nice. I didn't do anything great this weekend. I was watching Children because the wife was ill. So that actually sucked because it ruined her birthday. Her birthday was Saturday, and
I was like, I thought we were doing something.
She was sick, and so she was down and out. That's why she's not going to end up going to the hockey game tonight. I'm going to end up taking a buddy. So
all I wrote down for you was Barry.
Barry, baby, Barry is back on HBO.
Is Barry the cartoon?
No, Barry is the Bill Hader series where he plays a hitman. And this is the fourth and final season. The first two seasons were two of the best seasons in the history of television, I think. And then the third season got a little weird. So I wasn't sure how season 4 was going to play out. 2 episodes in, they debuted the first 2 episodes this weekend. And I don't know. This is going to have to turn around. It's maintaining its weirdness from year 3. But it is, if you can get a hold of Barry, if you have not watched that yet, the first 2 series are fantastic. NoHo Hank, the best character on television for my money. And so lots of Barry. Barry was something that I fit in. Played a lot of MLB The Show because, again, I was just sitting there watching Children's all weekend. And now I'm just waiting for wife to get healthy so I can go back to living my life and my dreams.
The
and
new,
then she
the new
can
season, the Jazz Chisholm?
No. This is the 22. I haven't gotten the 23 yet. I think so. I get the download copy, so I never see the thing there.
Pepe, what Korean barbecue spot did you frequent?
No hibachi this weekend, guys.
There?
No, we did not. Well, since we lost all of our money at Choctaw the weekend before, we decided to save some money this weekend.
You stayed in?
We stayed in, but I am now part of the U of H Phi Slamma Jamma. I saw the 30 for 30.
Oh, there we go. Cultured. This is perfect. That is awesome.
It was How Young is Peyton Russell, and he had no idea what T-shirt Bobby was wearing. Phi Slamma Jamma. So you decided to watch it. What'd you think?
Oh, I loved it. Really loved it. Yeah. I mean, poor guy Benny Anders. I mean, that's tough. What he was a fingertip away, and now he's wherever he is now. They couldn't find him. I was surprised that it took so long to find him. Thought he was in hiding and stuff, but then they found him, and it was great.
You have a new respect for Hakeem and that whole group?
No, not really. But.
So every weekend we need to give him a sports doc to educate himself on.
We could do that.
Next, I guess the Showtime Lakers.
Lakers be good.
Yeah. Celtics versus Lakers, I think, is a 30 for 30.
It is.
Did you ever?
The HBO Lakers show is amazing.
I was gonna say, did you ever watch the HBO Showtime?
Probably not.
That came out like 2 years ago.
Did you watch the Runnin' Rebels documentary?
Ooh, no.
The UNLV.
I saw the I Hate Christian Laettner. I've seen that. I've seen that.
Good.
Okay.
Good.
I mean, most of the 30.
How about the Best That Never Was, the SMU one?
No, I don't think.
That's.
Oh yeah, the Best That Never Was is the
Pony
Running
Express,
and then the
That's
Pony Express.
Pony Express.
They're
the
both
SMU.
amazing.
Yeah, they are. They're really
Did you
good.
watch The Last Dance?
No.
Oh my gosh, Peyton.
Because that was multiple episodes, and
you were an adult when that came. That came out during COVID because we weren't allowed to go anywhere. What else were you doing at that time?
I was watching Fauci.
Did you watch Tiger King?
You hear Ryan in the back.
I saw the Tiger Dog.
You saw the Tiger King?
Hit the giveaway. Hit the giveaway, Fauci.
All right, here, Ryan.
Follows right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Snoop Dogg when he performs along with Wiz Khalifa, Too Short, Warren G, and much more at Dos Equis Pavilion on August 20th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Ryan scared me driving in this morning because he got a new car.
Whoa! What happened to the box?
I was used to seeing that.
He's had a new car.
He has?
Yeah, for a little bit now.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
What happened?
I don't know. I just thought, I was like, where's the box?
Is he the one that drives like a maniac?
Maniac! You want to see someone flying down 30 in the middle of the morning in a box on wheels?
I've come into work around the same time you have and seen you blaze past me on the back road.
Yeah,
so
he drives crazier than you.
You've come screaming up McKinney past me when we've arrived at the same time.
I have never seen somebody drive as fast as Ryan does. That is.
What's the car?
His new one? I don't know. It's white. I don't know. Is it a Kia? Is it a Hyundai?
Oh, it's Peyton's screening call, so we can't hear from him.
Probably got it from Autoflex. 877-881-1053. All week long, Expressway sending you to go see Snoop Dogg. All right, Choppy. What do you want to hear from Dane Brugler? Maybe the best draft analyst there is. He hopped on the Broadus and Bobby draft special yesterday, right here on your home of America's team. Do you want to hear about the wideouts or do you want to hear about the tight ends? Which one do you want to hear about?
Ooh. Let's go. I want to hear about the. Let's hear his stuff on the wide receivers.
The wide receivers. All right, Peyton. This is gonna be cut 18. Dane Brugler on this wide receiver class that RJ wants them to draft.
Yeah, it's funny because of my top 7 receivers in this draft, 4 of them are under 180 pounds. And that doesn't include Flowers, who's 182, so he's above that. So 5 are under 185. It's just and I think it's a product of part of it is the NFL evolving and offenses being a little more open-minded about the type of receiver that they're willing to use in today's game. And part of it is, this is what the college game is giving us. The NFL can't create true X receivers that are 6'3.5", 220, and you can't create those guys. This is what the college game is giving us, and so they're going to make do with what they have. And I think there's a good chance we only see 2, maybe 3 receivers go in the first round. It's not like the past few years where we've been just spoiled by the wide receiver talent. For me, the top receiver this year is Jackson Smith-Njigba from Ohio State. And it would have been my 7th receiver last year, probably right after Jahan Dotson. So, it's just a different type of wide receiver class. But you know what? Every team is looking for those dynamic weapons. And so I still think we're going to see these guys go early, even though I think most of these players in other drafts would be looked at as second-round players. And the guys that, aren't small, you still have questions about. Quentin Johnson from TCU, 6'3", 210, didn't test particularly well, which we expected him to. Way too many drops on his tape. The routes are a work in progress. So, even Jalen Hyatt is a burner, but he's not a well-rounded receiver. There's a lot of talent with these receivers, but a lot of question marks as well.
It's interesting, too. We talked a little bit later to Jim Nagy from the Senior Bowl, and you heard him mention Jalen Hyatt there, Chop, who I know you're in love with.
Yeah, I would hate to have a guy who had 15 touchdowns in 11 games.
He's
totally not well-rounded at all.
He's very Deshaun Jackson-like. Like, if you want to comp for what type of player he is, he's Deshaun Jackson. Which Deshaun Jackson is a great player, but you wouldn't say he's a well-rounded receiver. He was just a burner. He ran past people. That's not necessarily like, that I don't think that's an invalid criticism. But Jim Nagy was talking a little bit after that. We're talking about Cedric Tillman, the receiver from Tennessee, the other guy who had the ankle issue.
Slow guy.
Nagy said there's a lot of teams in the NFL who think that Tillman's better.
So Tillman was the one for Tennessee this year.
Until he got hurt, and then Hyatt got past
when
him.
he came back, the offense sputtered because he's just slow. He's a slower moving guy. I think Tillman's really good, but I think Hyatt is way better than him.
Hyatt. When I was in Indy, I was over at one of the hotels where the Exos group was warming up, and I saw Hyatt running the 40. He was down in the ballroom area. They've got it set up to where you can run your 40 in practice and stuff like that. That is one of the first people I've ever seen run, and I've seen a lot of guys work out where when I watched him run by me, he looked blurry.
Wow.
Like, he looks blurry when he runs by you. He's so freaking fast. And he is skinny, though. Mm-hmm. He's 176, I think is what he's listed at. He looked like 160. So, that's going to be the question, is just how, and Dane referenced it there, how many of these receivers are just so thinly built and smaller, how they're going to be able to hold up with the physical nature of the NFL. And with the Cowboys moving to a West Coast system, are you going to gamble on a thinly built receiver in a system that relies on a lot of slants and, beating press?
Well, look, just football idiot here. My assumption is if I'm going to run a West Coast slant system, I want Tyreek Hill.
Well, I mean, I think you want Tyreek Hill for anything because of it. But a smaller receiver like Jalen Hyatt will have trouble getting off the line of scrimmage.
Because you mean like
just
the
releases, the lack of strength. It's tough to get off a press.
Look, I saw. Now he was a Hall of Famer. Marvin Harrison run any slant pattern.
Sure, there are exceptions.
He was wiry, and you want yards after the catch, right? So I don't know if I want David Boston lining up all over the place.
It's true.
On the outside,
you don't want to revise your rules based on exceptions, though.
No,
like exceptions exist, but I don't think you want to break your rules and change the way that your rules are.
Which is why we should not draft Bijan Robinson.
You saying David Boston there, which I think is a good
Anquan Bolden.
Anquan Bolden is who Cedric Tillman reminds me of. Cedric, like the two players that I've gone back to, and I went back and watched their tape to compare them to see if I still thought of it the same way, and I did. Was Tillman reminds me of like Anquan Bolden and then Marty Booker. You remember Marty Booker from back in the day? Same sort of Chicago and then Miami and just a bigger receiver who's tough. He is tough as hell, Cedric Tillman.
You could probably get him with their second pick.
You'd be cutting it close if you went for the third round pick. But
yeah.
So tight end is being talked about here a lot for the Cowboys at 26. Pat Doney got the Vegas odds for who the Cowboys select as of yesterday. Dalton Kincaid, Utah tight end, is the favorite at plus 425. Darnell Washington, Georgia tight end, is second at plus 450. Here is draft expert Dane Brugler on the tight end class.
This is such a tight end rich draft class this year that you could see 1, 2, maybe even 3 come off the board before the Cowboys are able to pick. But at the same time, you could also understand why some teams might opt to wait until the second, third, fourth rounds because of just how deep the position is, which could be good news for the Cowboys and, where they're picking and a tight end that could be there. For me, Michael Mayer from Notre Dame is the top tight end this year. He gives you the complete package. He's 6'4.5", 250. Not an overwhelming blocker, but he's a functional blocker. He'll get the job done. Doesn't mind that part of the game, and he's also just one of the best contested catch tight ends that I've personally evaluated the last 5-6 years. Over the middle of the field, working the seam. Michael Mayer is that type of guy, and so more than just a safety valve, more than just last resort type of option, he can be someone that helps move the chains consistently and someone that the defense has to worry about. So if Michael Mayer is on the board when the Cowboys are on the clock, I think there's a good chance he has a star in his helmet. But Dalton Kincaid from Utah, I think he's right there. But it just offers something a little bit different. He's not the blocker that Mayer is, but you could make the argument Dalton Kincaid's the best pass catcher in this draft, more so than any receiver, more so than any tight end. His ability to isolate the football, go up and get the ball, and then what he can do after the catch. It's really impressive to watch his body control for a guy that's almost 6'4", 250 pounds. And then, Luke Musgrave, I'm a fan of, and then the same thing with Darnell Washington. But I think those first two guys, Mayer and Kincaid, those are the two tight ends that Cowboys fans need to keep an eye on.
I would be very upset at Darnell Washington if that were the pick. I would be very upset. Not very upset. I'd be a little bugged if it was Michael Mayer from Notre Dame. Because Mayer's just, it's like when you hear the description Dane just gave him, which I think Dane's completely accurate in his description of him. But when you hear Dane talk about that, does that sound like the modern tight end they've been talking about? That sounds like Y option guy. If you want the guy who's going to stretch the field and go vertical, it's Dalton Kincaid from Utah, who he just talked about, who he said may be the best pass catcher in the entire draft over any other receiver or tight end. And then the other guy he just briefly mentioned there, Oregon State's Luke Musgrave. He is 6'6", 255 or whatever it is. Musgrave runs routes like a receiver. His footwork at the line of scrimmage looks like a receiver. And he's an incredible athlete for the size. That, to me, is the guy that I think really, really highly of. And I'm ready to... I've had some people on Twitter try to fight me about this recently. I'm willing to take any bet out there that Musgrave is going to be a better player than Darnell Washington. Darnell Washington's going to end up at tackle like Jason Peters did years ago.
Wow. Look, I don't love tight end in the first round. I'm not against it. There's more upside there than there would be on, say, like a running back. But they're also, and the other thing is, it is one of, and now this is mainly because you're only going to get 1 or 2 maybe in the first round in any given year at the tight end position. Same with running back. that you're not like getting the fifth corner.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because you might get 5 wide receivers in the first round, the fifth one. You're getting the first or second, and that generally is going to be a really, really good player. Tight ends miss. There's only about 11% of tight ends that miss as first-round picks since the year 2000.
I think when you look at the tight end, to me, if you can find that unicorn, there is no greater mismatch in the NFL than the tight end.
Absolutely.
Because you still got defenses that are, it's the old issue with Dirk, where people said Dirk's athleticism was too much for the big guys. His size was too much for the smaller athletic guys. Same thing with the tight ends. The tight ends are too big for a lot of the corners in the NFL. They're too athletic for the safeties and the linebackers. So if you can find one who fits that mold, Dalton Kincaid, Luke Musgrave, I think you should take that gamble.
Who has been the name or the position you've been hearing the most from Tolos, whether it's the Love of the Star podcast or your own social media feeds? Like, who is the pet cat or position that most Tolos want?
It's a position mainly because there are different flavors of who they want. Guard and tight end. Those are the two that everybody's talking about.
Not Bijan?
No, not so much. Philadelphia's fan base is the one that's in love with Bijan. They want him at 10. But I think when you look at Darnell Washington is starting to get some excitement from the fan base, which again, I don't see it with him. But I think that tight end and guard are the two most popular picks right now for much of the fan base.
Let us know. 877-881-1053. This is the Expressway. Every day, commercial free, 7:20 to 8 o'clock with a Snoop Dogg giveaway for turning it on, leaving it on, and keeping us going on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. But we are also your home for Game 1 attendance tonight at the AAC. Bobby is going to Game 1. We show off our hockey knowledge with a little Dallas Stars playoff spelling bee. Embarrassment on the way after this.
But let's get you over to the greatness of Diamond.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Playoffs, game 1 tonight.
Playoffs.
Tonight.
And our very entertaining annual guest this time of year at 9:20.
Brent Severin.
Ribby Paul. Oh.
He wants to know why we don't call him more often.
Did he say?
Oh, yeah, he did. He goes, must be playoff time.
I know.
He goes, he says, we play hockey in October, November too, eh? I was like, I know, man.
I know. He's going to come on. He's going to come on here, bust our balls, but he's awesome.
Yeah, he's great.
I can't book Spittle. It'd be easier to book Gretzky than Spittle. He got 14 hockey podcasts a week that we're running promos for, and he's shut me down 2 times in a row. I'm like, 9:20 in studio. I know we're going to have a meeting afterwards anyway. Well, I got a meeting with my bank at 9 o'clock, and I'm going to be walking the dog. And I'm like, okay, we can't even book our own boss with a hockey podcast to come on and talk. You're canceled. We'll go get Brent Severin.
We'll have him on to break down a 1-0 series lead tomorrow.
Okay. Ooh. At 6:20. Yeah.
Make him wake up.
That'll make up for it.
Make him wake up.
That'll make up for it. All right, Pepe has prepared something for game 1 this evening. Bobby is going to be there 8:30.
I'm terrified of this.
Puck drop.
All right, guys. We're gonna go back to elementary school days, maybe middle school days as well, junior high. But we're gonna play a little Stars playoff spelling bee. In front of you, as I showed you during the break, you have a list of numbers, random numbers. Mm-hmm. They're color-coded, similar greens, but you see the Wild is a little darker forest green. Stars is a victory green.
It looks exactly the same.
It's not, though.
Why are 2 Stars numbers in a teal blue?
Yeah, this is like the difference between Sean and Sean.
I think the printer might have ran out some color at the Russell Plaza. But so this is you're gonna list off a number. It's a jersey number or sweater number, and it matches up with the player. So you get to kind of choose your fate in a way, but not really without knowing the player.
Oh, okay.
So you can either pick, you want Wild number, 3, and then that'll be your fate.
All right. So RJ is going to have the advantage here. Hey, no computers, no Stars roster.
No, I know.
RJ is going to have the advantage here because he knows the most about hockey on the show, except for Peyton, and did go to the most games. So he knows the Stars numbers better than the rest of us. So that's going to be an advantage.
I'm still not very good at it.
I don't know one number on Minnesota.
So there's no stealing involved. We're just going to go in order. We'll start with Sean. There's 18 numbers, so everyone will get 6 basically a piece. And then with the Wild, it's unique because I have audio of their players saying their name. So you'll be able to listen to them say it. The Stars player, I know their name and stuff, and I can help out with the Wild, but if you pick a Wild player, you'll be able to hear the player say their own name.
Okay.
Sometimes that'll help, sometimes it won't.
First and last name you got to do?
Yeah, we'll go first and last name. Okay. Or do you want to just go last? Well, because some of these last names are easier than the first name.
You pick. You're the host.
Yeah, you're the host, man.
No, we'll go first and last name.
All right.
All right. Let me start off with Stars number 4.
Oh, he went the easy route, huh? I know what he did there.
Sean, you have to spell Miro Heiskanen.
I thought it was Jamie Benn.
Oh, no, that's not him.
Dang it. Miro. Can I write it down?
Yeah, you can write down.
Heiskanen. No way I got that.
I'm sorry.
Damn.
K-A-N-E-N. You were close.
K-A-N-E-N.
I wouldn't have gotten that close. I would have messed that up after the second letter in his last name.
So Stars 4 is out.
All right, so let me go with, I'll do Stars 10.
Stars number 10. All right, RJ Choppy. You have to spell Ty Delandria.
Bobby's turn.
Ty.
T-I-E.
No, T-Y. Okay, so this is, I'm trying to think. I can't remember if he has the apostrophe.
How do you say the last name?
Delandria.
I went to high school with a kid whose last name was Delandria.
Oh.
But he had an apostrophe, and I can't get that in my head. I don't believe
We're not going to ding you for the apostrophe.
No apostrophe here.
Just spell it. Today.
DALLANDRIA.
Whoa, okay, slow down. Go.
I think it's wrong. I think it's DA. DALLANDREA.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Yeah! Is it IA?
So it is DEL.
Oh, Deland. Yeah.
LANDREA.
Oh, I would have
one
had
letter off.
I would have had IA. All right,
so we're 0 for 2.
Let's switch it up. Let's go Wild 89.
Wild 89. All right, so this has audio. Bobby, you have to spell.
Frederick Goudreau, forward, Broman, Quebec.
What?
Do it
Which
again?
part was the name?
Frederick Goudreau, forward, Broman, Quebec.
So the name is Frederick Goudreau.
Here's the first name we're going to get wrong.
Play it one more time.
Frederick Goudreau, forward, Broman, Quebec.
Okay. FREDERIC. And then what's the last name?
Goudreau.
GOUDREAU. I had no idea.
Yeah, I think you added an
first
extra
and
E.
last name in that bad.
How do you spell
Frederick
the
is
first name?
FREDERICK.
Okay, I left the K off because I thought French it might be just a C.
And then Goudreau, it's a hockey last name, so it's GAUDREAU.
Okay.
All right, let me get on the board. Stars 2.
Stars 2. Okay, let's go. Sean, you have to spell Yanni.
Oh, Hockenpah.
Hockenpah.
I thought that was Sagan.
No, I thought this was the keyboard player. Yanni.
Yanni what?
Hockenpah.
Hockenpah?
Ben's not on here either. Ben's not on here.
No
I think
Jamie.
he's 14. He ain't on here either.
All right. JANI. Last name. HACKINPAW.
Hocken Grandpa.
Did he get Yanni right?
He got Yanni right.
Yanni
He got
right.
Yanni right. Hockenpah is HAKANPAA.
Nope.
Stupid parents.
I think he's just from another
okay.
country.
Let's go with
let's get on the board.
let's go
Stars
with-
spelling bee for game 1 tonight.
Let's go with Minnesota 97.
97. Oh my goodness. All right, RJ. Here we go. I'll turn down the volume for this one.
Kirill Kaprizov, forward, Novokuzhnetsk, Russia.
No.
I'm sorry.
You want it one more time?
Kirill Kaprizov, forward, Novokuzhnetsk, Russia.
So the name is Kirill Kaprizov.
KIRIL. KAPRISOV.
Close. There were 2 L's in the first name. And then Kaprizov, it's hockey, so you got to put the Z in there, and he's Russian.
Capri Sun. Nice.
ZOV.
Yeah, these are
ZOV. Dadgummit.
These are like 7-letter names that have one vowel in them.
Yeah.
Let's go Wild 28.
Wild 28. Let's see who you have to spell. Oh, God, Bobby, good luck with this one.
This is Gus Nyquist. I'm a forward, and I'm from Malmo, Sweden.
What's the first name?
This is Gus Nyquist. I'm a forward, and I'm from Malmo, Sweden.
Disgust Nyquist.
So it's
disgusting Nyquil.
It's Gustav Nyquist.
Oh, Gustav. Nyquist is Nyquist.
Spell it one more time.
Which the part? The first last name?
Yeah, first and last name.
Gustav Nyquist.
Bobby's on the board.
Yes!
Wow. Bobby got it. My goodness.
Wow.
Damn. All right.
Bobby has one.
This is why I go to the hockey games, the hockey
I
matches.
would have thrown a V in there, Nyquist.
Let me go Stars 25.
Oh.
Okay, this is
Jason
not Jamie
Arnott.
Benn.
Mike Modano.
No Jamie Benn. No Tyler Sagan.
I don't think it's Taylor Fadoon either.
All right, Sean. Stars 25. You have to spell Yohel Kiviranta.
Oh. Kiviranta.
Sean is so mad.
Yohel?
Yohel.
I'll pass it along if I get the first name wrong. Johel? Is that part right?
No, but you can spell it. You can try the last name.
I don't care. Move along.
I think it's,
He's getting so mad.
I think it's Joel and then Kivirant. I'm sorry, Kiviranta. Is that right?
Yeah, that was right.
But you don't get points.
But it's Joel.
Too bad it doesn't count.
Joel.
Let's do stars 29.
Stars number 29. Ooh, this one might be easy for you, RJ.
Doubt
you
it.
have Jake Ottinger. The Otter.
1-1.
Jake, Jake. Ottinger. Oettinger.
Final answer?
Final answer.
Is there an E after the
maybe.
O?
Got it right.
1-1.
Right, baby.
Okay.
0.
1-1 to -4.
Dang it.
I think I can spell Eddie Belfour. Let's go stars 20.
Stars 20. All right. Don't overthink it. You have Ryan Suter.
Don't give him clues like that.
Don't overthink it. That sounds
yes.
like I should overthink it.
Answer before the end of the show.
Riansuter.
How do you spell the first name?
Rian.
Suter, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Rian.
Mm-hmm.
Sure you don't want two T's?
Yes.
I don't know a single person on the face of the earth.
Ryan Johnson spells it that way. I thought it was going to be a trick question.
Is it Ryansutter?
Yes.
Well, wait, two T's or one T? Damn it!
That was
I outsmarted myself.
That was an easy one.
Congratulations,
you still at 1.
All right, let me go the other team. Wild 3.
Wild 3. Sean Sharif, you have to spell.
My name is John Klingberg. I play defense. I'm from Gothenburg, Sweden.
All right, there's only one thing that can mess me up. It's the first name.
Oh, no.
All right, last name. Let me knock this out. Klingberg. 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 And let me go Jon to tie.
I think you missed.
You did.
Throw the pen.
I don't think I don't think the first G is there. I think it's Klingberg.
Spell the whole thing.
Oh, me.
You got the answer key.
Klingberg.
And it was John.
It was John, like Johnny Appleseed.
Johnny Appleseed.
Damn.
Look at that.
That was bad. I knew that
that was an easy one.
The lower number. Well, never mind.
Let's go Andy Pettit. Wild 46.
Wild 46. All right, RJ, you have to spell.
Jared Spurgeon, defenseman, Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
See, Jared's going to get me here. Jared's going to get me.
Last one. Let's go.
All right.
You and Bobby.
Jared. 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 What was the last name?
Spurgeon. He is their captain, I believe.
Spurgeon.
Spurgen?
RJ has the lead. The home run ball.
Right, baby.
All right, this is it.
All right,
Do or die.
To tie.
For overtime.
Wild 36.
Wild 36.
Yo, Bobby really gets upset over these.
All right, Bobby, you should know this guy.
Matt Zuccarello, right winger, Oslo, Norway.
Who?
Mats Zuccarello.
Play it over again. Play it over again.
Matt Zuccarello, right winger, Oslo, Norway.
Stop typing. What are you typing?
I'm trying to type out phonetically what I think it looks like.
This is for the tie.
Gosh, this is one of those names that probably has like a Q and an X in it.
Yeah, probably.
M-A-T. What's his first name?
Mats.
M-A-T-T-S. Z-O-U-K-A-R-E-L-A. I have no idea.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
RJ has won the first and only ever Stars playoff spelling bee. And Bobby loses again.
Bobby just threw it. Yo, can we get a fan cam replay? He just threw that first pitch like Travis Kelce.
It doesn't. It was light.
Straight down to the
Straight
ground.
down.
RJ Choppy.
Woo, I have so many people I want to thank.
And you're not even Indian. And
Cut
you
his
won.
mic off.
Sean, RJ, and Bobby on
Wow.
DFW
Dark.
Sports Station. Game 1 tonight, 8:30 puck drop. Mr. Hockey, RJ, Bobby Bell will be in his suite. All right, how John Daniels' replacement has the national people talking about your Texas Rangers next.
But let's get you over to Boomer Jacks. You can watch that game tonight. You can watch all the playoff action and
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
And swings and drives one deep into left. Alvarez going back. It's over his head, off the track and off the garage door. Young has scored. Grossman flying around third. He's in as well. It's a 2-run double for Leody Taveras and a 9-1 Texas lead.
Hicksy with the call in your home for Rangers baseball. They take 2 out of 3. Didn't even have Jacob deGrom starting the series. He's going to pitch tonight against Kansas City here on 105.3 The Fan. And you didn't have Corey Seager, who, of course, is out with a hamstring. Yesterday, Marcus Semien with a grand slam. And Andrew Heaney. 2 hits over 5 shutout innings for the Rangers. Struck out 4 and walked 3. And that takes us to a little focus from the national people.
Yeah.
The national people are writing about the Rangers. And, of course, last night they got the spotlight, Sunday Night Baseball, second time this year.
Yeah, who cares why? It's got a very much of a college vibe, college town vibe to it. Hey, they're talking about us.
Yep.
That's all they care about right now, right? As Chuck Cooperstein famously referred to it as years and years and years. Baseball nowheresville. So this has been, right?
It's fun to have national people talk about you.
Fun. It's fun to do bad things. Very fun.
You just rolled your eyes. You disagree?
Sometimes.
I mean, I think in general, people like hearing national shine for their team.
Yeah.
I think in general.
I thought you meant for us, like when we get
no,
written about in articles.
No, I just mean like when ESPN leads Sports Center with like, hey, here's their tease coming up as we're going to talk about the Rangers beating down the Astros.
Oh, yeah.
That's fun for people.
That's fun. You like to see that. So I noticed this, Tom Verducci, who probably needed directions. He probably didn't even know what city Globe Life Field was in.
Too busy messing with his hair.
Right?
He's a beast, though.
He is a beast.
I think he's a beast. He's like really good even on
great.
the calls of games.
But I mean, the only time he had been here before was when somebody else was playing in the World Series in our park, right? During COVID.
Yeah.
But he wrote an article on SI about the Rangers, and the Rangers have the ingredients. They believe they can make a long playoff or end their long playoff drought. And he goes in to talk about the yellow strings. In surprise, there were yellow strings across the bottom of the strike zone in front of home plate, corresponding with the 6-pack of bullpen mounds. These strings had been at, Dodgers camp in Vero Beach, Florida for years when they were there. Now they've moved to Arizona. Back when Sandy Koufax was pitching, back when Fernando Valenzuela and Earl Hershiser was pitching, these yellow strings were there. The Dodgers referred to it as sacred ground. Well, analytics and the analytically driven modern game has kind of phased that out. The hit and run's gone. The art of bunting and the pitch out, those are gone. The strings have disappeared. Teams encourage their pitchers to pitch up in the zone more velocity. High fastballs are dang near impossible to catch up to. You want to make the pitcher get down. Fastball's down. You want to see the fastball down. You want to see the off-speed pitches up. Well, according to Verducci's article, Texas and Mike Maddox brought back those strings, those yellow strings. And the belief is in order to work up, you have to establish down. Yeah, establish down in the zone to be able to work up. That's with the breaking ball, that's with the fastball, whatever it may be. That's just the philosophy that Mike Maddox has. And, if you look at who they also brought in this offseason, who Chris Young brought in, who, by the way, is not exactly an old school guy. Like, he's got a degree in politics from Princeton. He is he's both analytical and the former player standpoint.
Just got done playing, too, not too long ago.
He's only 43.
Yeah.
So he wasn't like he was playing that long ago. So he brings in a 67-year-old manager, a 61-year-old pitching coach, Dayton Moore, who you remember from Kansas City at 56.
Yeah.
And then he also brings in Ian Kinsler at 40 and, Will Venable at 40. He obviously brings in DeGrom at 34 and Evaldi at 33. And all their starting pitchers are over 30, except for Gray, I guess. He's over 32.
I think someone said the Rangers have to have the most former players on their front office staff in the league.
Well, yeah, because they also have, Darren Oliver and Michael Young and Colby Lewis, Nick Hundley. I mean, as he says in the article, they lead the majors in games played among front office members.
Yeah.
So And it's just a balance, right? It's a balance that they want to use. And some of the numbers are going to show that it's going to really, really help them. The last 2 years, they finished a combined 73 games out of first place. They had lost 196 games in the last 2 years. They've suffered 6 straight losing seasons for the first time since coming to Texas. They had last year the worst record in one-run games in the league, 15-35. However, they should have been a 77-win team based on their run differential. One thing I thought was kind of interesting in this article, it talks about how the rule changes are going to help. For starters, last 5 years, Rangers starters ERA, 29, 25, 24, 28, 25th in baseball. There's only 30 teams. All right, there's only 30 teams. But they do believe that new rules are going to help this team a lot because no team was shifted on more last year than the Rangers. 52% of the Seager and Texas saw a 52% shift rate. No other team faced it more than 44% of the time.
Ooh. Pitching staff, Bobby, guess. Where are they in the American League ERA? Team ERA.
Rays have got to be number 1, right?
They're 7th.
Okay.
Rays are 1st. And in baseball, Choppy, what do you think?
ERA in baseball, they're 7th. I'll say they're 13th.
10th.
Okay.
So they got a team 3.86 ERA. Tampa Bay's got a 2.54.
See, that's only a run.
Boy, who would have thought though? The NL only has 3 of the top 10.
Yeah. No more pitcher hitting.
Yeah.
So it's now they're seeing
flipped on its head.
They're seeing what's what.
Now you'll actually watch NL baseball.
No, I won't. Still, but now they're seeing what's what. So what happens when you play real baseball in the American League?
So that is Verducci, and then Jeff Passan focused on the Rangers as well. We got Sports Illustrated love, ESPN love.
Yes, Jeff Passan had an insider article over there, and it's an entire basically breakdown of how the Rangers approach their pitching this offseason and giving a lot of praise to Chris Young. And Chop, you mentioned there the ERA for the Rangers the last several years, they've been in the bottom 5.
Mid or late,
they've basically been bottom 5. Passan writes here that of the clubs with the 5 best earned run averages in the league, each of the past 5 full seasons, so not including the COVID year, 24 of the 25 have made the playoffs. So if you are top 5 in ERA over the last 5 years, you're going to the playoffs. And so the Rangers want to invest in pitching because it says in order to compete, pitchers are throwing baseballs harder, spinning them faster. In doing so, they're exposing themselves to greater injury risk and potentially hamstringing their team in the process. So Chris Young's approach to this was, look, it's not a novel concept to say you've got a 5-man rotation, you need 6 starters. Chris Young thinks we've got a 5-man rotation, we need 9 or 10 starters, legitimately, that we think are at our disposal either in AAA or elsewhere.
We're gonna have injuries.
And so he said that the game has gone to a quality over quantity type of approach, and he doesn't think they value quantity enough as an industry, is his quote, that he says they need to be cognizant of, you got to have the talent, but you can't push these guys so far that you end out, wearing them out. And obviously a big part of that equation has been Jacob deGrom, and we were all concerned about the injuries, and the Rangers were too. The Rangers actually took their first call with Jacob deGrom because deGrom was taking meetings in Florida and Chris Young had promised his overworked staff some time off. They actually met deGrom for the first time over Zoom. The other teams were meeting with him in person and they had met with him over Zoom, but they spent 3 days sequestering themselves, Jeff Passan writes, studying deGrom like he was a capstone subject. They dove into the medical records, ran biomechanical analysis on him, asked analysts to project how he might age, agonized over what a proper offer might be, and decided, we're going to go for this. This guy's going to be able to pass the test. Then they looked at Nathan Eovaldi, and Nathan Eovaldi was quoted in the story. He said at the very beginning of the offseason, they were the first team to reach out. He said, we were in really good conversations and talking, and then they signed deGrom, and I was like, oh, I'm out of the picture. And then they signed Heaney, and I'm like, okay, I'm definitely out of the picture. But Chris Young came back and said, no, we're building something different here. We're going to invest in pitching as much as possible. And so that's why they go get Mike Maddox. That's why they get Bruce Bochy, who built his World Series teams on pitching. Greg Maddux brought in as somebody who can advise the pitching staff. And so he wanted to make sure that they were throwing as many resources as they could there. And now they've got this depth here that Chris Young says you can never have enough pitching. You have to remain open-minded. Maybe that's my own personal experience weighing into my decision-making. I know the physical toll this game takes. I know we're going to go through injuries. It's inevitable. The quality of our depth needs to be replacement or slightly above, which is you're going to spend a lot of money there. You're going to spend a lot of resources there. And the Cowboys, the Rangers have been willing to invest there.
And speaking of pitchers, the guy we wanted here in Arlington, apparently permanently banished, never coming back.
Never.
Trevor Bauer made his debut.
He made his debut in Japanese minor league baseball.
Man.
My oldest, when he wasn't cursing me out via text.
Oh, you're going to tell that on air?
I'd love to hear this story on air.
Let me get to this first. He was looking for Trevor Bauer's debut. He wanted to watch it.
Why?
He wanted to stream it. He wanted to watch him pitch. He loves watching him pitch.
Wow.
And I think it took him 30 minutes to find it, but he eventually found it.
He found it?
He found it. He was just watching on his phone.
Yeah. So they actually, according to the team, they normally average about 5,000 views on their streams. Bauer's start got 77,000 streaming views. So he got eyeballs for him.
He got Kaepernicked. Never gonna play in Major League Baseball again.
No, he's Kaepernick, Lamard.
Well, and how much of it is it though is not just what happened off the field? We hear so much he's just an ass, in the clubhouse.
Plenty of asses, man.
I know, but when you're an ass and you're a PR risk, do you want to play with that?
Not when you're he's also a Cy Young winner.
Yeah.
That's.
I cannot believe that he's been banished forever.
I can't either.
How dominant does he have to be here before anybody would call him? Is he just out for everything, no matter how good he pitches?
He's out forever.
I think he's out.
It's crazy. Even if you believe that he was guilty, did he not serve his punishment, do his time? Let's get to the cell phone.
My oldest, I keep looking at that story.
I just sat up. I'm so excited to hear this.
So he's got he's finally, his team got a late start in baseball this year because their coach is a high school coach, so he wanted to basically wait till his season was over. So they're going to go a little bit later in the year. So he basically, and this is his first year playing middle school sports, he basically did not practice baseball at all in the offseason. And I'm ready to pop. I know it's coming. I know he's going to just be awful.
He's the one you said was a major leaguer.
I know, right? He's a unicorn. He's got great size. He's got really good ability, but he has completely gotten into everything else that a normal middle school teenager would get into. He's got a girlfriend. His friends hang out. They want to go hang out at the rec center and play basketball. He goes, "Can you drop me off at 11 o'clock and pick me up at 7?" No, I'm not.
Hey.
I'm not going to just drop you off for 8 hours so you can be one of these loser mall rats.
Oh.
You know what I mean? I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry.
Is he Jay or Silent Bob?
He's Silent Bob.
He's running around. He's playing basketball.
Yeah, and he's
That's
working
not what the
out,
rec
and then they
center
walk.
is.
Then they walk to Walgreens to get candy, and then they walk to McDonald's, and then they walk over here. They say they're going to the rec, and they're going everywhere else.
It's like that Chick-fil-A story where the kids were going to.
They were just hanging out in Chick-fil-A.
What's that indoor jump park?
Urban Air.
Urban Air, but they all went to the Chick-fil-A next door to vandalize.
Yeah. It's no, you're not getting caught up in that. And then he plays football and basketball in the school and they track, and then he's
active.
He's active, and I'm cool. I'm great. I love that he has a good group of friends, and they are a good group of kids. But I wanted to, I was an idiot, and I said, "Why don't you hang out with your loser friends
on text?"
No, I told him that, and then he got mad, man. He got mad, slammed his phone, slammed the door, stormed out. And then he texts me with an FUB.
Dang.
Whoa.
And I saw that and I was like,
FUB.
Did any of you ever cuss at your parents growing up?
I stepped to my dad one time and he put me in the sink. I was like 15 and I was taller than him at that point. So I was like, I can get to you. And I didn't know at the time about old man strength.
Yeah.
It's a real phenomenon, dude.
I grabbed him and I threw him against the pantry door, and we had this was probably third. It was on the other side of the kitchen. It was an old house, other side of the kitchen. He grabbed me and then pushed me 30 feet, and I landed in the sink.
So what did you do?
Oh,
I ran in there. I said, "Give me your phone." He goes, "No, get out of here." And I said, "Give me your phone." I said, "Don't make me come get it from you." And he gave me the phone. He just took the phone away. No more phone that night. I said, "Don't come out of the room. You're in there for the rest of the night."
My only question is, I was like, when did you take the phone and when did you give it back?
I'll have to check to see the text.
You said 7 p.m. and you gave it back when he woke up. Is that true punishment, Bobby? I mean, what time does he go to? I guess he's what?
When does he go to bed?
1
midnight. 1. Yeah,
1.
Wakes up at 11.
And on top of that,
p.m.
And on top of that,
to wake up,
he threw a "get the hell out of here" at you.
So he only lost the phone for 4 hours.
No, he lost because he's on it all night. when he goes to bed, he's not in bed. He's not sleeping. He's on his phone talking to his friends.
Yeah.
FaceTiming, and then he'll wake up. But
now,
it wasn't.
Now he can't get on the computer and text, right? Like
He didn't have a
we
computer.
can.
He didn't have a computer.
All right.
Yeah, so he was basically there in his bedroom at my house. There's nothing in there, nothing. So it was just get in your room, don't come out. And he
Is
didn't
that the
come out.
worst thing he's ever said to you?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, look.
Were you caught off guard, or did you get angry immediately? Like, or were we just like, whatever?
I was like, you're not gonna say that to me. I was just caught. I mean, look. I mean, so like I posted. He was listening to this song this weekend, and like the song was like I tweeted about. It was really raunchy, and I can't. I mean, how mad can I get? I used to listen to 2 Live Crew.
Yeah.
What am I gonna do? Get upset with him? Like I did the same thing when I was his age.
Right.
So like you do a little lesson and whatever. Maybe I won't do it again.
NFL teams leak info all the time, but one politician has been indicted for leaking info to an NFL team. That's next. And Below the Belt, 105.3 The Fan.
Take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Is the judicial system the best way to take down Kyle Shanahan and the San Francisco 49ers?
Who apparently are trying to get Ben Roethlisberger back. Did you see that over the weekend? Roethlisberger was like, yeah, San Fran called my representative. I knew I could still do it. I'm like, dude, I defended you last week with the Lamar Jackson comparisons. All these morons who said Lamar can throw like Ben in the pocket. But I was like, you are shot 2 years ago, dude. Watching Pittsburgh's offense was the worst in the NFL, their passing attack, their passing game. But San Fran was having people drop like flies, apparently. They were calling out Roethlisberger. And then did you see the Brock Purdy thing?
Yes. Yeah, that was one that I was going to touch on here. So we'll circle back to that because it is 49ers related. This is a funny story that I saw this weekend. A Silicon Valley city councilman has been charged with perjury because he allegedly lied about leaking a grand jury report to the San Francisco 49ers that last year that detailed a purportedly unethical relationship between the team and the city council, prosecutor said Friday. This is from the Associated Press. Now, this is the funny aspect to me. First off, teams leak stuff all the time, but you leak a report to the 49ers and this will potentially end you. But this is what I find fascinating is that did you guys know that they name grand jury reports like movies? Like it's like a movie script, basically. Because I thought grand jury reports were just supposed to be, here's our report, and there it is.
Yeah. Right.
Santa Clara City Council member Anthony Becker is accused of providing the secret report, which was titled Unsportsmanlike Conduct. The Santa Clara City Council. What are you doing? Like,
I love that things get named like that.
Yeah.
Like an FBI. I love that the FBI does project something.
Do you think there was an actual like football fan on the grand jury, or did they have to Google like, hey, what's up? Like, can we call this personal foul, or like, did they have to Google terms to go? Oh, unsportsmanlike conduct. There we go.
False start.
He leaked this to the team's former top spokesperson and a local media outlet in 2022, days ahead of its official release. Becker then allegedly lied to the grand jury about the leak, prosecutor said, prompting the criminal charges. The 49ers play in Levi Stadium in the city of Santa Clara. Santa Clara County is broadly considered home to Silicon Valley, and so they were getting accused of a chummy relationship and trying to give the 49ers a little bit of a heads up, which I would say it's not totally unusual. I don't think people are always leaking grand jury reports, but it's not totally unusual to give somebody a heads up if you know an S storm is coming for a team. You know, where you may place a call and say, hey, just so you know, this is out there, or this is coming. And then the team goes, oh, damn it. Okay, thanks. And so not totally unusual, but as is the case with most of these crimes, what do they say, Chop?
Not the cover up. It's the cover up, man.
It's not the crime, it's the cover up.
Cover up is always worse than the crime. Now,
hang on. Doesn't everybody try to cover it up? Isn't that the whole point? Not to get caught?
Yeah, I mean, and what's the old Dizzy Dean line? If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. So, I mean, but I mean, sure. Speaking of which, watching HBO last night, I saw the teaser clip for this dark comedy about the Watergate story starring Woody Harrelson. I am so pumped for that after seeing that trailer. That looks really good.
Did you ever watch Nixon?
Yes, I watched Nixon. I watched Frost Nixon, and I've seen All the President's Men. So those are always really good productions.
Frost Nixon was about
Frost Nixon was about the sit-down interview that Nixon did years after Watergate.
It was a Christmas.
It was really good.
What do you think it was about?
I thought it was a children's Christmas.
Wasn't Otis Nixon?
No, that's Frosty the Snowman.
Otis Nixon and the 91 Braves.
I didn't know what it was.
Frosty the Snowman go to the kids. I am not a crook.
I'm not smart. We've established this.
49ers quarterback Brock Purdy is taking his elbow recovery one day at a time, just like any of us. Boy, he's got those quarterback, safe answers, those cliches down pat already. We're just taking it one day at a time. What I find interesting is there's been this misunderstanding. I think he did, avoid the UCL surgery, but I thought they said he was avoiding it first, and then they came back and said he was going to need it, and now they're saying he's avoiding it again. But now they're getting really cagey about the details of whether he's going to be able to play or not.
So,
yeah,
there's two kinds of surgery. There's a surgery and there's total reconstruction. The total reconstruction is when they do Tommy John. I think they take a ligament from like your quad or something like that and put it in there.
Jeez.
So that's the one that's like a year. The other surgery is you're repairing like a minor tear. It's not a torn one. It's a tear in the UCL, and that's not full Tommy John. That you could come back from in 6 or so months, 8 months. Tommy John it's it's generally close to a year.
A full Tommy John sounds like something you'd search on Urban Dictionary or something like that.
Just continue. Yeah.
DeAndre Hopkins does not want to play for Bill Belichick.
Oh, wait. I thought you were staying with San Fran. Normally, I would get excited that an NFC contender is missing their planned starting quarterback.
Especially as good as he is.
Because of Bobby's best moment in the history of the show, his number one moment, I don't even celebrate it. I don't even be like, oh, San Fran's missing their quarterback, because we'll just throw in another one and be 11-5.
You know what I can tell is really starting to get to you, really starting to bug you? The effect
your existence.
Well, I mean, that's just always been the case. That's not starting to bug you.
We share the same air.
How the effect I'm having on your perspective on certain people. Like, I won you over on Orlovsky. I feel like I was listening to the 5:30 driving in. I feel like I'm starting to win you over on Michael K. Yep. I feel like Barnwell. I think that's what drives you nuts, is that I sway you on a lot of these people.
Because as negative as a lot of people think I am, I'm really not that. Like, I guess more so off the air. And now you're making me be more negative towards people, 3 times in a row.
I would say this. You and I
always argue about this with my wife. She's like, you're so naive. And I'm like, yeah, I would like to believe. I can't think that this person has that dark and sinister of a thought to begin with.
So
I like to start off giving them the benefit of the doubt. She's like, no. She assumes everyone is cheating.
Yes.
Everyone is a this, and everyone all negative.
You're a little naive. It's okay.
She's like, and I was like, I'd rather be naive. I'd rather live in that world and get burned versus thinking you're out to get me. So very jaded. And now you are starting to try to make me jaded.
That's different, though. I think that's benefit of the doubt that you give people, right?
Yeah.
Like you default
one
there.
time.
I think once you get the evidence, I'd say that I think you and I see people and the world pretty similarly.
Like you're dead to me?
Yeah, like in general, or just in general, like something that we would go like, I find that personally offensive, like that you would do something. Like, you and I would see that.
We hold grudges. We're petty grudge holders.
Exactly.
No doubt about it.
So
I got a list. My Jericho list.
You got a list?
Was that him?
Jericho, very good. Good reference.
Your enemies
well
list. DeAndre Hopkins.
Kyle Yeomans. Kidding. I won that battle.
DeAndre Hopkins does not want to play for Bill Belichick, does not want to play with Aaron Rodgers. So he was doing an interview this week.
This is awesome.
It was on the All Things Cover podcast. And shout out, I don't have the name in front of me and I feel awful. I'm going to find it and I'll reference it back later. Whoever it was that was interviewing him did a great job setting this up, where he told him, look, I know you can't say certain things. I'm just going to say a team that maybe they'd be interested in DeAndre Hopkins, and you tell me with body language what you think about that. And he throws out, he says, Patriots. And DeAndre Hopkins just kind of looks off to the side and doesn't really react and is kind of, moving around. And he goes, Bills. And DeAndre Hopkins looks up and starts rubbing his hands together and smiling at the camera. They say Jets. Obviously Aaron Rodgers. He does it again. He turns away, just doesn't really look, looks down his feet, starts kicking the dirt. They go Chiefs. Looks over again, starts smiling. So he will play for the Chiefs and the Bills. Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, makes a lot of sense. Does not want to play with Aaron Rodgers. Does not want to play with Bill Belichick and all the drama that Mac Jones is stirring up there.
Yeah, everyone's like, oh, him and Belichick, they love each other. Look how New England's always in with the media for a receiver.
Yeah.
Odell, New England. And here we go with DeAndre. And by the way, it's Bryant McFadden, I believe, on the All Things Cover.
Is that who it was? Okay.
Bryant McFadden. Okay, so give me the yeses and the nos.
So the yeses are to the Bills and Chiefs, and we also know the Cowboys, but the Cowboys are out. The nos are to the Patriots and the Jets. So basically,
How about no to the Jets? Why?
That's interesting. Yeah. Probably because he's a smart football guy and he recognizes Aaron Rodgers is washed.
So my first thought was, like, when he said no, I was like, to New England and the Jets, it's like, okay, maybe he doesn't like the cold, but then Buffalo doesn't make sense because obviously it's cold in Buffalo and it's not exactly piping hot in Kansas City in the wintertime.
Yeah.
So there's no weather.
Well, he's picking the quarterback.
You know what it is? Is he picking the quarterbacks, or I wonder, does he view it as, if you're going to put me in the AFC East, I want to play with Buffalo? I'm not going to go up against Buffalo and play with New England or the Jets, because Buffalo's got a hold on that division for the next
I think we're overthinking it. Like, let's go to the title contenders with really good quarterbacks.
Right, exactly. So that's the thing. Do I want to play against a title contender? If Aaron Rodgers was somewhere else in another division, maybe. If he's in the AFC North, sure. I'm not, or not even the North, the South. If he's in the AFC South, I'll go play with him, but I don't want to play with him and go up against the Bills and whatever Miami's got going on. But DeAndre Hopkins, there it is. Then one more here. Another Arizona Cardinal has requested a trade. Budda Baker.
Oh, yeah.
5-time Pro Bowler Budda Baker.
Love him.
He is so sharp. We interviewed him, Slater did, after the 2021 game at the end of the season.
I'm on the air, Bassick. I'll call you in the commercial break.
Did he call?
Yeah, he just called me.
What is wrong with people? They have no idea what time of day it is.
Maybe it was a pocket dial. He was texted earlier.
Like one of our salespeople.
But Budda Baker is requested, and he is so sharp. I remember him breaking down exactly how they attack Dak, how they attack the offense, and he's just a high IQ, high motor type of football player, the exact type of guy I think you'd like in your secondary. The only thing with him is obviously like what caused him to slip a little bit, size limitations. He's 5'9" safety. But a really good player who wants out of Arizona now. He's owed $13 million this season, $14 million in 2024 on a 4-year, $50 million extension. So he's looking for a new deal and wants out of the S show that is Arizona.
Bassick, this next segment is for you. Brent Severn will preview the Stars at 9:20 this morning. But Mike, since you've quit the NBA playoffs, I'm going to recap. Y'all, the NBA playoffs are worth watching, at least after weekend number 1. We got Russell Westbrook trying to fight a fan. John Morant and Giannis hurt. Anthony Davis paralyzed. And Jalen Brunson pill to swallow. Final hour, Monday edition, after this.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Grizzlies trying to win without Morant. Reeves a three. Bang! Reeves from way downtown.
That was the call yesterday. It's final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean, RJ, and Bobby as the Lakers going to Memphis. And I texted Mike Bassick. I said, yo, man, you got to watch this. And he's like, text me back hours later. Watch what? I was like, I was like, forget it. Forget it. He's like, what? Basketball? I'm not watching basketball. They don't try. And then in this commercial break, the three of us were going around the room slowly, get a Bassick call, and then the quick hang up. So I asked Peyton to call him as he's driving out to the Globe for today's show on KMC. What are you calling us for?
All right. Well, I was just going to tell you privately, but now I will tell the whole wide world.
Uh-oh.
So this morning, you guys were on commercial break, and I'm flipping to another station. I'll say our competitors.
Okay.
And they're talking about the Rangers. And they're like, oh, yeah, John Gray, he was having a great game, and then he got hit in his non-throwing arm, and they had to take him out, but they won 2 of 3. And I'm like, they didn't watch 1 second of Rangers baseball. Like, our competition, I get their ratings, I get how great they are, but, you know, when I have an opinion about the Mavericks or I have an opinion about the Cowboys, and I get everybody watches the Cowboys, there's only 17 of them to watch, plus playoffs, is, like, our opinions are based off of us watching the games.
Yeah.
Their opinions are based off of a tweet, somebody giving them a sheet of paper and telling them what happened in the Rangers series against Houston. Like, they don't watch 1 second of the game.
Yeah.
So I don't, it's just tough when I'm like, so you guys say just stick to baseball, Mike, or you don't, but I'm at least watching the game. My opinion is based off of watching the games.
Yes.
It's just frustrating to me. And I did watch, I know you're coming up with basketball. I did watch some. I watched quite a bit of the Clippers and Phoenix, and I watched 2 minutes of the Lakers, and they were destroying them in the fourth quarter, and I turned it off because I can't stand the Lakers. I would like for them to lose every game the rest of their franchise history. So I did watch a little bit, but I did have obviously choppy noses. I had a lot of baseball yesterday. So
Kings Warriors.
I watched the final, I want to say like 10 minutes of that game.
Okay, that's good.
That was an interesting finish. Obviously, I'm kind of rooting for the Warriors there just because I don't want anybody who's like the Dallas Mavericks to succeed. But,
so we're the Kings,
I'll tell you what, as Shaq calls them the others, and Kobe in the book calls them the a-holes, the a-holes and the others are so much better than the Mavericks a-holes and others, and what we're calling those is role players.
Yep.
Is like, man, our role players suck.
Can you imagine?
Talk about.
Can you imagine Austin? Thank you, Mike. I love your honesty. That's part of the Mike Bassick experience here on 105.3. And he's like, I was going to tell you in private, but now I'll just say it over 100,000 watts. Yes, it is very frustrating that people, and I don't know the specific example, but it's very frustrating when people don't do as much work or don't pay attention to sports, and it doesn't matter. Very, very, very frustrating. But that's a discussion for another day. But I love Mikey B. He'll just sit there and he'll relay it all. He'll air it all out. Part of the reason probably why KMC number 1 or number 2 in the ratings over the past 5 months. But yeah, I wanted Mike to experience and enjoy really good, high quality basketball. That's what this past weekend was. Good. Kings, Warriors is probably the best series. Why are we watching these people running?
I don't know.
When is this going to...
this is the Boston Marathon, guys. Come on.
What? I get it.
Damn Bristol.
I get the marathon. And is this the 10-year anniversary?
Yeah. Not this day. The
yeah,
I mean,
it's just the year. Yeah,
the anniversary doesn't naturally mean celebration, does it?
It's 10 years from the...
What do we call it? The 9/11 what? Anniversary.
We always say the anniversary of Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
An anniversary, the date on which an event took place in a previous year.
Fair. I just equate it with like good, but no, you're right.
I get it. I get it with, the tie-in to what happened. But is this worse than watching the Tour de France?
Oh, no.
Yes. Which one's worse?
This is worse.
These people are jogging.
This is worse.
We're watching. No one knows one person.
This or the wings.
The what?
This or the wings?
Stop going there. Hey, I'm in on women's basketball for a second now.
Yeah.
If you're gonna,
as long as Angel or Caitlin are playing,
I'll follow where Caitlin Clark gets drafted. I'll follow.
You won't. Stop
She'll
it.
go back to the shoot.
I
They
said
already
I'll
had
follow-
the draft.
I said I'll
they already
follow-
had the draft.
Yeah, but she's not.
Right.
She wasn't eligible. I'll follow the storyline of it. I'm
What
not
if she
buying
goes to Vegas? Who's the WNBA team in Vegas, Sean?
the
You know the answer.
the
to this.
roulettes.
No, they're close. The aces.
Close, the aces.
The aces. Yeah.
I mean, I just look. I get. I get it. I don't. This is. I don't get what the difference. Like the Cowtown Marathon is just as good as this one.
The Cowtown Marathon.
The Turkey Trot just as good as the Boston.
The Turkey Trot. The Turkey Trot. So they're showing this. Anyway, back to the NBA. The storylines were there. Lakers going to Memphis. Anthony Davis, a.k.a. Street Clothes, was trending. I can't move my arm. That's what he voiced to the sideline right before halftime yesterday. I can't move my arm off of a stinger. Comes back and starts the second half. And Bassick is looking for those role players. Hachimura and Austin Reeves. Austin Reeves screaming, "I am he," or did he scream,
I'm him?
He said, "I'm him." Okay, which is it's a Kevin
I am
Gates
he.
thing, right? I am he. No, that's what Michael Irvin would say. It's like you're God. I am he.
I'm him. I was like, can we just find an Austin Reeves? Went undrafted. Can the Mavs just find a player like that?
They did. They let him go to the Knicks.
We'll get to that in a second. Meanwhile, John Morant had a legitimate injury, unlike Anthony Davis's. He comes down hard on the hand/wrist, runs to the locker room, misses the rest of the game. Looks like he's going to miss game 2 at least.
Tough, man. Especially, with everything I've been through pretty much, this season.
Oh, boo-hoo.
My main focus was to, be out there for my guys. Another, incident where, that's pretty much in, jeopardy. I'm going to do anything to, try to be out there for my team, be out there on the floor. It's pretty much, how much, I can tolerate. I feel like, I can go out there and, be somewhat myself. I'll probably play, but if not, I don't want to do anything to, hurt the team.
Everything that you've been through that you caused?
Mm-hmm.
Look, I mean, a couple weeks ago when I overslept, I think you guys should have been giving me leeway within the last couple weeks because of everything that I've been through.
Yeah.
It's not my fault.
And his tone-deaf father.
His dad's totally tone-deaf. This is why I root for America's team here. I root for the Lakers in this round.
Usher was wearing the sweatshirt that basically was saying, be who you are. Make them adjust. Watch this. Stop. So the Lakers take game 1. RJ Choppy's LA Lakers, at least
for this series.
For the first round.
And then I hope they get swept the rest of the time.
Austin Reeves and Tamagotchi just going ham.
Hachimura.
Meanwhile, we all have to sit back and watch Jalen Brunson in the playoffs.
Jumps, fires the 3 at the buzzer. Banker missed, and it's over. The Knicks with the KO in Game 1. Final score in Cleveland, the Knickerbockers 101, the Cavs 97, and the Knicks still went on the road. They lead the best-of-7 series here in Cleveland, Ohio.
Call on Knicks radio as we got to sit back. This is going to be way worse than Amari Cooper. Way worse than Amari Cooper. Because Jalen Brunson is probably going to be an all-star for every year to come. And Michael Wilbon decided to throw a little shot at the Dallas Mavericks while talking about JB on ABC.
Jalen Brunson's still, after this whole season, underrated. And if you are the Dallas Mavericks front office and you're watching any of this, you have to just feel stupid. I mean, to let that kid go, I mean, he's just entering the prime of his career, just ramping up. It's amazing.
So Brunson, 27 points, and we got to live with it.
Can I, as much as I think the Mavericks botched that overall, there's some revisionist history here, Michael Wilbon. A lot of people thought the Knicks completely overpaid. I'd say the majority thought they overpaid.
Especially based on their history.
So, yeah, this is a little bit of revisionist history because I think I bet if we go back, I bet I can find, as you often can with a lot of these sorts of things, I bet we can find Michael Wilbon saying, this is a total Knicks move, overpaid. Yeah. That's what everybody said. I will give them, there was an article recently, I can't remember who had it may have been SI, but they were talking about the Brunson thing, and they said, look, nobody can blame necessarily. I thought it was interesting. Nobody can blame Mark Cuban for not wanting to pay that, because at the time, most league insiders thought it was too much.
Yes.
And it's more the way he's handled things in the aftermath of it and how he handled it before it got to that point.
Giannis gets hurt, has to leave.
Back injury, nobody wants those.
Has to leave yesterday, and Miami handles Milwaukee. I'm looking at the Game 2 spreads for Wednesday night. The Grizzlies are favored by 1.5. Does that surprise you? Ja's supposed to be out. Milwaukee's favored by 7.
They probably think Anthony Davis is going to be out for 3 to 4 games. And they're not going to get the same.
No, but in all seriousness, why is Memphis favored? Anthony Davis came back in the third quarter.
What if they think Ja's? Maybe they know Ja's actually going to go.
They either that or they don't expect the same kind of game from Reeves and Hachimura again.
Yeah.
Now, granted,
Hachimura's was fluky.
Right, but
Reeves can play.
He can play. He's a player, man. But LeBron's also not going to be the 4th leading scorer every night.
Yeah.
Right? So he's going to have his game. They just, he found, and credit to them, they just found the 2 hot hands.
Peyton said we got to listen to these Knicks fans reacting to Game 1 on the streets of New York.
We winning in 5, you feel me? That's how I'm feeling right now.
Out of here, we sweeping the Cavs. Light work. The Spider-Man, you should have came to us.
Go New York, go New York. Yo, come on, man, right here. He know what he's talking.
Jump out that window, baby. Knicks in 3. Knicks in 3. 3 more. 1 down, 3 more. Knicks in 4. I told y'all before the game. I'm talking Knicks in 4. We're talking team chemistry. I'm talking Knicks in 4. I'm talking Knicks in 4, baby.
Knicks in 4, baby. Let's go. See, baby. We can close the MSG.
Good Lord.
I wish we would get more exposure for the Kings fans and how they've been. Did you see that viral clip of that teenager? 40 on your effing head talking to Steph Curry. And then you had the high schooler afterwards saying, I'm missing school tomorrow. You know why? Because I don't give an F. Saying that on local TV.
Figure out what happened with E40.
Yeah, what happened there?
He got kicked out for standing up. He's a Warriors fan.
Yeah, there's a lot of conflicting reports that make it really kind of tough. The NBA's have to investigate this, but he says he's thrown out for racial bias. The story that the Kings say, or at least the initial story.
How well known is E40?
Yep.
Pretty.
Nope.
I mean, if you listen to hip hop at all, you know who E40 is.
Yeah, you got choices when you're
Bay Area legend.
Yeah. So anyway, but he is saying like that, or they're saying that he was standing up and they kept doing the old down in front, and the ushers told him to sit down, and he wouldn't sit down. To which I say, I paid for my ticket. If I want to stand up, I'm going to stand up. By the way, it's a playoff game, Sacramento. Yeah, you had one in 17 years. Why are you even sitting in the first place?
I got threatened to get kicked out of the ballpark in Arlington back when I had season tickets because they told me to sit down during a playoff game.
No, you don't sit. It
was a playoff game, and it was the Ranger. Yeah, and it was like we were in the bleachers where everybody has to stand because of how tight it would get, and they were yelling at everybody to sit down or else you'd get thrown out.
Do you feel bad for a certain aged person who needs to sit?
Yeah, I do feel bad. I do. Yeah, I feel bad for them.
You know what I mean?
Because I'm talking to a microphone, I'll say yes, I feel bad.
I made Bassick so uncomfortable.
You made Mike uncomfortable?
We were at the Tennessee Loyola game at the AAC. I was sitting right next to him. He was waiting for the Tech game, whoever they were playing, some team they whooped up on. And this was a Sister Jean game. We got beat. And the Tennessee fans were just lifeless. They were just lifeless. So I yelled out, "Hey, old people, let's go! Stand up! We got cheers!" And he like cowered in his face. These old blue hairs started looking at me all mad, telling them to stand up. Hey, you know what? Hey,
the blue.
Don't come to the game. Don't come to the game if you're not going to cheer the team on.
I thought you were going to say you went try to push Sister Jean down a ramp or something.
I almost got kicked out of Pete's Piano Bar for telling somebody to stand up one time.
Were they in a wheelchair?
Oh. No.
Oh, all right. I thought you were trying to top my joke.
No.
I'm like, don't top a wheelchair. All right, let's get out of this.
Sister Jean only sits courtside, Sean. She wouldn't have been where we were.
Let's move on. I thought you were saying she's watching from above.
Let's
move on to Stars and our old buddy here to bust our balls next. Brent Severin for Stars Game 1 next.
But let's get you over to
the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
940 Crosstalk with KMC. They are heading out to Arlington where you can hang out with them before the Rangers official unveiling.
I mean, the in-person unveiling, of the City Connect.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Some of the jerseys have leaked. Thanks to the Tolos. Tolo Michael, season ticket holder, sent me some of them. I don't know. I would probably get in trouble for saying this.
They're there.
I don't like them. I don't like them.
I'd love to hear how Nadell would go through his description of these uniforms.
I love the hat. I like the numbers.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of the.
It's kind of like a Detroit Tiger style.
It's an old English hat. I'm not a fan of. I don't like the pants
with those belts.
I've never liked
those pants.
I've never liked dark pants in baseball. I just felt that was. I don't know. I just didn't like it.
I'm not a fan.
But I like the tops. I like the tops. The tops are good. The hat's good.
Oh, Corey Seager's modeling them.
All right. Game 1 tonight of the Stars and hopefully a long NHL playoff run with our good friend. What happened with your text yesterday?
Man, he was so, I think, put out that we texted him a year ago today or whatever.
Where you been, man? Brent Severin here on 105 through the Fan. Where you been?
Hey, whoa, gentlemen, good to hear from you. Holy cow. And I hate to get in after the baseball attire talk because, that almost put me to sleep, fellas. I know it's hockey and you guys don't want to talk about it, but holy crow. Sorry. We're on air? I mean, hey, guys, good to see ya. Talk to you.
My college roommate's from Minnesota, and he goes, that's May. Choppy must be a hockey fan. Now it's April. That's how it works, right?
Exactly. That's all right. We're used to it here in Texas. Don't worry about it.
Do you have bandwagon friends hitting you up for tickets on your cell phone, acting all involved?
Yeah, my neighbor doesn't talk to me for 364 days of the year, and then all of a sudden I'm getting texts and calls that he wants to go to a game. Shocker.
Hey, it's a tough ticket to get, man. I mean, they are really, really tough to get, and deservedly so. They've had a great year. Of all the matchups that they could have had in the first round, I think it was either this or Seattle. Was there one that you preferred?
Well, obviously Seattle, I think, is the weaker team, but it doesn't matter. Like at this stage, it is really about getting your game in order, right? It's crazy. You wake up as a player and you're absolutely energized to go and play the game. Like it is harder to bring yourself down than to get up at this time of the year, because as a player you wake up and you are fired up. Like in the NHL, it takes an entire day to really get you to the level emotionally and physically that you need to be. But in playoffs, you wake up and you're ready to go. So you gotta bring it down a bit. So it really doesn't matter who you're playing. It really boils down to what your team can do and how you can execute your game plan. Minnesota and the Stars, what difference of 5 points throughout the entire season. Both teams coming down the stretch were pretty good. Both teams have a great deal of players that can score some goals. And so it is what you can do when you step on that ice and you're ready to go. So does it matter who they're – no, because you eventually have to go through Colorado, I believe, to get to the other side. So you just got to do what you got to do.
Is Minnesota a team, like we've seen this throughout the years, like they're the one team that when you play them, like they're so physical that you'll feel it. If you make it through the series, you're still going to feel that series for a couple more days.
Well, that's it. If I'm coaching this Wild team, right, you're gonna target some players. And when you look at the forward grouping for this Wild team, they have the second most hits of anybody in the playoffs right now. So they're big, they're burly. And if you look at Jason Robertson, your leading goal scorer, point getter, Wyatt Johnston, the young rookie who came in and having an outstanding year, scoring some goals, creating some offense on what I call the second line. Two very small, slender guys. Robertson is tall, but they're not big. So what do you want to do to your goal scorers? You want to absolutely pound the heck out of them. So you're going to look at Robertson. You're going to look at Wyatt Johnston. Even Mason Marchment, who's a bigger guy, who's just back from injury. These are guys that you target. So you're going to see bodies flying. And, gentlemen, I know it's been a year, but I hate that kind of hockey. I want the fluff. I want the Stars to battle because they're not a team that's going to be pushed around. But I would expect early in this one that you are going to have that physicality that you just talked about.
Savvy, do you have a standard they must get to blank round like we always do with the Cowboys, or the season is not a success? Do you have a minimum place in the playoffs that the Stars need to get to in your mind?
Yeah, 16 games. That's what you got to win. Yep. There you go. Next question.
So championship or bust?
Yeah, well, no, that's the way it is, right? Like, no one's going to be happy, and players aren't going to be happy if they go to the second round. We could give a fat fiddly. I know the fans, and that really, honestly, like, we got to win because there's all.
Hello,
Tyler.
There we go.
Hello.
Hello.
We got you back.
We lost you for a second there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got all excited, I guess. So you got a guy like Tyler Seguin who's won the Cup before, and he won it in his very first year. So he must have came in with the Boston Bruins and said, hey, this is easy. We're going to do this. But then you got a guy like Pavelski and you got a guy like Ryan Suter. You know, they have gone a very, very long time in their career and not had their name on the Stanley Cup. So, you know, there's only so many kicks at the cat, you get it. So for the players, it's just disappointing if you don't get there and go all the way, no matter what.
Sevy, biggest advantage the Stars have in this series and the biggest disadvantage, or the biggest advantage Minnesota's going to have too?
I think the offense, obviously, for the Dallas Stars, when you look at what the Stars have done, you know, Coach Pete DeBoer has come in and very intelligent guy. His goal right from day one was to increase shot attempts, increase power play, increase zone time, increase goals, and he's done that. So this is a team that can score goals. There's no question about it, and that's where they differ from this Minnesota Wild team. The disadvantage that I see, and what kind of snuck in near the end of the season, is that aggressiveness that we see in all three zones. The Stars run a pressure up front on their forecheck. In the neutral zone, they practiced it yesterday, really being aggressive and going to the puck. Defensive zone, you're going to see them load the corner with a bunch of guys and try to outman the Wild. What happens, though, is when you're too aggressive, you leave little spaces. If your structure is not perfect, the Wild are going to find these little holes because of the aggressiveness of the Dallas Stars. So, again, it boils down to whether the Stars can execute their game plan. Because if on paper, when you look at these two teams, the Stars have the advantage in just about every category, whether it is defending or whether it is offensively in the Wild zone. So I give the advantage to the Stars, but I also think that if the Wild are aggressive, they can throw the Stars off their game. If they can create their own offense from Stars' mistakes, that's when they'll have an advantage. So, and again, goaltending, guys, is really the equalizer. And we're not sure exactly, but I would assume Philip Gustafsson is going to be the guy in for the Wild. And I believe Jake Ottinger is our guy in the back end for the Dallas Stars.
Okay, Brent, so I'm going to the Stars game tonight. I am one of these bandwagon fans.
First of all, good to have you.
Thank you. That's what I want to know. How do I not look like a tourist? How do I show up to this and make sure that I don't look like just out of place as a hockey fan?
Well, first rule as a hockey fan, if you're wearing a hat and a jersey together, like, you're over the top.
Okay.
If you're wearing a Stars jersey and a Stars hat and a scarf with the glasses, it's just too much. Or maybe the shoelaces. Like, you're way over the top. You're trying too hard. Yeah, just maybe throw a hat on, and you want to wear an Miro Heiskanen jersey, because if you're wearing a Roope Hintz or a Jason Robertson, you're out. It's got to be defenseman or nothing.
Okay, these are great notes. In fact, I will head into the pro shop when I get there tonight. I will get a Heiskanen sweater.
Does it count, Brent? Does it count if you sit in the suite like an uppity up and not with the commoners like he's doing?
I don't know. I prefer a suite myself. Nobody bugs you. You can have a couple beers, right?
Yeah.
No. As long as you're there enjoying the game, we as hockey players don't care. We don't care. Just enjoy it and have fun. We're just glad to have you there.
If not the Stars, who comes out of the West?
Oh, yeah, it's that Colorado Apple Bunch for sure. Yeah, the Avalanche or the team, right? They're defending Cup champions. They've struggled a little bit this year, but coming down the stretch, they're the best team in the West. There's no question about that, and they have everything you need. So I think eventually, I like Vegas. I think Vegas is going to be really good. If there's someone that could be not a dark horse, but a team that could come out of here besides the Stars or the Avalanche, it would be the Vegas Golden Knights because they defend well. And it's a strong, gritty team that we see from them.
If I give you a choice, you could either pick Boston to come out of the East or any other East team. Who would you take?
Yeah, I think the sexy choices you guys have seen with this Boston team, the best team just about ever in the National Hockey League, the team that I like and the team that to me was the best that I saw in all areas against the Stars or just the games that I've watched is the Carolina Hurricanes. They've lost one of their top players, but this is a team that's gritty. They're tough. They beat the heck out of the Stars. They actually manhandled in the game that I saw with them. So if you're looking at a dark horse on that side, I think, and just going by what I've seen from them over the season, would be the Carolina Hurricanes. And I have a friend that's very happy that I said that.
The Bruins regular season, as a regular season team, they're the best team that you've seen since who?
Oh my gosh, since who? Since the Edmonton Oilers in '83 when I had tickets, 5 Stanley Cups, not a big deal. Let's move on.
Wow,
that good, huh?
Yeah. So the Oilers during that time really dominated. Like they're just an offensive juggernaut, man. Gretzky, Curry, Lee Fogland, you guys have to Google that name. But yeah, this is a team that is strong in a lot of areas. And Montgomery, who coached here for the Dallas Stars, unbelievable coach. And he's got those guys. When you're steamrolling teams the way the Boston Bruins did this season, obviously your ears perk up and you're going to have to wonder exactly what's going on with them. But again, when it comes down to the playoffs, if you look right now, fellas, the standings are at 0. There's always someone that comes in and battles and works and changes the narrative on some teams. So it's what you do now because the regular season really gets thrown out the window. But Boston obviously is your favorite going into this tournament.
Well, look, we appreciate you bailing us out again.
Every year.
Anytime.
We'd like to call you round by round and not in another year. So if you would oblige, we'd love to have you to interrupt Jersey talk. We appreciate that.
Oh yeah, I got a tear in my eye right now, gentlemen. This has been my honor. I cannot believe this, and you guys enjoy the games. All right.
Thank you, brother. We're gonna call you next week if they keep going. Brent Severn here on the Diamond Factory Hotline on 105.3 The Fed. He is awesome. The hockey players have the best personalities.
100%.
It's not even close.
Hundo P, as the kids say.
Let's crosstalk and get you hype for the jersey release with a KMC masterpiece in Arlington next.
Well, let's get you over to K Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. By the way, you got another.
air to left field. That one's back. Alvarez turns, looks, out of here! A grand slam for Marcus Semien. And the Rangers have opened this one up. Houston, we have liftoff. And the Rangers lead 6-0.
So I was making fun of Sandler. I was texting him, cheesiness, corniness over the Houston call. He must really think I'm a total idiot. He must really think I'm a total moron. He texted me this, word for word. The Houston we have liftoff is because of NASA in Houston.
Is NASA in Houston?
Really? No way. There's no way.
What do they do down there? Do they
I thought they defunded NASA. Didn't NASA gone?
All our years of friendship down the drain. He thinks I'm a bumbling idiot. Hey, this is why
they do airplanes and stuff there, or
I don't know. Let's crosstalk.
Guess we'll have to ask Sandler next time we have him on.
KMC Masterpiece out in Arlington for a very special event. Good morning, Corey Majors. You're wearing it.
Yes.
And Mike.
Yes, Mike and I both were twins today with our Hurtado hats and our new Rangers Connect polos.
Where's yours, Kevin? You couldn't bother to take off the Duke shirt?
I didn't get a Hurtado hat.
Oh yeah, we got to work on that for you.
I meant the Rangers shirt.
Oh yeah, no, it's right here. We were getting ready for the show.
Kevin got here, he got his shirt, and then sat down and started working because that's Kevin, right? He just immediately starts working.
Collared shirts are like tuxedos to Kevin.
Yes.
You make a fair point.
What's coming up, Corey?
Man, we got all sorts of stuff going on today out here live from Globe Life Field, where they have released the Texas, the City Connect shirts for the Rangers, all the jerseys and everything. We got some guests popping on. Mystery player, we'll say, in the 1 o'clock hour is what we're looking at. And then
I
the
bet
guys,
they're going to be on the phone.
You think they're going to be on the phone? Okay, all right, that could be a possibility.
I just think.
And then
unless they flew them in from Houston, and then as soon as they do the interview with us, they're flying them straight to Kansas City.
Well, he said something
I'd
about that.
I'd appreciate that level of commitment. So let's do that.
And then the guys who created this whole thing, the whole City Connect legacy that they're building here, they're going to be on with us probably in the 11 o'clock hour. And then we got stars tonight. We got so much to do. It's awesome.
Were you guys surprised how many people were here when we got here?
Yes,
9-ish?
there are a lot of people.
Not at all. I'm not surprised.
Oh.
This team, dude, the team's on fire, and this is a really cool release. So I think that's the thing. But I think there are people that are really excited about the Rangers right now.
Are they letting in fans?
Oh yeah. There's been at least, guessing 300 to 500 people that have already come here to buy their gear and stuff. A big line at 9 o'clock to get the new gear.
Is this the only time? How often do you guys go out there when they're not actually playing a game?
Ooh, not a ton, so it is a little odd.
Yeah, not a lot. Sometimes I meet people out here to sell cards to in the parking lot.
All right, so Mike, Warriors, Kings, Stars hockey tonight, same time.
Yeah.
How are you going to divvy it up as I'm trying to get you to watch the NBA playoffs?
You better answer this right.
I'm going to try to watch Stars hockey more.
All right.
But there's intermissions. There's 2 periods.
Yes. Well, there's 3.
So
he meant 2 intermissions.
Yeah, 2 intermissions. Yeah, there
I
are
got
3
you, Mike.
Yeah,
I understand.
I guess at the end of the game, the end of the 3rd period, I will probably turn over to Kings and Golden State if they're still playing. That was a great finish to that game. That was a great I watched the last 10 minutes of Golden State and Sacramento. I'll tell you what, the pace that they play at, some of the Mavericks might have a heart attack if they played that.
Oh, wait, I saved this clip just for you guys, just for Bassick. We hadn't played it yet. This is David Griffin.
Oh, yeah.
The Pelicans general manager talking about, because it seemed like C.J. McCollum was calling out Zion.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? Yeah. And then the Pelicans GM addressed it.
And so I think there's been a lot put on him that's not fair. Some of it his own doing. Quite frankly, he came up here the other day and told you all physically I'm fine, and nobody followed up on what that means. Well, physically I'm fine means I'm not currently injured. He wasn't physically cleared to play basketball. He was playing 1-on-none. He went up and windmill dunked pregame. Well, that's not the skill set that makes you capable of playing skilled 5-on-5 basketball. He was never cleared to play 5-on-5 basketball. So for people to now say, oh, he chose not to play basketball, That's nonsense. That's not factual. But that's a way more interesting story than the kid wasn't cleared to play basketball. That's the truth. I mean, I know everybody wants there to be some amazing story behind all of this. There's not that. The kid said I'm fine physically because he's not currently injured. He was never cleared to even play 3-on-3 full court. Like, that's not where he was. So these things get frustrating when you're dealing with them, and nothing that's being said about the kid is particularly factual one direction or another.
Way to go, Kevin.
Yeah, tell us about the kid.
Yeah.
What does he mean? One thing is not factual in one direction or the other. Does that mean there's just no facts that exist in this? Second, how's he going to say there's a lot of misinformation and it has nothing to do with him, and then say it's his fault in the exact same sentence? Thirdly, is there nobody in this organization that's like, hey, dude, you're not cleared? Probably going out and doing windmill dunks is not the best optics.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Like, what is he even talking about?
I love windmill dunks.
Well, it's just, I mean, it is just optics, though. But yeah, I mean, look, we all know this is probably
covering.
It's probably covered. Now, look, there's a chance it's true, and maybe it is true, but it doesn't matter. Like the narrative has already been made, and Sean and I are in charge of everybody's legacy in the world.
Yep.
And we have already decided that Zion was, in fact, healthy enough to play, and it doesn't matter what David Griffin or. He's the record guy, right? That's David Geffen.
That's David Geffen.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what David Griffin says or not. Zion was healthy. We made that determination already.
What's his whole point about, just because you can dunk a basketball, that doesn't mean you have the skill set for 5-on-5? It's like, but I mean, like, that's kind of his skill set, is dunking a basketball.
He's got,
right. So, like, that's the same skill set he uses in 5-on-5.
Yeah,
Corey,
extreme athleticism is what Zion is all about, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not pure finesse with that guy at all. Everything's power.
So, Mike, your anti-NBA playoff take is kind of more discussed with the league, not necessarily the Mavericks, right? Because I was listening to you on Friday, and I was like, I want to ask Mike, and you have to pick one.
Yeah.
Who you trust more as your team's GM now, between Cuban or Jerry?
Jerry, because I know he's handed most of it over to Will McClay and his son.
Okay.
So if Jerry was doing the Mark Cuban thing, we did do that. It was called Quincy Carter.
Yep.
Just the horrible times of 5-11, and then he needed a new stadium, and so he went out and got Bill Parcells, and he dealt with just the kind of, he was miserable during the Bill. He can make up that he wasn't, but he was miserable with the Bill Parcells stuff.
Yeah.
And that's why he'd never hire anybody like him again. But we are in a Mark Cuban he could 2 years from now, we could look at the complete and total destruction of the Dallas Mavericks, where you're just sitting there going, all right, we are going to probably win 20 to 30 games for the next 5 to 7 years. I hope it doesn't come to that. But, I mean, Mark Cuban is headed down a very dangerous path with the way that he's ran this organization for a while. I mean, kind of you go back to after the championship team when he read the CBA better than anybody had ever read it.
He did.
And nobody else read it his way. And then 5 years later, he's like, crap, none of this, the way I read it, nobody read it this way. Nobody's doing business the way that I thought. And then by 2016, he's like, ooh, I messed this one up really bad here.
Hey, RJ, do you ever feel like you could do a Mark Cuban impersonation based on what Mike just said that's kind of similar to one of your other impersonations? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, like I could just do, I don't really do a Cuban voice.
No one's ever read the CBA.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I could. Nobody has. I read it better than anybody else, cover to cover. I've read it from more covers to other covers, better than anybody else, quite frankly.
The best reader.
I'm the best reader.
The
Best
only
reader in the world.
The only reader. Yeah, I do this every year with the Cowboys. Like when the divisional round starts, I'm like, that team is a lot better. Like the Cowboys would get their ass whipped, and when I was watching yesterday, I was trying to get Mike to watch. I'm like, man, if the Mavericks, how far away are they from having an Austin Reeves or a Hachimura?
You could have had Austin Reeves. He was undrafted.
Yeah.
How about this? If you took what we have now, Reggie Bullock, Dwight Powell, Tim Hardaway Jr., Josh Green, Maxi Kleba, those are our main non-superstar guys. Those are our guys. You got JaVale McGee, Frank Ntilikina. I'm not going to say that like he has a real name, but
come on, Shaq.
would any of those guys play a second? Like, how many seconds or minutes would have those guys played for the Lakers the other day? How many seconds or minutes would have those guys, pick one of them, would have played for the Memphis Grizzlies?
Maybe Josh Green defensively a little bit. That's all I got. That's all I got.
Yeah.
Nobody should play for Memphis. Is awful. I can't watch a second of their games.
Would Jason Kidd have even played Tamagotchi or
Hachimura
or Austin Reeves?
Right. All right, Corey.
Yes.
What was your most entertaining NBA playoff moment between Anthony Davis breaking his arm, Westbrook trying to break a fan, or the bitterness of watching Jalen Brunson?
Oh, can I add my own?
Yeah.
I was terrified for Giannis whenever he went up for his attempted dunk and fell on his back and everything. Like, I was watching him lay and sprawl all over the ground. I was like, oh no, because he's the best player. He's the best player in the whole playoffs. In the NBA, he's that guy. Yeah. And so you want to see him, go through a run at his peak during the playoffs, not just fall there. But I do like seeing Westbrook he's so like emotional about everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of fun. And the Clippers did the right thing with him, Mike. They looked at him and they said, hey, we're going to ask you to be an athlete. Go be a dude that just crashed the boards. We want you to get yours whenever you get them. Put the ball in the bucket whenever it's there, but just go be the athletic dude that you are.
For a dude who couldn't make a shot to save his life, he sure made 2 clutch free throws.
Yeah.
Hey, Kevin, real quick. Yeah. I see DJ, the producer, behind you. Tell DJ that Bobby said, adjust the sound. You make up some.
Yeah, say Bobby says it's overmodulated.
Yeah, so I can deal with that for the next 4 hours, and y'all can walk away scot-free.
Just tell him.
Oh, well, hey, DJ, I'm supposed to tell you that Bobby thinks it's overmodulated. I'm not going to say that. I like DJ.
DJ almost knocked Bobby out of the Super Bowl.
He did.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
Awesome.
And Bobby was trying to adjust and
Bobby was
get us
trying
on
to
the air.
mansplain to him what to do.
All right.
Is it still mansplaining when you're talking to another man?
It's just he was trying to talk down to him. That's it. That's all I know.
Oh, Bobby.
That is not what happened, but
Basically, kinda
DJ
is.
would tell you that's not what happened.
We're back tomorrow morning with another Snoop Dogg giveaway. Say hi to Bobby. The Stars game tonight. The KMC Masterpiece from Arlington is next. Go out and say what's up to the fellas on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Globe Life Field at the Team Shop for the release of all things City Connect. I want to say the City Connect jersey, but it goes beyond that. There are T-shirts, polos, hats, so all things City Connect. And it is, the Team Shop is open. I know you might be thinking, well, hold on.
Stadium's closed.
Yeah, but the Team Shop is open, and we're technically in the stadium. So you should come out and see us. Or if you're like, I don't care about you, I just needed to know the Fan Shop was open to buy City Connect stuff, that's okay, too.
Are we inside the stadium, Mike? Because this is, like,
technically we're like, this would be like if you were on, let's say, the Texas-Oklahoma border. Technically, we're in Texas still.
All right.
Across our desk to meet us, you would be in Oklahoma.
Okay, all right. So
if you shook our hand, your arm would go through Oklahoma
right over the Red
Texas.
River.
Ooh, so you know what I want everyone to
this
do?
was a state line.
All right, this is the Red River right here.
I know it's not quite the five corners, but bring your family out, lay across the border, and be like, I'm in two states at one time.
I like it.
Now, that kind of ignores basic geography, but I understand the analogy nonetheless.
Yeah, no, it is really cool that they opened this up for this. And Kevin, I think these jerseys are pretty sharp, man. I like the way they look. Mike was pointing out a couple of things with the Rangers, with the players' jerseys. They have their number on the front and the back. There's no name on them.
Right, no name.
No name. So that's their approach with that too.
You have to earn that.
I like that the cream color.
That's not.
For every win DeGrom gets, he gets a letter on. It just says D on the back of his jersey to start off on Friday or whatever.
We got to keep him motivated, you know.
J for Josh Young.
I'm seeing this from Tom Pelissero to start things off, Kevin. Unless you have seen this already.
Oh, what do we got?
It looks as if Jalen Hurts has agreed to a 5-year, $255 million contract extension that makes him the highest paid player in NFL history.
So that's $51 a year?
Includes $179 million in guarantees, money, and no trade clause. So they have committed, the Eagles have committed to their quarterback.
The Eagles aren't stealing the Rangers' joy today, okay?
Okay, gotcha.
Good. There's the report.
Yeah.
Over. Jalen Hurts got money. Big deal.
Bad news for Lamar Jackson for that fully guaranteed contract. All right, 5 years, $255 million. That is not going to steal the rain. I had not seen that. Corey, thank you for bringing us that news.
Yeah, the only Eagles that we should be talking about are the Dallas Eagles, who helped inspire this Rangers connection.
The Eagles and the Fort Worth Panthers both helped inspire this. And Kevin, the way that I love the explanation I got of this thing is, you had Mr. Vandegrift, who was the mayor of Arlington at the time. He connected both Fort Worth and Dallas with baseball before an airport was even here. Like, everybody talks about DFW Airport, right? Like, that's what they talk about, DFW, the grand area. I call it the city of DFW. People lose their minds. But DFW area, it had baseball, and that was what connected them before it was actually even an airport that existed there. So that's what they're trying to tell the story of with these City Connect uniforms, jerseys, hats, and everything else that go along with it.
Now, I got a question for you guys, and we will talk more about City Connect. If you want to come up here, show us what you bought, absolutely, I'm here for it. There's a lot of options. What took up...
Oh,
he's got to sneeze. Here he goes.
I stopped it because I reached for the wrong cough box. I thought I was going to sneeze, and I reached for the wrong.
Were you going to say God bless you?
But he can't talk during a sneeze.
Yeah, he could stop.
He
his
remembers
sneeze.
that. He remembers. Oh, I didn't hit the. But then he makes up this story, and then he never tries it himself. Like, oh, I forgot.
Well, I've already told you. Everyone in my family disputes my story.
What happens when you stop a sneeze? Like, what happens to your? It feels like something else.
If I pass out or something during the show, that's why. Was it Rangers in the Astros series, NBA playoff stars, upcoming NFL draft? Like, what occupies the majority of your sports attention right now? I get that you might be divided between all of them, but like, if it came down to you could only pick one right now, where does your attention go?
Basketball was on, but I wasn't invested. Like, I did not have a real investment in it at all. It was all baseball for me this weekend. It was all Rangers. You know, Mike, I heard recently that the Rangers, John Gray was pitching, and then he got hit in the elbow, and he was doing really well. And that's about it right there, right? Like, that's how it goes.
There's some people don't even know what elbow he got hit in. It was right below the elbow. It knotted up pretty good. And he did throw 3 warm-up pitches, which I thought were good, and John Gray in the post-game show. That was the one game the Rangers lost, but in the post-game interview he gave, he said, actually, after the third one, it felt pretty good. And they kind of looked at each other like, I think I can do this. But the swelling was already starting, and they made the right decision because they're like, man, if I stay out there right now for, let's just say, another 5 or 10 minutes to try to get 3 outs here in the third inning, it might balloon up. And then they might have a little bit more of an issue of getting the swelling down, getting him ready for his next start. But luckily, took him out of the game. Rangers didn't win that one. They had a chance to win that one, too. And honestly, I think they sweep the Astros if he doesn't get hit in the third inning. He was locked in.
And it was a little terrifying, too, because like you were pointing out, at first you dodged a bullet because he said, I thought my arm was broken. Yeah. And, like, that is just horrifying. And then the report is he's not going to miss a start. Yeah. Like, that is a crazy swing in terms of, I thought my arm was broken. I should be good to go for the next start.
Because of the noise off of kind of, just below the elbow, hitting the bone.
Kevin, the other thing, too, and I tweeted this last night, what's the goal? Derek talks about Ron Washington started it back then.
Win the series.
Bochy's the same way. Win a series. It would have been great to sweep Houston. It would have been awesome because we wanted to sweep the whole season series against them. But you get the win, you win the series. And guess what's happening tonight? Jacob deGrom's on the mound. Feels like, Kevin, it's almost overwhelming.
Yeah, you're 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, if they do good on the back end, then you're back up at the top of this thing with 2 really good pitchers and guys it's a barrage of Rangers right now. So that's where my mind was. It's invested in baseball.
All right.
That's where I was. I did watch some NBA basketball, and I watched a lot of 13, 14-year-old baseball too. But
Right.
I don't think that was on your run sheet.
I mean, look, I don't want to take away
Baseball
if that
nuggets,
is your
baby.
opinion.
Yeah.
But that's what I see a lot of the votes so far is from the 469, attention on the Rangers. From the 214, Rangers hands down. From the 972, baseball. And so there's a lot of that to start with. And then from the 214, 90% Rangers, 10% Cowboys draft. From the 214, Rangers, NBA. And then they said out on hockey, which kind of bums me out because the Stars start their series.
And you haven't played
tonight.
yet. I get it. Like I'm out on hockey right now too, but tonight
You'll be in.
I'm going to tune in and I'm going to watch because I don't really watch at all during the regular season.
Sure.
I've watched a hair here and there, but I'm going to be very invested. I'm not going to have strong opinions because I feel like I leave those to you guys. Do watch a lot more
I like
hockey
the
than
Stars,
I watch.
yeah.
We'll probably have on guests to really talk about breaking down, hopefully Game 6 when the Stars move on or something like that.
That is actually my prediction, so it's funny that you say that.
I have an interesting question. So Mike, again, goes into this fresh. You did this with the Stanley Cup final as you were running along, but you paid attention. You were in on it. I'm interested to find out, Kevin, who Mike's player is going to be, like who the guy that he latches onto. Because with Luka, it's like, oh, he's the guy. Will he go Jason?
It won't be Klinger because he was number 3. He's off the team.
Yeah,
he's on the other
He's
team.
on the other team tonight.
Oh,
so
he's
yeah,
kind of dirty, isn't he? Like he kind of was our guy to muck things up, right?
Yeah, so don't
he's going to
start
try to muck us up.
Don't start rooting for him.
So
That would be bad. You're like, it's awesome that Klingberg.
I'm curious if Mike gets invested in the Robertson growth story, like his future, obviously because of cards, like that helps out. But then also the Jamie Benaissance that he's having right now.
Benaissance, I love
the
the
old
Benaissance.
guy that's kind of,
How old is he?
He's 34.
I'm just wondering, like, what makes a hockey player? When does I know in all the other sports, for the most part, like once you hit
He's 33.
33, so okay. I don't know, like when you get to be 35, 36, your career starts coming to a close in the NBA unless you're freakish.
I think
like
that-
Guy Carbonneau was, playing until he was 60.
I think sometimes goalies can break away from that trend, but for the most part, it kind of follows the same thing. And so that's why the Benaissance was coined, is because he's had a significantly better season the last couple of years. Tyler Sagan has been contributing, obviously. And then Ottinger is,
So
he's
yeah,
the dude.
That's where I'm kind of curious where Mike goes. I like this guy for whatever reason, and then he's like, "This is my guy." So I'm excited.
I was
about
at
Wyatt Johnston is my prediction.
Oh, okay.
So he's 19,
Yes.
and he's the guy who you get a certain number of games to like try out whether or not you're going to keep them here or push them back down to the minors. And he made an impact, and they're like, "We're going to keep you up here." And so I think you might dig Wyatt Johnston.
And Wyatt Earp was
a gunslinger, Marshall kind of guy.
Marshall.
Yeah.
Can he be the Marshall? Is
Sheriff.
that his nickname? Wyatt the Marshall. What's his last name?
Johnston.
Johnston. Yeah.
I'm not familiar with him being called the Marshal, but to be fair, I'm not 100% on that. So keep an eye out on that. I was curious on the NBA playoff front is what's the concern level with all of these star players potentially dropping over the weekend, because Paul George looks like he's out for the entire first series. John Morant got hurt. Giannis left. Tyler Hero left.
They're not tough.
It's tough. It's tough. As Mark Cuban would tell you, science, they would never get hurt until they're 73 years old, as long as they don't play regular season basketball. This is amazing.
So Paul George, this must really perplex
I
him.
thought the science told us humans would never get hurt as long as they only play about 46 regular season basketball games.
Yeah, no, this is they're not tough. This is the one thing. Now, sometimes it's real bad injuries. Like, it's severe injuries.
Right.
And, Mike, we talk about football players now, and most athletes now, they're bigger, faster, and stronger than they were back in the day. Like, they're more torque, more of all these things. So the injuries will happen. They might be even more severe. But, man, dudes just don't – they're not in it. There would be guys, from what I understand – in the 80s and 90s that if their leg was chopped off, they'd be like, get me on the court right now.
And I understand this. It kind of ended Kevin McHale's career a little bit. And I won't say ended. It hurt his career tremendously when he played with, I want to say, a broken back.
Yeah.
In the 1987 NBA Finals. It might have been a foot. I can't remember, but there have been certain guys like they're just going to play through a broken foot playing basketball or a broken back. They're like, no, Larry, like for McHale's like, Larry, and Larry's telling him, dude, you shouldn't play, man. And he's like, no, you need me. I'm going to go out there and give everything. I know what you're fighting through with your back issues. I'm going to fight through with you. And I don't think players want to do that now because there's way more invested in Nike. Or if you do have a Under Armour or Adidas contract, there's way more invested in you yourself. So there's less sacrifice to the team in basketball now than there ever has been. It's about Luka's about Luka. Ja's about Ja. Now, I know that there are certain players that do sacrifice, but I do think in general – the players used to sacrifice for each other more, but now that there's more money in the game, there's more money in your brand, they sacrifice more for themselves or sacrifice less for their team.
Can I tell you, that's why somebody brought up on the fan text, and I think it's a great point from the 561. Happy Monday, and let's effing go Stars. Folks don't like hockey but want to watch a group of overpaid NBA players finally give effort. I'm good. Because remember what Corey brought up when we were talking about needing Colorado to lose to win the division is like, oh, how many load management people do they have? And they're like, no, Nashville will probably still trot it out. I feel like the level of effort in hockey is completely different. And so I get kind of bummed when people are like, I just don't like hockey.
Like how much last night watching on ESPN, the Rangers, how hard did Framber Valdez try? He tried pretty – so you saw the best left-handed pitcher in the game of baseball today, at least starting pitcher, from my opinion. There's other good ones too. He went out and gave his full effort, and the Rangers were able to get to him late in the game in the 7th inning. But it wasn't like, well, that was Framber not really trying that hard. Yeah. No, he tried his hardest. Oh, Andrew Heaney got the Houston Astros out, but they really weren't really trying hard, or they weren't playing half of their team. No, Houston tried really hard. Texas tried really hard. So when I watch the Rangers tonight against the Kansas City Royals on television, I know that the Rangers are going to try their hardest. Jacob deGrom's going to try to throw a perfect game. It probably won't happen, but that's going to be his effort level to start the game. I know that the Kansas City Royals and Bobby Witt Jr. are going to try to get on base and steal. Like, I know that the Royals and the Rangers are going to play hard. You now know, and the owners tell you this. Like, they're not holding it back. They actually tell you. Mark Cuban tells you, we're not going to try hard. Jason Kidd tells you, we're not going to try hard. Why should I invest my time and energy and focus on a team and then a whole organization, the NBA, telling you we're not going to try hard for 5 to 6 months and then we're going to try really hard? Well, then you're telling me to really not tune in until the playoffs. And then how invested am I if I'm not really going to watch basketball for 5 or 6 months?
Yeah, Kevin, I got a tweet from somebody that said they sat down and watched their first Rangers game in a long time, and they said this is a contagious team. It's infectious. Like the way that he said, I can tell their pitching's good, and he's like, there's just something about this team that you can tell is different. And I think it starts, it's top down with everything from this, with Chris Young and even Ray Davis, the way they did it and everything. But it is a contagious type of vibe where they're pushing for something.
And I think that's what goes into the excitement of this team being in first place, because I know people will be like, so early. It's a couple weeks into the season. Do you know how many seasons there's been in recent memory where you're already like 2 to 3 weeks in and you're like, well, doesn't look great. Like,
maybe next year.
Yeah, and so I'm not saying that the Rangers are guaranteed to win the division or anything like that.
Because we're guaranteed nothing in life.
That's right. Yeah. Man, that's a great point. Not even today or the rest of today or tomorrow. Is how many times have you already seen him and been like, well, that's probably out this early in the season? And so I'm excited that the Rangers have gotten off to a really good start with a really fun team, like you said.
Yeah, it's a blast right now.
All right.
They've taken on Philadelphia, swept them. They took on Houston and won 2 out of 3, which in 19 and 21 we went 0-9 and 0-9.
Yeah.
So we're 5-1 against the 2 World Series teams?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, hell yeah,
boys.
What,
Kevin, you know what that makes us? That makes us
right now we hold the silver.
Say it.
Right now we lightly hold the silver.
Better.
You know what that also means?
Oh my gosh. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Yes, for people who have not seen the news, and Mike shut it down, is Jalen Hurts, 5 years, $255 million with $179 guaranteed, and I believe a no trade clause as well. Lots of people have thoughts about that. We could talk a little bit more about that. If you've gotten anything City Connect, want to get your thoughts about the new product, plus the Random Sports Report, where we got big news for the Longhorns, the English Premier League, and rich athletes who want a divorce. We'll do all of that next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the Kansas City Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We are live out at Globe Life Field at the Fan Shop, and you might be like, hold on a second, am I missing a game or anything like that? No, the Fan Shop is open for the reveal of all of the City Connect stuff, the jerseys, the polos, the hats, the t-shirts, all of it, and we have been talking about that. We will talk more about that as the show goes along. And we got a random sports report where I'm going to dive into English Premier League soccer because I have become intrigued because my son has corrupted me. But
nice.
Yes, he has. He's got me invested in this stupid
AFC
thing.
Richmond.
No, not AFC Richmond.
It's not a real club.
Derek Holland.
Yeah.
Although I am going through a fascinating thing right now of me and my wife are caught up on Ted Lasso, but my son decided he wanted to watch Ted Lasso, so I'm simultaneously caught up and back in the first season.
Oh, me too.
And the show
I'm doing that with Avery.
The show used to be a lot better.
What do you do like when the lady dresses in lingerie and Brandon's sitting next to you? Or
I mean, he's 18, so
You act nervous and weird, just like same way when.
And plus, his attention span is still partially on TikTok at all times. But you brought this up, Corey, and we shut it down pretty fast because it's not Eagles Day. Is Jalen Hurts, 5 years, $255 million contract, $179 million guaranteed. What struck
in your face, Prescott.
What struck my interest? Well, it's going to be in your face, Dallas Cowboys fans, because that's going to become the negotiating spot. And I don't know why I said that word weird.
For a quarterback like Dak,
yeah,
that's what he deserves.
Well, we're going to have Steven on tomorrow, and I'm 100% going to be like, hey, do you see that contract? And you're like, well, that sucks.
At the end of the day.
Yeah. Contracts are done.
So Stephen Jones doing some draft reports with us
Tuesdays
and Fridays?
But you know we always corrupt that first
Yes,
one.
we
Just
do.
be like, hey, let's talk about these things
I
that
want to
you've
know
done with the team.
everything about what happened this offseason.
So what I noticed is, and we talked about this a couple weeks ago, is the quest for the fully guaranteed contract for, I know Lamar Jackson is looking for it. I'm not going to pretend like all other players wouldn't love it as well, but he's become kind of like the focal point for this. And we said, this is going to be an interesting offseason because of the potential of, Burrow, Herbert, Hurts. Like, there are a lot of quarterbacks that could get their deals, and if they're not fully guaranteed, what hope does Lamar Jackson or the future of the NFL have? And then my next question was going to be, will it start to trickle down with wide receivers and everything? You asked me to look up a contract, Corey, and this shows how much progress they've made, but how long it's taken. So Jalen Hurts, about 70% of his deal is guaranteed.
That seems like a significant amount.
For sure. And because you've seen guaranteed money go up and guaranteed percentages go up. And I think that's what the NFL is more comfortable with. Hey, maybe over the years we'll go from 70 to 75. Then maybe in another 5 years we'll go from 75 to 80. But they have made a...
But if we can squeeze it as long as
For
we
sure.
can, then it'll be years before they ever get to fully
Just like the
guaranteed
NCAA.
contract. Yeah.
Think about it. The NCAA waited until the last possible second, and the Supreme Court's like, hey, we'll get involved in this. Oh, no. We've always been fine with
open
this.
it up.
Yeah, nobody told us that we could do this. And so I feel like the NFL does the same thing. Yeah, that's something they would do.
The governing body.
Yeah.
Nobody told us we could.
I didn't know. And then y'all told me. I appreciate it. So I look back at, you brought up the Joe Flacco contract back in 2013.
Yes.
And I get it when everyone's like, oh, Joe Flacco sucks and everything like that. But this is when he was the reigning Super Bowl MVP, and he was getting a new deal. His deal, $120.6 million with $52 million guaranteed.
How many years ago does it have?
That was 10 years ago.
10 years ago.
So here's the progress you've made. If you just look at these two deals, I know Deshaun Watson's the outlier and everything. That's 43%. So you've gone from 43% to 70%, and I'll do some more research about the climbing percentages of guaranteed money for quarterbacks, and then we'll see if it trickles down to wide receiver and everything like that. But they've definitely made progress. This just also feels like bad news for Lamar Jackson in his quest for the fully guaranteed deal.
Yeah, and I think it's bad news for the rest of the players in the NFL
For sure.
too, because it keeps that arm distance of we're not there yet. Nobody's forcing us to do it. Now, this was the first domino, right? Like, because Joe Burrow and Herbert, those other guys you're talking about, and then next year Trevor Lawrence and so forth, those guys are getting ready to look and go, okay, Jalen Hurts just got this much. Joe Burrow, doesn't it seem like all the money is coming his way if the Bengals treat him appropriately based on, I did the same thing that Jalen Hurts did, and I'm getting us back to these, in position for that. Plus, I'm this kind of quarterback. All these things go along with it.
And I would love to sit in those meetings where Dak and his agent, well, I guess Dak's probably not like sitting in all the meetings, but his agent's like, come on.
Yeah.
He's better than Jalen Hurts. He wants more than this. And then the Cowboys being like,
he ain't better than Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, but be like, but come on, dude. Is he?
But
and that's how you negotiate.
But
And
with
so,
Burrow, do you think that they're saying that about, hey, he's better than Jalen Hurts, and the Bengals are going, is he?
I hear it. Didn't you guys say, hey, we're better than Bassick?
No.
I mean, I tell people that all the time. Should I not? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I should not be telling people that. Hey, there was a time when I got sat down.
Bassick's making mid 5 figures here. What's going on?
But like that's going to be the next step is Jalen Hurts makes $51 million, and you're going to see if you're Joe Burrow's agent, you absolutely want more than $51 million. If you're Justin Herbert's agent, you're going to argue for that. And isn't the pushback going to be, what have you done in the playoffs?
Yeah.
They just did this. And you're going to be like, oh, yeah, that's not a good point. Look at how many yards we put up. And so that's where the jockeying is going to be. But
you brought up that very valid point, though, of those quarterbacks, that group right there, they're the strongest group to push for this. And if they don't get it, if they just stick with what the past has been and kind of maybe get the higher percentage, maybe they're at 70, 75% guaranteed money, then that means the rest of the league is still sitting on the sidelines going, man, we're so far away from all these other contracts getting guaranteed, like in the NBA and in baseball as well, where, we get hurt. We're done. There are things that are problems for these guys. If they're just let go and released, they're done.
And you'd think the crop of, Jefferson, Chase, and the like would be that line in the sand, but I just don't know if that's going to happen either if you haven't seen the progress from the quarterbacks. All right, Reggie, I have become interested in the English Premier League so much that I say it in the fancy way.
That's a weird way to say it.
So it's time.
I mean, we can call it the Prem if you'd like.
Oh my gosh, I'm learning all the inside info already. Is Arsenal, why are they trying to blow it? Because
it's football heritage.
Yeah. Oh man. All right. So
is Man City fighting back?
Because,
correct.
Well, I mean, yes,
The
but
fighting mans.
also the general problem for Arsenal is for the second straight match, they blew a lead and ended up, I believe, with a draw, which will allow Manchester City to potentially only be 1 point back. Yes. Do I have all of the things I said? Are they correct?
That is right.
Oh, my gosh, I'm learning so much. Are you a little proud of me, Reggie?
Yes, actually. But I mean, I knew you were capable of doing it. I'm more proud that you actually decided to care.
How's Sergio Aguero taking this? He's pretty excited, right? For Man City.
I will have to circle back to you on that.
And Raheem Sterling, who's not on the team anymore.
Do you just know, and this feels like a thing that happens in other sports with the Stars and the Mavericks too, you just like to bring up people from the
He
past.
was a Man City fan for a few years.
Yeah.
He decided to go.
Why did-
I remember listening
why did
to
you
G-Bag.
ditch them?
De Bruyne. Yeah, he's a redheaded guy. He's still on the team. He's really good.
But
I don't know, because it takes time to watch sports, and I don't have time to watch everything. I'm watching a lot of Rangers baseball. I'm actually watching a lot of MLB baseball.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching a little bit of NBA playoffs. I unfortunately wasted multiple hours of my life watching the Mavericks fart around this year. And, I watch a lot of Cowboys, and I am watching some stuff for the draft.
Now, the cool thing about these two teams in particular is they still play again a week from Wednesday. And so you could be looking at, they could be even in the table, or that's right, Corey, I know stuff, and Manchester City has already beaten Arsenal twice this year, once in a league game, once in a non-league game. And so, Reggie, you got to predict right now, do you believe that Arsenal will do what Arsenal does and Manchester City is going to win this thing after all?
Unfortunately, I do think that's how it goes.
Not a boy, Reggie.
Soccer just seems to go on narrative sometimes, and one of the narratives is that no matter how safe Arsenal looks, they will cough it up, and we are seeing that happen.
Now, believe it or not, I have another soccer story, or at least it's kind of a soccer story, and you might have to help me out if you know this fella. Do you know Achraf Hakimi?
Yes.
Okay.
Plays in Ligue 1.
So
PSG.
Yes, actually, I did know that, and he gets €1 million a month from PSG. Have you seen?
Nobody knows how much that is.
Not even the euros.
Like, what?
They're like, just convert it to American
translate
dollars
it,
so we
please.
can figure this
Okay,
out.
what is it, like 1.3 2, 3.
Is it even paper money?
Like
how
it
does that
sounds
work?
like, I don't know, $1 million sounds like a lot.
Yeah,
But
it
I
does
don't
sound
know.
like a lot. Could be a lot
From what I
less.
understand, $1 million pesos isn't a lot.
Yeah.
It's about $1.1 million.
Oh, we should be getting paid in euros.
Yeah. Speaking of, how does it? Are the tax rates different with euros?
Look, we'll deal with European tax rates in another segment. Or
Also,
never.
the Euros won't make the salary seem any bigger, let me tell you.
Yeah. So some people think this is the greatest story ever. There are other people who are like, yeah, wasn't he accused of some other stuff? So
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the best. All right. So Hakimi, the story goes, and now, Reggie, you're familiar with this story then, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So Hakimi's wife filed for divorce and demanded half of his property. But she was told by the court that Hakimi has little to no value under his name because he's always put everything under his mom's name.
What?
So he gets $1.1 million from PSG monthly, but 80% of it is deposited in his mom's account. He has no property, cars, houses, jewelry, or even clothes in his name. Everything he wants, he asks his mom to buy it for him because it is his money. He just puts it in his mom's account.
This is brilliant.
Okay, it is brilliant.
If you're thinking about getting married,
Don't do that. Look,
You should
because
definitely give your mom the money.
stateside, those courts will get that money. Like this will not work in the United States. Do not think that you found a blueprint.
Yeah.
What if it's all in euros?
Yep.
I don't.
Well,
can you?
it's a good question.
Can y'all get your salary in euros?
Just bring them a whole bunch of sandwiches.
Yeah, they're like, what is this? All your euros. We told
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
Get it?
Yes, I do. But on the flip side, while people are celebrating this guy, I'm pretty sure he's also facing, is it sexual assault or rape charges?
Rape allegations.
Yeah.
In February, I believe. February 25th.
And they met over social media, and she said that he forced himself on her while they were in Paris, and his kids were out of the country. So it's tough because, like, people celebrated that plan, and then other people were quick to be like, hey, is this the same guy?
Yeah.
Because, you know.
Now, the tough thing about, like, that, all the divorce stuff is that I haven't seen anything, like, I guess, credible talking about this. This is all, like, gossip page
accusation.
stuff. So, I don't even know what to make of it. And it's not like I know anything about, like, the French legal system. I don't know how that works.
That is a great point. So those are the things to study up for, Corey. French law and you getting paid in euros. Those are the two things to take a look at. Then
bring that to us in the C block, Corey.
Yes. And then Jesus Ferreira, or Ferrara, if you're fancy, helped FC Dallas defeat Real Salt Lake. And so they are now 4-2-2 this season. And then after the spring game.
Does Real stand for real? We just say it
Yes.
different? Why don't we it's in America. Why don't we call it Real Salt Lake?
I could do that, surely, but this is
real.
my fancy soccer segment. And then Steve Sarkisian.
Real Salt Lake. They're speaking English in Utah.
I'm sure there's people in Utah that can speak other languages.
I'm sure there are too, but what's the primary language?
In Utah, probably English.
What's the primary language in Madrid?
Not English.
That's why they call them Real Madrid. They don't call them Real Madrid.
Okay.
I'm changing it. It's Real Utah. Real Salt Lake.
Real Salt Lake. For the real Longhorns, Steve Sarkisian said it's pretty clear to say that Quinn Ewers will be the Longhorns starting quarterback, and we feel very good about that.
What?
Now,
did he not see Malik Murphy?
That I don't even like. I hear what you're saying because he's a redshirt freshman, right? Is that this was after the spring game, and I still wonder if things can change, but that seems like a pretty definitive statement about where Quinn Ewers stands with the Longhorns. So maybe that means that Manning will redshirt after all, and that's what people were hoping for. I don't know what that means for the future of Malik Murphy, but there is your Texas football update
I know one
as
thing.
well.
I don't want to be security for the UT Longhorns when they're waiting in the tunnel to run out.
Why?
Because Steve Sarkisian's going to unload on you.
Oh.
Yeah, he'll punch you, dude.
Yeah.
Remember he punched that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Never effing touch me.
Yeah.
I almost said the real word.
I appreciate that you did not.
Should have.
We're the KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming out next comes effing baseball nuggets.
Oh, my
with
God.
Mike Bassett.
Yeah, guess what? Houston's cussing after taking on the Texas Rangers. And, hey, our guy's still dropping bombs.
Yeah, he is.
Next.
Hi, guys. It's Mark.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup, and unprecedented savings make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan right now as we're live from Globe Life Field at the Fan Shop. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick, but not Mike Adams.
Mike Adams quit me. He was just here. He's buying some of the new City Connect gear.
He's still standing right there.
Okay,
well,
so
prove us wrong, Mike.
Yeah, he can come on and talk about these Texas Rangers as, hey, come on out, say hi to us. Come by, whether it's a hat, whether it's a jersey, whether it's the cool collared shirt.
Yeah, we got the polo
that we have on right now. They have hoodies. They have a whole bunch of brand new gear that just came out today for the Rangers. City Connect here at Globe Life Field at the team shop. But let's talk about that series. And look, there's still 147 games to go. So
a lot of games.
Things can change. But
they won't.
That was really fun to watch 3 days worth of baseball. The only part that was disappointing was John Gray looked great after 2 innings and after getting hit in his right arm, right below his elbow. He had to be taken out of the game, but x-rays were negative. They're not 100% sure he's going to make his next start. I just want to make this clear.
I thought they had said, like, they didn't think he would miss a start.
Well, you can say whatever you want to say.
That's true.
That's Zion Williamson.
Let's not put John Gray in that category.
Right, but the good thing is like, as long as, here's the deal. Today is supposed to be his bullpen day. I don't know if they're going to push that back a day just to give it a little bit more time for the swelling to go down. I don't know what his underneath his right elbow looks like, but you're going to have to throw a bullpen. You can't just, in baseball, you can't just take 4 days off like you can in basketball and be like, all right, let's go play. Or Adrian Beltre could somehow be out for a month and then like, yeah, I don't need rehab, and come back and go 3 for 4 with 2 doubles. I'm like, how is he doing that?
Can you walk us through like your typical schedule then? Like you pitch, you start the game.
Right.
What do you do on the days after that?
The day after, you're going to do quite a bit of cardio. That's going to be your heavy lifting day and your weight work. And you're going to play catch. It's a matter of what you want to do. Sometimes sinker ball guys don't want to play long toss, you know. Other guys, they want to stretch it out. You have a lot of lactic acid built up after throwing that many pitches against major league teams. So sometimes you'll get a little bit of bicep soreness or lat soreness. Those are good sorenesses to have. Well, you got to stretch that out. So you got to do cardio to kind of get new blood into those areas. And then you have to do your good, strong weight workout. Now, they probably took it pretty darn easy on John Gray's kind of weight workout, and I bet he didn't play catch yesterday, but I don't know. I'm just guessing. They're like, let's take a day off. Let's make sure we give this as much ice and as much treatment as possible to get the swelling down. And then the next day, so you pitch. The next day, long toss, a lot of weight work, cardio work. Then the next day, you're going to throw your bullpen. Early on in the year, you're feeling good. That's probably going to be a 50-pitch bullpen.
Okay.
Maybe a few more if you need. So you're going to throw 50 pitches off the mound to work on your stuff. Now, give or take, everybody's different in their career. And then after that, you're going to do sprint work. You're still doing your shoulder maintenance and all that stuff like that, but really not much weight work at all from there besides your kind of what they call Job's exercises or kind of stretching type of exercise deal. The next day, you can throw a light bullpen. You might throw like a 20-pitch bullpen. Just sometimes they'll call it a touch and feel, where you just want to get off the mound a little bit more after playing your catch, your 10, 15 minutes of catch. Then you'll throw like another 15 to 20 pitches if you want on that day, and you're going to get in some cardio, and you're going to get in light weight work. So what I mean by that is, instead of, let's say, you're doing squats on the day after you pitch, and you're going to do like 3 sets of 12, but you're going to be heavy on those. Maybe it's, I'm just going to throw out a number. It could be different for different guys. You're going to be 200 to 300 pounds on your squats there. Well, you might go, well, I'm only going to do 1 set of 15, but I'm going to do 150 pounds. I don't want my legs feeling heavy or feeling sore on the day I'm going to pitch. So you're going to have kind of a lightweight workout, still do some sprints, maybe throw a small bullpen. Then the day before you pitch, you're going to play catch. You're going to do some light cardio, and you're not going to do really any weights. And then the next day you're pitching. Okay. Well, you can't do. So you take all that out like, okay, well, I got hit in the elbow. I'm not going to throw a baseball till I pitch again. That sounds like a lot of parents that I talk to. And I'm like, no, you can't do that. Literally, a Major League Baseball pitcher, out of the 183 days of the season, they're probably throwing a baseball 150 to 160 days out of that 183 days. They are only taking off about 20 to possibly 30 days of the whole year without throwing a baseball.
Wow. Man, that's a lot.
That was an excellent explanation. Right. I appreciate it.
So where would the Rangers be without Will Smith? How great of a signing. I know, look, there's a lot. The starting pitching is great, and we're going to get into that and everything. But the way that Will Smith has come in and been such a game changer for this team the other day when they won in extra innings. When we talk about yesterday, he came in with the bases loaded and Yordan Alvarez up. Now, the game looked like it was kind of in hand, but Jonathan Hernandez had another tough outing. So when you look at stuff like that, you're like, man, Will Smith, if he's not on, I know they're 9-6. It's really early. But I think without Will Smith, you could be looking at a few more losses than wins this year.
Okay, was in your mind then, was Chris Young talking to Bochy and they had conversations about Leclerc and he was like, I just don't know yet. And he said, and Bochy was like, well, we have to have a guy that I can rely on.
That's a good question.
And I know that's a question for Chris, but
I don't know exactly how the conversation went, but yes, yeah. I bet this. I bet that Boch looked at the team and looked at Chris Young and said, I've had Will Smith. I know I can trust Will Smith. Will Smith just pitched for the Houston Astros and won a World Series, and the year before he pitched for the Atlanta Braves and won a World Series. I can use this guy, and I need this guy. And to your point, bullpen pitchers are really tough to judge year to year.
Yes.
You can have a 1.5 ERA, and then the next year have a 4.5 ERA, and you're like, what happened to that guy? And it's just like, man, he just was a little bit off. Well, how great was Brock Burke last year? You're not 100% sure that that's Brock Burke year in and year out. That was his first year to really show that he could pitch in the major leagues and then be a bullpen guy in the major leagues. So to get Will Smith to add a little bit extra there, the other thing too is Jonathan Hernandez was inconsistent last year.
Right.
Jose Leclerc was inconsistent last year. You don't know how consistent they're going to be. The hope is that they're very consistent. But so far this year, Jonathan Hernandez is a little bit inconsistent. And if you didn't have Will Smith to pick up yesterday's 8th inning, it might have been bottom of 7. But when I can't remember what inning it was. I think it was the 8th. But if you don't have Will Smith to pick up that big situation there and you walk another guy and then there's still pressure on and that guy has to pitch to 3 batters now.
You could be facing your own potential grand slam on the other side.
And I do think, Corey, to your point, I do think that as long as this team stays over 500, I do think in July Chris Young will add another bullpen arm.
I do too.
There's enough on the farm to add. Now, real quick, how about this? Andrew Heaney, I know he didn't go deep into the game. He pitched 5 innings, 88 pitches.
Strikeouts.
He matched the zeros.
Yeah.
Which is always when, look, I match?
Through 5 innings, there were a total of 3 hits.
Right. And when you're pitching against, in my day, Johan Santana, Roy Halladay, some of the better pitchers at the time, you had to try to match their zeros. Even if I was a number 5 starting pitcher facing, and I did. I faced Johan Santana. I faced Roy Halladay. It just happens sometimes. And Andrew Heaney's a very different what you'd call a number 5 pitcher. I mean, he's getting paid, I believe, $8 million.
Yeah, he's right up there with all the other starters they have right now.
So, I mean, he's really good. But when you're going up against Framber Valdez, you know you're going to have to put up zeros. If you're not putting up zeros, hey, it can happen. A solo home run can happen. An inning where you give up a run can happen. But you know if you put up a crooked number in an inning, if it's a 2, a 3, or 4, you know you've lost the game. You're going to lose a game if you give up multiple runs, most likely in a game, in an inning to Framber Valdez, because he is just that dominant.
And that's why I loved yesterday's game, because not to say you would win every Jacob deGrom start, but you go into every Jacob deGrom start thinking, we should win today, right?
And they're 3-0 on those so far.
And so you went up against Framber Valdez in a game that the Astros would be like, we should win this game, and they did not.
Right, especially the dominance of the Texas Rangers. I do think this, being on national television last night, beating the Houston Astros, beating the number 1 left-handed pitcher in the game right now, I think that does send a little bit of a message to Major League Baseball. Not a huge message, 147 games to go. But I do think now teams that everybody has off, Bobby Witt Jr. and Bobby Witt Sr. were on the K-Rod broadcast on ESPN2. I do think, and they're playing them again, but I do think it sends a message like, no, this team's for real. Like, they can beat you on any night. They can take one of their considered not best starters and beat your best starter. And so really excited about this season.
And they're missing their best hitter.
Like that. Yeah. The other thing, too, and I'll leave it at this, is, just the nuance of Bochy, the confidence that he gives the team, the moves that he makes. He doesn't maybe let things get out of hand, and when he does, and I'm not saying he did, like with Taylor Hearn in Chicago, he takes responsibility for it. He's like, maybe I left in – when he said I could have done things different, maybe he's like, maybe I left in Taylor Hearn too long. Maybe I should have gone to a different guy. Then he takes responsibility when things don't go perfect instead of saying, you guys didn't do it. And I don't want to play for Jason Kidd. Like, I don't want to ever play. It's not fun playing for Jason Kidd teams because he's never done anything wrong. It's fun playing for – you want to die – you'll jump off a cliff for Bruce Bochy because Bochy's saying, I mess up too, guys, and I'll let you know when I mess up.
Yeah, he's still earning their trust right now for sure.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, the NBA playoffs have begun. Are you locked into a particular series, or have the Mavs soured you on this postseason? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Globe Life Field. And before you get confused, don't worry, you don't have the schedule wrong. We are out at the team shop for the unveiling of all things City Connect, from the jerseys to the t-shirts to the hats to the polos to everything. And right now, I bring to you, I'm going to give you perhaps a disproportionate amount of credit. You can decide. The two gentlemen who I've decided have just invented this entire concept. Is that fair? And can you introduce yourself to our audience?
I think we'll take that. We'll claim it right now.
Yeah, all right.
Generous. Travis Dillon, Senior Vice President of Marketing for the Texas Rangers.
I'm Scott Biggers, the Creative Director for the Rangers.
Now, some people have been weighing in on their thoughts about the jerseys and everything this morning, but I saw somebody text in and say, I had one thought until I started reading the history and the story of why this jersey came together the way it did. Can y'all walk us through what the jersey means or how you came to these decisions?
Yeah, I'll start it off and then I'll let Scott.
I hope so, since you guys invented it.
Yeah.
So that's
the City Connect collection is one that we will every 3 years tell a new story.
Yep.
And as we went through this process and the journey of deciding what our story was going to be on this first one, it was a no-brainer for us that it needed to be our origin story, that we needed to start at the beginning of baseball, not only for the Rangers, but in the state of Texas. And, our goal and our objective was to illustrate that history through this uniform and do it that honor. And Scott will do a much better job than I will of walking you guys through, what on the uniform depicts that story and how we tackled that.
But I think the key thing he just said is starts baseball in Texas, so before the Astros and everything like that. I feel like that's my key takeaway from that.
Yeah.
Have at it. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good.
And, for us, it needed to be a baseball story. At the end of the day, this is a baseball uniform, and so we wanted this to be a baseball story.
Well, then as we kick it over, what is the baseball story?
I'm glad you asked.
Thank you.
It's a rich one. I would say, just to build off what Travis said, this is our origin story, and our origin story is a City Connect story, where Dallas and Fort Worth came together in Arlington through baseball. And so, in a nutshell, that is the history, and that goes back to the Dallas-Fort Worth Spurs. But to go farther back, we want to honor the rich baseball heritage that Dallas and Fort Worth both have, and that goes back to 1888. Both, Dallas and Fort Worth in the Texas League. So part of that, we want to again kind of celebrate that heritage. So the history is really rich. There's a ton associated with it. Just to think about the uniform itself, there are nods to all three of those teams: the Dallas Eagles, the Fort Worth Panthers, who became the Cats in about the 30s, and then the Dallas-Fort Worth Spurs. So every element on our jersey really speaks to that history.
Because it seems like kind of the mascot is the Panther-Eagle kind of combination. Is that?
It's a mythical being, Kevin.
It's a liger?
Yeah, it is kind of a liger. It's mythical.
It's our liger.
Yeah. So that was a shout out to Nike on that, because when we told them the story that we wanted to represent on our uniform, they basically said, cool, what would it look like if you blended an eagle and a panther? And so, meet the Peagle.
Okay. How many times did you have to go to Nike with maybe different, jerseys, different looks, different logos? Where did you present 3 to them? Do you present just one and it's a yes or no? Because I'm sure Nike has some say in what goes on with their City Connect jerseys.
Yeah, the design, we give full credit to Nike on that. The way the process worked is we were really intentional about telling them the story that we wanted this jersey to tell, and then their designers are fantastically creative, and they were the ones that brought that to life. They came up with the Peagle. The script on the TX is inspired by the Dallas Eagles. They had like an old English like Gothic D on their hats, much like the Detroit Tigers. Yep. And so they pulled that and put the little detail of the spur coming off the X for the DFW Spurs. The typography of the numbers comes from the Fort Worth Cats. It's actually a championship medal that was the 1920. The numeric, the 1920, the numeric font that they use, they pulled from that. So just the amount of detail that they went into investing themselves into our story once we gave it to them. From a design process, it was a fantastic collaboration between us and Nike.
What did it mean for y'all to not only see the merchandise out and about today, but to see how many people were raring to go when the team shop opened, because this place was overrun?
Yeah, super gratifying. It really was a privilege, and I would say just a huge creative challenge to create a uniform that kind of honors City Connect, honors the state, that fans would appreciate. So it was super gratifying. I think for us too, lifting the burden of secrecy that we've been carrying for almost 3 years, because that's been the duration of this project. We started this in May 2020. So it is a real relief. I was telling Travis, I texted my family what it looks like today.
They didn't, even your family didn't get to know?
Yeah, it was super hush-hush, so there was this shroud of secrecy that we tried to maintain and honor, and so that too was part of today, was seeing people's reaction for the first time. We saw plenty of people who were guessing out there on social media, but for us, it was super gratifying just to see the reaction.
It's like when my father worked for LT Vought and they were making the B-2 bomber out in Grand Prairie, working with that. And he couldn't say what he was working on. In the
I guess that makes more sense to me. If you have your kid goes, hey, can I see the blueprints for that bomber? That sounds really suspicious. Now I'm curious if your kids or significant others or whatever, they had a secret and they just look at you and go, well, I guess we both have secrets now, don't we? They just stormed out of the room.
Do you happen to remember maybe were you all there for the first time the players saw? And which players got to see it first and kind of their reactions to it all?
Yeah, we got to shoot them in Arizona during spring training.
Well, we were there probably,
you were there
too.
Under all of the media's noses. You had no idea this was happening.
And before your families, huh?
Yes, before
that's what I'm also learning.
Yes. Explaining to my wife that I'm staying longer in spring training to shoot this uniform that I haven't shown her and I can't show her. It went over very well.
Did you have to turn over your phone and make sure there was no messages in there or anything? I gotcha.
But yeah, so we shot 10 of the guys in spring training, and before that we actually did. We went a little against protocol. A couple other teams had done this as well, but we actually decided we shared it with the entire team before we did that shoot, and we just thought it was important for the whole team to see it and understand the story. And we wanted not only the 10 guys that we were going to shoot, but all of them to really embrace it and understand it. And then when we got those 10 guys in the uniforms, we shot them in a 2-day, it was super compact. I think this Friday will be more emotional. I'm already planning to cry in front of my family when those guys wear it out on the field. But standing there on that set and seeing these guys for the first time, seeing actual baseball players wearing these uniforms on this set that we had constructed and imagined, and seeing that come to life, and to have them, the guys just look phenomenal in them. And just that moment to see it and to see them react positively to it was all we could ask for.
Is it going to be I'm not saying every Friday, but it's a Friday exclusive jersey then when they will wear it, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, and just a little bit of history on that. Again, our uniform tells a story of history, and even the Friday night choice was intentional, where if you go back into the history of baseball, and even in Texas, before there was Friday Night Lights in high school, people would come, small towns, support their city teams, support the teams, and it was just community. And that was the time where the communities would come together to watch a baseball game. And so for us, Fridays are about community in Texas. And so we really like the idea that we're able to do this on a Friday night and honor that bit of history.
I think when you talk about that real quick is, obviously Jackie Robinson not really being part of the Fort Worth Cats, but that used to be kind of a Dodgers farmhand situation, and his numbers retired there. When we were talking about this weekend about Jackie Robinson Day and the breaking the barriers, why was that so important in that we have no clue, honestly, as an American society, who broke the color barrier in the NFL? No clue. In the NBA, no clue. Now, why? they weren't popular sports. Baseball was what we think NFL today is. That's what baseball was in 1947. So it was important in the most popular sport in the United States of America that when Jackie did it, it was way more important in baseball than it was in the other sports because the other sports weren't really followed.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got a great footnote on integration as it relates to our story as well.
Yeah, the Dallas Eagles, the owner was Dick Burnett, and he actually integrated the Texas League with a pitcher named Dave Hoskins, who in 1952 joined the Eagles. And so there's even, again, as you get into history and the rich heritage of Dallas and Fort Worth, so to your point, really cool story. Yeah. And then the other part, the Panthers, Travis mentioned the medal that they won for the 1920 championship. Yeah. That was the first of 6 straight, and they're considered as a dynasty in minor league baseball, like one of the greatest minor league teams in history. So when you get into that history, like there are just so many fun nuggets. And my one favorite of the Dallas-Fort Worth Spurs is they had a bat boy by the name of Cal Ripken Jr. So,
wow!
Because his father was the manager.
Yeah, that kid's never gonna make it.
I think he's going to be all right.
Okay.
I think he's going to be okay.
But back to the origin story, it is a City Connect story where Dallas and Fort Worth came together in Arlington through baseball, and like for us to be able to honor, again, that heritage, but even like the vision of a guy like Tom Vandergriff, the mayor of Arlington at the time, is a real treat, and so that's why we have the big dream on the jersey.
I gotta say that's really fascinating to me too, because you go back, like even before this ballpark was built, there was discussions of would they dare build a ballpark in like Dallas proper. And I know Fort Worth people were like, hey, we'd love it if you come closer to us. I had no idea that Arlington was kind of like this agreed upon middle ground, and that's why the stadium has been here all these years. I know we've had new stadiums, but like in the same vicinity.
Well, and it was only agreed upon because of the persistence and the resilience and the optimism of Mayor Vandergriff. Like he brought these cities together in a way that they couldn't come together on their own to build DFW Airport. That happened as a result of the conversations around that got the Rangers here actually finally opened the doors of communication for them to agree on accepting these millions of dollars from the federal government to open a shared airport. Wow. And for us, if I go to Friday, if I jump to Friday, I don't want to leave out the importance of April 21st. And that's why we've got 421 on the side of the hat. We've got it on the neckline of the jersey. And that thread for us was this really amazing goosebump moment that we had. We all knew that 421-72 was our first home game here in Arlington. And then we know, if you took Texas history, that it's San Jacinto Day, the Battle of San Jacinto, monumental moment in our state's independence and just the existence of the state of Texas. And as we dug through all of this baseball history, Scott was combing through, and he found that the first championship baseball game in Texas was on April 21st, 1868. What? And so we saw these synergies, and then we knew we wanted to wear this uniform on Fridays, and we look at the calendar this year, and we're like, wow, 421 falls on a Friday. And then we get the schedule, and we find out through the kind of the off day of the opening series and then 2 road trips that our first home game of this 2023 season is going to be, our first Friday home game is going to be 421. So like all of these things lined up to have this 421 thread through this organization, through baseball in Texas and through Texas history. We knew we had to honor that on the jersey as well.
Corey, will 421 now become more significant in your life than 420 usually is?
Absolutely, yes. Now that I know so much more about the state of Texas and that date. I did see a graphic that @Rangers posted on Twitter, and it had Josh Young, and it had all the little elements of the jerseys and the uniform, the Spur logo, the rope down the side of the pants. But I did notice that Josh Young had the high socks. Did y'all say this is a requirement? All of you have to wear high socks. It would have the red on it.
I'd love to.
Yeah, I don't think that's a requirement, but we love the look. We were super excited that we got to see him in that way. So, but yeah, I'm not sure that we're mandating that.
I'll tell you what was confusing for me and a lot of the fans that were trying to guess is because the socks were this very dark navy, where everybody assumed, I did too, that the jersey would match kind of the polo that we're wearing, and that it would be a dark jersey with a lot of red, and it wasn't that. So I think that's what has been very surprising to a lot of Ranger fans is the socks have a story, and we thought, well, the socks are going to match the jersey, and they do in a way, but they really don't match the color scheme of the jersey.
We were lucky. A lot of teams had their full kit leak, and we only had socks, which told enough to intrigue and enough for people that knew the history to say, wow, I wonder if the DFW Spurs are going to be part of the story.
Yeah.
But it really kind of threw people off the scent because they thought that dark color might be the dominant. And again, everything on this jersey was intentional. That cream color is directly tied back to the colors of the jerseys back in the Dallas Eagles and Fort Worth Cats days. And we wanted to honor that. And then going with the dark pants was kind of our bold choice of something that you don't see a lot of in baseball. And so while we kind of went a little bit more traditional and historic with the tops, we wanted to go bold with the pants and go with that dark color that you don't typically see in Major League Baseball.
Not only do we appreciate the time, we appreciate the cool stuff. We've already got a polo for ourselves, so
Sweet.
It's outstanding, and I know you guys are looking forward to Friday, and so is the Rangers fan base. This doesn't just have to be about the jersey, but from the 469, this organization has really turned itself around. Proud to be a Rangers fan. Now, that's because of the competitiveness of the team, because of historical projects like this. So, well done, gentlemen.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for having us on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good to be with you guys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We are live from the Texas Rangers fan shop at Globe Life Field. Coming up next, let's talk Stars. Everything you need to know as the team begins the playoffs tonight. We'll do that next right here on the Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is also brought to you by Platinum Chevrolet and is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup. Unprecedented savings make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I do not, just for the record, Mike, I don't think that went across the air, but I like after you said something, you just looked and goes, what? Are we on the air? So there.
Say anything bad.
Reggie's just back there and shaking his head.
I heard about Juan Soto.
Yes, so there's that. All right. Now, someone texted this in because they're concerned from the 972. No! Don't talk Stars. They lose every time you have a whole segment for them. We've reversed that curse the last three times. The last 3 times we did full Star segments, they had domination after that. So I think we're going to be okay right here. And I wanted to dive into some Stars talk as they kick off the playoffs tonight against the Minnesota Wild. All right. Do you want to go with predictions, betting odds, specific matchups? Where do y'all want to start with this thing?
Let's go with betting odds first, Kevin.
All right.
Everybody wants their money. Everybody wants their pound of money.
The Athletic, I mean...
It's all right, Euro pounds.
Thanks.
I would take a pound of money.
Euro pound.
Is the Athletic did a statistical breakdown that might be slightly flawed because the odds of either team winning in 4 games is set at 0%. Now, I hear that you might not think that's going to happen, but I feel like, no, it could definitely happen.
Mm-hmm.
So here are the odds for the Wild. The Athletics computer breakdown says 0% they win in 5 games.
Wow.
8% they win in 6 games, and 16% they win in 7 games for a total of about 24% victory odds.
All right.
For the Stars, 5 games, 10.5%. 6 games, 42%. That's my prediction.
Good number right there.
And 7 games, 23.5%. So they've got them at 76% to win this. So the computer breakdown from The Athletic has them at about 75% or 76%, excuse me. Whereas the betting odds set the Stars as a 60% likelihood to win this series.
Okay, I'll take that.
So
I'll
either way, you're the favorite.
Yeah, now being just a slight favorite there. You know, Mike, this is a team where they're really good at a lot of things. I'm questioning, Kevin, what are they exceptional at? And it feels like there are some, like when Robertson is on, they're exceptional when he's doing his thing.
Oh, what are the Stars?
Yeah,
the Stars are exceptional in terms of Robertson, Pavelski, and Hintz.
That line.
That is this is not hyperbole. That is the best 5-on-5 line in the league.
Yes.
All right?
Yeah.
They've scored the most 5-on-5 goals. And then, so I think you can say they have exceptional play in Robertson. I think you can make a pretty strong argument for Miro and Ottinger. But they're exceptional play at all levels.
But they're really good at everything else too. There's a lot of things that they're really good at. So being exceptional with that line specifically, and then your netminder, that's really nice. So also having the betting odds favorite kind of makes you feel more comfortable. Now they still got to go out and execute at the end of the day, Kevin. I don't know if you've ever heard.
We'll have Steven on tomorrow,
okay,
so you'll get plenty.
Bruce Bochy's on today. Tomorrow,
that is correct.
Today's Monday, guys.
I really appreciate you bringing us that content, Mike. I can tell. And this is one of the things where, and I know based on what Corey said, people might be like, well, how come they're not the number 1 seed? So there's a very specific reason in my mind. It's struggles in overtime and shootouts, which you will see a different overtime configuration in playoff hockey, and you won't see a shootout. But the Stars were one of the leading teams in the NHL in terms of overtime losses. They were 3rd. They had 14. Colorado had 7. Just think about that. If you could shift those 7 points into now, instead of getting 1 point every time, you got 2 points every time because of the way overtime works, you would be at 115 points. That would not only give you the most in the Western Conference.
Is that good?
Yes, it's very good. That would give you the most in the Western Conference and the second most in all of hockey, behind only the record-shattering Boston Bruins. So when you talk about how well-rounded they are, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
They just mightily struggled in the overtime configuration, which does not exist in the playoffs the way it does in the regular season, and then there'll be no shootouts. So I think that is a huge positive for this Dallas Stars
So
team.
you're saying that our netminder is fantastic whenever he has a defense in front of him.
Yeah, it is.
Whenever nobody's in front of him.
I know there are some people who are concerned about mental aspects for Ottinger in overtime, but this should be a different deal.
All right.
Now you're looking at the battle of Robertson versus Kaprizov, who got the Rookie of the Year over Robertson, even though he was like 54 years old.
Yeah.
I know he's like 28. Then you have Jake Ottinger against his hometown, and then you have the hockey team we stole versus the hockey team that Minnesota had to reinvent because they were sad that we stole their team. And plus, these teams play stylistically fairly similarly, with the exception of Minnesota trotting out two different goalies.
You feeling like so? Here's the thing there, Kevin. I imagine going up to Minnesota, it's going to be kind of ruckus there, because
I could see that.
They're still upset about us taking their team. But doesn't that mean that here in DFW, while you have this opportunity down at the AAC, you should be making it a very unwelcome feeling with your raucousness? So saying, hey, this is our team. This is our place. This is our ice. This is our barn.
For sure. Because, I mean, it's been a while since Stars fans have been able to see sustained playoff success in person.
Right.
Like, I realize you made it to the Cup final in the bubble, and so fans couldn't, participate along the way.
It's going to be so rowdy, dude.
And it starts tonight. We already had somebody text in saying that they're going to be there on Wednesday. But here's where the pivot's going to happen.
AAC rowdies. That's what they've always called them.
Can we come up with something, I guess, more catchy than
Okay,
that?
yeah.
I feel like we should be able to figure this
All
out.
right.
Now, you can make an argument that a lot of series or a lot of games will pivot on the special teams. I think that's fair across the board. But check out specifically for the Stars, they have been elite on both sides of the special teams this year. They have the 5th best power play percentage and the 7th best goals per game. All right? So not only are they really effective at scoring when they have a power play, they're effective at scoring on 5-on-5, like you might have guessed by the fact that they have the best line in the league for that. On the flip side, Jake Ottinger has given up the 3rd lowest goals against per game in the league, or helped the Stars to that spot. And they're also 3rd best in penalty kill. So, hey.
So we need to put some people in the box, is what we're saying.
For sure.
And also, we're okay if we get put in
Exactly.
the box.
Now, I still wouldn't prefer that, but yeah. And so you think about it. Just fundamentally, you strip it all down. I get, who's going to get those 50-50 pucks? How's your blue line play going to look at everything like that? Can this team score a lot of goals? Well, I just told you that they are 7th in the league. Well, how's their defense? They're 3rd in the league. Well, how are they when they're shorthanded? They're 3rd in the league. Well, how are they when they're on the power play? 5th in the league. So you're talking about these sweepingly major categories. The Stars are top 7 in every single one of them.
Yeah, I mean, they've been a really good team all season.
They have.
They did have, Kevin, they did have their lull, where we were very concerned about them for a bit.
Was it because of load management and they were just kind of taking about a couple weeks off? And
it might have been mental load management. It was not physical load management.
Yeah, it was just this really weird spot where you were kind of concerned. You were really questioning, hey, what this team isn't looking like it did before. And then they saw something at the end of the season. They said, we want to go get this, and they went after it. And they were back together. They're a real tight group too. This is one of those.
Hockey must be an easy sport to play though, where it's really not physical and it's not demanding on your body like basketball
is. Is it terrible
is.
that just on the surface, I want to say it feels like it theoretically should be physically more demanding to play hockey than basketball?
It is physically more demanding, but they just decided to play.
Yeah. Yes, they were on the ice.
Which probably means there's going to be loads of injuries tonight around the NHL because
I am not predicting
lack
that.
of load management.
Wouldn't NBA players love it if they could just say upper or lower body injury instead of all the other stuff? They would be like, this is great. All we have to do is say it's an upper body injury and we can be out for a while.
I want to, and I know there's a new edition of the Spits and Suds podcast out there if you want even more breakdown about this series specifically. I want to go back and study the history of when they just made a decision and they're like, oh, is it your wrist? Upper body injury.
Oh, there
and
it
they're
is.
just like, there's only 2 parts to your body, upper body and lower body.
They must not have science in the NHL. They have so much science in the NBA. They've decided the science in the NBA is don't play basketball for 6 months and then start playing it in mid-April.
And you know what? Honestly, Mike, to that point, I'm going to be really curious to see as the NBA playoff ratings come in versus NHL playoff ratings. I'm not saying that the NHL is about to, like, overtake the NBA. I just want to see what kind of progression you get. Like, do you get a 8 to 10% bump for NHL versus an 8 to 10% drop for the NBA? I'm not predicting that. I would just be fascinated if that is what happened because of a lot of the issues that you've brought up.
Huge bump here in Dallas for hockey versus NBA.
I mean, that makes sense. We didn't make
Nobody
the
will be
playoffs
watching the Mavericks
in the other ones, so that
and
makes
people
a
will
lot
be
of
watching. I'm going to
sense.
watch the Stars tonight. Like I know it's on ESPN too, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I already know it's on. I know channel 209 for my direct TV. I know at 8:30. Is it like the NBA where it says 8:30 puck drop, but it'll be 8:50?
No, they'll get to it pretty dang quick.
So they're not going to be like, well, there's a game going on right now. We don't want to overlap it type of deal.
No, I believe we will get right
Plus
to
an extra
it.
20 minutes of pregame.
I went to a lot of Mavs playoff games last year, and sometimes you're like, what are they waiting on? And then you look at your phone and you realize a game just went to overtime, and they're like, listen, we're going to put another 8 minutes of warm-up time on the clock here to not try to overlap.
Now, Corey, I don't want to send your hype level into overdrive, but you know how the Stars have a new coach?
Yeah.
They do every year, don't
I
they?
mean,
No,
okay, I
well,
hear what you're saying,
this year's
Mike.
different.
This has not been a great run for head coach stability for the Stars. You make a fair point there.
Which is really not the Stars' fault in a lot of those situations.
No, I mean, there's one specific situation where I'm like, well, you got to do what you got to do. Is
the Bruins coach.
Yes, that is correct. Their coach, the first year he coached the Devils, they made it to the Stanley Cup final. The first year he coached the Stars, they made it to the Stanley Cup final. So
Did he coach another team?
Right now he's coaching the Stars.
Oh, my gosh.
And this is his
Hold on.
first year.
I got a question. Did they win both of those? Did he win both of those Stanley Cup finals?
Don't worry about that part, Corey. Don't.
Are you trying to say he lost both of
Don't
them?
worry about the outcome of the Stanley Cup final
I don't know if my
themselves.
heart can go through another bubble.
Yes, it can. We're not in a bubble. This is a regular cup.
Oh my! So hold on. You're saying if they made it back to the final, you would be just as satisfied?
I mean, not as if they won, but I'm looking at these betting odds.
It's really this is great. He knows that means he knows how to coach playoff hockey.
Yes, he knows how to get to the Stanley Cup final.
What if, for
From
good
there-
luck, the Stars do wear masks over their mouths and nose because that's when they made it to the Stanley Cup finals?
I support that. You know how superstitious athletes are, so I support this. But this is in response to the betting folks who say Edmonton is the favorite to win the Western Conference, then Colorado, then Vegas, then the Stars in fourth.
There's some really good teams, Kevin. Like there are some really
Come
good
on,
teams.
Corey!
But the Stars.
Where's your enthusiasm?
I'm
We're
really
second
excited.
at worst.
I'm really excited for tonight. I actually can't wait to get the
I'm
show
excited
over
about
with, so I
tonight.
can go ahead and focus on it.
I'm excited about Rangers and Royals at 7 o'clock, too, and Jacob DeGrom on the mound.
Heck yeah. What's your prediction? Stars Wild series prediction.
Stars in 3.
That
All right.
is-
I got a real
They'll
prediction.
quit on the. They'll say they'll
Yeah, they
forfeit
quit.
after the first. After the first. three.
Remember the Lakers did that in 2011, then they started just clotheslining Mavericks. And they're like,
They just,
screw it,
let's see if
we're
we can just
done.
forfeit the game like me on
Lamar
FIFA.
Odom's like, I need to do some more, stuff. I will pick DJ putting me in a horrible spot for this show, as now there are carts going behind me, people going behind me. I have to scoot up, squeeze myself into, and then I get to scoot back.
If
and
you're
then I go
watching the fan
back and
cam,
forth, back.
there's a lot of traffic behind him.
Well, but
Just
Mike,
so
at
that
least
we
now
get
we can
the
see
YouTube
you.
thing right.
Yeah,
I
because-
like YouTube. I watch us on YouTube, not us. I watch like the morning show and afternoon
I
show
watch
on
us
YouTube.
on YouTube.
Mhm,
But
mhm.
all right.
Before you were just a shadow, so like this
Okay.
is the reason why we did this.
But I was comfortable.
So, Reggie, thus far the predictions we've got is I said Stars in 6, Corey said Stars in 3, and Mike said he predicts he's in a bad spot.
Mhm.
Do you have a prediction?
Stars in 5.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I
We're
would
gonna lose
also
the
like to
game.
go Stars in 5.
Stars win 5-0.
Stars lose game 3. just because they want to.
He's calling a shot.
They're load management that game.
I bet there is no way that happens. Like, Ben would fight people to get back out on the ice.
Mark Cuban's from Pittsburgh. Does he ever look at hockey and go, what a bunch of morons?
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
No science in that sport.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Globe Life Field at the Texas Rangers fan shop. Come by and not only buy something, walk through the door and inconvenience Mike. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which QB would you take for the next 10 years? We'll do it next on The Fan.
Are your investments going nowhere? Here's a tip that
It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Deal with Hurtado's breakfast tacos.
Oh, and
those are good, huh?
Yes, they are. And we start with, as someone texted in, the Eagles sure know how to F up the quarterback market. If you haven't heard, we've dropped this in a couple of times today, is the Eagles and Jalen Hurts come to a 5-year, $255 million agreement with $179 million guaranteed, so about 70%. And I believe he has a no-trade clause in there as well. Are you surprised at the number? Did it fit right where you thought? I'm honestly not surprised at the number. Jalen Hurts has been playing better than so many quarterbacks in the league. He was second in MVP. This number did not surprise me as much as I guess it did some people.
I kind of felt like the guaranteed money is kind of surprising for me.
Yeah, it's
just because it's a significant amount. It continues to push up, and so, but they were going to get their guy. And now, Kevin,
Sure.
I guess that's the big deal now is, did they save themselves enough money to really go pursue other people in this first season and the second season? Because we don't have those contract details yet, but to go pursue the rest of their football team that they need to put together. Because I haven't seen those numbers yet, and that's where I'm like, because I was waiting on that number to be a problem for them while they were also releasing most of their defense.
Here's where I think they're really smart. And look, I'm not trying to give the Eagles all the credit in the world. I do think general managers and coaches do think Joe Burrow's better. Yeah. And I do think that general managers and coaches do think Justin Herbert is better overall. I totally get that that Hurts has had more success. Hurts has a better team around him. Hurts has a better chance to win the Super Bowl next year than Herbert. But that's the same draft class. And if you wait on Burrow and if you wait on Herbert, and then he's going to want to set the market.
Yeah.
You might be looking at $55 million a year with more guaranteed. So I think to get this done, even though it is a huge number, it's the biggest number, all of these things, I do think that the team that got it done first was going to be the smarter team because now Burrow works off of that. Herbert works off of that. Tua T won't get into this range. Tua T, as long as he's healthy next year, I think we'll be looking in the 40s. So
well, and then the other thing about it is you asked, I'm still waiting to see the contract breakdown of the extension, but remember, for this upcoming season, he costs $4.8 million against the cap.
Right.
This is another fundamental issue that I had with the way the Cowboys have done all things Dak Prescott contract, is they waited until the contract was up, so you had nowhere else to put that money, right?
Yep.
So, like, you could spread this money out all across the 5 years, Or you could also absorb it some into this year if you wanted to shift that signing bonus around. And so now, not only is it a 5-year deal, you could theoretically spread the money across 6 years if you saw fit, since his cap number is so low. That's why I know it drives people insane. But that's why when we talk about giving Dak an extension right now, it just depends. If you think that the Cowboys are going to be done with Dak in 2 years, then I understand. I do not. I think that the Cowboys are going to be like, we're going to keep rocking with Dak. And if that's the case, you need to do the damn extension now, because you see the prices aren't going down. It's like gas. Yeah. And then also, you can spread that money out over more years.
The other thing, too, like, I guess in my grand scheme of things, Kevin, as I'm building team and building quarterback money, I don't necessarily want to have all that money spent now. I want to win now, so I justify the money later. Does that make sense? Then you're in the 5th year, and you're like, hey, we paid this guy because he won us a Super Bowl. Now, that doesn't always work out that way. I know it doesn't. And a lot of owners probably would want it, spread out evenly across those years so that it kind of helps them look at their bottom line with what they're dealing with each year. But this is a strong move. This is what the Eagles have for the next 5 years, 6 years, is they have Jalen Hurts, and that's what you're going to have to deal with. And they're going to build their team with the mindset of our quarterback can run, and that's what we're gonna put a lot on his legs and on his body, and we're going to put a lot of offensive line first and a lot of run game first, while he also has these weapons to go to.
And I know you've seen the same thing that I have on the fan text, is a lot of Cowboys fans who also suggest that they originated the Peagle.
What? Are you serious?
But it's a different. It's not a panther that they mix with the eagle. Is that not? Okay.
Panther City is forward.
No, I hear you. I'm saying Cowboys fans say eagle for a different reason. I've seen a lot of Cowboys fans that are like, good, because they believe that this season is an anomaly in terms of what the rest of his career is going to be, and they're going to regret this contract, which you do see that across the NFL quite a bit.
Do birds only mate with the same bird?
I don't know.
Have you ever seen birds?
I don't know why I'm looking at people in the fan shop, and I'm like, any help?
Did you just ask, do you ever see birds?
No, well, I get you. But like pelicans have to be with pelicans, right?
I don't know that for a fact.
Different dogs are with different dogs,
I
and
wonder
different
if they
cats
can't
are with different
communicate
cats.
to each other in that way, so they're kind of concerned. They're
I've never seen an oriole and a blue jay together.
Yeah,
sure.
Like, we don't know what that would look like.
Don't they play each other like frequently?
Yeah,
every
and
season?
how much time do you spend looking up in the trees or whatever, being like, oh, that's
Look at
interesting.
that oriole over there.
With that cardinal.
Oh,
Would it make a?
See that? Google it.
Yeah.
Right,
so like a cardinal and a blue jay would make a purple bird.
It depends on how much acceptance you have in your heart. I absolutely think it's possible.
Or do they not? They're like, nope, doesn't work.
I honestly have no idea. All right.
I think it's a good question.
Mike,
it's like you got one size screw and another size bolt, and it just doesn't.
Holy crap.
Yeah, like the 5/8, and you're like, son of a gun, how many different ones do I have to try?
Mike, I'm going to direct this question to you while Corey is Googling.
All right, football nuggets.
Pro Football Focus asked this question, and there was a lot of people voted the same direction. You get one quarterback to be your starter for the next 10 years.
Yes.
You taking Kyler Murray?
Nope.
Tua?
Nope.
Or Justin Fields?
When are you going to say Patrick Mahomes?
No, these are the three you get.
Oh, this is not an easy question.
Why would I put Patrick Mahomes
I
against
saw this on the
anybody?
run sheet. I'm like, well, this is an easy question. Patrick Mahomes.
You get these three.
Kyler Murray, Nintendo USA, no. Justin Fields has not really had a good career, but you're hoping that with the talent that starts surrounding him, he shows the promise that kind of Jalen Hurts did, right? Like, you're hoping that I know that they're not going to be as good as the Eagles, but that he starts kind of Jalen Hurtsing it. And my other choice was?
Tua.
His neck doesn't work. I'll lean towards Justin Fields, but it's just a little bit of the unknown.
I didn't see too many votes for Tua in the comments. It was mostly for Justin Fields, with some for Kyler Murray. I will tell you, I didn't get a chance to mention this on Friday. They did approve a new quarterback-only helmet that is supposed to help with head impact, 18%. not OnlyFans.
No, because Mike, they legitimately found this is to your science.
All right.
They legitimately found that most of the concussions that come along with quarterbacks being tackled are the head whip.
Yeah.
So like this new helmet is
18% more
that.
effective.
Yeah.
So hopefully that will help. All right.
You said to train his neck to be stronger,
and he is.
They said, "Hey, we got
judo
helmets.
and jujitsu."
I learned more about birds, Kevin.
Okay, what have you come up with?
10% of the 10,000 known bird species in 2013, by the way, so this is a 10-year-old study, found that they do mate with another species.
Really?
Some hybrids are far better than others. Even if the mix is healthy, though, and lives into adulthood, it may not be able to produce offspring just like the donkeys whenever they mate with theirs. Their mule offspring are often sterile. So it doesn't always work out. But, yeah, there are some really unique looking bird mixtures there. It's weird. Like they see them, they come to another country and they're looking for
so
I don't know,
10%. So 10% of birds can mate with other birds.
Or have.
But 90% of birds are just like, there's nothing I can do.
I'm sticking with my
I
own.
have to find a blue jay.
Yeah.
Like a blue jay has to find a blue jay. I assume. Maybe they're part of the 10%. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I have lots of other things that we should not dive into with this, so let's just leave it at that. We learned
bird science,
and let's go from there.
Oh, I never thought of it till you brought it up today, Kevin.
You bring up a lot of intriguing questions yourself, Mike.
Thanks.
Is the Raiders, Josh Jacobs, and Jaguars tight end Evan Ingram haven't signed their franchise tenders yet and won't report for voluntary off-season programs today.
What do voluntary mean?
That is fair, but you know it don't really mean voluntary. Is Lamar Jackson and Saquon Barkley are also doing the same. So 4 of the 6 who were franchised are not even showing up to workouts. One got a long-term deal, and then obviously Tony Pollard is the other one that did sign his franchise tag and is going to participate.
So we're committed to that, huh?
I mean, at least for this year, you're committed to it.
All right.
And then finally,
are you okay with that?
Yeah, for 1 year.
It's going to be fun.
I'm okay with it. Corey, I know you still don't watch USFL or XFL. But
neither do anybody else.
Well, that is fair. I will say, I hope the NFL picks up this thing. You know how we have the chain markers, and then they run out to the middle of the field, and we assume everything's on the up and up?
And then they take out a note card.
Yes!
And they put the note card in there, like, if it was bent, we would be in trouble.
Stereotory is the USFL is using digital technology inside the footballs and with the first down lines where you can see pretty much as soon as it happens if it's going to be a first down. Now, you could still go out there and measure and everything like that, but they have the more automated on the field with the football and everything where you can tell straight away, and there's no need for the chain walk of doom.
I don't know. I kind of like the chain walk, dude.
You do?
I do. There's so many opportunities to rig and fix the game, and this, I kind of like it, dude.
My question has always been not about where the first down is when they measure, but when they go to the next first down. Nobody ever takes an extra tiny step, and they're like, "Oh man, we're supposed to be back here."
I think there's a piece on the chain that is they have 3 different sources of marking, so I think it works there, Kevin.
But we haven't moved beyond a chain. For this technology,
I mean, we still have referees and
some things are just
umpires. Some things are just
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live out at Globe Life Field at the Texas Rangers fan shop. Coming up next, the why and how of the Rangers adopting MLB's newest pitching strategy. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live out at Globe Life Field, right next to the Texas Rangers fan shop. I wanted to say inside, but I guess technically we're like right
across
on
the border.
Across the border. I read this article on ESPN over the weekend, and I did some of my own research to kind of connect along with it.
City Connect, huh?
City Connect
Nice.
along with it. 421 is, how we've talked about numerous times how the Rangers don't have the most decorated history. Is that fair to say?
As in, like, World Series?
They actually talked about it last night on ESPN. They're like, the Rangers are the team that's been in the existence the longest without winning a championship.
It hurts, man.
For baseball.
It hurts.
This part might hurt a little bit more.
Thanks a lot.
So, since their inception or their move to Texas 52 seasons ago, Texas has allowed more runs than every team in Major League Baseball. But don't worry, we're not done, Corey. Of the 24 teams that have been around since 1972, the Rangers have given up the most base runners, booked the fewest quality starts, and allowed the most inherited runners to score.
Are you calling this club the...
Historically, we stink.
Oh, my gosh.
Me and my father are part of that history.
Thanks, Mike. The Mikes.
They helped try to turn it around for a bit. But, like, historically...
We tried.
Did you just say eh?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, we did our best, but
you tried to give him a prop him up a little bit. He's like, let me kick that prop down.
It wasn't the Basic's problem. Well, I mean, they're like, man, it's going to become a problem if we keep you in the major leagues.
So, safe to assume that the Rangers pitching, well, I mean, here are the numbers. You don't have to assume it. Historically, they're literally the worst.
Mm-hmm.
All right? And if you're like, well, hold on, that was in a long, long time ago. Let's focus on
they were a farm system for a lot of years in the early 80s.
Fine. You make a great point. Let's flash forward to, I don't know, let's just say the last 10 years. Is that a fair sample size?
Yeah.
All right. Let's start this.
Right before 10 years ago, went to the World Series twice.
Exactly. What's happened since then?
Boom, I'm betting a lot.
In 2022, for all of the ERAs in Major League Baseball, the Rangers were 22nd. Year before, 23rd. Year before, 24th. 24th. 28th. 21st. 22nd. 23rd. And 28th. Now, you might be like, well, the team hasn't been good. Well, in the years where they made the playoffs, 2015 and 2016, they were 23rd and 22nd in ERA respectively. You have to go all the way back to 2013 to find a season where the Rangers were even in the top 20 in ERA. Ouch.
Yeah, and I heard Bobby this morning talking about, if you look back, and this goes directly to our conversation about strikeouts. And in the world of ERAs, there is proven history that about 60% of the teams that lead in ERA are in the playoffs.
It's even higher than that.
60% of the playoff teams are in the top 10 in ERA. And Kevin, that goes the same. It's about 60, maybe 80 when it comes to strikeouts. And yeah, dude, the Rangers have never invested in pitching the way that they have this year. I mean, even in the year that the Rangers went to the World Series, the years that they went there, they invested assets to get the pitcher they needed to get them over the top. Everything else was a bunch of things they cobbled together. This is not a cobbled together pitching staff. This is we went out and got the best. They spent a lot of time dissecting what they thought Jacob deGrom could be. They spent a lot of time with Eovaldi and trying to figure out, is this guy going to work with this, and making sure they got the right group on this. So Kevin, this is a very different generation of what the Rangers are doing compared to, because Chris Young said, I want veteran pitchers. I want guys that have been here, been in the game, and he surrounded himself with the likes of the Ian Kinslers and so forth. So this is a very different era of Rangers for us.
Now, they are older guys, and they're not on DeGrom's obviously on a 5-year contract. But if you look at it, Chris Young and the Texas Rangers are also hoping that it gives Jack Leiter, Owen White, Kamar Rocker, Brock Porter, all of these guys that they've drafted, the correct amount of time to develop. It's up to the Rangers and up to the player to develop, but they also sign these guys, if you look at it, to almost the term of, all right, at the end of this year, I hate saying this, I want him to be here longer, but could Owen Whiter, Jack Leiter replace Martin Perez? It's almost what we watched with Houston, not that they wanted Verlander to leave, but I watched Hunter Brown pitch against the Texas Rangers, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. This dude is a stud. Like, and, you know, it's also, yes, they got the veteran guys, but then it's almost like we are so drafting and we have to develop these guys to kind of slowly take the spots of these veteran guys, because ultimately I do think that Chris Young would like to have the Houston Astros situation, and that is all 5 of their starting pitchers right now are all developed.
Sure.
Because it costs a lot less money to do it that way.
I think that's a fair point. And then somebody was asking about, could it just be an issue with the heat or anything like that? The reason why I'm not going to discount that entirely, but I'm going to say I don't think so, because what about in 2010 and 2013 and 11? In 2010, they were 10th in ERA. In 2011, they were 13th in ERA. So significantly better than in the ensuing decade, and those are the sweet spots. Now, you brought up the stat, and it is astonishing. What percentage of teams who are top 5 in ERA do you think make the playoffs over the last 5 years?
100%.
75%?
96%.
Yeah, I think the Mets screw that up all the time.
So 24.
DeGrom would have like a 1.8 ERA and have a 11-10 record or whatever.
Yes, because they're like, we can't score when you're on there. Now, if you expand it out to top 10, what percentage of teams that finish top 10 in ERA do you think make the playoffs?
You can't go higher than 100%.
Well, and I would think you would
Maybe
go
more
lower.
difficult, so I'll say 78%.
Okay.
77%.
68%.
Dang it.
68 point.
I'll just say
it's just 68%. It is actually flat, 68%.
All right.
Now, and the reason why that's particularly encouraging for this season is I know it's really early, but again, you're getting out to a far better start than you have, is the Rangers are 10th in ERA. And I think that's the sweet spot right there. Yes, Corey, I agree with you, and I understand. Go for number 1. I'm not saying you shouldn't go for number 1, but if the Texas Rangers can stay about 10th in ERA, not only is that better than they've done by a lot in the past decade, that is your ticket to get into the playoffs.
Absolutely, man. And I think that's definitely going to be their, what they hinge the season on. We talked about going into the season, Mike, so much about the health of these pitchers and making sure that they could get to that point. When you're down a Seager, what's going to save you? When if there was another, you're still down a power hitting left fielder, or you're still down, an outfield, even Leote's not here, doing what he was doing last year. So like that, when you're down those things, what's going to save you? And the Rangers said we have to have pitching. I think that was a large part of Chris Young's approach to this, but a large part of Bruce Bochy's approach to managing baseball as well.
Remember
and
what Bochy
what
told
he
us?
wanted. Yeah.
He said when I brought up Marco Scutaro, one of my former teammates, MVP of, I believe, the NLCS. He might have been the MVP of the World Series too, but he said, sometimes it is easier to replace a position player than it is one of your premium starting pitchers.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where, man, you start losing a few pitchers, it's really tough to replace. Corey Seager, not easy to replace. The Rangers are going to hurt some not having Corey Seager. The other day, Josh Smith, look, he's trying his best. He made an error. I'm not saying Corey Seager would have made it. It took a little bit of a kind of a skip hop, higher hop, but, it's one of those things where you can throw out Andrew Heaney and be like, hey, we still got a chance to beat Framber Valdez.
Now, after tonight,
That's such a cool feeling.
God, it really is. When most nights you'd be like, this is a designated loss.
Yeah.
You know how we talk about in the NBA, like the travel game?
That's science.
After tonight, you'll only be a 10th of the way through the season. So still a really long time to go. But early results, do you view this as a team that, you know what, when all is said and done, I think they can be top 10 in ERA?
Yes. I think that, God bless you.
God, I was off mic.
Oh, okay. Well, you should just do it on
we
mic.
kind of still heard
just to
it.
show
More
how much
fun.
you sneeze.
Yeah.
I I think I had this team 84-78 before the season started. I'm not saying they're going to win 104 games.
Oh, my gosh.
But they look better than what I thought they would look. So I know it's 9-6. It's early on in the year. 84 wins. I think they should get to that as long as they stay somewhat healthy. And I can see this team now winning 94 games.
Okay, I think that answers my question. And, Corey, I was going to say, do you think it's more likely now that this team will go 500 or win 90 games?
Win 90 games.
Wow.
In my mind, it's more likely. Well, because, again, I guess I'm going to go back on this. I wanted to be excited with you. But it's more likely that they'll go 500. Like, if they win 90 games, like, that would be one of those things where the health happened all season. I mean, obviously, again, we're talking about Seager being down right now. But if they're at that point where they're above 500 at the All-Star break, I think they say, all right, let's load it up and go build a winner. Let's add a couple things that we need to build to be a real winner whenever the playoffs come around. Because they don't want to just be in the playoffs and be happy with it. They want to be in the playoffs and go do something about it.
I mean, it's a whole other thing. But if they get into the playoffs, watch out. Because if you have Jacob deGrom in a 5-game series or a 3-game series in that first round, that makes it really tough. I'd say this. Listening to this team, not only watching them play, but listening to them talk in the postgame about the sacrifice that they're kind of making for the team first, me second.
Yeah.
What a beautiful thing to hear. And that's when you know you might have something special. Not only are they playing well, but they talk about, hey, you did great, whether it's Emily Jones or Leslie McCat, whoever's asking the question. Sometimes they're asking a question about them. Hey, how did you feel? How did you do? And then they'll bring up, Jonah Heim really did a great job framing some pitches for me. Man, that was a great job by them getting those runs. It felt good to get off to an early lead. They talk about their teammates first. If they fail, they talk about themselves first. And I know I keep comparing. That's a 180-degree turn from Mark Cuban and the Dallas Mavericks. They love blaming referees. They love blaming situations that they have no control over.
And don't we feel that way about the Cowboys at times, too? Like, sometimes you just get unlucky or most every team doesn't win the Super Bowl, and you're like, oh, my gosh.
And nothing against Luka does do a lot.
I think McCarthy does a pretty good job of blaming himself a lot of times.
That's true. I
see what you're saying there.
I hate I'm sorry, Mike. I hate the line of logic where it's like, only one team wins the Super Bowl. And I'm like, awesome. 4 teams make the championship game.
It's what are the Mavericks doing? Hey, forget about this year. Remember, we made it to the Western Conference Finals. I can't believe you fans. Don't you know we made it to the Western Conference Finals? Okay, so how long are we supposed to ignore what you guys did? And like, we would like for you to always ignore the bad, and we will blame the referees or load management or whatever on it, and never blame our coaching, never blame ourselves for players. We will only blame things that there are no control over.
You mean a sports fan was happy when things went well and less happy when they didn't go well?
Kevin,
this is shocking.
This Jacob deGrom poster that's sitting right in front of us, he has those eyes that are looking at you anywhere you are in the whole place. And this whole time,
I like him.
I'm intimidated just being here. I don't imagine being up at the plate up against this guy whenever
and
he's
the
looking
Royals
at
have
like
to do that tonight.
And I heard the Royals are in trouble.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Remember you said that in front of a Royals player.
I didn't say it to his face. I was telling Jared Sandler. There's just a Royal next to me.
It's time for the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. We got Mike Likes It. Plus, in honor of the Boston Marathon happening right now, we ask, what individual event or title would you most want to win if you had the skill set? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Are you?
KC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live out at Globe Life Field at the Texas Rangers fan shop for the release of all things City Connect today. I see t-shirts, jerseys, hats, all kinds of cool stuff. And we've got the polos for City Connect. If you want to come on by, we were able to park for free. I believe parking is free today because people are like, do I have to valet? Do I have to pay? What's the story? So,
I don't want to lie to the people just in case.
It was free this morning.
I'm betting it is. Like, what? It's not an event, that they're like, hey,
it's
come
not
out
a
here
game.
for the event.
Yeah.
So I'm betting it's free right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lot T.
Okay. I was like, is he saying timeout? You're giving people false information or what's happening? All right. So I got a twofold question. Free parking?
Yes,
free parking.
That's what I'm talking about.
Thank you, guys. We
Nice.
have confirmation from people in the shop right now helping us out. So we'll get to Mike Likes It in just a bit. But right now, the Boston Marathon is going on. So I started kind of thinking, what individual sport or title would you want to win? Like, let's say I can bestow you with any of the requisite talents needed to. Would you want to win the Masters? For me, I think it might be Wimbledon. Would you want to be the heavyweight champion of the world in boxing? Like, what direction would y'all go? And the fan texters and on the Twitch and the YouTube, 877-881-1053. So you've already got votes from the 770. I would want to win the Indianapolis 500. From the 903, I would want to win a Formula One race at Monaco. So those are some of the ideas thus far.
I would have to say home run king. Like, I would want
in a
to,
season or
both all time.
Yeah.
I would want those two. Like, I would want to be known as the home run king because for lots of reasons. One of it, Kevin, is the road to get to that title is part of it, right? It's not just the title itself. It's what you accomplish to get to that point.
Yeah.
And so think about being the home run king. You are the most popular player in baseball if you're hitting home runs. I mean, just look at Aaron Judge last year.
Yeah.
He was the biggest story in all of baseball. Every time you step up to the plate for, I don't know what the average length of an at-bat is, but
about 6 seconds these days.
Okay. You have a captive audience, not only inside of a stadium, which could range in however many people are there, but also you have a captivated audience across the entire country wanting to see what you're about to do. If you're the home run king, you're pretty much delivering a lot of times on that. So, and then it goes back also, Kevin, to when I was a kid in the backyard and I took that Carlton Fisk wooden baseball bat out there in the backyard and would swing it and act like I was hitting home runs. That's what I was doing. I would act like I was throwing up against the fence and pitching a no-hitter or whatnot, but I was always imagining being at the plate and hitting the big home runs. So I would want to be the home run king.
Okay.
Out of all those things.
All right. Let me read a couple more, and I'm going to go to you, Mike. I like this one from the 217. Master Champ for sure because of the lifetime perks. But my kids gave me a world's best dad coffee mug, so I'll settle for that. I love.
What are the perks of I guess you're always going to the Masters and having that grand dinner.
I bet you get an even more discounted pimento cheese sandwich.
Oh my gosh, it's already a good price.
And Mike, I had you in mind when I thought of champion of the Masters, but I would love to know your answer to this.
I think it's difficult because I do think I've always liked team sports more than individual sports. So I totally get tennis, golf, racing in any type of way. I get you.
And even those can be kind of team sports.
Right,
I hear you,
but not really. We all look at like Dale Earnhardt. I have no clue who his pit crew was. Like, I mean, I get they changed the tires and gave him gas, but
oh man.
I get it. I
hear you.
There's more people. There's you have a tennis coach that you have that nobody knows who they are except they show them in the box. And I like that Nick Kyrgios tells his coach to shut up all the time.
Apple TV, by the way, if you're interested, there's a documentary about Boris Becker that's too long, but it's pretty good.
Okay, so I lean towards team sports, but I totally get. When you win the Masters, it's you. It's nobody else.
Yeah.
But I do lean towards, especially nowadays, if you were the quarterback of a Super Bowl winning team, that would be pretty darn special.
How many of your cards would you buy if you were a quarterback of a Super Bowl winning team? Would you buy your own cards?
I don't know. I didn't really buy my cards, and they're not worth anything anyway, so they're easy to buy.
Do you have a lot of your own cards now?
Not really. Like, people give them to me, and I
Yeah.
have them, but like I don't have any of the special ones, like numbered whatever. And I didn't even know they were like back then. It's really weird. I didn't even know they were like, oh, they make this one that's in black, numbered to 77. I'm like, I didn't know that.
I can just see Mike, like, as he's in the autograph signing session, he's like, can I keep, like, 12 of these? And then
See, that's funny, because I thought you would be the opposite. I think somebody gives you that card, and you're like, oh, hey, thanks a lot, fart head. How about a Patrick Mahomes instead?
I do think, though, if you win, let's say, a Super Bowl, you have 50 teammates to celebrate it with the rest of your life. You have, kind of a coaching staff, obviously, to celebrate it with you. It's kind of more that team.
Yeah.
Your guys that are around your age and everything.
I mean, think about the way the Rangers talk about those two World Series guys. They love those guys to that point. So yeah, a team deal is a big deal. So hold on. So you want to be
I
a
would
Super Bowl
lean
winning
towards
quarterback.
being the NFL winning quarterback of a Super Bowl team. And even if you talk bad about Dilfer, Flacco, or whatever, I understand. But we kind of know everyone. You can kind of go through and be like, that's a Super Bowl winning quarterback. It's changed Matthew Stafford's, I think, trajectory of how we look at him by winning that Super Bowl.
I'm so excited that these came in back-to-back, and I don't even have to read the fan text from the 469 WWE Champion of the World.
Oh my gosh.
From the 214 WWE Universal Champion. However,
They just tell you that that's going to happen.
You still got to earn it. The overwhelming.
Not really.
Yes, you do,
What do you
Mike.
have to do to earn it?
Yeah.
Like, how do you earn?
At some point, that person's going to lay down for you.
That
Do
is a
chores
separate
around the
conversation.
WWE
You
building,
have to earn that. But the
Stop kicking out. You know the script.
Actually, there are definitely stories, especially from back in the day, where they're like, "No, I'll keep you down," and whether or not in wrestling.
Oh, okay.
I don't want. Please don't ever use that as a drop. From the 817 Masters, from the 972 Masters, not even close. And then they followed up with, okay, maybe the 4th of July hot dog eating champion. I feel like that would be cool, but I see the prestige of the Masters.
I really love golf. I don't say love. I like golf, but I can't tell you the last 10 years who's won the Masters.
Sure.
And that's, heck, who just won it?
John Rahm.
John Rahm.
Yeah.
See?
Joe-
And I
it was
enjoyed
Joe
enjoyed
That's a good
somewhat
point.
like following as I get it, but that's just the thing, I guess. It's just me, right? But I bet the people that are texting in Masters could name you the last 20 Masters winners, how many Masters each individual guy has, if they have more than one.
And then even some referencing Happy Gilmore with that from the 214 Masters, hands down, gold jacket, green jacket. I do give an S.
Kevin, would you want to be Mr. Olympia? Would you like? 'Cause now you work out all the time. All right, you're getting jacked. You get to walk around in that tiny Speedo in front of everybody.
I know, but you still can't buy regular clothes.
Why not?
That's always because that shirt's going to fit you weird. You buy a regular
You
large
never wear
or whatever.
sleeves. You're
that
sleeveless on everything.
Hasn't come up, and maybe it hasn't, you just haven't read it, is if you were Usain Bolt. If you were the world's fastest man and you won the Olympic gold medal at the 100 meters.
From the 469, and they got greedy. They said, I'll take the 100 and 200 meters championships, take down Usain Bolt. For me, it's from the 469 is win Wimbledon. Because especially, I think about how fancy that place is. And then
Soccer games,
soccer field.
No, not that. Although they're having another wrestling event at Wembley.
Play NFL games there.
No,
once a year.
that's Wembley. This is Wimbledon. Is like the prince and princess will show up sometimes, or other royalty, and I was like, that's cool. Not only can you win, you could like meet the royal family and probably go do some cool things and stuff.
But it doesn't sound like they're cool. Yeah, they sound the opposite of cool.
Yeah, I could talk to the prince about. I also lost my hair.
Good
at a
luck
very
with your
early age.
T-shirt collection. Going to the Wembley princess thing.
You want to win though. You
That's
want
right.
to win in America, so you can have your say at least to the president about political
Man,
laws and
that's
stuff.
a good point.
You're not getting anywhere if you go talk to the prince.
Does the champion of the U.S. Open? I don't feel like we usually hear about. Well, Serena was at the White House today because she won the U.S. Open.
It's just an open door policy with Serena at this point. Just
Okay.
kind of in and out. whenever
Actually,
you're ready.
you know what? I do kind of think that is like if you're a certain level of famous or have achieved a certain
Just
amount,
call up
you
and
can
go
just kind of
visit.
show up and be like, Joe.
Yeah.
or whoever secretary is.
Yeah, whoever you want to talk to at that point.
Sergio.
Yes, Sergio.
It is really confusing that both that tennis stadium and the soccer stadium sound so close.
Why Wimbledon over U.S.?
That
You're a
is
bigger
true.
England person?
Because
he loves Monarch.
Because Wimbledon is the Masters. It's the biggest one. Like, the U.S. Open in golf is not as big as the Masters. It's just not. And it's the same thing in tennis. Is the U.S. Open is the second biggest one, but Wimbledon is the biggest event in tennis.
Wouldn't that be awesome? Coming up, the U.S. Open. We're not the Masters, but we're pretty damn good.
I do think this was
We're
amazing.
not Wimbledon, but hey, we'll take it.
Well, Kevin,
yes.
You seem to want to do some hobnobbing, and I understand you enjoy tennis.
Yeah.
But I feel like the texter who texted in winning the Monaco Grand Prix has it right. I'm pretty sure that like earned you the single biggest purse in individual like accolades in sports, and there is nothing short of the richest people in the world at the Monaco Grand Prix.
That's a good point. Like, if you take a group of people that could just disappear some people, it's probably that group that you're hanging out with afterwards. If you're like, you know who really ticks me off? And they're like, no problem.
Tell us.
And you didn't even like say, no, I'm not saying. They're like, it's already done.
Yeah.
And so
how did you do it before I said it?
That's
we
right.
do.
That's, man,
We've seen y'all's Twitter spat.
That's a good point. I'm surprised there are multiple people. I thought this was the same number. It's not. From the 682, I'd like to win the PBA title. From the 661, I would like to win the PBA championship. So we have bowlers in here.
That'd be awesome.
From the 817, I would like to win a UFC title. I'm surprised not more people haven't said heavyweight champion of the world. For boxing, maybe it's just it's lost the cachet of...
It's not dead, but... Yeah, it
used
just
to
hasn't...
have.
Last time that I think somebody held it that we were really excited about was Lennox Lewis.
Yeah, no, he's right about that.
I like to think that people don't want to get hit in the head a whole bunch for their accolade.
Yes. That is, a lot of people are kind of weighing to other sports where it doesn't take as physical of a toll on your body.
I think that's where I steered away from the Monaco Grand Prix, is because I know I won, so I'm okay.
But you're an aggressive driver,
and
you're afraid of...
And I picture my car going up in flames because I know how aggressive I drive when I have to deal with the consequences as if I were to get in an accident. If I was in a car and they were like, hey, look, we'd prefer if you don't wreck the car. But if you did, you don't have to pay for it. We got sponsors. We got the team and everything. I feel like that would make it worse. Whereas Wimbledon, like I might twist my ankle or something, and I'm like, I'm okay. But at the Monaco, like I just keep picturing some awful, tragic outcome.
There's a lot of really good safeguards for you. You'll be fine, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I like the texture that's saying the Bassmaster Classic. Like they want to be the fishing king. And Kevin, we've seen how fishing can become a very troubling sport at times.
Yeah, I had no idea this was a thing until Corey has brought up like 3 different stories about corruption in fishing.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that was a thing.
It's like, because they were like, hey, we're going to stuff some fish fillets into these fish. And that reminds me of like, was it my grandfather or somebody else's? It's somebody else's grandfather.
Fish and cheaters?
No, they weren't fish and cheaters, but they would put sand in the bottom of crushed Coke cans, and then take it up to the recycling place, and it weighed just, a little bit more. And so I think the place has caught on to that at some point. It wasn't my grandpa. I'm sure it was somebody else's grandpa.
And then a lot more votes for wrestling, and from the 469, WWE is more of a sport than golf. That is an interesting point. Is nobody said Olympic champion aside from the people going after Usain Bolt? You wouldn't want to be like a figure skater or a gymnast champion?
You should watch me ski. That ain't happening.
Again, Kevin, like when you were talking about Wimbledon, right? Why go for all these other ones when you can go for the granddaddy of them all? When it comes to the Olympics, right? The thing that people think of first off is that 100-meter champion.
Yeah, no, is that the biggest single Olympic sport, across both Olympiads?
I think so.
Ski jump? Yeah, man, I love the ski jump. Is that what we're talking about?
Nope.
I don't feel like the ski jump has as much cachet as the 100-meter dash.
Third time I've heard the word cachet in this segment, and why not? I mean, because, like, dude, you're jumping high and far. It's the most dangerous one, I believe, except for maybe the skeleton. The skeleton seems a little dangerous, too. Skeleton bobsled.
Would never want to do the skeleton.
By the way, it's looking like John Gray's supposed to join us coming up around 116 today. So be ready for that, Kevin.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to have a question for him.
I hope so.
Okay, we don't get to know the question. All right, fair enough.
When it comes to Mike likes it, I'll tell you.
And
then we'll pass it along to John Gray in Kansas City.
From the 903, win the Daytona 500. From the 972, I didn't think about this. I guess this is kind of a team effort, but you're the only human. Win the Kentucky Derby. But I don't feel like they hype you up.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, team effort. You didn't do very much of the work at all.
Hold on, so they want to be a horse?
I don't know, because I feel like they're like, oh, Secretariat won. I don't know who was on Secretariat for all of those rides.
Not
and
right.
I feel like no one would.
The jockey.
Well, I
He
know,
was a
but
genuine jockey.
What was his name? And sure, you have an interview with another person interviewing you from another horse, and that's objectively cool. Like, at the end of those races, they have the person interviewing that's also on a horse, and they're just going along. It's like, oh, it was a tough race. I worked really hard and whipped the horse harder. I don't know what goes into the intricacies of that. And then you go back to doing nothing.
You just say nay. That's the answer to every question.
Okay.
Yeah, no, my brother-in-law did text me, and he said disc golf world champion. So,
ooh, yeah.
Because disc golf.
I guess he wants to make sure nobody knows who he is. Like,
What are you
like, I
talking
wanted
about?
something, but nobody
There
knows.
are lots of disc golfers out there, Mike. Lots of them.
Name one. That's
brother-in-law.
professional. Yeah.
Oh, I was about to say that too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm the disc golf champion. And then you have to explain what you do, and like, do you get paid to do it?
And then you have to get mad when somebody goes, oh, like Frisbee? And you're like, well, Frisbee is a brand. Thank you very much. Because I've said that before. I was like, oh, yeah, they won the Frisbee title. And they're like, no, Frisbee is a brand.
Why isn't Frisbee the sponsor of those tournaments? It just makes sense.
We even have to take load management in disc golf.
Oh, you have to? Shoulder.
Yeah, you got
throw
to
your
make
shoulder
sure.
out.
And
you know,
then
science tells us that we shouldn't play the sport, but really, be good at in April, and that's it.
And then from golly,
I
so
can
bitter.
sense a theme here.
And then our buddy Paul Worth from Worth Collecting in Waxahachie. You should definitely go check him out. Singles pickleball champion. Maybe when we do this segment again in like 10 years,
Yeah, maybe
that will have
somebody will know.
overtaken. Probably not
I
Wimbledon.
want Nick Kyrgios to go to pickleball
That would be
because he seems to not really care about tennis.
Paul Macbeth, by the way, disc golf world champion in your face.
Okay. To be or not
Also,
to be.
yeah, he had a play.
We're the KNC Masterpiece, right? I'm almost positive that's not the same guy.
It was a musical? Okay.
Right now, it's time
Macbeth the musical.
for some Mike Likes It.
I want to talk about baseball since we're here at Globe Life Field and we are kind of in the team shop just outside of it,
Yeah.
but you would definitely see us if you came here to get the new City Connect gear. You talked about the Jacob deGrom poster that's been staring us in the face all day long. Look at his glove. Now, this is something I really care about, and I don't think most people would be like, who cares about gloves? But if I looked at his glove, I was like, I've never seen a glove like that before. So I went to Rawlings' website, and they do have the Jacob deGrom glove. You can buy his glove. Obviously, it won't say Jacob deGrom on there. That's personalized. You can get your name on there. Give me an idea, if you guys don't know this, maybe you guys do real quick. Do you know how much, like a glove, like a Jacob deGrom, or you get a Garrett Cole pitcher's glove from Rawlings.com, how much a pitcher's glove or, a glove cost in general?
$200?
So Garrett Cole's glove is $400 and Jacob deGrom is $380. So if you want a real MLB glove, you're looking at somewhere between low $300s up to $450 for like the glove that they use on the field. That's how good of gloves that they have. And there is a major difference. You're like, what's the difference? Hey, I get it, man. You can catch a ball. And Jacob deGrom could probably use Rawlings' $150 glove and be just fine. But it is a premium glove. Well, the one thing I was looking at, knowing gloves, is I was like, I've never seen that type of glove. If you look closely at the picture, it's not, I'm like, that's not cow leather. And so I look it up. And he does not use cow leather.
Oh, my God.
His glove, which is $379. And when you look at his glove online, you can really tell. I'm like, dude, that looks like alligator or crocodile leather.
Oh.
And when I look it up,
it's alligator leather.
It says shell, croc embossed kip leather.
Whoa.
Special feature. Croc embossed leather. So he's using crocodile leather. And I've never heard of this. Maybe people that really know gloves better, if you're Rawlings or Wilson or Mizuno, maybe that's a common theme, but I'm wondering, it looks really cool. If you're to go to Rawlings.com and you look up pitcher's glove, you can pull up the Jacob deGrom glove, and it is a crocodile glove. Really cool looking. So anyways, wanted to bring that up. Looking at that picture, I'm like, dude, I've never seen this before. So he uses a different type of leather. He uses crocodile leather over cow leather, and you can get that glove in croc embossed leather.
Wow.
So, but just to give you an idea, this is why, unfortunately, watching or getting to do the pre and post for the 15th, which is Jackie Robinson Day, and Marcus Simeon was talking about this, and they did in the Houston area because they were playing in Houston. They handed out a lot of gloves and a lot of equipment to African-American kids who play baseball, who enjoy baseball. The numbers keep going down. And one of the things that Marcus Simeon talked about is the cost of baseball. And I just gave you that. Like, you don't have to. Believe me, if you're playing middle school or high school baseball, you do not have to get a Garrett Cole or Jacob deGrom glove. It does help, though, to have the premium glove on the market. And so if you are upper middle class or above, you can get your kid a $400 glove. You can afford that. And if you are lower income, I have to get let's just say I'm going to go with a $150 or $200 glove, which is still really expensive. That is not easy for a family to afford. And if you have a couple boys, it's even more tough. Now you're talking about spikes, which aren't really that bad. They're going to be $50 to $100, but I can't wear them anywhere else except the baseball field. If I am playing basketball, I can wear my basketball shoes to school. Like, if I have to. If financially I can't afford more than one pair of shoes for my kid, I can buy them a pair of basketball shoes and say, these are going to have to last you like 3 or 4 months at school and on the basketball court. A baseball bat, a good baseball bat is going to be $300 to $500.
Yeah.
And you have to buy a new bat every year. One, your kid's going to grow, and so let's just say a 29-inch bat is not going to now work for a kid who's now 5'8", who was 5'5".
Yeah.
They're going to have to get a bigger. The other thing too is the walls of a metal bat are so thin that they're going to eventually dent or crack.
Yeah, it's not like that silver Easton you used to get.
There's only
That's exactly what I was thinking of.
There's only so many swings you can take with a bat until it dies.
Yeah.
And so you're going to have to every year get a new $300 to $500. So you're looking at every year, I got to spend approximately $1,000 in equipment. And then if I want my kid to play against kids that are competitive and in a premium kind of situation, it's going to cost me another about $3,000 to $5,000 a year to play baseball.
Yikes.
So you're looking at per year, you need about $5,000 a year to have your kid play baseball in the United States of America.
Wow.
That can be tough for lower income families.
Yes,
absolutely.
for sure.
That's why we're bad at soccer too, by the way. Soccer, you don't have all the stuff you have to buy, as in bat, glove, and everything.
If you want to get into club level at the good clubs,
right.
yeah.
You want to play for FC Dallas's, and I know they have scholarships. But guess what? If you really want to play, they need kids that have, or at least not kids, they need the parents that have about $5,000 to $10,000 of disposable income so their kids can play high-level soccer in the United States of America.
Like, that's where you're getting seen, is at the club level.
Right.
Those high levels, you're not getting seen on a YMCA field.
Right.
You know, that has to be one of those Kevin Disney stories where some scout just goes by and it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But you're seen at the club level, and if that's the only groups you can pick out of all the people in America, are you really getting the greatest talent?
Yeah. So anyways, I just wanted to bring up why, there's a whole bunch of reasons. That is a piece of the pie on why we are not getting black Americans to really get into baseball. The other thing too is our generation, somewhat in a bad way, somewhat started running off black Americans from the sport. So now they're fathers. If you didn't play baseball or have any interest in watching baseball, you're probably not going to say, hey, kid, we're going to go play T-ball this year. Hey, kid, we're going to do coach pitch, and we're going to develop, baseball skills. Because usually it's a general thing, but usually if your dad isn't interested, you're not going to be interested as a son.
Yeah.
All right. So now I want to talk about the possum problem in Oakland. So
we have a possum problem.
Oh yeah,
there's a major possum problem in Oakland.
I mean, is it really a problem? You know,
you can't broadcast from there, kinda.
So if you're Jared Sandler and Matt Hicks and you're making your way to the Oakland Coliseum, the dump of all dumps, they are putting you in a different broadcast booth because a possum is living inside the walls of the visiting team's radio, or it might be television booth. I don't know if I forget now if it's television or radio.
I'll look.
But there's a possum inside the walls, and sometimes it peeks itself out because it's not happy because that's its home. And now it feels like somebody is infiltrating their home, and so they're having to take the visiting teams. I can't remember if it's television or radio.
It just says broadcast booth.
Broadcast booth, and they're having to put them in another booth because a possum is taking it over.
That's crazy.
This is exactly what I expect
They can't move
out
to
of that
Vegas
place.
fast enough.
That is the worst stadium. Everybody that we talk to talks
Tom
about.
Grieve will tell you 10 years ago it was the worst stadium, and they haven't done anything to make it better 10 years later.
Yeah, and now they have a possum living in there, and so you can't take.
That possum's flexing on him too. He's like, nope.
I thought the possum just played dead. I thought the possum was just like, I'm just gonna. Why can't they take the possum out? What's the reason?
The possum will destroy them.
Squatters' rights.
No, you just go. It's not squatters' rights. There's no squatters' rights.
You don't know that.
Possum. I do know.
Yeah, how come
You're
they
right,
can't
I
get that
don't know
possum out of the walls? Like, put a trap with some cheese in it or
Yeah,
something.
just you reach in there. He's gonna play
Do
dead.
possums like cheese?
They look like humongous rats, except scarier. So I'm scared to death of possums. By the way,
Why?
They just look like they'd kill you.
They are not going to do anything. They're going to lay down and play dead.
Well, this one must not because they won't do a broadcast in
and
there.
here's the thing: like I had a little Pomeranian when I was growing up, Mike, and my little Pomeranian, he was just yapping out in the backyard one day. I was like, "What is going on out there?" And I walk outside and I look over, and there's this possum just up against the wall. He's huge compared to my little Pomeranian, and he's just. And that's all he's doing. He did nothing.
Okay.
Don't be afraid of him. It's going to be okay. Get that sucker out of the wall and let's move on.
I'll tell you, AA pitchers are afraid of Evan Carter still. So Evan Carter isn't slowing down. So we talked about him going into the weekend. In his 9 games so far in 44 plate appearances, he is batting .389 with a 1.167
Holy
OPS.
moly.
In his, games played 9. He has 15 RBIs, 3 home runs. I guess he should have had a triple. But he forgot that you have to touch second base to get to third base on that one. But
okay, he's learning.
He's on fire. Let me tell you this, though. He will not, I won't say 100%. I don't think he'll be called up before the All-Star break. I do think they'll let him keep developing in
because
the minor
people
leagues.
keep asking us that.
Like me.
That's true. He's only 20 years old, but he is off to a great start in AA Frisco. He's a guy, as you look at the Rangers and you look at somewhat of their center field, left field situation, because Adolis Garcia is fine in right field. You just wonder about Evan Carter and when possibly after the All-Star break.
Possibly.
Yes, and I do think that when you get to the re-ranking of the prospects, I do think he'll be a top 10 prospect in all of baseball in the next rankings, which usually happen around the All-Star break.
And the whole reason I made that joke, by the way, Corey, is our audience knows a shocking amount about possums.
Is there possum law, too, that we need to learn here?
There are some people that said possums are delicious. There are others that said they love cat food and can't resist it. From the 479, possums are North America's only marsupial. That said, they friggin' disgust me. And possums are beneficial and harmless to humans.
Aren't we supposed to call them opossums?
No, that's just the way that it's spelled. It's not like we say P. pterodactyl.
You don't.
They don't carry
I'll tell you
rabies,
what.
and they eat up to 1,000 ticks a day. My brother-in-law says he thinks that they put that possum in the wall to get rid of ticks and snakes at the stadium.
Oh, my gosh.
And now they're like, oh, crap, we can't do anything about it.
Oh, wow.
So it's either live with, you have to move to another broadcasting
Or
booth,
get a larger predator.
or these snakes and ticks are
No,
going to get after
what happens
you.
when the possum has possums?
Baby possums?
Do possums, do they live by
Possums have
themselves?
babies.
No, I know that, but I was just wondering, when you find a raccoon, there's going to be another raccoon.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if there's another possum in that wall hanging out with them.
Little Joeys and Jills.
All right.
They're called Joeys.
Am I almost out of time?
You are.
Here's my last, almost out of time. Evan Carter's good in the minor leagues, possibly great. He ain't close to Fernando Tatis Jr.
Is he still going off on people?
Well, he's hit in 8 games in AAA, getting ready for his major league debut on, I believe, Thursday. I think is his first day he can play in the major league.
Season debut, yeah.
8 games, 7 home runs, and 15 RBIs. He is batting .515 right now in AAA. With an OPS of 1.802,
oh my God,
which is almost impossible.
So you could drop the 1 and you'd still be like, oh, that's not bad.
On his kind of, I guess you call it rehab, but coming back from steroid suspension, he is 17 for 33 with 2 doubles and 7 home runs.
Jeez, man. And why did he get suspended again?
Steroids.
Huh. Interesting.
So you think
what
they worked?
No,
now he's just better.
That's
what Mike has said before about Class A, right?
How long do they work?
Emmanuel Class
Yeah.
A. He was really skinny with us. And then he got suspended for steroids. Now he's the best closer in baseball.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I think he stopped taking them, but he did them right.
Live from Globe Life Field at the Texas Rangers fan shop. I know, Mike.
Did Roger Clemens do them wrong or right?
Coming up next, probably right. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, do you know who the Stars are playing against tonight? Not the team.
It's wild.
One of the players, though.
Oh, yeah.
Plus, we asked Kevin about T-shirts next to the fan.
Get the Top Stories exclusive podcast, video Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Hey, thank you very much, Kevin. You know, the Dallas Stars are playing hockey tonight. And it's not just regular season hockey, ladies and gentlemen. No, it is playoff hockey. It is game one. Which, does it feel like they buried the Stars late in the evening here, or does this feel like it's a good time for Stars puck drop?
I think, unfortunately, the Stars are not a national brand, so I get it.
Yeah, that kind of stinks. But that being said, they get to go rock their thing, and that's going to be awesome tonight. However, this is something that I thought was really interesting because I don't even know how many people knew that this dude wasn't on the team anymore.
Right.
Or knew where he went and what's gone on since then. But they're playing John Klingberg tonight. Now, Kevin, you and I met John Klingberg. We interviewed him whenever we were hanging around the Stars and doing our stuff. And he had I think he told you that he would walk barefoot through snow to get a Stanley Cup. So, that was, this dude, he was really excited. And he was one of those unique players who could really move the puck up the ice real quickly. He could handle the puck
for a defenseman,
as a defensive player, and he could get the puck up the ice, and that allowed your offense to get set up, or it allowed you to do some different things offensively because he was a unique kind of player. And I think it was Frank that told us he was he reminded him of Zubov in that way. I couldn't remember. Yeah, it was Zubov who could do those things. But I did not know that. I remember him not re-signing with the team. But I think once that happened, it was okay, I'm moving on from his story here with Dallas. He ended up not liking the deal that the Stars had offered him and going to play for Anaheim.
Yep.
Who, I don't know if you've heard or not, they dropped Mighty from their name a while back, and they just went with the Ducks.
I did know that.
We're not huge fans of the Ducks either because they've knocked us out a couple times, so we haven't really liked that. But I didn't know then also that he was then traded to the Minnesota Wild in the middle of the season. And so my question to everybody on this is, if you're a former teammate of this guy, you know him, you like him and everything, do you? I don't.
I'm just saying.
That's a good question.
I don't know that for a fact.
That is a good question. I don't know if Jamie Benn was frustrated by him sometimes, or if Tyler Seguin. I don't know how they took that. So I am kind of curious for tonight, though, how they approach Klingberg because they know him. They know him well. They know what he's good at. They also know what he's poor at. And so I'm very interested to see how the Stars go with that. And, when we talk about what your coach, Pete DeBoer's, done this year, it's been a very good look at I got talent on this team. And I'm going to maximize this talent to its best. And I'm not sure if you go into game one going, hey, let's take advantage of this guy first, or if you just go out there and say, hey, we're going to maximize our talent offensively and what we do the best tonight. So I'm really interested to see how they approach that tonight. But going at a teammate, a former friend, man, I want to see if there's a couple more checks that are a little harder than they might be if it wasn't him.
Well, and look, I think you can go back on this season, and I think Klingberg's been fine, if not a little bit underwhelming. So I don't think you look back on this season as a Stars fan and be like, oh, I really regret that.
Oh, absolutely not.
At least that's not how I feel. I don't know if there are Stars fans who are like, yes, I definitely do. I do not feel that way.
Yeah, so I also, there are lots of occasions. So look back last week, I believe it was the Pirates when Andrew McCutchen showed up. They gave him the big standing ovation for Andrew McCutchen.
I don't think that will be the case
baby.
here.
Right?
Yeah,
Like, this isn't one of those times to be like, hey, welcome back to Dallas in the playoffs. We love you and everything. Isn't this one of those nights where you hope the fans are just a little bit cranky? Not necessarily. I don't want you to be violent tonight.
Yeah,
I want you to be cranky.
I do not want to see a pregame standing ovation for Klingberg.
No.
First
I
of
want
all,
to see a single sign for that dude.
Yeah, no, or maybe in the pre-skate or in the pregame skate, I'll be okay with that. But once we get to business, like there's
You
no,
burn that sign in front of him, right?
Wow,
Yes.
that feels like
Don't do that. Is
okay.
what you're saying. What I'm
I
saying
would not.
is also don't do
I
that.
would not.
That's what I've also added to this conversation. And then I wanted to bring up this question, Kevin, that Mike asked you earlier. Now, Mike is a very busy man, but this question I think is very important to the world.
Sure.
How often do you wear T-shirts? 877-881-1053. And I see my guy over here in a tank top right now, and I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. If I was a muscle builder, I would never wear anything that had sleeves. And I wanted to see, because he was looking at you, and he's like, Kevin, you never wear a collared shirt.
For work.
Uh-huh.
Like that's the thing
You
that
never dress up for
fascinates
us
me
anymore.
about Mike is this is a casual setting. You know what I learned during the pandemic is nobody cares. Like nobody cares what you're wearing up here or anything like that. So I pretty much wear like the same kind of clothes every single time in terms of like athletic pants or whatever, so I can go to the gym afterwards if I want in a T-shirt because nobody up here cares. For a while is because there was nobody here. I would see like 3 people per day. But now that everyone's back, they still don't care. And so I just really enjoyed the ease and comfort of it all. And so like yesterday, I was still dressed up nice for church. And in a week and a half or so, we got weddings and rehearsal dinners and everything for one of my cousins. And then we're hosting community ball. And so like... Are we out?
No, yeah, we are.
Okay.
I just was realizing I got to wear a collar then, too.
And so, like, there'll be plenty of time to dress nice.
Yeah.
I don't feel like anybody cares. I've never had a person up here be like, we really wish you would have worn a collared shirt today.
Except for Mike. Mike's always like, hey, he's asked you that frequently, actually.
You know what? When I have to go to the funeral on Friday, I'll be dressed up nice.
Okay, and you think he's going to ask why you're dressed up
Yes,
nice? And then
I do.
And he's going to be like, okay, interesting.
And he's going to be like, no tie? I'm going to be like, I can put the tie on in the car. And he'd be like,
You're not going to wear the tie during the show? I think you should wear the tie during the show, dude. Yes, it'll add some class to this show, which is otherwise known as classless. Like that's what they say in the papers about us.
Oh no!
Yeah, the papers are always writing stories about us. The shirts, like I am a t-shirt guy as well. Today I am wearing this polo.
If they wouldn't have given that to you, would you still have a T-shirt on?
I had a polo on. I do wear a polo when we go to places, so I do that sometimes.
I dressed nicer the second time we went to the jewelry shop. Is because everyone made fun of me for the way I dressed the first day.
To the jewelry shop?
Yeah.
You want them to think you're rich? So they charge you more?
I got harassed when we were out at the diamond place.
Oh, okay.
Is they were like, "This is how you dress for this?"
Oh, yeah, that's
and
right.
Then,
I forgot.
and then Derek was going to wear a suit up there, and so I dressed up nicer the next time.
Here's like. So you out of 365 days a year,
300 days of T-shirt
300
days.
days of T-shirt days. I think I'm kind of right there with you. 877-881-1053. What's your frequent attire?
From the 817, I wear T-shirts every day.
Yes.
From 940, I rock T-shirts almost every day except for church. Then it's the collared tee.
Yes.
From the 214, as soon as I get home, I'm shirtless for the rest of the day.
Yes.
And then for the
even outside.
Yes. For the 817, work, golf, or sporting events are the only times I wear a polo. Any other day or setting, it's always a T-shirt.
Yeah. See, this is the thing, Kevin.
I get it.
I don't know if I've told you. Recently, I became a pool owner.
Yes, I'm familiar.
And
I've been to your house.
Yeah, that's right. I remember you came over to my house. I'm coming over to your house this year. I'm coming over this year. But so since I got the pool, I have decided, like, I barely wear shoes anyway. Like I would rather not wear shoes most of the time, but society says they care.
Fascinating.
You know I got into this business
I know,
so I can wear shorts and flip-flops all the time.
I have told you numerous times, if you want to wear, I'm pretty sure, you said shorts and like a cut-off T-shirt or like a sleeveless T-shirt and flip-flops.
I am not stopping that from happening.
Right.
You could show up to work like that tomorrow. Nobody's going to care.
I might. I just might
I
for our
think
Bochy interview.
You know what? I think you won't.
Bochy and Steven tomorrow.
I know.
With a Corey and a cutoff T-shirt.
I think you should.
And so that's what I'm saying is now that I'm a pool guy, now that I have the pool in the backyard, my goal is to be shirtless as often as possible. I do kind of want to be the dad that's embarrassing Avery and the kids, and they're having friends over, and I'm just like laying in the pool, and they're like, "Good God, that guy! Does he ever wear a shirt?"
From the 425, I'm a stay-at-home dad. I always wear T-shirts. From the 817, polos 24/7.
Okay.
And then from the 214, are there other types of shirts? And see, that's kind of.
I'm in. I like that too.
That's kind of how I feel.
Mike's just jealous because he's on the TV broadcast, so he's constantly having to wear a button up and a tie.
And that's the thing is he always asks me that. And I'm like, if I go somewhere where that's required, yeah. If it's not, I'm not wearing that.
Mm-hmm.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we are live out at Globe Life Field at the Fan Shop. Joining us, though not live because they got games and stuff, will be John Gray from the Texas Rangers. We'll talk with him next right here on The Fan.
All day, every day, bringing
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We are live from Globe Life Field at the Team Fan Shop for the release of all things Texas Rangers City Connect. And right now, we bring to you Texas Rangers pitcher John Gray. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Now, I know we have a lot of important baseball-related stuff to get to, but did you see the story about division rival Oakland A's and the possum they have in the visiting broadcasting booth preventing people from getting in there?
I saw like the headline for that, but I didn't read into it. What's that about?
So ever since the first series, this possum has asserted its dominance and taken over the main booth. And so we were trying to figure out how we could disarm the possum and get it out of there so we can reclaim that booth, or if the A's should just go ahead and move to Vegas right now.
That's a tough scenario. I don't know. If you can't make friends with it, I mean, I don't know. What do you tranquilizer? What do you? I mean, I don't know what you do there.
How are you making friends with a? Do you have any thoughts on how to make friends with a possum? Do you have any plan? How are you approaching?
Oh man,
this?
No, they're a little ugly for my taste. I don't really like possums that much.
Well, maybe that's why they don't like us either, because we continue to degrade them with our terminology.
Everybody knows.
Now, on a more serious note, and I know you've kind of talked about this a little bit, I'm hoping you can walk us through the moment where, what just happened, what you thought happened to you, and how everything progressed from there when the ball ricocheted off your elbow.
Oh, yeah. It was just it happened so fast to me. I barely remember seeing the ball. I think it was just a split second. I think I saw it for a glimpse, and it just sounded bad. It didn't really hurt that bad, but it sounded terrible. Like, it sounded like bones. And so I just didn't want to look at it right away. I thought maybe, I'd look down and see like a bone sticking on my arm or something, but it wasn't bad at all. Like, my arm went numb for 15 seconds, but we threw some pretty good warm-up pitches. But we decided this thing's going to swell up in 5 minutes. Let's not push it.
Was that the first time you've ever been hit by a comebacker?
Oh, no. Usually it's my feet and shins, and I hate that. That hurts so bad. But, I'll take that over face or anything, something worse.
Boach seems like the kind of guy that would say rub some dirt on it. Was that a true, or was he a lot more accommodating?
No, he didn't seem too worried. I mean, I hope I didn't make people too worried too bad. I didn't cry or anything, so we're good.
Were you able to play catch yesterday, or is that going to be something you try today?
Catch play yesterday was just fine. It felt normal. I really don't know how. It's not killing me, but I really didn't have much soreness at all.
Wow.
So we've been hyping up the new City Connect, and the new City Connect jersey will be debuted for the team on Friday. Would you say you'll be wearing one of those and pitching in that game then?
That's what I hear. I'm fired up about it. I mean, I love them.
Do you think that it goes well with your beard? Like, it looks like a guy with your kind of beard and that kind of uniform, it looks like it works out pretty well for you.
For sure. Like, anytime I have red on it, really pulls the red out of my body. Really good.
So
extra red.
Can we say Rangers pitcher and fashion coloration icon John Gray?
I'll say that on the pregame show. I'll be like, I really like these jersey. It pulls out the red in John Gray's. They asked me this question, and I won't give you my answer. I'd love to know your answer. I'm not saying you played for this team. What's your favorite MLB jersey of all time? Just the look, the jersey look.
Just the look. That's a tough one. The Rockies actually wore a really cool jersey back in, I think, the late 90s, I believe. That was really cool throwback. And they wore it one time, and I thought that was the coolest thing ever. It had the logo of the mountains and the ball flying, but they never made a comeback with it.
We were seeing, Kevin, that this jersey, the City Connect jersey we have here, doesn't have your name on the back. Got
to earn it.
Yeah. Are you going to try and earn the name, or is this one of did they tell you
about that? It's like a
that?
Buckeye with the Ohio State.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on not having your name on there?
That's fine with me. That's fine with me. Yeah, I don't really care too much.
Gotcha.
Now, I know it's early in the season and people have told us to calm down and everything like that, but it's been a rough run of baseball for the Rangers for a while. So how cool is it to win a series against the Astros and even this early be in first place the majority of the early part of the season?
Oh, it feels great. I mean, it's right where you want to be. But, I had high expectations for this team. Like, I kind of expect us to be there, but I really don't feel like we're playing our best baseball. We're still winning games and close ones too. And it's just it's a good feeling. It's a step up.
What do you think would be closer to your best baseball? Because I know there's been some hiccups in the field. What do you see as hey, we could still tighten this, and this?
Just a little bit of everything. A little bit of the small ball. We made it was really good yesterday. We had some really good base running decisions. Just those small things, just kind of just those one or two plays that really makes a difference in the game is what we really didn't do that well last year. And I think that we're filling in those gaps. But I've definitely seen an improvement, and I think it's just going to get better.
And if not for the comebacker, you guys probably would have swept the Astros anyway. You know what I'm saying?
I think so.
Hey, I was feeling pretty good, so I like to think that way.
Hey, this pitching staff did grow during this offseason. When you signed here last year, were you thinking that it would look like this year? Well, I know Chris Young had a plan. Was that part of it?
I knew things were trending upwards, but I really didn't see myself surrounded by the guys I am now, and it's really cool. I just feel beat around some guys that are older and a little more established in the game. I've learned a lot from them lately, and I'm excited to have that friendly competition and compete together. It's going to be fun.
Same level of excitement and the flashes the bullpen has shown. Is that fair to say?
Oh, for sure, yes. There's been some tight jams where we've really relied on them, and they've bailed me out a couple of times already and saved my butt. So, I'm very happy and pleased with where they are.
Man, fantastic stuff. And if you want to go across the clubhouse and get more information about how we should take this possum down, we're ready. So just get back in touch with us, and we'll go from there.
That sounds good. I like it.
There you go, John Gray, right here on your home of the Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
We should see if we can get him one of these jerseys or hats or something, for coming on the show with us. That was really cool.
If I was his teammate and I had the money and I was going to be on the team, I would go to somebody who catches possums for a living.
Yeah.
And so when he comes back to the clubhouse here, he'd be caged. But I would have just something where there's a present or something, and right when he went to his locker, there was a possum in his locker.
and he's like, all right, well, I said I was going to make friends with it somehow. Let's see if this works out.
Man.
And then he's got his best friend, the possum, hanging around all the time.
But I'd make sure it wasn't the day he was pitching. I wouldn't want to scare the bejeebus out of him. Is that how you say it? The bejeebers?
You said that completely wrong.
No, you kind of had an element of there.
The bejesus, yeah.
Yes.
What is the bejesus?
I don't know. I heard it on a show once.
Reggie, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3
I kind of like bejeebus.
If you can,
I'm like, should I use the word Jesus in that? I don't know.
If you can fire off cut number 7 for us right here, I would very much appreciate that.
Grizzlies trying to win without Morant. Reeves a three. Bang! Reeves from way downtown.
All right, so I want to open this question up to everybody.
Everything's right. The Lakers won.
Yeah.
Yay, Lakers.
And I know you're disappointed about that.
Excited.
Is my question for y'all was going to be, is there a particular series you're locked in on, or how many fans do you think kind of sit with Mike where the Mavericks or maybe the NBA in general has kind of turned you off on this postseason?
I am actually kind of intrigued by the Kings-Warriors series right now. I know that's a West Coast-centric
That's
thing.
a great first game.
But we didn't expect the Kings to be this year. And then, to be for real. They're good this year. And they're playing against the world champions from last year who are trying to make this they want 3 more. They want to collect some more rings. So to see what they're doing there, so that's kind of I'm not a Sacramento fan by any means, but I do want to see the Kings take Sacramento out. And I don't know what it is, Mike. For some reason, I like watching Western Conference basketball more than I do. I have no clue why. It doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe it's because I'm more used to seeing common opponents to the Mavs. I don't know.
I'm with you. I watched quite a bit of the Phoenix-LA Clipper game just because I had free time last night. I did catch somewhat the end of the Laker game and then immediately turned it off because I was like, screw this crap. I want the Lakers to lose every game that they ever play in forever.
The Clippers Suns, though, is star-studded. Like, that's the one with
but what a disaster.
Yeah.
I know it's just one game, but what a disaster if the Suns were to lose this series, especially when you heard the news about Paul George. My goodness, that would be bad.
How bad is the news with Paul George?
He's out for the series.
Okay.
But I mean, that's Kawhi. Like, that's what Kawhi does. He has games like he had last night.
In a weird way, I know he's different, but he's right now the closest Michael Jordan we have when he's healthy. I'm not saying he's going to lead the team to 3 more championships or anything, but when I watch him in the mid-range, the way that he uses his body, his strength, his
defense,
you're just like, son of a gun, man. That guy, not that he carried Russell Westbrook, because Russell Westbrook had some big moments in that game. None of them offensively, but had some big moments in that game.
Now, on Saturday...
And, Kevin, hold on real quick. Any chance I get to see Devin Booker get taken? I'm all in on that.
The ball getting thrown off of him at the end, he was already – look, Luka does this too, so it's not like our guy doesn't. He was already complaining, and the ball was still in play. And then Westbrook was able to throw it off of him because he's not ready for the ball to possibly be thrown off him because he's already complaining.
It's a savvy move, yeah. The Kings beat the Warriors on Saturday, 126-123. That was the Sacramento Kings' first playoff win in almost 17 years.
Wow.
16 years and 350 days to be specific. The second longest run between playoff wins in the history of the NBA. They beat out the Washington Wizards by 11 days. So the Washington Wizards streak was 11 days longer, but still for the Kings, almost 17 years since they won a playoff game.
Man, what about like
that place was going insane
for sure.
Yeah. I mean, do you think Nico and Cuban will still have press conferences 16 years from now and say, "Listen, I don't know why you're so upset with us. We made the Western Conference Finals."
I don't.
Don't you remember what we did for you?
Look,
I'm gonna say that.
Just pretend these last 16 years didn't happen.
Are you watching Jalen Brunson?
For sure.
Regretfully. I'm not done. I am done with the whole we could have had him. And now I'm watching him. I'm going, man, I really that dude was a good ball player. The Mavericks had him, but he's going to be a good ball player.
Well,
but then I'm watching him going against Donovan Mitchell and not necessarily head up, but that's good basketball to watch too.
Well, and I also wondered going in if the Knicks-Cavs series was going to be the most competitive. Now, I know based off of some of the Game 1 results that you might shake all of that up, except for the Hawks, and they suck. We'll get to that in a second. I thought maybe that would be the most competitive series, and I have no ill will towards Jalen Brunson. It's the Mavericks' fault he left, not the other way around.
Mavericks didn't see his market, didn't play it out the way they should have. It's great for Jalen Brunson, but I do see this court. I'm not mad at Jalen Brunson at all. It's awesome to watch him have success the other day. But I do see him possibly his decision to go to New York. He has every right to do it. I understand why he did it. It could be the death of the Mavericks for a decade.
Yeah, I hope that is not the case, but I understand the concerns about that. Now, I pointed out the score looked a lot closer than it was for most of the day. The Celtics led the Hawks at halftime of their Game 1, 74-44. That tied the Celtics' largest halftime postseason lead ever. That is a very storied franchise, but they were ahead by 30 points. Part of the reason, Trae Young is terrible in the playoffs.
How did we not see this, Corey?
You should have known this was going to happen.
This whole segment was Trae Young stinks.
Yeah, the entire way was, how do I get to this?
The second I saw this from Elias, I was like, oh, that's going to work its way in there. Over his last 7 postseason games, Trae Young is 8 of 49 from 3. 8 of 49.
Is that bad?
That is the most attempts with the fewest makes in a 7-game span in the history of playoff basketball. I'm going to say that again. That is the most attempts with the fewest makes in a 7-game playoff span in the history of basketball.
You wait till they play again, though.
Yeah, he'll keep shooting 17%.
Why does he? The thing is he, in my opinion, I know you disagree with this, and maybe you kind of agree.
I do think his shot selection factors in.
I think he's a great three-point shooter if he would just take good shots.
Yeah,
he's like he's always on a heat, like
a heat check.
Look
yes.
how hot I am. I'm like, you're not hot. You shouldn't take that shot.
I do wonder too. You know, if like do coaches ever check these guys on this, or they like, no, we've decided that the three-pointer is valuable. No matter if you're hitting them from wherever you are on the court, it doesn't matter how many you miss as long as you make them in some other spots. So I wonder if they've just said it's just such a valuable thing. Take the shots whenever you feel like
He's kind of, in a way, gotten 2 coaches fired by his poor shot selection because he gets 10 assists a game.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not saying he doesn't pass. He's not nearly as good a passer as, let's say, Luka or LeBron or Jokic or anything like that, but he is a good passer in the NBA. But he's a horrible decision maker on his shot selection, and he's gotten coaches fired, and so the coach can't get through to him. The coach cannot get. So I do think Atlanta is going to look this offseason to move him, to be like, we can't change him. He's not changing his shot selection. Guy. They're going to hope that another team will go, we'll change his attitude. Because if you can get him to make good decisions with his shot selection, you can almost live with his defense.
I get it.
If he makes better decisions with the ball and his shot selection.
I mean, there's the audio of Steve Kerr going, no, Steph, why would you take that? Oh, it went in. Yeah, the great shot, man. Great shot. Like
For sure.
There's so many times where you would never tell anybody to mimic Steph Curry's game, but everybody else is trying
unless
right now.
if you can make those shots, go for it. Otherwise, I'm going to bench you so fast. Now, I know we understand the hierarchy of Boston and Milwaukee in the Eastern Conference, like leading into it. Although we're going to keep an eye on what happens with Giannis and everything like that. Before the series started this weekend, who do you think would be the favorite in the West? Like the betting line favorite to win the Western Conference?
I would lean towards Denver.
Yeah.
Denver's third.
Ah, crap.
Then
it's the Fakers.
Phoenix is first.
And the Fakers.
The Warriors.
Oh, good.
Are second.
Even better.
And that just kind of shows to your idea about regular season basketball. And I know the Suns made a move that changed all this, but the 4 and the 6 seed are higher than the 1st seed in terms of betting odds to win that conference.
Durant definitely changed that.
I will say
for
this.
Sure.
When I saw, like, on my feed, because I was at Boys Baseball, when I saw on my feed something happened to Anthony Davis and he was out, there was kind of a smile that went to my face going, yes, I just want the Laker fans to keep suffering. They've never suffered their 5 years of not winning the championship. Like, this is like this is the worst thing in the world. And so I just want them to suffer, not Anthony Davis. I'm not
And then he was back.
But then he came back, but I was like, son of a gun. I thought, because in a weird way, the Cowboys, right? They're the Lakers. The Cowboys, though, you don't get, and maybe it's because of overtime, there's not like this huge, I want the Cowboys to win media faction.
Yeah.
Yes, there is Marcus Spears and there's Michael Irvin. There are former Cowboys that their job is to pump up the Cowboys, and they want to do it because they want the Cowboys to win. But, man, when you listen to national radio, national television, everybody's rooting for the Lakers. They're openly rooting for the Lakers.
Yeah.
And it just drives me insane that my whole life, I get the greatness of Magic and Kareem and Shaq and Kobe and LeBron, but it irks me the openness of like how everybody is rooting for them.
Game 2's tonight. The 76ers host the Nets. 76ers are a 10-point favorite there. And then the Kings host the Warriors, with the Warriors as a 1.5-point favorite. And that probably, I would say, was my favorite of all of the game ones. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we continue to be live from Globe Life Field, talking about all things Texas Rangers City Connect from the team shop. But we will also chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Kevin, let's talk about Men's Tea Clinic. You just...
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Globe Life Field and the Texas Rangers fan shop where we got all things City Connect going on. And right now, even though we don't get to be right next to them, we still get to, courtesy of D&M Leasing, get to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
We're doing great, and I got a question for you guys. We kicked this around a little bit earlier, and we got a lot of diverse answers. Is if the Boston Marathons today, if you had the ability, what individual sport or title would you want to win? Would you want to win the Masters? Would you want to be the boxing heavyweight champion? Or anything else that jumps to your mind?
NBA MVP doesn't count?
Ooh, that's team sport. I'm going to say no.
Team sport, individual honor doesn't work?
No deal.
Okay.
I mean, it could be a deal.
Okay, I want to be, probably the 100-meter sprint.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fastest men in the world.
Super sexy, too.
Yeah.
Very lean.
Yeah, their body's going to be incredible.
Yeah. I don't want to win a marathon. I'm built like a dad,
right.
A thin dad at that point.
Yeah. You want to be ripped up like Rambo.
Yeah. Boxing is great. That's the most badass, but also the head stuff. I don't know how that's going to play long term.
The trauma.
I feel like, Gavin, you would like winning the 100 meters while looking like a dad.
That would be cool. That would be really cool.
That's even more of a flex.
How is he doing this?
I just wanted it the most.
Yeah.
You're like the Luca of sprinting.
I was just born this way.
He's got a heater hanging from his lip.
Oh, my gosh. That would be amazing.
Just chugs the beer bong right afterwards.
Yeah,
This is his pre-race ritual. It gets him amped up. Man, your sponsorships would be crazy, too.
If you do lose, you look at the guy who shot the gun, and you're like, it's your fault.
Yeah. I'd be the John Daly of sprinting.
Man, I think Dawson would get to the point he's like, I got it. I'll shoot the gun and still take off. All right, what about the rest of y'all?
I mean, I think it's got to be the Masters, dude, because you live in lore forever. You get to have your own personal meal, and then every year, no matter how bad you are at golf at that point, you still get invited back to the dinner. You know?
Man, I'm surprised you didn't say how old you are. You just said how not good at golf you are anymore.
You can be poor at golf and still get to go back.
Man.
Yeah, he's right.
Now, I have a baby dolls question, if I may.
Did we get one from Wolchuk, though?
Yeah. Well, I got a different question for Wolchuk.
Okay, bring it on.
I've heard rumblings, rumors, if you will, that at your baby dolls spot on Wednesday that Brian Broaddus will be joining you. Is that factually accurate?
It's 100% factually accurate. Brian's looking at me like, how the hell did I get roped into this?
Yeah.
But
how did you get roped into this?
You know what? I basically have been telling everyone at Baby Dolls, Brian's going to come out one time with me. He's highly requested anytime I'm out there. And I've been trying to tell that to Brian. And the best way to get this done was, Brian, we're a little over a week away from the draft. Trust me. Come on out. People are going to come up. They're going to ask a bunch of draft questions. And any excuse to talk draft, Brian's coming out, baby. So 7 to 9 on Wednesday. The Baby Dolls party is going to be awesome. Me and Brian Broaddus, Draft Central.
Yeah, I'm doing this because we're having a reunion of guys I grew up with out there.
Oh, you're going to have the friends out.
No, it's all those old crusty guys that hang out at Baby Dolls and stuff like that with the track suits on and stuff like that.
Some young attractive guys as well.
So I'm just going to tie it in. I'm going to tie it into like a reunion draft talk. And then hanging out at Baby Dolls.
You're going to be eyeballing talent all night long.
Oh yeah, we're going to maybe trade up for a couple. Maybe we'll trade back. You never know.
And there's free barbecue, and we know Brian loves barbecue.
Love barbecue, yeah.
See, in my mind, Broaddus is showing up and he's requesting one of the TVs be put on so he can watch some tape. He's like, I'm really close. I got about 3 more guys.
I'm going to see if the dancers know about these players. Yeah, they might have had some interaction with a few of them. So you get a little bit. You never know on draft night here at 105.3 The Fan. I'm like, listen, I talked to Sky, and she said this guy really, he's got good length. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
That would be amazing if, like, off the stage, Cinnamon, and she goes up and is like, I really like Kincaid over Mayer.
Yeah, let me tell you what. Let me tell you, if you can get Misty to tell you a lot of things about players. You can, and if you write about Cinnamon and Sky, all these ladies, they know. They're in the mix. And that's why you talk to him. You're trying to get every little bit of information you can.
And they're all dear to your friends. You know, I've been going there for almost a year and a half now. I'm going to tee him up for Brian, and he's going to get all the info. You're wearing that 17 inches shirt, right?
Oh, yeah, the 17 inches shirt for sure. That Jason Garrett gave me with, like, hate smile. Yeah, the hate smile he has. You know?
Man, so many of the interactions you describe between you and Jason Garrett involve a hate smile.
Oh, I told you that I had his picture when he won the Coach of the Year.
Yep.
I had it on my desk. Like when he would walk by to go talk to the media, he would have to see that, and I would like, "Hey, Coach," and he would like hate smile me as he's walking by with him with that picture up on my desk. Yeah.
So he didn't think, man, he just really loves me. That guy really.
No.
He's
like, I knew better. I knew better. He's the one guy that could look at you and smile, like I said, and just like MF you while he's smiling the whole time.
Ventriloquist style.
Oh,
he's
he
smiling,
ventriloquist smile.
yeah.
At least Steinberg-like, you know.
That's the one guy that I believe he really does hate you.
He does hate me.
Yeah.
His wife even hates me.
Yeah.
Like I was getting because I was at DallasCowboys.com.
Tried to get her husband fired many times.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. That's like one time we had to get we were getting the global entry. Like I was working for DallasCowboys.com and Larry Wansley, our security director, gave us the opportunity to get global entry. You know, the TSA approved stuff. So I'm down there and like his wife's name's Brill. So Brill, Jason, and he gives me hate smile. She didn't even give me hate smile. She basically just told me to, F off is what she did.
Yeah.
And you know what? And I looked at her. I'm basically like, you know what? You're not wrong. You know, I mean, because seriously, for 3 years, I tried to get her husband fired.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't blame her. I absolutely don't blame her one bit.
You're gonna be looking for some global entry Wednesday night.
Wow, that's interesting.
All the way from Brazil.
Yeah.
It's
gentlemen on the back two stages, Candy and Allison. Yeah, I'm looking for
Candy and Allison.
Is there any? I guess these guys go to school for topless bar voice guy because they all sound the same. Right?
Sure.
Can you get a degree in this?
Glenn's still killing it up there?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
he is. They've got the same DJs. One of them I prefer than the other, but they're both great.
Oh, yeah, they're awesome.
What makes the one better than the other?
I think he's just more entertaining.
Give me a hell
yeah. He's got a little bit more, and he's just friendlier to me. A little more friendlier to me. He's a Tolo.
He's a fan of the Woolly Bully.
Yeah.
Oh. What you said almost made a lot of sense.
I like when he says that.
Make some noise.
The best is when they call one of the girls on the stage and she doesn't show up.
Oh, no.
And then he's just kind of making fun of her for about 5 minutes while there's nobody up there. Like, where the hell are you? You're in trouble now.
Yeah, she's little VIP.
Improv roast. She's talking to me about third-round picks.
She's with Brian.
Yeah.
Okay.
Checking out the 17-inch shirt.
Now, I could see, Wolchuk, if you and Broadus are most occupied with the draft right now, but I was curious whether it's Rangers winning that series over the Astros, NBA playoffs, Stars, NFL draft. Like, what has the highest percentage of your sports attention right now?
I was all in on the Rangers this weekend, but starting from tonight, it's all about the playoffs and the Dallas Stars. I'll be at the game tonight. So Tolo's out there. Holler at me.
Chuck wants to buy you a beer.
We can meet up.
I'm going to say it's a three-way tie at the top.
You're giving me that card right
on.
here. The NBA playoffs were amazing.
Fan. He loves the Lakers, so.
The playoffs were amazing.
He loves the Lakers.
Russell Westbrook winning that game on both ends of the court was
His
amazing.
outfit was better than the game.
The outfit was terrific.
Yeah.
The Rangers are awesome. Only team above 500 in the West. How can you not love that? And the Dallas Stars, going back to the Stanley Cup Finals here in about a month and a half.
It really is a beautiful time. A beautiful time for amazing sports. I would say now that the Stars are going, as this week goes on, it's going to be more Stars. But for me, throughout the weekend, it was NBA playoffs 1 and Rangers 2. And my gosh, it was so fun to watch the Rangers beat up on those Astros, man.
Rangers and NBA, and then draft is how I'm working right now.
Okay. Draft on the back burner.
I've had enough of watching players. I'm stacking this board and I'm getting ready to put it out there for everybody to see.
Not the Stars?
I love the start, but they got to get started.
Okay.
Once they get started, I'm in. I'm in on the
right.
bike.
You'll rank them accordingly?
And then I'll rank them accordingly.
Like
Okay, that's fair. I get it. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We'll ask that very question to Cy Young at 420. Chris Young Show.
All right. Nice. Hey, actually, if you want to ask him, because we got a lot of traction with John Gray on this, how he would get rid of the possum in Oakland so they can go back into the broadcasting booth.
I thought didn't they get rid of this thing last year? Why is
It's back.
It had a
It's
family
back.
member that
Yeah.
has now taken over.
Oh.
This time it's personal.
Uncle Billy's back, huh?
All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. We'll be back in studio 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say science would get rid of the possum, Kevin.
Man, science could, but it would definitely get one of these City Connects, too.
Uh-huh.
Coming up on The Fan. studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you had a fantastic day. We are off and running and spending our lives once again living in a Rangers baseball paradise. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus and Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here. So is Carter Freeman coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Yes, home of the Rangers here. Welcome in, 9-6. We talked a lot last week about how big of a series it is and a massive range of emotions we could have had today depending on how many games you win. Rangers take the rubber match, 9-1. Marcus Semien with a granny. How you guys feeling about this baseball team right now?
Incredible, and I think they're getting a little undervalued. We'll talk about that in the next segment with some of these power rankings, but look, John Gray, who is on with KMC, he's awesome, but if he doesn't get that line drive to the elbow, he looked pretty locked in.
He was going for a perfect game.
Yeah, and who knows, what ends up happening in that one. You could have gotten the sweep, but to take 2 of 3 at a place that you have struggled immensely the last few years, I understand it's early in the season, but I think for the fans, including myself, that's a massive series dub at this point.
First time since 2018 you win a series down there, and John Gray's going to be all right?
Yeah,
everything's
he
good.
shouldn't miss a start.
Not even going to miss a start. That is amazing to take a shot like that. But the Rangers handled that correctly, and a scary moment for Gray turns out to be okay. So you can't rain on a Rangers parade at all, Chiafalo.
Not at all. No DeGrom, no Seager, no problem.
Yeah,
dude.
that's where I was going with that.
When we're throwing out our fifth starter versus your first, and we're getting dubs on you, and that's a Astros lineup that usually hits pretty well versus a lefty, but Heaney was in his bag pretty good last night. So
felt like they only had one bad inning on Saturday, that 7th. It kind of got away from them. Other than that, they would have probably been okay. But you mentioned it, no Seager. Now you win a big series, you go to Kansas City, they're kind of scuffling along, and then you got DeGrom on the hill. So now you're going to find a way to kind of just maybe that's the great thing about this. I think with the Rangers is that every night you have that opportunity with the pitching, you get the hitting coming around a little bit, and you're going to find a way to win a lot of games. So I'm totally on board with what's going on down at the ballpark.
And you had good Evan Carter and good Kumar Rocker outings as well over the last couple
Player
of days.
Player of the week, right?
Yeah, Rocker
scoreless.
Pitcher of the week. He's been a super beast. So, I mean, the present and the future looking outstanding right now from a Ranger standpoint.
The text wondering what was so funny is as we were coming in, Wolchuk just had a hell of a joke right before the mics turned on.
It was a hell of a Saturday, man. I had an amazing weigh-in, and things got out of hand for me when it came to hanging with the boys.
It was time to celebrate.
Yeah.
A little bit. And the Rangers not celebrating, indeed, even though they're almost 10% done of the season. They're the only team above 500 in the West. We're feeling good, but a lot of work to do. Jared Sandler's going to join us at about 5:45, 5:50 tonight, and we'll get his thoughts right after LA Live before we get into the pregame and any updates that we need. And yeah, they're going to go take on the Royals here tonight, so a huge opportunity to pad that cushion over 500, and they're leading the division, even though it is early.
Well, yeah, and like you say, if you start to look at the schedule and you look at the teams who they're playing, you get, everybody was giving Tampa a lot of grief. Like, look who Tampa was playing on that winning streak. They won 13 straight. And, but it doesn't matter. You play the schedule, and they've got, they got the Royals and then got the A's coming in. And so both teams kind of really struggling right now. You got to find a way to put some of these games away, win series, sweep a couple series on the way, build some distance. So if you have your own, troubles, if they just got to find a way to continue to weather the storm with no Seager.
Well, tonight it'll be easier because DeGrom is on the hill against Jordan Lyles, and it's like the Rangers present against the Rangers past, and we know the Rangers past not good. So big opportunity, and you're right. No Seager, no Garver. It's tough, but they still explode twice over the weekend offensively. I think it's a testament to the kind of quality they have and the depth, and of course Marcus Semien not coming out of the gate so slowly. I had a crazy Sunday. It was fairly normal except for one moment in time where I was outside the vehicle and I needed to, lean inside the back seat to grab my water bottle real quick as I was heading off to a field. And I kind of came into that back seat area like an old school fullback leading with the crown of my helmet.
Oh, yeah. Low man wins, though.
Low man wins, and I thought I had cleared it, but I was like in a shaded area, and I don't know what was going on, but I end up ramming the top of the door frame with the top of my head. You ever do that?
You see like purple things and pink things and stuff,
you know
like
what?
stars.
Yeah, a lot of colors.
Like,
a lot of colors.
It stunned me, and I was like, what the hell? And my first thought was, okay, I'm still standing. I'm not paralyzed. But I heard like a crunching and like a clicking, and I didn't know if that was like
that's skull.
That was your neck.
It was neck.
Fluid.
It was neck. I felt my neck compress. Yeah. My head actually did not hurt at all. My head didn't actually hurt at all, which is kind of a red flag.
It just went spinal immediately.
My spine, my neck took all of the blow, and like as the day went on, it just kept getting more and more sore, and now I can barely move it. I feel like I was in a damn car wreck yesterday, but I'm getting along, and I didn't paralyze myself, so I'm sure it'll be okay soon.
Well, I'm looking at your hands, and I'm proud of you that none of those are busted up, because usually when you dong your head something like that, you immediately go for the punch back on that truck just out of anger.
I could have, but it was really disorienting. I felt like, was that a stinger? That was just. It actually terrified me. I was like, dang, I was like a split second away from being paralyzed.
That sucks, man.
NHL playoffs underway tonight. The Stars taking on the Wild. It's a late 8:30 on ESPN2, and the Stars are a strong favorite. Plus, the Woolly Bully is going to be in attendance, I believe, with like an authentic sweater over there.
Yeah, no, this is authentic. I didn't get my name on the back of it, even though Wolchuk, I think like I could pass off as an NHL pro. People might be like, oh, I don't know who that is, but he sounds legit.
Yeah, that guy used to crush, man.
Yeah,
he used to be an enforcer back in the day.
Hell of a defenseman, just threw his butt around and just knocked people up into the boards. But I'll be up in the nosebleeds in true form. So I'll be up. I'll be up there. So holler at me if you want to come out and say what's up.
Okay, we'll talk more about the Stars a little bit later on, including a visit from the hockey hawk, Gavin Spittle himself.
Yes.
One of the top Dallas Stars experts and insiders here in DFW, and host of the Spits and Suds podcast, which is what you need right now.
And right after the game, you're going to get some instant Spits and Suds post-game reaction. And if you're a Tolo that bumps into the Woolly Bully and wonders why he's so sober, it's because he's still recovering from the Saturday hangover, hanging with the boys.
You did it right.
Yeah. If you watched the BetQL show that Eric and I did yesterday, I was dragging butt. It was a rough look for me. I think it was all over my face.
Were you the floating head again?
He had death on his face.
We had the floating head situation.
No, I didn't wear a green shirt this time, but it would have been funny if I did.
Yeah, it would have. Okay, the Eagles and Jalen Hurts have reached a 5-year, $255 million contract. That is the top story probably in sports that's developed over the last couple of hours. Good move for them. I think with a team that has a quarterback you like and things are going well, you get the deal done after year 3 and you see how the next 3 or 4 year goes. And hopefully for them, it's, better than how the Carson Wentz thing went. I'm not sure how it's going to go. I just know that you want to keep things fairly smooth, and you just have to capitulate to what the market is. And the market is, it's time for Jalen Hurts to become the new highest APY quarterback, and he does that at $51 million now. He sets the new record for highest average salary for new quarterback money.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that we were going to get a Burrow deal, a Herbert deal, and then maybe late summer before the season starts, we get the Hurts deal so that he could come over the top and really kibosh this thing with closer to $60 million or something like that. But kudos to him. He cashes out. We'll see how the Eagles play this. But that's the decision you have to make. This guy is worth it for me to give him all the money, and I'll have to make some sacrifices elsewhere. Or you say this guy's not worth it, and I can go find another guy to duplicate it. They don't feel like you can duplicate Jalen Hurts.
What a difference a year makes, because we started to get the reports over the weekend that Russell Wilson was almost traded to the Eagles last year.
Wow.
So this time a year ago, they're not thinking Jalen Hurts is the answer. So they're banking off of an amazing year and hoping that wasn't just a fluke.
He had that Josh Allen breakout year, didn't he? He was in for a couple years, figured it all out, and was like, hey, hold my beer and watch this.
How close?
And he gets 173 guaranteed.
How close are you thinking about your quarterback getting $50 million?
Oh, yeah, that's happening the next year.
I mean, do you now step this thing up? Do you have to go right now? Or
I think the sooner you can do it, the better, right? Because like Eric mentioned, with Burrow and even Lamar Jackson, what happens there, Justin Herbert, you've got these other quarterbacks that are going to get paid, and we've seen how this goes. The one will make more, the next one will make more. So the longer you wait, the more Dak's probably going to get.
Yeah, I think he and his agent are smart, and they know
Todd France.
It's going up $5 million every year.
Yeah.
So if you want to pay me, let's add $5 million every year, and we'll talk about what you're adding on. So now I'm at like 65. I just don't think they're going to play with the team at all when it comes to wanting to negotiate to take some security. Now they know our guy had the most catastrophic injury that you could have as a quarterback other than spinal, and you still gave him, the deal. So I don't think the player and the agent are going to play ball with you, so to speak.
No, they're not. They're not. And I'll tell you this, too, the situation with what will be fascinating to me is if Howie Roseman can figure out how to keep his team together by paying the quarterback. And, because everybody,
it's already started.
Everybody will, the argument or the discussion about the Cowboys is, and even the owner, general manager said this, when you pay the quarterback, you have to make some sacrifices in some other areas.
Yeah.
But if the Eagles, in fact, in this division are able to hold their team together with this contract the way it is, then I don't want to hear it anymore.
Well, they'll do better than the Cowboys. I'll tell you why.
I don't want to hear it.
Because they will sacrifice all of it at once. They will save up their sacrifice and be like, okay, there it is, 2026. There's our sacrifice year. We're probably going to have a top 10 pick. The next year, we're pushing back all in. Then we're going to have a big sacrifice year. The Cowboys try to manage it right in the middle without ever sacrificing too much or going for it too much. That's why the Eagles are going to ride this roller coaster all the way to the bottom of the NFC and then back up to the top before the Cowboys get there. I guarantee it. Eagles are going to take this hit of Jalen Hurts getting all this money. They'll be bad at some point in the next 2 to 3 years, and they'll be back on top, just like the 49ers did, just like the Rams, who went back to 8-8 for a couple of years, did. And now they're back, and we want to see the Cowboys commit to the roller coaster, but what they need to add the great players is perfect trades to fall in their lap. Mm-hmm. What the Eagles need is just a couple of years to sacrifice and save up their cap space, and then bam, drop a hammer on the NFL, and they're like, hey, surprise, we're back in it again. Yeah. So we'll hope the Cowboys can. Right now, it is a Rams, Niners, Eagles party in the NFC, and it's not because they've had this scintillating quarterback advantage. Yeah. They've done it with Foles and Wentz and Hurts and Goff and Stafford and flipping Garoppolo and Brock Purdy. That's who's dominating the NFC. Why? Because the advantage to be gained right now is more important in the front office than on the football field. Yeah.
And if your team understands how you ride that roller coaster, they give you a big edge. NBA playoffs underway. Flurry of upsets last night, a couple of big injuries. I thought the Suns at times looked like champions last night against the Clippers, but they end up losing because they couldn't get stops. But, man, they looked awesome for a while. They made it look easy. KD and Booker and Paul and Ayton. Oh, my goodness. It's like, wow, that's damn near an all-star team out there. But it's 115-100 as Kawhi Leonard hit 2 monster threes late. And then Russell Westbrook sealed the game. He really did. I got to give props to KD for taking Kawhi out of an inbounds play entirely. And Russ said, okay, well, I guess I'm going. And he attacks, he gets to the free throw line, makes them both, and on the other end, he's got like a block shot where he throws it out of bounds off the other guy at the same time. Ball game. Clippers get the ball back, and they take game 1 even without Paul George. That's going to be a hell of an entertaining series.
We'll see how this series goes, but the Clippers might be the one that we kind of slept on here. Because you forget how damn good Kawhi is because he doesn't play, like he's out a year. And then when you see him again in the playoffs, there's something about playoff Kawhi. It's like, oh, wow, that is probably still one of the best, if not the best, two-way players in all of basketball. And then if they get by the Suns and then you add Paul George to this, the Clippers could win the West.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, it's so wide open, they absolutely could. And if you beat the Suns, then you beat the odds-on favorite, that the Suns that are supposed to be the team that goes on this Western Conference run right now. But I think that's part of the reason why we were kind of lower on the Clippers. It's because they didn't have Paul George. And I think most people look at Russell Westbrook as a net negative for a team at this point of like actually contributing to wins. And on the stat sheet at times you would look at it like yesterday, he's like 3 for 19 or something. Just a terrible, terrible game from the field. But he still has the balls at the end of the game to go up for the shot, get the foul, knock down the free throws. Yeah. And then the layup block on Devin Booker was super nasty. And then as you mentioned, to have the athleticism still for Russ to then get the bounce and then throw it off of Booker for it to go out out of bounds, and now it's Clipper ball. Like, he made some game-changing winning plays at the end of that game, despite being just as inefficient as you could possibly be.
I don't know how he's still in the game, if you ask me. I mean, the shots were so bad and he wouldn't stop shooting.
Right.
But he pulled it together in a big way to win really help the Clippers in a massive way win that game. Heat over the Bucks, 130-117. Giannis injured back, had to leave early. The Heat lost Tyler Hero due to a broken hand. So much going on. Nuggets had no problems with the Wolves.
Wolves look like they've quit.
Yeah, they got issues.
Yeah, the Wolves look like they're tired of each other. You know, and
I bet they are.
On. Yeah,
and Denver's amazing. They're so deep. I mean, they're coming with the 6th and 7th guys who would be crucial third pieces on the Mavericks.
I will say this though, I was surprised at Miami the way that they went into Milwaukee and handled business there.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, to the way, you know, even with Giannis getting hurt and all that though, that just shows you Milwaukee. You got to be ready to play in these playoff games.
Mm-hmm.
Milwaukee wasn't ready to play last night or yesterday afternoon. Excuse me.
Okay, so John Morant injured hand. He's day to day, but X-rays were clear on that. So it's going to be a pain tolerance, range of motion type of thing for him determining his future there as the Lakers lead that series 1-0. All right, nation, we're off and running here on a Monday. The sports is so huge. It just feels like there's such great energy right now. Looking forward to the Stars and this Rangers and the NBA playoffs. And the NFL draft is a week and a half away. Do we have a consensus who the Cowboys? There's a very popular name in the mocks this week. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But Wooly Bully has some Ranger stuff coming up next. Where are we heading with that, sir?
What do you think of the City Connect jerseys? And are the Rangers not getting enough respect nationally? Next on The Fan.
The latest from the Star.
Welcome back, Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in about 7 minutes. Segment here brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultation's always free. Truckwreck.com. Here he is, the Woolly Bully, with some baseball stuff.
Thank you very much. Shout out to the KNC Masterpiece who are out there at the ballpark today.
The baseball show of record.
Yeah, and I take offense to it, but it's okay. It is the baseball show of record. When you're able to have Bassick and you're able to get Derek Holland on there, it's awesome.
It's undisputed.
Sure. But now you've got the Rangers City Connect uniforms. We finally got to see them.
Buttes.
What do you think, boys?
What's up with the pants?
You don't like the pants?
No.
Brought us why you hating.
I'm not trying to hate. I just don't like the pants.
No, you're not
alone.
alone.
Is it the color or is it the stripe?
It's just the color.
It's technically, it looks black, but technically it's a blue.
Yeah, I'm hearing it's
blue,
like a dark navy.
Like a Chicago Bear blue. That's like a navy blue, Chicago Bear blue.
Okay, that's why you hate it. It gives you Bears vibes.
No.
You're a Cowboy. You're a Packer. I get it.
I don't know, man. Just kind of, I don't know. I look at the pants. I think we could have done better with the pants.
Okay, the pants are where Brian doesn't like it.
Well, would you have gone red?
I don't know. I think with that top, I would have kept with the white pants, but I would have thought about the piping then on the sides is what I would have thought.
I mean, an all-white
pipe action
would have looked clean. Yeah. Man, and maybe they're trying to get away with that. To me, it looks like you ever watch in the Mexican League when they play baseball down there? You've seen those highlights? They've got these kind of crazy colored uniforms, but they're like those kind of colored, like the navy pants and stuff like that. I would have gone with a different look. Nothing wrong with the Mexican League baseball pant or uniforms. I just think with this uniform, I would have gone with not those color pants.
Well, the coolest thing of it, and they're going to wear this for all Friday home games this year. The first one will be April 21st against Oakland, and that 4/21 is a special day because it turns out that when it comes to bringing the story together, which they wanted to tell on the City Connect uniforms, April 21st is annual San Jacinto Day, which, of course, commemorates the final battle in 1836 for Texas independence, but it's also the anniversary of the Rangers' first game in Arlington, which ended up being delayed by a players' strike in 1972. So I think that's pretty cool. They picked that date to go ahead and unveil them, and then every Friday that you go out to the ballpark, they'll wear these. But the ode on there to try and tie the Metroplex together.
I like that part.
That part's really cool.
Yeah.
Like the uniform nod to the cities. You got the baseball rivalry with call-outs to the Dallas Eagles, the first team in the Texas League to integrate, and then the Fort Worth Cats. You've got the TX logo, which was inspired by lettering on the Eagles' caps. The front for the numbers was inspired by a coin commemorating a Cats season, and they've got an ode to Vandergrift, the former mayor of Arlington, who
he's the one who brought the Rangers
absolutely was responsible to get the Washington Senators to Arlington originally. But I think it's cool. I think all the little things that you'd obviously have to read up about to probably know. It's not something where you just look at the uniform and you can tell, hey, this is what that means, this is what this means. And I think from what I've heard, maybe that's what some people don't like. But I think they did a pretty cool job here.
Yeah, at least we didn't get the Astros Space City uniforms. Some of the alternate looks are bad, but these are great. If this was your regular uniform, I think I'd be thrilled with it. I don't want to change now, but as an alternate, this is a great look.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to some of that gear. I want like a hoodie with that cat beast thing on.
Yeah, the cat eagle. It's like
the cat eagle.
Yeah, they're the panther. It's the panther eagle.
Yes,
right.
Panther eagle. And they kind of cross it together.
Yeah.
So I think it's pretty cool.
That thing is
you want
sweet,
something
dude.
You couldn't figure out, right?
I don't know what that is. No,
That's
but
what I'm
it looks
saying.
cool.
I'm all about
it's a mythical beast.
I can't figure out.
I don't know what it means, but I like it.
I don't know
a
what
lot.
it means, but I'd be happy to have a hoodie like that.
Dude, just imagine it's a panther, a vicious panther that is also able to get aerial on the attack, dog. I mean, in all honesty, it's one of the greatest. It's one of the single greatest animal combos that I've personally ever seen.
It's like a cat unicorn.
It is like a cat. It's like Pegasus.
That's right.
But a cat.
I don't know what's wrong with Krusty over here.
No, I'm just saying.
Got some new gear going on.
No, my man is over there going, I want one of these kind of hoodies with the. I
don't know
what they are. And he'll have to explain. No, this isn't like Liverpool's logo. That
it's better.
It kind of looks like Liverpool. Doesn't it look like Liverpool?
It could be.
Yeah. So everybody's thinking Gavin's breaking out. Oh, are you a Liverpool fan? No, now you're going to have to explain what that logo is.
Is there a cooler animal combo than a panther and damn near a pterodactyl, dog? Okay, that's what we're talking
a lion
about
would
right
be
now.
more badass than a panther.
Okay,
but they couldn't go.
Shots fired at Fort Worth and Funky Town.
No, you're just asking if they're a cooler combo.
Yeah, no, I am. You're right.
So
my man
I
asked a
think a lion's
question.
cooler than a panther.
Man, he's trying to answer your question. You want to shoot
He
down?
doesn't listen to the questions that he asks.
Yeah,
It's
you
like,
know
well,
that
he's
better than
making
anybody,
stuff up.
bro.
You think this is the coolest thing ever, and then when you give him an answer,
No.
it's like, "Oh, you're an idiot for giving me that answer."
Right.
Yeah.
It's
How
kind of
dare
like it's
you.
kind of like when you,
I'm used to
The
that.
only proper
I'll tell you
response to my question was no. They killed it. They did the single
my
best
guy-
animal combo that you could have
my
ever
guy
have
Clarence
concocted.
Hill-
Don't
my
ask
guy-
a rhetorical damn question.
my guy Clarence Hill does the same thing. He'll like, "Hey, Broadus, what are you thinking?" And you give him an answer.
And then
He's
he
like,
bleeps
then
on
and
you.
then it's like, "Oh, that's the worst answer you ever gave." Yeah.
Hey, bottom line is Adolis Garcia could make anything look good.
Oh my gosh, you're
Holy
right.
smokes! The way he filled that thing out.
Yes, and there's no names on the back of them too. So we'll talk to CY about
So
this
this
a
is
little
the
bit later.
Penn State version of this uniform. Is that what we're doing?
And I have on good authority,
Yeah, it
before
is.
these photos were taken, he didn't even do like the
Curls? He
wasn't
pre-picture
lifting.
push-ups. No, that's just all natural right there. He walks around with a
No one
post-gym
is more
pump.
amazed at the physical appearance of a baseball player than Giafalo.
It's not just baseball players, just men in
It's
general.
all these guys. Yeah, all these dudes that take care of themselves at the highest level.
Who's the man beast in the weight room? And the dude's like, I never even go in the weight room. I go get a power bar out of there.
No, he goes to the weight room.
I go in there get a Gatorade maybe. He's always asking these man beast questions.
When you are in a room amongst tons of man beasts and you stand out as the most man beastly of the man beasts, I got questions for you, and that happens to be Adolis Garcia.
But you're asking the questions of the guys who hang around the man beast who aren't working out with the man
Yes,
beast.
real quick, just to pay off on the tease, CBS Sports put out their new power rankings. Rangers are only at 15, and
Oh,
they
they
put
suck.
the bleeping Astros
No.
at 10.
Wrong. Media watchdog,
And it's
that
like,
idiot.
what the heck?
Pete
The Rangers,
Prisco's involved with this. Get him out
Rangers
of there.
took 2
Ban
of
him from
3.
the show.
I'm sick and tired of the lack of national respect right now for our Rangers.
That's a good point. Well, Chuck, I look forward to more of those hot takes from you a little bit later on. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup now for a man beast in his own right.
The man beast.
Lucius, happy Monday.
Here we go, man. Happy Monday. How you doing?
Sexy.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
Everybody doing all
Awesome.
right?
Sexy. I was great until Broadus crapped on our unis.
Okay.
Softball pants, nothing wrong with that.
Fellas, how y'all doing? Y'all all right? Yeah. Ladies, how y'all doing? Y'all all right? Yeah. All right. When we last left off, it was our man Richard called into the sound off.
Uh-oh.
This is day 2 for Richard right here. Now, I don't encourage this type of behavior in the sound off. Please, don't do this. All right, don't do this whatsoever. But there's so much knowledge and wisdom in this clip that I feel we should play it. Pay attention.
Line 6 is Richard. You're in the G-Bag Nation. Sound off like you got a pair, Richard.
Hey, I'm really excited to see the Cowboys draft. I hope that they do well, but I'm cautiously optimistic. The Rangers is what got me fired up. I love their pitching. If they can stay healthy this year, they've got a shot. The other thing is you always date women with small hands because it makes your look big.
Oh, no, Richard, we can't say that word.
Yeah.
You might have gotten away if you said it makes your Richard look better or something like that.
Your Johnson.
I like where you're
meat
going
sword.
there, and you're not wrong. I try and find women with tiny hands quite often. But you know what, buddy?
Lucius' smile when he hit the button.
We'll remember that,
good.
Richard. I don't know how many people got to hear that, but you are still eligible.
He's right, though. It's good for the soul. Every girl I've ever had was under 5'5", I'm telling you. I'm a giant to her.
Here we go. Okay.
It's good for the soul.
A little confidence
It really
booster.
is. It really is. Those little short girls have bad attitudes, though. So it all kind of evens out in the wash. Yeah. It evens out in the wash. Let's see. You've got some church situations right here. Yesterday was a church day. Anybody get their blessing?
Amen, brother.
All right.
Yeah.
Hallelujah. In the name of the Father. We have a hot mic. The preacher was into his sermon, and I guess somebody was back there was getting ready to do something else, and they were caught on the microphone.
And then that verse.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Your mic's on, bro. Come up on stage now. You made it public.
I'm so sorry. We're working something back there.
We're working something back here.
Yeah.
Workshopping it, mate.
Walking it, mate. Who let the dogs out? Let's see what else I got for you boys on the Lord's Day. Why are you getting baptized? You fellas been baptized before?
Yeah, sir.
Can't say I have.
Yeah.
Heathen.
Yeah, I feel you, bro.
JK.
Got bar mitzvah though.
Yeah, I feel you. No, that happens to me all the time, bro.
Off, yeah.
That happens to me all the time. People don't even realize. Let's see. Why are you getting baptized today? I've been baptized a long time ago. If I ever get baptized again, they're gonna need boiling water. Maybe with a little cap of bleach in it, just to help me out. You know what I mean? Why are you getting baptized today, sir?
Fabuloso is what fabuloso.
A little bit.
And you're welcome. Hey, can you share with us today why you would like to be baptized?
Because I used to be a piece of shit.
And I love it. And the great clothes are coming off today.
All right.
Yes. Self-awareness.
I now baptize you in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Clean it up.
Likeness of his death. Raise.
Let's see what else we got for you boys. How about Texas lawmakers? Now, this is from earlier this month. I had it in the tuck. I didn't play it because there was another troll situation at a city council meeting. There was another troll situation that was having a run here on G-Bag today, so I didn't want to get two of them played at the same time. So now I'm getting to this one, all right? Texas lawmakers got hit with the Bart Simpson troll, and damn, everybody up there on the panel knew except for the guy calling the names. Sad.
Is there a Connie Lingus here?
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
What about Anita and me? Or Holden Middick? Okay. Are any three of those people here?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Yeah.
All right.
Connie, here.
You got your moment. I hope you enjoy it. Does anyone else?
I feel bad, man. That lady next to him was laughing too hard. I feel like she might have called that in.
Yeah.
She was laughing too hard, bro.
I'm gonna get him.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Is this the guy who's doing this? Is this like the chairman of, of the group?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
Big dog.
Yeah,
Takes himself way too seriously.
Gosh, what are we doing?
Let's see. And this is not one, but it is a PSA. Apparently, there's some new meat in the grocery store that we need to be aware of.
I'm really about to show y'all why we need to move out of America. Look at this. They're selling lion chops. They're taking exotic animals and cutting them up and putting them in our local grocery stores. Look, I'm in Safeway. They're putting lion meat in the f***ing grocery stores. Lion meat.
Lion meat.
Lion chops. Or loin chops, whichever one. Loin chops, whichever one you want to put out there.
I thought she was a little dyslexic there.
What's the difference? What makes a loin chop over like a pork chop? Or
the center cut.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
It's good cut, isn't it? Usually,
very good.
Oh yeah,
very
the beef
good.
loin.
Yeah.
Ooh, amazing. I don't imagine there's enough lions on the planet to create any sort of an industry.
In the grocery store.
Yeah, they look pretty meaty though.
She was so serious.
Yeah, probably some pretty good bite to them.
Oh.
Yeah. Y'all are awful.
We all held our water there.
Jesus,
I'm proud of everybody.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. Oh, God.
Y'all are awful.
What are we doing?
Richard called into the sound off, our one-time champ. We got church situations with a hot mic. Who let the dogs out? And why are you getting baptized today, sir? Texas lawmakers hit with the Bart Simpson pattern once again. And the new meat in the grocery store. We need to move out of America. Okay, wow. It's tough. I could go for either one of these.
This is tough.
I like the church situations today. How about you, Chief?
Yeah, give me the fella who's walking in newness of life.
Lucius?
Yeah, church combo, dog.
It's 3-0, Wolchuk.
I'll throw the Lions a vote.
3-1. Rotted.
Yeah, it's about the church today.
By a score of 4-1. And your new G-Bag the Day champion. Salute to the caller who was on the 6 o'clock sound off and was a champ. But sir, you have now been retired.
Richard,
yes. On brand.
Indeed.
I don't think that his name is really Richard. I don't know who that is. That voice is something else, bro.
It's kind of a bit.
Yeah, so who is that? Who are you? Is that RJ Choppy or something?
Maybe we'll have time for the 6 o'clock sound off again this week. I'm not sure. That the callers did impress you last week, though, right, Wolchuk?
They did. They did a great job.
We don't need to be on parole or suspension.
He gave it 2 sausage thumbs up.
2 andouilles.
Good deal. Okay, Broadus and Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with that?
Yeah, which one of these drafts do you like the best? We'll talk about that next.
Okay, let's talk about Men's T Clinic, though, before we do that. If you want or
This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game begins at 6 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment right here of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're out there and enjoying this great weather. Maybe even throwing on a Russell Westbrook outfit and strutting around, If you got it, flaunt it. Okay.
Yeah.
It is time. Now, I don't think either one of us is going to be sporting that outfit, Brian. But,
I told you what, in like 1986, I was wearing like long T-shirts. It was like 900 degrees outside.
Has there ever been a time where you felt comfortable shirtless in front of anybody other than a mirror?
No, I've always been kind of a bad-looking guy physically. So
Yeah.
no, I've never felt good about it.
That's a drop.
I could see that.
It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is. Broadus.
Thank you very much.
You've always been a hard 5.5, 6.
Maybe lower.
Really?
It's just because.
Well, you have a scout's eye. I trust your opinion.
No, but like 1983, shave head, hair doesn't come back. Body type not great. No, hell no. I'm honest.
Body
about
type not great.
Yeah.
At least you're tall.
That's. But see, you know what? I wish I was from a time where. I'd like to be able to go into a store and just get stuff off the rack, like clothes. Just go in and, hey, I lost a bunch of weight with soda and stuff like that. Put about 20 pounds, 25 pounds back on it.
That's all muscle, though.
No, what are you kidding? Can't even lift the crawfish pot I was trying to cook in this weekend.
Well, that's old age.
He's just making stuff up, Brian. You know that.
Who, what, him?
Yeah.
Oh, of course he is. Surprised. He's like, well, what did you do? Were you never on a weight program where you could lift weights and hang out with other men?
Wait, so you have to shop differently than the rest of the human population?
I do. I listen to Wolchuk's ads for sodas, and I'm no longer wearing a double extra large.
Make it 3.
Yeah, make it. Yeah, that's what I'm
triple
saying.
Yeah, he was XXX guy for a long time.
So that's what I'm saying. So no,
but it's true.
It hasn't been perfect, but I'm grateful.
There you go.
It's
been a good ride.
There's
been
that
a
good
run.
overall.
Been a good
can't
run.
have everything.
Been a good run.
Yeah.
This is your day, too. It's National Crawfish Day, Brian.
Is it National Crawfish Day?
It sure is.
I cooked some this weekend. I think I did a good job. My guys were happy about that. By the way, I want to thank everybody real quick who we had the Love of the Star podcast.
Dang right you
It's
did.
out now. I mean, we've got it kind of broken up into the hours, but Dane Burglar was on and Jim Nagy from the Senior Bowl were on with us.
It was awesome.
Bobby did a really nice job and stuff like that. So thanks, but thanks to everybody that's been listening to that. We're gonna keep this thing going strong through the summertime too. So there'll be OTAs, mini camps, all that stuff. We'll be with you and we'll keep it going. But again, thanks to everybody.
Thank you for bringing the fire, bro.
Part of that. All right, Dane Burglar. He did a mock draft, not just a mock draft. He did all the picks in the mock draft.
Ooh.
He did it for every single team. And what I want you guys, I'm going to read, I'm just going to focus in on the division again. The Cowboys division that would be the Cowboys, the Giants, the Eagles, and the Commanders.
All righty.
God, I typed Redskins on my notes.
I was about to say, I was looking at you say that, and your mouth wanted to say the R word.
No, I actually did. I typed. It's
tough. You're used to doing it. It's muscle memory.
It's way beyond that now. I've got to find a way not to.
About to get canceled for that, Brian.
I will get canceled. Okay, this is how Burglar saw it, and I know Zach, you've seen most of these players, but I want to, from what we know, I only did the first 3 rounds. Okay. The first 3 rounds. I didn't, the whole depth. You could get into it. You could go and check it out for yourself. But I just did the first 3 rounds because I think we kind of heard the names that these teams are. We kind of heard the names, so we have an idea. All right, in this mock draft, he did the Dallas Cowboys at 26. He took Michael Mayer, the tight end from Notre Dame. In the second round at pick 58, he picked Dayan Henley from the linebacker from Washington State. And in the third round at 90, he took Anthony Bradford, a guard from LSU. So those are the first 3 picks that the Cowboys had. Mayer, Henley, Bradford. Zach, if just from your scouting eye, how do you think he did? And then I want to address you guys. Did he address what the Cowboys or what you guys see the needs are for, say, the first for the first 3 rounds? Did he address? Okay, Wooly Bully, what do you got on your scouting report? Not the scouting report, but you like the picks of these guys, and can you tell me why you like the picks? And I'll tell you why I like the Henley pick.
Yeah, the Mayer pick I like. I mean, to me, I've told you guys that he was nicknamed Baby Gronk, and you see that with some of the size and the way that he plays. He's a good route runner.
Yeah.
I like the way that they can line him up all over the place. So I do think he's a guy, if the Cowboys want to try and get an added offensive weapon, he is that guy. He's going to be able to do it. And it depends on who else was available, but I don't mind it. Henley, I know you like a lot. I do too.
Yeah.
Like if you're talking about a guy in the second round, I don't think that's a reach. You're picking at the
Not
end of the
at all.
second round.
Not at all.
I think that's a really good pick. But Bradford is one of the later round guards that I'm a big fan of. He's huge. If you watch him against Georgia in that SEC championship game, he was able to handle Jalen Carter at times. They had a good battle back and forth. He's strong. He's really wide. He's powerful. If you don't take a guard in the first round, Bradford's one of my favorite options to take later on in the draft.
Man, if you love the third-round guard that I could get behind this plan, if you're totally sold on Mayer, I think the Cowboys have great history of finding linebackers in round 2, so I'm betting that guy's going to be starting caliber by midseason.
Henley's a guy I don't think you get in the third. I think you have to hit that one at the second if you really, really want the guy. And he is a never come off the field player. Okay, the Giants draft Jordan Addison, the wide receiver from USC, at 25. In the second round, they take John Michael Schmitz, the center out of Minnesota, at 57. And then Kendre Miller, the running back from TCU, at 89.
I'd be a little bit bummed. I'm not as high on Addison as you are, and I think that this is a guy when the Cowboys play against him where he will struggle is if you have Diggs go up, you press him, you're physical with him at the line of scrimmage. That's the one weakness in his game. Otherwise, big plays down the field, really good route runner. I love their second and third round picks. John Michael Schmitz is an absolute stud at center if he gives you guard flexibility. And then taking Kendre Miller, I think that would really upset the Cowboys there because I think they might have an eye on him as well.
Okay, right now, who would you think? Who's had the better draft between the Cowboys and the Giants and what you just heard?
I'd take the Cowboys draft or the Giants draft over the Cowboys.
Giants draft over the Cowboys. Okay. Philadelphia Eagles are going to take Lucas Van Ness, the edge from Iowa, at 10. Okay. That's a little bit of a surprise, but Dane really likes this guy. Brian Branch, the safety from Alabama, at 30. Tariq Stevenson, the corner out of Miami, at 62. And then Izzy Abanikanda, the running back from Pitt. So Van Ness, Branch, Stevenson, Abanikanda.
I'm not that into Van Ness. I could be very wrong against him. I think 10's way too high. I like the Pitt running back quite a bit. I think they made some other good picks here, but I would say that I'd still go Giants, Cowboys, Eagles.
That's how I would have it myself right there. Okay, that would be shocking. If they took Van Ness at 10, I would be shocked. I would be shocked if the Eagles. He's an edge, and I mean, he's a guy.
I just don't see the pass rush ability.
I kind of feel like I could either be really, really right about this guy or just balls ass wrong, for sure. I mean, on him. All right.
I've never heard him say that before.
Yeah. Okay.
He's getting prepped. He's changing his whole lingo.
Oh, no,
he's got baby dolls to attend to.
Yeah,
right there in the taint of wrongness.
I figured Lucius would dump it if I messed it up.
It's baby dolls week.
It is baby dolls week. Those girls will be talking about the draft, trust me.
It'll be amazing.
All right, the Commanders. Commanders are going to take Bijan Robinson at 16.
Okay.
They're going to take Keely Ringo, the corner from Georgia, at 47, and then Carter Warren, the offensive tackle from Pitt.
Ooh. Those are good value picks.
Every one of them are.
Yeah.
I think they got them all three right.
Right.
At 16, potentially, depending on what do you think about Bijan Robinson. That's surprising. That's the first time I've seen the Commanders pick a running back in any mock draft. Maybe I haven't looked at every single one of them.
Commanders going. Everyone's kind of saying, hey, they go up for a quarterback. Maybe they take a lineman. I don't see the running back there either.
All right, so if we can close this thing out, how we would see it. Now, you guys agree the Cowboys I meant to ask you, you said that, Gavin.
Yeah.
You're okay with the third round
I like
guard.
it.
You like that. How about you, Chief, on that? Did the Cowboys address everything they needed to address?
I mean, I'm not crazy about taking a linebacker. I don't know. He might be a really good player, so all cool. Just in general, I would rather them go a different route in round 2. I think, you got a weapon offensively in Mayer, the tight end. I still think you could afford more in round 2 or a corner. I would probably prefer.
Okay.
817, does that include Jalen Smith, General, when taking good linebackers in the second round? That was a huge mistake.
That was a huge mistake.
Yeah.
But maybe you can get Bruce Carter, who was solid.
Okay.
Sean Lee.
Yeah.
Okay, from your evaluation, handicap how the division did. Go 1 to 4 on who had the best of the first 3 picks.
I would go Giants, Cowboys, Commanders, Eagles.
I think I would do the same thing. I think I would do. I love Mayer. I love Henley. Bradford, I think they got good value at
I
9.
do too.
But Addison's my number one receiver. John Michael Smith, I think, is going to be a long-time pro in this league. And I love the toughness of Kendry Miller from TCU. So thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Broadus. Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. The draft coverage starts next Thursday night at 6 o'clock right here on The Fan. You'll get Friday and Saturday coverage as well. Okay, when we come back, it's time for Wolchuk to deliver the NFL news of the day. And Bully, what are we looking at here this afternoon?
We got people trolling the Eagles and another team. And who does Shannon Sharp think is the best tight end in the history of football? Next on The Fan.
Okay, let me chat with you about my friends.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. A little bit shorter show today since the Rangers are in Kansas City, and they're starting the game at 6:40. The pregame is coming up at 6 o'clock. So if you're looking for Bobby Belt tonight, that's going to kick off right there at 5:20. Our Cowboys Insider. LA Live's going to be 5:30 to 5:45, and then we'll finish up with Jared Sandler, walk you into that pregame show coming up at 6 o'clock just to set your agenda for your afternoon. It is time now, though, for Wolchuk to recap what has been a huge round of NFL news over the last 72 hours since we last spoke with you. Here he is, Wolchuk, with the NFL news of the day.
Absolutely wild. We told you about it an hour ago, but if you missed it, the Eagles have given Jalen Hurts a 5-year, $255 million extension, including 179 of it guaranteed. He is now the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. And he also has a no-trade clause, which is the first time in the Eagles' history that they've ever given a player a no-trade clause. So, if you don't believe in Jalen Hurts, it's probably a great day for you as a Cowboys fan.
Yeah, it is. I think he's good, but I think this is perfectly timed by him and his agent. You know, going into next year, you know, without the ability to run, assuming that injury has made him correct, you know, what is going to be the best course of action, I think, to maintain his health. I think suddenly he's going to see a lot more shell coverage than he ever has. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the things he was given credit for in his progressions, I think we're going to have to be reevaluating about 3 weeks into next NFL season, Wolchuk.
I agree with you there. And like you said, he's coming off a career season. Can he replicate it? We will see. But the Eagles have locked into him. Now, this is awesome. We've got a couple of restaurants that are trolling division rivals of the Cowboys. We start in Kansas City, where a milk company is now, it's Shadow Milk Company. It's a family-owned dairy farm based in Osborne, Missouri. They have now released a new limited edition of flavored milk called Eagle Tears.
I love it.
Basking in the Chiefs' Super Bowl defeat of the Eagles with a cheesecake-flavored dairy treat in a commemorative glass bottle that says Eagle Tears. We should order some of this.
It's like dessert milk. It's like a chocolate milk, but with cheesecake. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
I love it. You know, I think we should, just to get the bottles.
Yeah, I just want to have the bottle.
Yeah.
Like, even if you were just pour out the milk, you don't like it, I'm sure we'd taste it just to see how it is. But if it stunk, I just want to have the Eagle Tears bottle.
Yeah, that would be a collector's item, I imagine. That's going right inside the man cave.
Amazing.
I want two so I can have a game day one, you know, pour my cold beer in there.
Yeah.
Have a good time.
Dude, that's awesome that they're doing that.
It is.
I'm actually a little upset that we didn't think of it somewhere. You know, there's got to be a dairy farm in Texas somewhere that should have been drinking Eagles Tears for the last couple of decades.
Christmas might be one short after last week's explosion. I don't know.
Oh, gosh.
That's true. They had it right on the 1 yard line, and then everything combusted, and Kansas City took it and ran with it.
So we thought that Josh Harris and the $6 billion offer to buy the Commanders was a done deal. It's not. Things took a bit of a twist this weekend as you had another suitor who is a local there in D.C. that offered Dan Snyder a $7 billion deal.
Straight cash homie offer.
Yeah, so we'll see who ends up getting that, but it does appear that regardless, Dan Snyder is selling the Commanders. So you have a local brewery in D.C. It's actually technically in Ashburn, Virginia. It's called Old Ox Brewery. They're commemorating the monumentous occasion of Dan leaving with a By Dan IPA. It's called By Dan, and it's jokingly described as tasting like 23 years of bitterness.
Man, that'd actually be nice to have a one of those cans, because they're canning that thing, aren't they?
Yeah.
Like, they're going full on with it.
Yes.
So I think having one of those cans and then having one of these milk cartons with
just frame them, put them up, or
put
put them on the mantelpiece. Either way, if you like a good IPA, I'd totally order this.
Oh, yeah. And I probably wouldn't drink it, though. I like to keep the commemorative bottles as full, if sealed, if possible. I have some Budweiser Mavs bottles, from the aluminum bottles from 2011.
Ooh.
I like those. I got a couple of items from the 70s. You know, I think these are some of the coolest collectibles you can get.
See, that's what I was going to ask you about. Would there ever be a time that, like, there used to be 7-Up bottles?
Yeah.
Like for the old Southwest Conference schools, like with their schedules from like 1974 on them or something.
And the results.
Yeah. Would you ever consider breaking that thing open?
Maybe if I had multiple and it was time to celebrate, it wouldn't be
no,
good.
like today,
it wouldn't be good, but it would be fun if you won it. Like it's
just
to
to
celebrate.
try-
We're pouring it like champagne. Like bring out the 77, mate.
Let's go.
Yeah, put some vodka in that stuff. Yeah.
That's actually a good question because I have from the Super Bowl 30 victory a Coca-Cola bottle. It's an old school Coca-Cola bottle. It's got the Super Bowl 30 logo that my grandparents passed down to me, and I've got it on my Cowboys memorabilia mantle.
Sure.
I wonder how disgusting that thing would be if we opened it.
Yeah, like would it just be super flat?
Would you get? It's got to be flat, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
absolutely.
Gavin's right though.
Maybe
if you,
fermented.
If you mixed it with something, could you maybe save it?
Some whiskey,
Coca-Cola float, maybe.
I could bring you some
that
ice
could
cream in
save
there.
it. The sweetness of the ice cream.
Yeah.
I
could bring in some 1992 Wheaties. We're in the fall of '92.
Who's on the box?
Did you say Wheaties or Weenies?
Okay, wait. 1992. What was it? Was it? Oh, it was a Dream Team. Was that Dream Team?
He was
box?
a Dream Teamer. Yeah.
Oh, it was a Dream.
Oh, is that Larry Legend on that bad boy?
It was not Larry.
It was Magic.
It was not Magic.
Oh, it's Clyde.
Yeah, Clyde
Clyde the
Drexler.
Dride, yeah.
Houston Rockets fame, of course.
So you haven't even the box sealed.
Freaking
Totally sealed.
Don't do it, man.
Unbelievable.
Don't do it. Don't open it.
Don't
up.
open that.
Don't open that.
That's
box.
pretty sweet.
Sounds like a bet payoff, doesn't it? I got 2 boxes.
Ooh, okay,
Oh, you got
yes.
2 boxes? Okay, well, then yes.
We got a payoff box.
Let's do that. That sounds awesome.
That's what you're eating on Friday.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. That sounds great. I'm looking forward to
With
that.
the Tears milk with the 92.
Yes,
And we'll get 2
dude.
things of the IPA so you can keep one and then drink the other.
1990, 30-year-old Wheaties bet payoff. I'd
Mixed
do
in
it. With
cheesecake
Eagle
milk.
Tears
Try it.
milk. I'd love it, the Eagle Tears. Yeah. I'll make it
That's
better.
actually a great idea. Speaking of the Eagles, how bleeping
I'd get
ticked-
that box autographed if I were
You should. How ticked would we be as, Buda Baker, the Cardinals safety, mentioned last week he wants a trade. Now, there's mixed opinions on this. Like, the organization, I don't think
Take
wants
a
to
number.
trade him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Buda Baker's like, bleep you, I'm out of here. The Eagles are the number 1 team among league circles, according to Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, as the favorite to land Buda Baker via trade.
Draft day trade, do you think?
Maybe.
You think is he worth the 30th pick?
He's not. Is he
No.
worth the 30th pick?
No.
He's with the contract. I'd say no.
Yeah, you owe him $17 million this year and $18 million the next year.
But I wonder
Sounds
with
awful.
the trade, it seems like a lot of the team trading the player, they end up picking up a chunk of the cash.
Sure,
and
if
the
they're
Eagles
gonna
have
eat
cashed
some
in
of
on
that.
moves like that, which annoys me. You know what I mean? I'd love it to where the Cardinals are like, no, you guys are paying for this. We're not helping you at all. But it seems like a very Howie move to get the Cardinals to take on half of that salary or something.
Yeah,
and they
well,
make
then
the trade.
That would change things for me. But I still don't. I'm not giving him a first-round pick for Buda Baker. I'm probably giving him a third-round pick.
Yeah, that's fair. I would agree. And maybe since they're picking in the back end of the second round, you'd go at 2.
Okay, there
because
you
that's
go.
essentially a 3. And that might be, the winner there. We also have some rumor-rooskies going on.
62.
Yeah, pick 62 for him. I don't think's bad. Some rumor-rooskies of a team, and we've talked about this. This is from James Palmer of the NFL Network. There is one team that is very interested in moving up. They've done due diligence on a quarterback, and if you were to put money on a team to trade up into the top 10, this could be the team. James Palmer, take it away. Oh, Luis just won.
What'd you say? What you got going on?
The James Palmer audio.
Oh, okay. Is that the Titans?
The Titans, yeah.
Oh,
the
I
Titans.
gotcha, yeah.
Spoiler alert.
All good.
Listen, the Tennessee Titans have been a sneaky team in terms of all the work that they have done on the quarterbacks in this draft. They have done a lot of work on the top 4. Rand Carthon, their general manager, and Mike Vrabel were at a lot of these pro days of these top guys. They've had ones in Hendon Hooker and Will Levis and Anthony Richardson slated for Monday in on visits so they can do their due diligence on them. Now, they're doing all this work while they're sitting at 11 to make sure there's somebody maybe, possibly, they fall in love with and they maybe trade up for. We know 3 is for sale with the Cardinals. Now, it would take a lot to get all the way up there, but if you're turning the page on your franchise with a new general manager and a new kind of regime in a sense there, swinging for a quarterback is not out of the question. You're also doing this if one falls to you possibly close enough that you have to trade up some or just stay at 11. But remember, Ryan Tannehill's in the final year of his contract. You could turn onto a new quarterback and let Anthony Richardson sit for a season and then Mike move to him next year. It is in play, and that's why they're doing so much work on the quarterback.
I like the fit of Anthony Richardson. Seattle is a team that I've talked about. Tennessee.
Yes. Seattle. Keep an eye on that one.
Yes, and Seattle makes sense, but those are 2 teams. You've got Geno for a year. Well, you got him for more than 1, but let's say you like him and you want to move on, they can. And then Ryan Tannehill. These are teams where Anthony Richardson doesn't have to see the field immediately. And I like that for him because I do think he's a developmental player that if he's thrown to the Wolves immediately, it might ruin him a little bit.
Yeah, and if you have that luxury, I think that's a great thing to do, especially if the player's the right fit. It's got to be the right situation for that approach to make sense to me. A lot of these guys can play when they step into the NFL, and in those situations, I don't want any progress stopper. I want to get him in camp and preseason and hopefully have him a fair amount of experience by the time we get to November. But in this situation where the player has a lot to learn, yeah, that could be huge for him. It's unfortunate that players don't get an opportunity to do this more often. You look at some of the best players, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes. These are guys that sat and watched. Tom Brady sat and watched.
Absolutely.
I do think there's value in there, but there's so much value in getting a guy who can play on his rookie deal. I'm trying to go as absolute quickly as possible.
No
I don't
doubt.
think I'd have the patience for it.
I am starting to come around on the idea of, if you're drafting a quarterback that high, don't you want to go for the biggest boom potential? And if you bust, you bust.
Yes,
like
absolutely.
Anthony Richardson is that guy, and there's a very good chance that he ends up crashing and burning. But my gosh, if he hits all of his potential, that's the home run. And if he ends up sucking, then you'll be back here in a year or two, and you'll be picking in the top 5, and you can get another crack at it. But I think you should be going for the home run swing. And I've seen some guys talking about this, and it's like, you know what? I think you're right here. Like, go for the guy that you think could be the best. And if he's not, you're going to suck anyways. At least you're not going to draft a guy who's just going to be okay. And then for 5, 6, 7 years, you're wondering, is he good enough? Should we pay him? What's the deal? Either get the guy he's going to be awesome, or he's going to suck, and then you get a chance at the next guy. And especially for these teams that are in the AFC that are going up against Pat Mahomes, Trevor Lawrence, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, you better have an alien quarterback. And Anthony Richardson's the most likely to be that guy.
I'm sitting there. You got to have 950 points, which is equivalent to the 17th overall pick. So you're probably, if you're going to try and get to Arizona to go
to 3.
Sounds like the Texans are getting interested in trading down from 2.
Right.
Yeah.
Which would be even more points.
If the Texans are that desperate, and how awesome would that be that the franchise that left Houston to go to Tennessee would trade to try and give
that's juicy
the Tennessee Titans their franchise quarterback. The Titans have done this before, if you think about it. Not maybe made a bull trade, but go out and get a quarterback that might be, to your point, Eric, when you talk about with Young, from Texas back in the day, so to me, I'm kind of thinking about why would I do this,
I don't even know if I like the idea of actually trading up that far. I don't think I want to do
Vince
that.
Young. That's their. That if you're the Texans, think about. That was a Houston Oilers to go into the Texans, but
yeah.
The Titans
to go up. I get it.
But
look, if they love the player, you do it. Like, I'm not that in love with the prospect. I wouldn't trade up to go get him. If he fell into my lap, sweet, let's do it. But if they love him that much, you go get your guy, and especially at the quarterback position, you don't hesitate. You do it.
I agree 100%. It's such an inexact science. You can't be afraid of risk. Risk is there.
No doubt.
Risk is a huge part of it.
And if you missed, hey, you tell your fan base, we tried to get a swing at a home run quarterback, and we didn't. Yeah. So guess what? To Eric's point, we'll be back at the drawing board here in a couple of years, and we'll try another one.
One other thing to say, though, real quick, because it's an inexact science, I don't want to give up the 950 points. I don't want to give up future ones. Because we don't know. Patrick Mahomes is going late. Deshaun Watson's not the first quarterback taken. You have to recognize how wrong you could be. And don't get so sold in this echo chamber that we got to trade up for this guy because this is the guy. Like, guys that go in the top 10, find the one you like the most that's there for you. Don't try to force something because there's more than a 50% chance he ain't going to be good.
Yeah.
And there's a greater than 90% chance he's not going to be all pro, right? Even if you're taking him in the top 10.
The last rumor before we get to the Shannon Sharp audio, the Steelers apparently are rumored to possibly move up to go get Jalen Carter, according to The Athletic, if he slides a little bit. The Steelers are a team to watch to move up to get the Georgia defensive tackle. Now, you had Shannon Sharp, who was on with the Kelsey brothers on the New Heights podcast, and he talked about who he thinks is the best tight end in the history of football. Do you agree? Here's Shannon.
The thing that I love most about him, you look at the regular season numbers, and he's better in the postseason than he is the regular season. What we call him is a big game.
Yeah.
The bigger the moment, the bigger he plays. Who the hell you think Patrick's going to throw the ball to?
Right.
You're going to throw it to him.
Right.
They know that. Okay.
I tried warning our defense.
80,000 people know that. Patrick Mahomes know that. He knows they're throwing the ball, and the defense knows he's going to get the ball.
Yeah.
And somehow he still finds a way to come down with the football. When it's all said and done, I don't know how you make an argument that says Trav isn't the greatest tight end.
Well, you did say earlier this year that if he gets a second ring, he is the greatest.
Yeah, because you look at his numbers, the 1,000-yard seasons, you look at his postseason resume, and you combine those two. I don't know how you say it. Because I don't look at a guy that says, well, he has the most Super Bowl rings, so therefore he's the best.
Right.
No.
It's a team game.
It's a team game. So what about, the regular season? How many catches, how many yards, how many touchdowns in the regular season? Now, come postseason, we times that times 2. You never come out of a playoff game where you watch Kansas City and you say, man, the Trav didn't have it today. he give you that work every single game.
I can tell you one. I got knocked the out against Tennessee, and I did not show up that second half. Like, you
didn't have an option.
No, I don't remember that. That's the thing. I was concussed, Unc.
You know, first of all, I'm a Jay Novacek guy. I've been on the record for a long time as that, Brian. I don't know where you come out on this. It's hard to say. I think his resume might be the greatest, but he's in a passing era. He has Mahomes. He has Andy Reid. If you want to take him or Tony or Gronk, I can't pick them apart.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I always the thought comes to my mind, would Kelsey have the success that he has without Mahomes?
No.
You know, with Mahomes, I mean, I understand.
He's really damn good, though.
Yeah, but I mean, he is very good. But I just wonder how when we talk about the greatest at certain positions, like these wide receivers I'm evaluating in the draft right now. You know, the best quarterbacks in the country are throwing to these receivers. You know, and you wonder, well, could this guy do it without? You know, if he was, I as good as Kelsey is and all that, I just wonder, has Mahomes made him the best?
Yes.
You know, that's the question I
think that's fair to say that he has, but I do remember him starting to take off with Alex Smith. Like, I think he was productive with a lesser quarterback as well.
If that's the case, then go ahead. By all means, go ahead. But if you got a guy, no matter, I learned this is like, and this is me talking to Mike Lombardi, talking with Bill Belichick. And it was, it was like when you play the Cowboys, it wasn't Des Bryant and everybody else. It was, we're going to take Jason Witten out of this game. I'm not saying Jason, but if you're that guy, if you're the guy that defensive coordinators are worrying about every single weekend, regardless, then I think you're in the consideration for the best of all time.
Absolutely.
And Kelsey's that type of guy, but
no question.
I do wonder if he was, but
the playoff success to me is what might set him apart. You can throw Gronk in there as well, and I get Tony Gonzalez owns all the records, but I mean he doesn't have the postseason accolades that Travis Kelce does.
Tony Gonzalez played, and it's going to sound crazy here, but you go through the list of quarterbacks he's played with. I mean, maybe the best one he played with.
Trent Green.
No,
Ryan.
That's a great point. Yeah, Matt Ryan might be,
and that was in the twilight too.
Yeah, I mean, he was at
Tony G,
he was at the end, near the end, and Matt Ryan might have been the best quarterback that he ever played with.
Yeah, I think those guys should get extra consideration. It just seems like whenever we have a GOAT, there's championships involved, and whenever there's a championship, there's a great coach and a great quarterback. Like, I mean, Jerry Rice gets accredited. At one point in my life, they said he was the best football player ever. He was with Roger Craig and Joe Montana, an incredible offensive line, and Bill Walsh building the whole thing. And then they had a great defense as well. Yeah. So it is tough, but I think point holds. AAC teams are buzzing. What the Mavs should do this offseason, and 5 things to know about the Stars matchup in the playoffs is next in the nation.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news.
For that. Hope you had a great weekend. And thanks for making us part of your day. The G-Bag Nation right here is brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art weight loss, and by the Frankels. You know, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultations always free. Truckwreck.com. All right, I love it. Here we go. Our friend Bobby Marks, NBA front office insider, did a breakdown of what the Mavs should do this offseason. I have a little bit of Mavs and then some stars on the backside here for you. It's an AAC sports teams super segment. Okay, we're looking at both the stars and the Mavs here. Now, our buddy Marks, who joined us last week, ESPN NBA front office insider, paints a pretty rough picture because the Mavs are over the cap if they keep Kyrie. They can't really trade their picks, and if they go under the cap, they'll only get 20 or 30 million. So that's a tough needle to thread. I know a lot of our Tolos out there are huge Mavs fans, and they have big ideas on, you know, how they want to best use what they have. But Marks points out that on multiple occasions, they need to get better at defense. And if you only have the pick, and then if you sign Kyrie or over the cap, you're like, okay, well, how much can a rookie help you on defense? So to me, after reading it, it's just another reason to strongly believe that maybe a sign and trade of Kyrie Irving is in the best interests. He's 31, Luka's 24. If they were the same age, it'd be tough to choose. But, you know, I think you go with the younger guy that you're more convinced is going to want to stick around long term. We talked about this last week, and we talked about the long list of reasons it's in the Mavs' best interest to trade Kyrie Irving. But I think the most important is there's literally no other way to make your team significantly better. If you want to bring back Luka and Kyrie, you're you're kind of signing up for what you just saw plus what a rookie could do. And the 10th overall pick, he could be transformative. If you draft rookie Draymond Green, you're like, holy cow, we hit it. But that's very tough to predict. I don't know how much patience I would have at this point, especially Luka at 24 with the talks about what the 2024 summer could mean for him. We got to get better now, and we got to build something around Luka now that he's very comfortable playing in. The more this goes on, and as the offseason approaches, the more I'm convinced that this is not only the best way out, but maybe the only way out if you want to preserve what they got going.
Yeah, you might be right about that. I do wonder how much of the influence is on, though, like, hey, Luka wants Kyrie here, and we're trying to make Luka happy. How much does that influence thing? Like Nico and Jason Kidd and the relationship with Kyrie Irving, like, I think they're all going to be wanting Kyrie Irving back. But if they took a step back and looked at it that way, you might be right. I don't expect them to, whether they keep Kyrie or not, to draft a player and keep that player at 10. I think they're going, like, in their plan, it's keep Kyrie, use that 10th pick, flip it for some other vet. Because like you mentioned, your rookie's going to step in, even if he's a stalwart defensively. But by the time you get to the playoffs, he becomes useless if he can't do anything on offense. You see it right now with the Cavaliers. The Knicks are leaving guys wide open in the corner because the guy can't shoot. So is your rookie, if he's a great defensive player, he's probably not super sharp offensively. These guys come in and they got one or two things they do well, and then they're a project everywhere else. And if you're a team that's trying to make the playoffs, which the Mavericks obviously are, if you got Luka and Kyrie, that's the plan. You end up playing with four guys on offense, even if you got two studs like Kyrie and Luka. If you got one guy that the defense doesn't even have to care about, and that's where the Cavaliers are finding themselves. Go off, Donovan Mitchell. That's fine. We're playing 4-on-5 here, and we're leaving this guy wide open in the corner, and the Cavs are not going to be able to win the series because of it.
Yeah, it depends on the player who they take. You know, it's not to say that player 100% isn't going to have any offensive ability, but yeah, there's definitely risk involved there. I do think the sign and trade is the best way to add more pieces to make this team better. The Lakers have definitely had a tremendous amount of success by just moving Russell Westbrook and adding key players around that are just really good role players. And now they're in a good position in their series against Memphis, right? And we'll see what ends up happening with the Lakers. So I like where you're going there, Gavin. It was also interesting that the Mavs clearly, and I don't know if this makes you feel a little bit better about the way things went, I think it was Kevin O'Connor from The Ringer that reported that the Mavericks were kind of down for Team Tank in March. And it was Luka and Kyrie that basically said, we are not doing that. We're not going to be a part of it. So the Mavericks clearly know. Yeah. This roster, as currently constructed, is not conducive, and it's not good enough to contending. And however they can maneuver this to add, one player's not going to solve it. Yeah. You've got to get several.
Hey, could we do Tim Hardaway Jr., Bertans in the 10th pick to a tanking team? It's like, hey, we get these horrible contracts on our books. We'll give you our two best veteran players. We just want the 10th pick. There might be another way around it that I'm not aware of right now. I think both you guys make really good points, though. And we got to know how Luka feels about Kyrie. Right. Is trading away Kyrie a deal breaker, or is it something to be like, okay, I understand. I think that's an important thing to investigate as well.
Were you guys that discouraged by having Kyrie here?
No.
Loved him.
I thought Kyrie was really good, and he is a very good player. But I do think when they traded for him, the thing that made me most excited about it is the fact that that's just an asset. And to me,
you thought this was going to be the third or fourth team in the Western Conference.
I did.
When they made
coming into the season.
Yeah,
we thought that.
Season, I thought, yeah.
After they made the trade. They were hovering right around that.
Yeah. They were fourth.
They were hovering right there.
But it was also like you're 2 games from being 10th. That's how just tight the West was. So when people look at that, it's a little bit of like, it doesn't tell the whole story.
It was worth the risk at the time. It sent your upside higher, but it brought your floor way low, and they collapsed all the way to the floor. But I love Kyrie Irving, and if I didn't have Luka, I would be stoked to get a chance to build around him. And if we had cap space with Luka and Kyrie, I'd be stoked to keep both those guys together. But what we really saw is they have very little chance of playing defense. Very little chance of playing defense. They need to add multiple players and turn over, I would say, at least 40, maybe 50% of the roster to bring in veterans with skill set that can play defense. And they don't have any of that. So we have a long way to go to build a playoff roster, and literally no options other than the 10th pick if you keep Kyrie Irving.
Who do you have a better chance of building a roster around? Luka or Kyrie?
Luka, because you have him long term. Yeah.
And I'm also going to go with Luka because you literally just came off of a season where you made a Western Conference Finals run. And if you continue to try and get better pieces around him, I think that's something that's extremely sustainable.
Yeah, but I do need to have another investigation of how much is Luka looking, sideways.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe he'll want to go.
Yeah.
And in 12 months from now, you'd be like, man, we should have kept Kyrie. So you really got to have some honest conversations
You're
with
kind
the
of damned
agents.
if you do, if you're damned if you don't, because Kyrie could sign and then say, I don't want to play basketball this month.
Yeah.
Amen. Or he also wants out after 6 months.
Okay, I teased this Stars news, guys, and I know Stars fans are so stoked about this. We got the morning news, 5 things to know about the Stars Wild Series in round 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's underway tonight on ESPN2. We have goalie intrigue for the Wild as number 1. Veteran Marc-Andre Fleury, 38 years old. 24-year-old Philip Gustafsson has become one of the hottest goaltenders in the league, 11-2-6 since February, a .938 save percentage. So this is a big key right there. Obviously, the goaltenders in any hockey playoff series is going to be massive. They have a legend in Andre Fleury. He might be washed up. They might go with the kid. They might end up going back and forth, and that's what we're rooting for. We're rooting for them to be going back and forth, and neither one of these guys owns it. You have some familiar faces over here in the Wild. The most noticeable one is Stars legend Mike Modano, who was joined the Wild as an advisor, unfortunately. Former Stars forward Bill Guerin is now the Wild GM, doing some great work there, says the Morning News. You got the Wild who turned into Central Division contenders after the All-Star break, going 16-1-4 in a 21-game stretch.
Jeez.
Then they finished with just 2 wins in their final 7 games. So that's exciting right there, Wolchuk. Good chance to get a win against this Minnesota Wild team, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's just those splits are nuts, right? They're red hot, and then all of a sudden they really struggle. But I do think the goaltending, you make a great point, and what they end up doing there. But I think the Stars are just a much better team. The physicality that the Wild play with certainly can present some problems. We'll talk about the hockey hawk in about an hour, but I think the Stars are just a more well-rounded bunch, and they've clearly got the best netminder in the series.
They're getting a little healthy here as Mason Marchment has returned from a 14-game absence, and he looked good on the line with Sagan and Domi. Guys took care of themselves, says DeBoer. Mm-hmm. We were able to play 4 lines and 6 defensemen all year, which minimizes some of the impact. We're fresh coming in, Wolchuk. I know you're beaming about that over there in your Stars sweater, going to the game tonight.
Yep.
And the Stars X Factor. I mean, maybe the biggest difference since last time we had a good chance of making the run at this thing. Jason Robertson, freaking legend.
Robo.
Hintz and Ben get plenty of attention.
And then the youngster Wyatt Johnston getting his first NHL playoff action. I mean, that kid's fun to watch. I just think their depth, even when they went to that Cup Finals run in the bubble, all 4 lines, I think, present legit offensive challenges for teams. And they had some gritty lines like the FCC line going back to the bubble, but they didn't really give you the goal scoring that I think they now have in all 4 levels now of their lines.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, with the Wild, though, they struggle to score goals. They really do. If you look at, if you're one of those people that analytics and you look at it and you say, well, where are they? Where are the teams when it comes to scoring goals, getting shots on goal? The Wild is down on both areas. Their goaltending holds them up a lot. They're good on the power play, the kill. The Stars are 3rd in the league. The Wild are 10th. So it could come down. They always talk about special teams, but if you're not scoring a bunch of goals, that's the one thing that the Stars could do. They just got to pepper these guys with shots. And don't be afraid. Put a lot of pressure on the Wild to have to score along with you in these games.
That's right. Yeah, Stars are going to score some goals. They got good defense now. First time since I've been following them that I feel like they have both at a high level.
Absolutely.
Chiafalo, a best of the weekend's coming up next, right?
Yes, sir. Spieth spit the bit, 4-wheeler's gone wrong, and an added ingredient to a fast food staple. That's next.
Shoot, yeah, but you know what? Life is unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one may be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence.
team. No matter where you are, your season, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we're going to have Wooly Bully's Top 10 there because at 4:20, it's going to be time for the Chris Young Show, baby. Woo-hoo! The Rangers GM, my main man, CY, Cy Young handling business like he was destined to do as a DFW guy coming home to build us a winner. Okay, CY's coming up at 4:20. Right now it's time for Eric Chiafalo to deliver the best of the weekend.
Well, let's start with the beast of the weekend. Congratulations to the barrel-chested Australian accountant Lucas Hemke. Set a new world record this weekend, 3,206 push-ups in an hour. That is 53 push-ups every minute for 60 gosh darn minutes straight. And when you see the pectorals on this gentleman, he does not look like an accountant. He is just he's an everyday accountant guy. But boy, he's an animal. And that's just insane. 3,206 push-ups in an hour. That is a world record, ladies and gentlemen. What a beast.
I think I could get that done in about 3 months.
Yeah, if you gave me 3 months and I could be on my knees for half of them, I could nail that 3,000 push-ups.
You typically are.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a staple. We had some weird accidents going on with some sports people this weekend. We start with Russell Wilson, who flipped his golf cart into a bunker at Arrowhead Golf Course yesterday.
Oh, gosh. That is very dangerous. Dude, yeah, you got to be a lot more careful with that stuff.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess you're driving, but you're trying to find your ball, and you don't realize the bunker's there, and bloop, that's what happens. Like,
and the roofs on those, it's not a roll cage.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. He could have probably he might have been messing with his phone. Is another one where
Oh,
you're not
the old
paying
texting and
you're
driving.
You're looking down at your phone and you just drive right in there, or could be drinking involved.
Yeah.
Where he him and his
Hopefully there was drinking involved.
Like all of a sudden him and the buddies say, hey, watch this, and they try and pull a stunt.
You think I can jump the bunker?
Yeah.
And if you got NFL dough, you're like, well, if I break it, I'll just pay for it. What could it be? 3,500?
Yeah, believe it. I don't care. I'll buy him a new one.
Yeah. Just puts the card down at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, you also had former Dolphins wide receiver and current wide receiver coach, and I believe now offensive coordinator, passing game coordinator for the Ohio State Buckeyes, Brian Hartline. And he's climbing the ranks quickly as one of the best wide receiver coaches in the sport.
Sure is.
Because he's a guy that got by on not being the fastest, the biggest, or the strongest, and still had a respectable NFL career. And now Ohio State obviously just cranking out dominant wide receivers year in, year out. So he's getting a ton of love. But he was riding his ATV and flipped that thing. And apparently all was for the most part fine. He tweeted afterward, I appreciate everyone's support, crashed my side-by-side on my property and have been taken to the hospital for further evaluation. I assume everything for the most part okay there. But those golf carts, those ATVs, the four-wheelers, man, you got to be careful. I had a buddy in high school that in nighttime, they were doing the nighttime ATV stuff. And I was too scared for that. I'm like, what are you guys are nuts. Boom, slams into a fence. There goes the forearm. It's that quick.
I had a buddy broke his shoulder. Same thing.
Yeah, it's funny. You talk about those vehicles and stuff like that. When I lived in Wisconsin, the biggest problem they had with those snowmobiles and stuff?
Oh, yeah?
People going through barbed wire fences.
Oh.
Like you're riding around. When you're talking about riding around at night.
Oh,
yeah.
And they would be going from bar to bar on those snowmobiles.
Get clotheslined by a freaking barbed wire fence.
Sever your head.
Yeah, that's a decapitation alert.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's nuts, dude. And then also, speaking of golf and what Russell Wilson had did over the weekend, Jordan Spieth misses 2 tournament-winning putts and loses to Matt Fitzpatrick on 3rd playoff hole at RBC Heritage. That's a stinger, man. He's at 16, feeling like $1 million, and then he dongs it, and next thing you know, Fitzpatrick shows up in the clutch in a big way, and that cost Spieth $1.5 million. He's still taking home 2, but he could have had 3.5.
That'd get a putter throw for me. I'm chunking that thing in the nearest pond.
Getting a new one. This thing's cursed.
What about the idea of the
knee snap?
The knee snapper. Is that more like badass?
It's not impressive. Like when Bo Jackson did it to a piece of baseball bat, bam! Like, and he treats that thing like a toothpick. It's awesome.
The most impressive one I've ever seen was it like he missed a putt and the guy took his foot and the putter was down and just snapped it with his foot just real quick.
Oh, that's pretty
just,
sweet.
Like it was down there and just bam, snapped it and ended in half right there with
Good
his
stomp.
foot real quick.
How long were these
like
putts that he missed? That's unfortunate.
He had a couple of birdies gone awry on him. I don't know exactly how far they were. It wasn't like Ernie Els bad from years ago. If you guys remember that one, I think that might have been at the Masters. But
Spinning around the hole.
Either way, definitely less than ideal for speed.
I didn't see the ending of that tournament though. I'm sorry. I would probably. I usually do watch the.
Ended up being really exciting.
Yeah,
they go to that
Except for
playoff
Spieth.
and thought that Spieth would win it, and then unfortunately things didn't go well.
Apparently, things didn't go too well for old Arch Manning in his Longhorn debut for the Texas,
surprise.
the orange-white spring game that Wolchuk was hanging out with all his Longhorn bros. In the middle of the day, I'm trying to understand, like, what is Wolchuk doing? He texted me on Saturday, and he just texted me, Bijan Robinson no matter what. That's the text message I get, and it made sense when I found out that he was doing a watch party for the Longhorn spring game. He's surrounded by his Longhorn fans, and he's 12 inches deep into a whiskey bottle.
And I saw a draft day clip on TikTok, and you know how he's like Bo Callahan no matter what. So I just figured I'm going to try.
It was Vontae Mack.
Vontae Mack.
No
Bo
matter
Callahan's
what.
the one that didn't have anybody go to his birthday party.
Yeah, he's got a little Stetson Bennett in him, I think.
That's Bo Callahan, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, Bo
I
Callahan.
said Bill. I thought you were singing Running Game Moses.
No,
over there.
we could take a little Bill Callahan here.
Yeah,
would
we
you
would've
like
liked him.
Would you like to maybe trade up into the top 10 and waste next year's draft too?
Stay where you are. No, those trades were so unrealistic in that stinking movie, dude. They were crazy.
Yeah, the acting. Oh my gosh, that movie's a bit cringe with how terrible it is. but
Crazy.
I have seen it a handful of times, and this time of year, the streaming numbers on that movie
I bet
go
they're
way
awesome.
way up because 'tis the season, man.
What
We
was
can't wait to see it at every
was the
Pluckers
cow-
location
was
on
the-
draft night.
Was the Coward in Seattle or in Jacksonville? Which
Both.
were the guys calling him up? And
Jacksonville was the one that he like literally bullies into trading.
yeah, he's like trying to give him like 2 twos.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, you won't take.
He was
it.
like, no, we want your one for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
He's like, nah, man, you know I can't do that. We'll give you 2 twos. This is a great deal for you, great deal for me. People are going to make fun of you if you don't do the deal. And he's like, darn it, you're right. I got to do it.
I can't get got on this one. Gosh, that was insane.
Kevin Costner, better GM or better baseball pitcher?
Baseball pitcher.
Because what was?
I mean, I don't know.
For the
He's
love of the
the king
game.
of baseball movies, bro. He's been in a lot.
Was it the one? Was he in the love of the game where he pitches the perfect game at the end? I'm sorry if I ruined it for you.
Well, I mean, he's been in so many. They kind of
Was it
conflict
called
for me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. He's pitching against the Yankees and he's talking to himself. His final pitch. They send up a guy like the Yankees. Like Brett Boone, he sends up like a guy he's never faced before. He's like, he's out there just laboring,
I don't have a scouting report on this guy.
Oh, jeez. This kid's not scared of me. He's talking to himself like every pitch.
What you got to do, pump yourself up.
And then
But he was a horse on the mound.
Yeah.
I heard he was.
And then
in
the
a,
guy from Ricky Bobby's his catcher.
Yeah.
That
Good
actor
catcher.
guy.
Yeah.
He's
He'll
another,
frame a pitch up for you.
He'll frame a pitch.
He's a real Jonah
Either
Heim
that
out
or
there.
he'll drop a strike 3 and cost you a game. Yeah.
I heard Kev was in a movie called For the Love of Cal Ripken Jr.'s Wife. Actually, one afternoon.
Oh, really?
That is a black market film.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You can get it at an XXX store near you.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty legendary stuff there.
If you're a pro athlete and losing your wife like that, that's got to be a bad thing.
Oh
huh?
my god, yeah, but I mean it's Costner. I mean you chalk it up. It's Costner, dude. So, Mr. Brooks, best.
So you
Costner movie of all
understand
time.
that? Like if your wife had a relationship
I mean, listen,
with,
I'm
you're
still
like,
angry.
It's Costner.
I'm mother bleeping everybody. My life sucks to high heaven. But at the end of it, I go, but it's Costner.
At least it wasn't some idiot.
Like me.
You know?
You wouldn't like Broadus.
Oh yeah, that would be one of the most egregious things
lost
that
my
ever
wife
happened.
to Broadus.
The self-proclaimed 4.5 on the scale of 1 to 10 on the hotness scale
I tell you
ends
what,
up
I would-
sneaking one past me.
I would laugh at you if that happened. I'd go, dude, I just pulled your wife.
Proud Brian.
You want to bust on me? I mean, pause.
Sounds like you're the one doing the busting.
Yeah, you want to do that? Yeah, I just pulled your wife. Yeah, that would be terrible.
I think Austin.
I would definitely walk. I'd move. I would absolutely move if I pulled your wife.
I probably would kick your ass.
Yeah, I'd probably
Up and down
kick your
this,
ass.
I'd be all bloodied and laughing.
We got bad back and bad shoulder. Who's
You're
going
gonna
to
still be laughing maniacally, making fun of me.
I'm still the champ, bro. You might have broke my jaw, but
I got a jaw joke that I'm going to save for myself here, though. But Austin Reeves, I think, probably had himself a nice Sunday night in the city of Memphis.
player.
He is him.
He proclaimed himself that he is him. It is Austin Reeves' world. We're all just living in it. LeBron after the game, and Austin Reeves he was absolutely dominant. Rui Hachimura as well, dominant for the Lakers yesterday. LeBron, King Cap'n, is quoted after the game saying, "I knew from the first practice that Austin Reeves was not going to be a two-way guy for long. I've been around the game for a long enough time to know great basketball IQs when I see one, and this guy's got it."
Second he touched a basketball, I knew.
Hey, Star. Go get me a controller for my game if you don't mind. You know, when you that guy.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's true. Yeah.
Hey, by the way, I know you're going to be a great player one day, but go get me that controller down the road.
Give me that Xbox controller. Yeah. And finally, a Mississippi man was arrested after hiding a gun in a Taco Bell quesadilla during a traffic stop. So I think it was a heady play by him.
Good place to put it.
Yeah.
Subcompact semi-auto, apparently.
Was it a 38? Was it like a little?
This is the fattest quesadilla I've ever seen.
Where you throw the bullet?
Come here. Thank you, Chiafalo. Best of the weekend every Monday, 3:40. Woolly Bullies coming up next. Then the Chris Young Show at 4:20. We're going to chat with the Rangers GM here on 105.3 The Fan. But, everybody loves a smart investment. There's no better.
with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We only have 4 hours today as Rangers pregame's coming up at 6 o'clock. Chris Young's coming up in 20 minutes. You're 20 minutes from CY. We're going to talk to him about a glorious Rangers weekend. If you missed it, Jalen Hurts and the Eagles have a new deal. 5-252, 255, somewhere in there. It's time now for the Wooly Bullies Top 10. It's brought to you by the Ulma TED Procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. Here's Zach.
Thank you very much, General. Brian, it's your day. It's National Crawfish Day.
There we go.
Happy National Crawfish Day to all those that participate.
If you need to go get some at Rex's.
Rex's Seafood.
Yeah, just order them up. They'll have them ready for you, man. Give Rex's a call.
Is that the same Rex from Rex Kwando?
No.
Different Rex?
Different Rex.
So Rex is the official
T-Rex.
Yeah, he's the official crawfish provider of the G-Bag Nation. I do have the top 10 best spots to get you some boiled crawfish. Sit down and eat them in Dallas. And we'll go through that in just a moment.
Broadus' house better be number 1.
Well, we don't have family households, sadly. But we know that Brian getting it from Rex, it's the way to go.
Yeah.
And I wonder if you've been to any of these places. If you haven't, maybe you can put it on your list.
Can I say something real quick?
Please.
No. Please, if you're one of these restaurants that puts the seasoning on the outside of the shells and stuff just to try and burn people's lips that there's flavor, you're not doing anybody any favors.
You're not flavoring the crawfish.
No,
the meat.
and so like I say, I'm not going to name names, but if you're one of those organizations, I'm probably not going to frequent you.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So we got a couple here.
You maybe so.
Maybe
so.
dabble there.
Maybe so.
So you Crawdad fans, let me know where you like to go get your crawfish and sit down and munch on those little things.
How do you
877-881-1053.
Sorry about that, Wolchuk. How do you power rank the synonyms for crawfish? Is it crawfish 1, mudbug 2, crawdad 3? Do you look down on crawdad people, or is it
whatever?
Okay.
It's just upbringing.
All right.
It's upbringing because up in the East Coast, crawfish are like bait. So they're thinking we're eating bait up there. So if mud bugs, whatever you want to call them, because it's funny with the name mud bug, because literally when I wash crawfish, you ought to see the mud that comes off the crawfish. So you're going, okay, I get it. So that's, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't bother me one bit at all with that.
So I did have a couple of stories I wanted to get to before we slide into the top 10. First one is this video of DeAndre Hopkins. Now, it's not worth playing on the radio because it's a visual. It was a CBS Sports interview. And basically, this guy gives him 4 different teams, and he wants DeAndre Hopkins to tell him based on his body language of if he wants to play for them or not. So he goes, New England Patriots. And DeAndre Hopkins looks away from the camera. No, not interested in playing for them. Buffalo Bills. Okay, we're perking up. We got a smirk. We got a head nod. Heck yeah, I'm down to play for the Buffalo Bills. New York Jets. Nope. Shrugs, looks away. Don't want to play for the Jets. And then it was the Kansas City Chiefs. And he gets lights up. Yep, nods the head. I'm definitely down to play for the Chiefs. So the Bills and the Chiefs right now, the 2 teams that DeAndre Hopkins would really like to play for. We'd heard some rumors about maybe the Jets looking into it. He's like, I'm not down. And the Patriots, we'd heard maybe were flirting with the idea. They're not anymore, but I don't think that Hop was wanting to play for them either. He also tweeted out that he wasn't asking for a raise this weekend, and then he went and deleted the tweet. So maybe his agent was like, bro, that's not how we're trying to do business. So DeAndre Hopkins says, okay, I'll go ahead and erase that. But can you imagine both of those teams? You add DeAndre Hopkins to Stephon Diggs. You add DeAndre Hopkins to the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. Oh, those are tantalizing, especially if you're a fantasy football fan out there.
Yeah, it's no wonder he wants to go to those teams. I mean, that would be incredibly exciting. I think he's willing to take less money for sure for winning situations, for great high-profile situations. And if you're Kansas City and you're Buffalo, I don't know how you're waiting, especially if you're Buffalo right now. You might have one more good shot before a contract on the big guy kicks in. It's time to go.
Other story I wanted to get to, this one's fun. It was a pizza delivery driver out there, and shout out to all of our pizza delivery drivers.
Doing great work.
So there's a high-speed police chase that's going down in a neighborhood in Pennsylvania, and this pizza delivery guy named Tyler Morrell was completing what seemed like a normal, fairly routine route in Pennsylvania for Coco's Pizza, where he was working in the nearby downtown area of Brookhaven. Police come through on a high-speed chase involving a stolen car, and the driver ends up bailing out of the car, and the doorbell security camera, which was the house that Tyler dropped the pizza off to, ends up catching video of this, and an unidentified 19-year-old man ends up running, walks by Tyler, and he just quietly sticks his foot out, trips the guy, and so that's how the police were able to end the chase and erase this said stolen vehicle individual. So Tyler, the 19-year-old pizza delivery driver, is the hero of the story.
Would you do that, you think?
I probably would have just watched and not done a damn thing.
I was watching a TikTok like that the other day, and the girlfriend was like, stay in the car. What are you doing? What are you doing? I wouldn't want to try to be a hero.
No, me either.
You know?
But I do think, like, he's just so calm, cool, and collected, just sticks the foot out. Boom, guy goes flying. Police are like, oh, thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you.
I think if it's a regular chase, I'm minding my own business. If it's an assault involving another grown man minding my own business. Like if an old lady or a kid's being, I think at that point, my instincts would kick in and be like, okay, you can be a hero for this.
Right.
But not for a chase. Right?
Yeah.
Chase is not too many people are in jeopardy yet.
At that point, you have no idea what this assailant has done. He's just running from police, and there's nobody actively being victimized by this guy in the moment. So he's just running away. I'm
Just
probably
a cardio
steering
test.
clear, but the dude is at the door about to give the pizza, and then he sees what's going on, so he kind of walks down back into the lawn, and he's yelling like, "Don't hit my bleeping car! Don't hit my bleeping car!" And then the dude gets out and runs, and it was kind of just like a happenstance. The guy's running away and runs right by him, so he just sticks his foot right out. Like
It was a hero of opportunity.
No big deal.
Yeah.
Hey, if you want to come right by me, boom, there you go.
I think I could do that.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't have to really put in a lot of effort.
That, by the way, was my technique for playing tackle football in sophomore year in high school.
Tripping?
I realized it wasn't for me pretty quick.
Flag, Dawson,
I
tripping.
said,
just sticking his foot out.
I was just trying to get him down.
Okay, police chase. If you were in a car, would you help in that? Like trying to bump the guy or the inmate driving away? You know, like you see the car coming and you have a chance to maybe
cut him off,
maybe hit the back right bumper and kind of knock him out of balance and stuff like that.
I'm so anti getting my car hit that probably not.
I have the worst luck with car anyway, so I'm kind of thinking, if I have an opportunity to maybe, bump somebody out of the way, like a NASCAR move, and just try and help the cops that way, spin the guy out.
If I could see the car driving erratically, like, sometimes you see somebody who's hammered or falling asleep, took too many Xanax bars, and they're cruising down 75.
Sure.
That guy, I'll help with him, right? But if it's just a random guy coming through, I don't know the context. The police might be overreacting, like over chasing, and for a 55 and a 40.
What if he has a gun, right?
Yes.
Like that's the
What if
one
he's got a
thing. I
gun?
just want to make sure he's not armed, in which case if I get involved here, he's taking a shot at me.
I'd like to have like a big truck with a cattle guard on it, and just like if somebody was coming through, just bump them. Bump them to spin them out, and the cops can dive on them, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Brian. Yeah, I'm just driving.
Is that what
around
that thing's called? A cattle guard?
Cattle guard.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I like that.
Push cattle with it. Yeah.
All right, let's get into the top 10 here. The day that Brian Broaddus was made
Like
for.
I'm a rancher guy.
You are, though.
Grew up in the mean streets of Dallas.
Well, you were a truck guy until you got it stolen.
Yeah, I was.
So I trust you for stuff like
I
this.
miss my truck.
Will you get one again? Or are
I'd
you just
love
like
to.
PTSD?
I'd love to, but I'm afraid somebody will take it.
Yeah.
The
Who
engine will end up in Grand Prairie.
Who's got the more mom whip? Is it Broaddus with the Rogue, or is it Wolchuk with the Edge? Both of those.
Let me tell you
both
what,
of those are screaming. I got at least one car seat in the back here.
No, the thing with
I
the
disagree.
Rogue,
I think the Lexus I used to have definitely did.
the Rogue.
Okay, fair enough.
I'll tell you what, gets tremendous gas mileage, much better than that truck ever got. So
Oh,
I was
yeah. Well,
doing.
that makes sense.
I was doing so much driving around. I mean, you were with me. You saw all the
Yeah.
driving I was doing.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'm glad I got the Rogue. I mean, I miss my truck a bunch though. I really, really do.
It was a
I
nice
miss
truck,
seeing
man.
you in it, man.
It was great.
Yeah, that people downstairs thought it was a nice one too as they started driving away.
Damn right.
Oh, that was your truck? Yeah, man, that was it.
I still think we had an inside job.
You think so?
I do. But who am I? Here I am just speculating.
Yeah, look at you getting reckless on
Getting
us.
real reckless. Woo! That's what I do here in the Wooly Bully segment. All right, National Crawfish Day, the day that Brian Broaddus was born for. I got
Etouffee.
top 10. I should have done crawfish foods. I could do that next year.
Yeah.
But this is the top 10 best boiled
Hush
crawfish
puppies.
places in Dallas. Ooh, hush puppies are delicious.
Yeah.
Do you have, you mentioned Rex's. Lucius, do you have a place that you like to go for your seafood around here?
No, not really. I just grab some great seafood wherever it is. All shucks or something like that. You know what I mean? Yeah.
All shucks get some love on this.
Not a big mud bug guy myself, though.
Yeah. Ooh, okay.
Not a whole mud bug. Yeah, it's too much work just to get to that little piece of meat, in my opinion.
I 100% agreed with you.
But I would love to be involved with like farming of them. We used to go catch them back in the day and like crack them open and use it for like catfish bait or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have nothing against mud bugs. I'm just not going to eat them like the whole version. Crawfish etouffee or in something. Oh yeah, I'm there all day.
It is a nice morsel, but it's a lot of work.
It
A lot
is.
of work.
Yeah.
And I used to feel the same way Lucius did until I actually did partake in one of Brian's crawfish
Oh,
boils.
you're just brown nosing right
No,
now.
I'm being serious. And he did have, like, the flavor of it was worth it. No, I think beforehand I just had, like, crappy crawfish. It just didn't taste like much, you know?
Brian's
like,
are a cut above.
Yeah, I'm just, like, what's the point of this? It just kind of tastes, like, the meat was okay, but it just didn't have much flavor to it. So I'm not going to put in that work.
Lucius is right. Being a crawfish farm, a lot of work, but in the off season, like when you're not farming crawfish, you're growing rice.
Yep, you got mad rice on deck.
So you're always working the field, but it is a ton of work.
Can you do it here, or do you have to do it in Louisiana?
Oh, you could do it. You need land, but you need the ability to flood the land. So you need a lot. You need acreage, and you're going to have to.
So it works well in swampier areas.
Yeah, it's more areas where, like, cause say what the crawfish do is when they flood it, they burrow into the earth, and then and then you flood the water, and then they come out of the. So when you plant the rice, they go into the ground, and when they come out, when you flood it, they come out, and that's how you able to farm them and
Makes
stuff
sense.
like
What
that.
traditionally ends up being the unsung hero of the crawfish boil? Is it the sausage or is it the potatoes?
I think what you have to do is you have to be very mindful of like the type of people you're cooking for. And I mean, like if you're cooking for guys and gals, you got to make sure you have the corn, because there's not a lot of people that will, there's guys that won't eat the crawfish, but they'll eat the corn and the andouille sausage.
My vote was the sausage.
Yeah. And that kind of stuff. And it's like, oh no, I'm just going to have because they don't want to do
They don't want to
the
get
work.
messy.
They don't want to get the hands.
They don't want
messy.
to put the work in. It's this
Well,
new generation, bro.
I don't.
Yeah. For me, it's an intimidating skill. I lack it. I don't want to look like an idiot fumbling around with the crawdad.
I still don't think I know really what I'm doing, but it is kind of fun, to just give it a try.
I know I've been so many crawfish boils we've done here with guys at the station and other places and stuff like that, where it's funny. You see people you've cooked for them for the first time, and maybe it's their fourth or fifth time, and now they're just punishing. Avery Johnson. I've been talking the story about Avery Johnson and his wife. She was all had that Gucci outfit on and everything. She rolled up her sleeves and sat down but she's from New Orleans. So
she knows.
Yeah, she knows. But when you get with people that know how to eat crawfish and can peel them, it's fun to watch because they just plow through them.
We got some love from the 817 Shuck Me in South Lake. Apparently is one. Great call on Aw Shucks. Love that place.
Yeah.
Aw Shucks has gotten a lot. Shell Shack, of course, and we love Shell Shack.
Good.
Nate's Seafood in Addison.
Nate's is really good too.
He's getting some love. Number 10 is TJ Cajun Seafood and Wings, which is in Lake Highlands.
All right.
Number 9, we got the Bayou Cat restaurant, which actually just got texted in Arlington. Number 8, we got New Orleans Crab Shack here in Dallas. Number 7 is the Crab Station in Dallas, which I guess is it's owned by a family in Louisiana.
Okay. See, the thing about it is what I'm digging nowadays, and I think people like this the way, is they put a bunch of seafood in the bag. You're talking about you put all kinds of sauce and stuff
They're
in it.
pulling it out.
And
Hot
so
sauce in my bag.
You got you got sausage, you got corn, you got crab legs, you got crawfish, you got shrimp, all in a bag, and then you put that sauce in it and shake it up, and man, you talk about good, messy but great,
Very messy.
very messy but great.
Cajun Crawfish Company is at number 6, and apparently they
Good.
close early, so you need to
They
go
do.
for
You got to
lunch.
get there. Yep.
Number 5 is just Crawdads, which is in Upper Greenville, not too far from here.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4, the Bayou Market. Number 3 is Bon Crawfish Hut, which also serves some Vietnamese, but it's like a Cajun Creole staple.
Creole.
Creole.
There you go.
Number
Good.
2 is the Boiling Crab.
The boiling crab is very good.
Very good. I've been there once, and I didn't get the crawfish there, but next time I will.
Yep.
But number 1, and we got a text in about like Houston is the place that has better crawfish places than we do, and
Probably
I did
do.
look up a list that had the best in Texas, and I'd say 9 out of the 10, except for the Boiling Crab, was all Houston.
All Houston, right.
And actually, one might have been Galveston, but the others were all Houston. Number 1, though, is called Your Crawfish Connection, which is open until 8 o'clock. That's supposedly the best place in Dallas to go and get some crawfish, and it's actually in Flower Mound. So if you want to go ahead and celebrate National Crawfish Day, check out any of those places, or maybe you just have a place that you like to go, but get it on.
Cajun Corner in Arlington says the 903.
Okay.
817 says that's a brush guard. A cattle guard is a gate in the ground that a cow won't cross. There's a lot of discussion about the cattle guard right now here on the text.
The cattle, well, okay, the brush guard is, you're right. But the cattle guard is like if you ever see, I always call it the cattle guard because you could bump into him with the guard.
Yeah.
So I
think it plays.
Brush guard. But what they're talking about too is you ever walk like on a ranch or there's the separation where these like poles on the ground.
Yeah, they can't get their hooves in there.
They can't get the hooves. Yeah, they can't. If they walk, they get trapped in there.
Yeah, you see a lot of that on a road trip across America.
Exactly. But I'm okay. You're technically, but I call it the cattle guard because I've seen people bump the cattle with the front of the truck. And so, yeah.
Big shout out to the 214 though, who says their wife just traded in their Rogue for an Edge. So
sweet.
That's fantastic.
Yes, sir. All right.
They upgraded.
And shout out to your wife as well, who did not hear all of that conversation last segment. But I walked by the break room and Chia follows in there and he goes, "No, honey, I promise it wasn't bad. I said if it was Kevin Costner, it would be understandable."
But if it was Broadus, I'm gonna be really, really down on myself.
Hey, we got to run. It's time for the Chris Young Show here. Rangers GM joins you next on 105.3 The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line.
Welcome back, Nation. Here we go. It is time now for the Chris Young Show. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. The Chris Young Show is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Cars for Kids. And here he is, Chris Young, Rangers GM. Good afternoon, sir, and congrats on the series win down there in Houston.
Hey, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. We appreciate what you've done for the team and the way they're playing. First series win in Houston since 2018. Were you able to be down there with the team for the games?
No, I was not on this trip. I'll make probably every third road trip or so. I was in Chicago the weekend before, but did not go down to Houston. And I think it's good for the team and Boach and everybody to have some distance from me. And so I think that they obviously played well without me. So I think they did. They handled it just fine.
What was notable for you? What were the things that you liked, or the things that we've done that it's been a long time, a half decade since some of these things happened, even longer?
Well, I think I'll start with saying that I don't want to put too much into any one series. Certainly, this was a great weekend for us to take 2 or 3 in Houston against the defending World Series champs. But, it doesn't define our season by any means. We have a long way to go. We need to keep improving. But, I think that it shows that when we play solid, fundamentally sound baseball, when we pitch, we get timely hitting, and we catch the ball, that we can compete with very good teams. And I think that's what stood out for me. I think specifically last night, really seeing Andrew Heaney go toe-to-toe with Valdez and match him, and then find a way for our, give our offense a chance to break through there in the 7th inning. It was just a very well-played, clean game. So, if we pitch, I'll take our chances with anybody. We just we have to go out and play good, clean baseball. And I like our group, and we've been able to do that more than we have not this year.
Big news today with the City Connect uniforms being unveiled. What do you think about them, CY?
Yeah, I think they're pretty cool. I think that our marketing team did a great job with it. Certainly, it's, I think we're positioned a little bit differently than most cities in terms of how to represent the entire Metroplex, and also doing it with the state as our team name. I think they did a great job of tying in Dallas-Fort Worth and the history of baseball in Arlington. I think it's wonderful for our fans. It's certainly a unique look, and I'm looking forward to wearing it. I think our players had a tremendous reaction to them. I think they were very excited about them and thought they were pretty cool. So, I'm excited to see us wearing them, and hopefully it means we win some games in them.
Hey, CY, can you walk me through the evaluation of how you came about to get Travis Jankowski, and how did that, maybe a little bit of older player and stuff like that, that's pro scouting and all that? How does something like that work for you? You get a guy that comes in and has been super productive for you right off the jump.
Yeah, well, Travis is somebody that we've had interest in the last couple of years. It didn't work out for us last offseason, but he was a target for us. Kind of later in free agency, but nonetheless someone we felt like was a very complimentary role player that kind of raised the floor of our roster. And so we felt the same this offseason. We pursued him again and explained the opportunity. We felt like, given really as we assessed our outfield options and depth options, that Travis fit exactly what we needed. He's a really good defender. He's a quality approach at the plate, veteran player who is, played on winning teams. He understands how to play the game. He does the little things that are required to win. And we felt like he was just a very dependable player that fits our roster in the event that we had injury, or that he earns it more playing time based on his performance. So all things considered, there's a lot that goes into it. Our pro scouting group certainly has liked Travis for a while. There's an R&D component to it. There's health and medical. We analyze all of our players from a lot of different angles and try to make the best decisions possible. But I think most importantly, knowing Travis the person, we felt like he was the right fit for our group.
Similar question. One of the unsung heroes was the late signee Will Smith. He's been a super stud in the rotation and the bullpen. How did that signing come about?
Well, I think similar to Travis, in that if you looked at, first of all, if you do any research on Will, you talk to anybody in the industry who has known Will, played with Will, played against Will, they will tell you first and foremost what a tremendous teammate he is. Just a winning player. He's had a real track record of success. He's closed World Series games, been on winning teams his entire career, and I think that speaks to the person. He brings out the best in people around him. He's a great fit in the clubhouse, and then from there you certainly you evaluate the talent as well. And we felt like Will was something we needed. He complemented our left-handed relievers with a different profile. He's got a unique slider, a great slider, and we felt like he was due for really a solid season. And he's off to a great start, and he's certainly lived up to expectations in terms of the person and the clubhouse fit.
Hey, CY, I was listening to Jared and Hicksy doing the game the other day on the radio, and Jared was talking about in the first night, I think it was in Houston, where the way the umpires were calling the game, that Jonah's ability to frame pitches might have been affected. Are there ways? Do you guys know what umpires are better for framing and ones that aren't? Is that something that's discussed, or am I just kind of going out in left field?
Well, no. There's some validity to what you're saying, and I'm not sure it's specific to framing specifically, and it's probably more related to umpires have tendencies too, and we study those. We get reports on umpire tendencies, and even just by their position, the setup, which shoulder they set up over, they're going to see pitches differently, whether it's a right-hander or a left-hander, whether the ball's sinking, it's running, it's got some tail to it. And so we certainly study those tendencies to know. I wouldn't say we shape our game plan around the umpire's tendencies, but there are situations where okay, he's being a little bit tighter on this side of the plate versus this side, or he doesn't see this pitch quite as well, and we try to factor that in. But at the end of the day, we're pitching to our strengths, and we're pitching to the game plan. And sometimes that involves minor tendencies of the umpire, but more often than not, it really doesn't factor in too much.
It's the Chris Young Show here on your home of the Rangers. So when Corey Seager got hurt, I thought, okay, well, let's stay around 500 or something like that. But now you're making up more room on the division. I know, again, it's a small sample size, but my question is, what's it take for a lineup to stay engaged and focused and productive when you lose a catalyst like that?
Well, I think really most importantly, it's everybody just continuing to do their jobs. Whether we have Corey or we don't have Corey, every day, each player respectively coming in and doing their job and doing what they're capable of to help the team win. It's not asking them to do more. It's certainly not asking them to do less. It's just doing what they're capable of. And if they do that day in, day out, there's a level of consistency there that we should be able to sustain an injury or two throughout the season. And I think that's what the guys have done thus far. So I think it's a great opportunity for some other guys to step in and get meaningful at-bats and really some runway to see how they perform. And hopefully that will make them better once Corey comes back and maybe their playing time goes, the at-bats diminish a little bit. But it's really about every day just showing up and doing your job, staying consistent, staying steady, and not trying to do too much. And if collectively we all do that, we should be okay through these times.
Well, a happy DeGrom day to you, CY, as Jacob DeGrom gets the ball for you tonight. Now, he's facing the Royals now in back-to-back starts. As a former pitcher like yourself, what challenges go into that when you're seeing the same team soon after just facing them?
Well, you have a familiarity with the opponent. You know how you pitched them your last game. It's pretty fresh in your mind. But likewise, they have a familiarity with you. So I think based on how the last game went, you either need to make some adjustments or you do not. And I think that's the key, is really coming out early and seeing how the hitters react and seeing how they're adjusting to maybe what they did last time off you, and then being able to stay ahead of that. Which is really true of any game. You go into every game with a game plan, and you have to alter the game plan dependent upon what the opposing team is doing or trying to do. But with Jacob, really it comes down to execution. The quality of his stuff is so good that I feel like no matter who he's facing, if he just executes his game plan and he hits his spots, you'll take your chances against anybody. So I'm excited to see him back out there. I certainly had a couple moments in my career where I faced the same team on back-to-back starts. A couple times it went well, and I think a couple times it didn't. So it's really in just how you execute, and if you execute, I think he'll be just fine tonight.
You ever get hit by a comebacker on the bone like we saw Saturday?
Not. I took one off the face. I did have that in my career. Albert Pujols hit a line drive that hit me in the face, and I missed about 2.5 months of the 2008 season due to that. And really was it wasn't mentally traumatic; it was physically traumatic in that I shattered my nose and my cranium a little bit and missed some time, but. But yes, I've been hit plenty of times, and it's not a fun feeling. That ball hurts.
I guess you have. Wow, off the face, man, and you live to tell the tale from Albert Pujols. That is quite a story. Now, have you ever had to? Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I was very fortunate. He was out in front of the pitch. He didn't square it up. If he had hit it at full force, I may not be talking to you today.
Does he buy you dinner after that, or what's the deal?
No, he was very concerned though. It's a great story actually. Albert.
Okay.
He led off the inning. I think it was the third inning. It may have been the fourth inning. I can't remember. It was in San Diego. I was pitching for the Padres. He was playing for the Cardinals, and led off the inning with that. It was an infield single and reached base, and the reliever came in. The game stopped for 5 or 10 minutes as I got off the field, and they cleaned up the blood and kind of play resumed. And first pitch, the reliever comes in, and the next batter triples to right center field. And there's a play at the plate, and Albert comes in, and this is before the slide rule was implemented, and so Albert steamrolls the catcher and fractures the catcher's ankle. So within one pitch, we lost our starting pitcher and our starting catcher, so it was like a triage unit in the training room, and Albert was just playing the game. Neither one was his fault, and he was very concerned. He checked on both of us. He's a great human, a great person, but yeah, not the best memory for the Padres nor for me.
Forced to be reckoned with, indeed. We learned that here with the Rangers, of course, over the years. Now, have you ever had to handle up on a possum?
Oh, no, I have not.
Did you see this story?
No, I haven't seen the story.
Minor league press box. Yeah, a guy went in there and grabbed one, and it looked like he knew what he was doing pretty good. I guess you just grab him by the tail, and as long as you stay away from those needle teeth, you're going to be all right. Something to maybe keep in your back pocket for sometime
I'll
in the
let
future.
you do it. I'll watch you do it.
Well, it is good to be prepped anytime you go to the Oakland A's games. You never know what might snap out and bite you.
You might get more than a possum there.
Oh, no. Well, as we're talking memories here, CY, what kind of memories do you have with Kansas City, with that series with the Royals? Now, you won a World Series championship there. Is that always a fond place to go back to?
Oh, 100%. And it hurts me not to be on this trip because I love the city of Kansas City. It's just wonderful people, wonderful memories. And really, that team was special. It really shapes my view of what a team should be in terms of how you come together and how they play for each other. And maybe it's not always about the most talent. It's about the right talent. And so I love that place. I just love their fans. But I want to beat them tonight. So I want to beat them every time we play them. But otherwise, it's a special franchise, and we'll always have fond memories at KC.
All righty, Chris. Appreciate you as always. Give him hell up there. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, thanks for the time. Talk to you soon.
There he is, Chris Young, Rangers GM here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay. Now that we have that in the books, another huge local sports story going down. The hockey hawk Gavin Spittle is going to drop into our nest and talk Game 1 Stars Wild coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning. Earth Month as a part of One Thing. If all of us do our one thing together, that's millions of things for our planet. Dave Matthews tells us his one thing.
We do some things on the road. We trying to reduce plastic bottles by getting free water dispensed at all the venues so people can fill up their bottles.
To find your one thing, plus music, podcasts, and more, go to odyssey.com/one-thing or download the free Odyssey app.
This segment right here is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Right on. Thank you, Lucius. The Spits and Suds Dallas Stars podcast is available wherever you get them. It features our program director and the top Stars analyst for my money in the Metroplex. It's Gavin Spittle here. The Hockey Hawk on the Fan. Good afternoon, sir.
What's
How
going
the hell
on,
are
boys? Got to get my playoff legs.
Yes.
Got a big one tonight, 8:30 start. Probably start about 8:40. We're on right after. So
now, do you brew a pot of coffee for the late one, or?
Yeah, I'll probably go on adrenaline, water, and lemon.
Okay,
stuff
all right.
like that.
No Frosties. No Frosties.
No. Can't do Frosties with a podcast. That would get salty. Maybe I should.
That would get salty. One half of the podcast would do.
Yeah, we call it Spits and Salty.
Spits and salty.
It's got a ring to it.
You growing out the playoff beard?
You know, I thought about it. So
should.
I actually grew it out all weekend, but it kind of has like a gray blonde, like kind of Larry Bird ugly-ish.
Oh, dude, that's Silver Fox status,
I think
dude.
you can
Lean
pull
into
it
that.
off.
Lean into
I
that.
don't
It's
know if I
sophisticated.
can.
You earned
I'm
that.
hoping it comes back on the top, though.
I've had kind of a ginger beard that's going gray. I guess I just go with it, but now I'm self-conscious about that the boss has pointed out that it might not be the best
No, it
look.
looks good on you. No.
Okay, thank you.
No, it looks good on you.
Appreciate that. Why not this year, boss man? Why not the Stars now?
I mean, it should be this year. You know, they have the makings. Like in the past, you're like, all right, maybe a run. This year, they have everything they need. So I think that's what makes this is not a fluke. This is consistency. In the past, it was like, man, are we at Six Flags? Because this is a roller coaster of a team. But now it's like quality offense, quality goaltending, four-line depth. They got a lot going for them. It's just, you know, can they withstand and not make those unforced errors that they did at times during the season? But every team does that. So, you know, I mean, we'll see. Hockey's interesting because, I mean, one of the things everyone says is 1 can beat 8 at any time, 2 can beat 7. So, I mean, let's see what happens. But on paper, they should win this series.
Where do you have them in your league-wide power rankings?
So power rankings, I probably have. I'm a big Carolina guy myself. I think Carolina has a shot at knocking off the Bruins. I think Carolina got a bad first series matchup with the New York Islanders. So, but obviously you got to put Boston as 1. I have Carolina as 2. I think Vegas consistently has shown they've gone through 5 goaltenders and they're still up there. Mm-hmm. So I got to put Vegas at 3. And then, you know, I do have the Colorado Avalanche at 4, probably Stars at 5. One of the teams that I am scared of coming out of the West is Edmonton. They finally got the defensive help they needed at the trade deadline, and you got Connor McDavid 150-plus points. So they're good. They are a little shaky in the goaltending, but Edmonton's a team to watch.
Speaking of goaltending, though, with this matchup with the Wild, they've gone really all year, and they're not really, you know, morning skate. You know, they'll kind of dictates who's coming off, but all year they've kind of gone with the back and forth. Is playoff time? Do you worry about a team that has the ability to do that? Is that a strength for them, or is that an advantage for the Stars?
So we talked about this on Spits and Suds as far as a preview, and Sean Shapiro, who's one of my co-hosts, said that is interesting because is the other one looking over the shoulder?
Right.
I mean, when you think about it, 2 goaltenders, it's like having 2 running backs in football. They combined for the 3rd best save percentage in the league.
Yeah.
That's impressive. So I personally don't think it's a problem for them because they flip-flopped all season.
Right.
And Marc-Andre Fleury's he's a veteran.
Yeah.
He's won cups. He gets it. So I don't think they're going to have an issue. And I think they actually have an asset in that department. That said, Stars got to put a lot of pucks on the net. And I'm talking quality chances, and one of the things with these 2 goaltenders, you have to screen them. If they're getting clear looks, the Stars are in trouble. That's why you got to get in the front net, calling out Max Domi. That's what Jamie Benn's job. You got to get in there and kind of muck it up, so to speak.
Stars power play really seemed to heat up late in the year as they went on this winning streak to end the season. Do you think they have an advantage in the special teams area?
They do, absolutely. They have, yes, that's where their advantage. You know, one of the things that the Wild struggles at, actually, for most of the year is 5-on-5 goal scoring. They're actually, I pulled it, they're 23rd in the league.
Yeah.
Whereas the Stars are 7th on
Right.
5-and-5 scoring.
Right.
So when it comes to that, Stars have a top 5, penalty. Now, I will say, Brian, you pointed this out early. The Wild are good at killing penalties.
They are.
So they're a scrappy bunch. But I do think overall, when you look at all the aspects, the Stars have the advantage, except in one category, and that category does bring itself to light in the playoffs, and that's physicality. This is a very physical Wild team that likes to send a message. They have players that are very tough. They go deep on the forecheck, so Stars got to get it out of their zone on a consistent basis early. You cannot get caught in your defensive zone against the Minnesota Wild.
How important is it for Erickson to play for the Wild?
So he started skating, and I think that I think it's very important. He's one of their, key players. He's not one of your top stars, but at the same time, he's a guy that's been in your lineup on a regular basis. So getting him back, one of the players that just came back is Gustav Nyquist, who they acquired from Columbus, who's a really good player. He's playing on their third line, and he can score. So I think they have enough depth, but Erickson coming back would be big.
Again, you said for the Stars game tonight with the Hockey Hawk, Gavin Spittle, you mentioned the physicality. And I remember Miro, his rookie season when they made the Cup Finals run, he kind of got bullied a little bit by Tampa Bay. Wyatt Johnston making his first Stanley Cup playoff appearance. Do you think his style will be okay?
Wyatt Johnston?
Yeah.
I think it'll be okay because he's on the line with Jamie Benn. And I think when you know that you have Jamie Benn on the ice, you're going to be a little bit more cautious. Here's the thing, though. The big guys from the Wild, like Ryan Reeves, is nowhere near the top of the list as far as penalties. I don't want to call him a clean player, but he does it the right way. So if I'm the Minnesota Wild and I'm Dean Evison, I'm going after Thomas Harley, who's making his first playoff start, just came up from the AHL, and I am going up against Heiskanen and especially Wyatt Johnston.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm going after these guys because they're not big guys, so I'm going to try to send a message.
Why doesn't Reeves stay anywhere? Every team he goes
It's
to,
a
they
great
win.
He
question.
irritates his own teammates.
Yeah, I don't think he does, Brian.
I think he does.
I
he
think
seems like every time he's ever been mic'd up, he seems like a guy that gets under your skin. He's one of those guys.
I think he fits the way Billy Guerin, the GM, former Dallas Star, and Dean Evison, another former Dallas Star. I think Ryan Reeves has found his place.
I was going to ask you about this with the way the Stars, the journey, especially late in the year, they were able to put together some nice quality wins at the end, beat some teams they had to beat. But there were times when they were lacking in finishing games. Finishing. Do you feel like that they've put that behind them?
Yes.
Or is that something you need to kind of? I know we don't have the overtime period is the 20-minute, let's play sudden death kind of thing. But we had some of those games where they had a lead, they weren't able to hold it. Are we past that now with the
I
Stars?
think the playoffs are different. I think overtime would have been nice for seeding purposes.
Sure.
In the bonus era prior to Pete DeBoer, they were playing back a little bit towards the end of the game, a little bit more defensive style. What I've liked about this team is they keep going.
Right.
I love that.
So, yeah, I think they'll be okay.
The knowledge is flowing from the Hawk here as we wrap up. For anybody hoping to find these games, do we need Bally's?
You need ESPN2.
Let's go.
Tonight.
The dose.
So one of the good things that the NHL did is they signed a multi-year deal with TNT and ESPN.
Sweet.
So the games are there for you, and it's pretty awesome.
Jump on in. This isn't a very exciting Stars team, maybe different than ones you remember from recent history when it was easier to find them on television. And what do you think of the Bally's, the Bully sweater over here?
Yeah, man, that's a nice sweater.
Yeah.
That's just a quality sweater. He wears it well. He looks, I think Walchuk would be a scrappy player.
For sure.
Does he look like a backup goaltender with the hairstyle and the beard?
Oh, yeah.
Could he sit there with the blocker and the glove and
like
sit at the end and just watch the game? Could he be that guy?
You're like
he's got
me.
that face. He's got a backup goalie face.
You're like me. We don't have the lettuce of Chiafalo.
Yeah.
You need the lettuce flowing. You know, I mean,
no. Yeah, this is a backup goalie. The other dude's he's a real
like
skater.
a winger.
This is a skater over here.
Yeah, absolutely. I could see Gavin Dawson coming down, big left winger.
Yeah,
something like that. Chiafalo, I could see you sitting in front of the net. brought us,
I'm like
always room for scouting.
I'm upstairs. I'm upstairs wearing a bow tie or something like that, like Eddie Shore, old time hockey guy.
There you go.
Well, we're late for break. We got to go, or the boss will be mad at us.
Absolutely.
Appreciate
Enjoy
you.
the game tonight.
There
Stick
he
tap,
is.
boys.
The hockey hawk, Gavin Spittle. Hopefully, we have several more of these conversations throughout a glorious playoff run for your hockey team. Terrific NFL content. Top paid players at each position following the monster quarterback deal today. And where does Jerry rank in the GM rankings? We got those stories and more next here on 105.3 The Fan.
But first, let's get you to Pluckers.
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We have a developing Mavs news situation we need to talk about. We tease some NFL news, and Bully's going to get that to you here in just a second. But before we get there, let's discuss a developing situation for Mark Stein, who league sources tell the Mavs, fresh off plummeting from the West Finals into the lottery, in advanced discussions to hire former Jazz lead decision maker Dennis Lindsey to join the organization as a special assistant to GM Nico Harrison. This is 2 years after Lindsey was essentially replaced by Danny Ainge, and he has been an advisory role for the Utah Jazz ever since then, but put together some pretty good teams with the Jazz, Dennis Lindsey did. And apparently the Mavericks are interested in hiring him. Sources say Harrison has been looking for an experienced sounding board to join the Mavs at a consultant's role dating to last offseason. I love this. You know, everybody needs to collaborate. Humans are collaborative in nature. The more smart people you can have around to throw ideas at you, can be very, very helpful for a team. I do believe Mark Cuban needs to butt out of the front office, and hopefully this brings in another longtime basketball guy with experience to help sneaker guy. As far as all of the, day-to-day things or all of the theories, I guess, that can help you build a roster that actually complements each other. And I don't know if this is Nico's fault or Mark's fault. I love the idea of change, though, because they needed to reshake up the dynamics and hope to come, I think, with a better decision-making group than the one they've had.
Let me ask you this. Do you think Nico took this job because he didn't want anybody looking over his shoulder? Initially.
He
initially took the job. He says, I'm only going to do this if you let me go be the general manager.
Ooh.
And then now a little bit of a rough patch. The season doesn't go like it is. All right, you need some help, bro.
Yeah.
And maybe because to me, the move that would have made the most sense is you hire this guy as an assistant and with Nico as the general manager, and then you don't have to make these mistakes along the way.
Mm-hmm.
You learn. Now, maybe Nico said, I'm not taking your job, Mark, unless I got full control of doing what I need to do.
Right. Well, Windhorst says about Lindsey, Dennis has done as good a job as any executive for the last decades in the league. He built the team in Utah from scratch in a small market. The reason he's no longer the president, some of that stuff that he's saying about why he's leaving, I'm sure it's true, is because he got on the opposite side of Donovan Mitchell. And if you're on the opposite side of your star player, you're just not going to survive. That is just the way it is. I don't know. Maybe Nico knows that this guy is amazing and wants him. Maybe Mark says we need more help. Maybe Mark is finally having a light bulb moment and decides I'm going to go be full-time Shark Tank crypto man instead of trying to moonlight as an NBA GM, screwing this team up, losing Jalen Brunson.
Well, maybe also too. Yeah, and that probably has to it. But probably Mark walked in there and said, "Listen, I'll take the bullets for." I'm sorry, that's a terrible thing. I'll take the blame. I'll take the blame. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say the bullets for that, but I'll take the blame this first time. I ain't taking the blame the second time. You're going to get some help. We have an opportunity to add a guy that could help you be a good general manager one day. And if you don't want to do that, then I'll just hire him and move on from you.
Yeah. It makes me feel better that Nico's like, hey, I've been looking for a consultant, and this is a guy that clearly did a good job in Utah. There is, to me, a risk of you don't want too many chefs in the kitchen. You don't want too many voices. There needs to be a sole person that is the decision maker that we know exactly, okay, this is the person responsible. This is the person that should get the praise. But this is also the person that should get the blame. But maybe this is a good thing for Nico, and it shows growth.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of good that goes along with this. I don't see a single negative, Chief.
I agree. I mean, I think in a perfect world, you have that czar of basketball operations that is your ultimate decision maker. He's a guy with skins on the wall, and he's built teams before. But you don't have that with Nico. So the next best thing is we got to have some additional cooks in the kitchen, and hopefully they're actual basketball basketball cooks, and this seems like he's one of those dudes. So kudos to Nico Harrison. If this was all conjured up by him, the self-awareness there is huge. And this is a big offseason where trying to make the necessary moves that this team wants to make is going to be a challenge. We all look at it and we're going, man, how can you keep Kyrie and still bring in talent? The roster, you have these contracts that are terrible. Who's going to want to accept them? You need a guy who's been there, done that with some things. And Windhorse mentioning the small market. Dallas isn't a small market, but when it comes to big name free agents and stuff, they basically are. So this is a guy who's been able to build respectable teams without getting big name free agents to want to come there. That means you got to build your team the hard way.
Does this scare you a little bit then that Nico is a guy that can go out and recruit, but they have to go get a guy that's a team builder?
I think it's just good to have the insurance. Good to have the fallback.
Do you understand what I'm saying there?
It's like being a good head coach that knows offense, but you need a defensive coordinator. I think there's a lot of aspects to it. And, if Nico can be the main decision maker and work great relationships while he has a guy to go to, it could be like, hey, what might I be missing? Do you think there's a mistake if we do this? I think it's a great sounding board.
I just don't know. Maybe Nico, the power of recruiter is not probably going to be working here. Maybe they're going to have to go work the drafts, the phone, whatever they have to do. I worry about that. We can talk about relationships all you want.
Yeah.
But this team has not, and we got to give Nico a chance, I guess. But it scares me that this whole hiring him was talking about relationships. That was something they sold us on.
Yeah.
It was like the old smoke and mirrors thing. Hey, don't look over here. He's got no NBA experience, but look over here where he can recruit people.
I like that, but I'm bringing the party as far as any blame here to Mark Cuban. I think Nico's doing the best to do the job that he's been hired for. Mark Cuban is the guy that trusted a gambler and a shoe executive, and maybe he is just, throwing stuff on the wall and hoping something works again that can cover up his most recent mistake. But really, post-championship, Mark Cuban has been disastrous as a leader of this front office. Like, Josh Green is trying to be the second guy drafted to get a second contract since 2008. Like, the common thread through this whole deal to me has been Mark Cuban. And, I have no reason to believe he would come up with a good solution for a problem. So, I don't know. Like, Dennis Lindsey seems like a great hire. Why should I give that to Mark? Like, he thought letting go of Donnie Nelson, a championship-winning front office guy, and bringing in a shoe guy was a great idea. Like, this was going to be the decision to push this forward. He thought bringing in a head coach who proved in his last two stops, maybe he doesn't have the right temperament or finger on the pulse of an emotional state of a team to guide them through a whole year. That was his head coach hire. Like, Mark Cuban screws everything up, and that to me is, so if I'm evaluating from the outside looking in with no insider reports, I have to assume it's somebody else coming up with the good decision of what to do with this basketball team, because I don't know the last time Mark had a good one.
Well, and some of those are Mark listening to other people. Like, Dirk pushed for Kidd. Dirk loves Dwight Powell. Luka likes Dwight Powell. So it's like sometimes he lets his friends, other people that he goes ahead and admires, dictate his thinking on things. And that's why I'm saying my only cause for concern is sometimes extra voices aren't good. If Mark Cuban steps away, I don't even know what the hell Michael Finley does within the organization anymore. But if it's just Nico and it's just Lindsey and you let them do their thing, awesome. But it seemed to me that too many outside voices have influenced a lot of decisions that the Mavericks and Mark Cuban make.
Sounds great, says the 817, bringing in a guy that knows how to build through the draft when we have traded away all of our draft picks. That's tough. And if the Mavs do retain this pick, it might be very advantageous to trade back, pick up multiple future first-round picks that can get you back in that trade or drafting game. It'll be really interesting. But that's a big story. Dennis Lindsey, one of the best team builders over the last 10 years or so in the NBA, being hired by the Mavericks to be a special assistant to Nico Harrison. Gavin, he's Shark Tank Mark. He knows everything. That's a big problem. I can't disagree with you too hard on that. Thank you, Dawson. Cuban's the common denominator. It's been that way for a while. And maybe Nico is bad at the job, but I can't blame him too much. It's the owner bringing in these guys. chasing
blame
off
you.
smart basketball people.
I don't blame you. I blame the man that hired you, kind of a thing.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, Nico got Kyrie here to an extent, and I think Kyrie, part of the reason he was willing to be here is because Nico. Now it's on Nico to keep him here, and assuming he does that, then okay, that was his job. His job was to get the superstar guy that he's got relationships to be here. Now it's the real basketball guy, team builder, to figure out who to put around him and how to do it. Because that's the big challenge. But I think these two guys, they come across like they mesh well. One guy knows how to build a team, and the other guy knows how to bring superstars here. And Nico has done that so far with Kyrie. He's got to do it again and keep him here. But I think this is a great news story here for the Mavs. This is good news.
Well, and if you can't keep Kyrie, at least get something in return for him. You just can't have him leave for nothing.
Now you got a guy who knows how to probably get something in return for somebody.
I don't mean to rain on your parade over there, but I think Jason Kidd's relationship with Kyrie had a big thing to do with this.
I agree.
I mean, if Nico's trying to convince him to come here and Rick Carlisle's still the coach, I don't think you get him. I don't think you do.
That's fair. That's fair.
I mean, I just feel like that the reason why they are able to sell it is, hey, your idol is coaching you right now. The guy you look up to is coaching you. If that's Rick Carlisle,
it's the kid and the Nico relationship.
The guy at the Knicks or whoever you want to put in the coaching spot. I don't know if you necessarily get that done.
That's fair.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. There is another part of this story. In 2021, Lindsay was investigated for a bigotry allegation against former Utah Jazz player Quinn Snyder. No, I'm sorry, Paul Millsap. Millsap alleged Lindsay made bigoted remarks in my exit interview while talking with Quinn Snyder. If you say one more word, I'll cut your black ass and send you back to Louisiana. In prepared words to Salt Lake media, Lindsay said, I categorically deny making that statement. Yeah, it's tough.
That is tough.
Okay.
Take back
Quinn Snyder told reporters he can't fathom Dennis saying something like that. Hopefully it does not impact any relationships you might have, and hopefully the Mavs are not misstepping by hiring somebody that the players might have reason to not trust.
News will get around fast in that one if it happens.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to get Nico's opinion on this hire. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Well, Chuck, I teased some NFL news. I'm sorry to short sheet you there. We got some breaking news.
That's fine.
What do you want to throw out here?
Okay, let's talk about the NFL GM power rankings real quick, because we talked about the Eagles. They made their big signing today. Highest 3-year average per year for any quarterback in the NFL. Jalen Hurts making $51 million. He's also got a no-trade clause, okay? So with that being said, NFL.com ranked the GMs. They did a power ranking for him. Who do you think came in at number one?
Howie.
It's Howie. And after last year, hard to argue that Howie Roseman shouldn't be number one when you look at the talent that he's been able to acquire there. And honestly, we give the Cowboys a ton of credit for drafting. Quietly, the Eagles are a pretty darn good drafting team as well. When you look at Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata, Josh Sweat, you go back to Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, and then they do a good job when it comes to the trade market with A.J. Brown, Hassan Reddick, the moves that they were able to make trading for Darius Slay several years ago. So they're doing a good job. Devontae Smith taking him. Some people were like, why are you making that pick? He's turned out to be good. They've got an insurance already in Landon Dickerson for if and when Jason Kelce decides to retire. So Howie not only is covering his bases when it comes to drafting well, but also trades and free agencies, checking off all the boxes. With that being said, where do you think Jerry is?
I'm gonna have Jerry at 18th.
Okay, pretty low.
And Will McClay will probably be in the top 10.
I mean, we could really say it's Will McClay, but Jerry's the one with the title, so Jerry.
This is Greg Rosenthal, right?
It's Greg.
Okay.
Why does that influence it? Is he not a Jerry guy?
No, I think he is a Jerry guy. I'm going to say he's either 11th or 12th.
I think they got him in the top 10. You see, like, Pro Football Focus, because the Cowboys draft so well.
They draft so well.
And they're consistently, in or around the playoffs.
Number 10.
Okay.
Is where Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys are. The top shelf talent is close to the top of the league. There are homegrown Hall of Famers. After 2 straight years of winning, which has become a rarity in the Jones era, it's time to give this front office some credit. Perhaps the increased influence of VP Will McClay and COO Stephen Jones has helped the Cowboys, who struggle at times with self-scouting. And they made the moves for Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore, which were smart veteran acquisitions for the price. But this ranking is mostly about Dallas's consistently strong drafts that keep hitting, especially in the first round.
Can't fight too much with that.
But those are the top two in the NFC East. So really, you're battling with the Eagles. Otherwise, we're looking at the bottom of the barrel when it comes to the Washington Commanders, and then the Giants are kind of in the middle of the pack there with Joe, because I don't think he's really had enough time to cement that.
You know, I think as a front office in general, the team does a really nice job at drafting and, you know, overall team building. It's hard to give Jerry a lot of the credit when you know so many good people go into that whole deal. You know, if you know, you put him in a traditional GM job, I don't know if we'd even be talking about him still in the teens. Maybe we'd have to drop back to the 20s. But it's also difficult to take away all credit from a team that's now made the playoffs in back-to-back years, has one of the most talented defenses, and a top 5 statistical offense. And I know that can be tough for Jerry deniers. There's truth on both sides of it, though. We got to run. Time to hit the expressway. Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider. What's he think of that big quarterback deal in the division? We'll get that coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. But, you know, everybody... Here on 105.3 The Fan. LA Live coming up in about 5 minutes. It's time for Bobby Belt to join you. Segment is brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. And our Path to the Draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. On night one of the draft, the Fan will be at all 8 Pluckers locations. We have some cool specials and prizes all night long. We want you to join us. And it's brought to you by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. Draft headquarters right here. 105.3 The Fan as Bob Belt joins you now here in the nation. And a good evening to you, Bobby. How the heck are you?
What's up, gentlemen? How you doing?
Well, we're doing great. Are you guys having a sports party there in the morning with these Rangers and Stars and everything going on? It's a content-rich environment these days, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been good. It's nice to have some excitement around the Rangers. It's nice that the Stars are powering through since the Mavericks let us down. Gives us some content to talk about into the summer months. So I'm actually, I pulled over off the side of the road near DFW Airport, and I'm taking this call now as I'm heading to the Stars game tonight.
Oh,
I'll
yes,
see you there,
sir.
Bobby.
Yeah, Wolchuk's going to be down there as well. Now, we also have this Cowboys draft going on, and multiple mocks are sending the Notre Dame tight end Mayer to the Cowboys. Is that the most likely single one? If you had to bet on one guy to be a Cowboy next Thursday night, who is it?
Boy, it's funny. It's definitely starting to trend towards tight end, it feels like, because there's a lot of people chattering about Mayer. I think they've liked Luke Musgrave a lot from Oregon State throughout the process. And when you look at Vegas's odds, I think it's bookies.com put up odds about who's the most likely pick for the Cowboys at 26. And the number 1 odds is Dalton Kincaid, the tight end from Utah, and the number 2 odds is Darnell Washington, the tight end from Georgia. So we're talking about 4 tight ends that it seems are heavily connected to the Cowboys. So I think that's starting to build some momentum right there. It always makes me pause when somebody like Dane Brugler says that he's hearing from people around the league that there'd be a good chance that it'd be Mayer if he gets to their pick, because Dane is very plugged in and has a good sense of those things. And so I still would be, out of the 4 tight end options we just listed there, the 2 that I would be the least excited about, I think, are Mayer and Darnell Washington. But, it's also one of those things where